I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and on those fine words, we are ready now to kick off the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. Online, all the action, and where legacies will be made, and we'll see who will carp the DM. I'm Semler. I'll be your host for the analyst desk throughout this next couple of weeks, and of course, I'm not going to be alone on the analyst desk. The man who just made that fine speech that they included in that opening will be joining us on the desk, Thorin, alongside Maniac, who has made the journey across Europe to be live in studio in Copenhagen. So you're one of the dudes, man. You made it. But welcome, guys. Welcome. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Listen, it's been a while since I felt my heart beating so fast at the beginning of a show, and I've missed it.
My hands are sweating. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I can feel the adrenaline coming in. The games are getting ready. I'm very, very excited to be here.
Can't relate to that at all.
How's it going?
Just another day ending with a Y. It's big game Counter-Strike's what I'm all about. Thing is, I actually didn't realise how straight fire that speech was until I heard it back myself with all
right?
the graphics and stuff. Thing is, though, when I told you back in the day that if I ever got back on a Blast broadcast, I was going to give a straight fire rant about snakes. Not actually the black man I had in mind, believe it or not. Think about it, right?
Yeah,
Stop thinking about it now, right? Go on to the show.
Let's move on. Let's go on. Because we are not all, in one location. Not like in London when we kicked off this tournament. We were all in studio together with an audience and the fans, the players. Everything was awesome. But we're kind of like spread out. But this is the group. And as far as the groups are concerned here, we're going to have 2 divisions, Europe and the Americas. So lots of Counter-Strike. It's going to be going on for the next 12 hours. I mean, we're not going to be stopping. It's nonstop CS. But, Group A is what we'll be kicking off with today. And already, Vitality ENCE is going to be the one to start us off. But are there any matches here that really stand out for you two?
I think, for example, Astralis versus NiP is the one I'm looking forward to because we don't really know what kind of shape Astralis are going to show us. The roster has changed a lot. And then you also have Furia versus MIBR, regional matchup, always electric. I think the tendency has switched over the past few months. Now it's actually Furia who are the one leading the charge. So these 2 games will be the highlights for me.
I think I'll pick Fnatic
what do you
versus
think?
Mad Lions. I might take Fnatic Mad Lions because to me, Mad Lions look very, very promising, but they still haven't quite broken through the barrier for me when they play the tier 1 team. So as much as Fnatic's form in theory is in the toilet, I think that's a team with so many vets. They've been there, even usually online, like you saw in the ESL Pro League. They were fantastic. So I actually expect that could be a real test for Mad Lions.
No, it's going to be really exciting CS, and there's a whole host of teams that are on the up and also on the down, and so we'll see how they perform here. But before we get into the action, we're going to go ahead and take a look at a quick video here that will explain the format for the Blast Premier.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the European Showdown, 10 teams are divided into 2 groups of 5. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 5th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 4th place from Group A will play against 3rd place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 quarterfinals. The winners of each quarterfinal will face the second-place finishers from the groups in the semifinals. Ultimately, the winners from each semifinals will play against the winners of each round robin. The two teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. For the teams finishing second in their gauntlet brackets, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hello everyone, I'm entering my paradise, my place.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Hello guys.
What's up guys? Hyvää huomenta everyone.
Come on.
Look, here, you can hear the birds.
This is where I live, here in Copenhagen. This is actually also where I start my day.
I live in Gothenburg. It's a bit south. The weather today, it's really nice.
I'm currently in Toronto, Canada. Kind of enjoying the downtime, to be honest, just because, you know, you can spend some more time with people that are close to you.
This is our Counter-Strike training room right here. We like playing here because it gives us that team camaraderie kind of sense.
Today I'm here in California in our gaming house. Here is TRK.
My gaming desk, 2 monitors, mouse. Here we are in my gaming room.
So this is the desk with obviously 2 screens.
Here is my prison cell. I mean my gaming setup in my office.
This is my setup here. I have a lot of space. I have my capture card and a secondary PC here.
This is our practice area.
In my office, also what we can call a workspace, where I spend most of my time all the time.
What's up, Taco? What's up, guys? Next to me is Fallen, and here, myself. Hope you enjoyed my place. Bye.
And that is it. Everybody's working from home right now in this period. We've taken everything online, and that's one of the benefits of esports is that we can do that shift. We're not locked down into these live events like sports and everybody else who are just, pulling their tongues. French expression. I was trying to do a live translation of that. It just didn't work out.
It's all right.
All right, guys.
Don't worry about it. Just stick to English.
Stick to English. How does it feel? How does it feel to be casted from home right now?
Well, I'm not really home, so as far as I'm
concerned,
concerned,
it's you're an exception, Maniac.
I'm remote on studios, like in the middle of something. I have to tell you, driving around in Copenhagen in my car is a great disconnect, like psychologically speaking. I'm not exactly sure. Am I home? No, I'm not really. I'm in a new city, so it's an interesting concept for sure.
Duncan, you're in Amsterdam right now?
Yeah. Don't have to travel, don't have any jet lag. Just chilling, isn't it? But watching Counter-Strike. I even liked the way in that video there, Fur took incredible attention to detail. Like, he showed that, like, him and Fallen are just empty chairs when they play online. Like, that's actually like some Kubrick levels of depth that he was trying to work in that. The guy's a genius.
And that's a good way to get into our next topic, which is going to be obviously the LAN versus the online. And we actually took some time to talk to the players about it as well and get their impressions on playing from home.
Basically, playing online is really different from playing offline.
It's always been that the LAN matches has been the most important in CS, where people argue that you really show that you can play CS on a high level, that you can handle the pressure of the crowd being there.
You feel like the pressure is not on you. Like if you fail, it doesn't feel as a big failure as it would be in a stage environment.
It's no stressful. You can drink whatever you want, and
online it's easier for the newcomers and for the people that are not used to the pressure to play better because they sit in the environment that they have always been used to.
A lot of players will try to pick more, will play more aggressive, more ballsy.
It's very interesting Counter-Strike in general right now, because I think coaches are doing way more than they usually do during a tournament in a LAN, for example. So
in terms of communication, like the most notable thing about communication is probably that the coach can talk all the time.
Teams that have worse communication benefit from playing online as well. So again, the coach can sort of like maybe even calm for a player that doesn't talk much. Teams that don't have strong IGLs, maybe their coach can like fill in a lot of gaps for them.
It will favorite the dark horse, the challengers, team like this, because they have nothing to lose.
During a LAN game, people are a bit more calculated. They're trying to calculate, is it worth for me to do this? Probably not. I won't do it. So there's a much safer play, and I think Counter-Strike might look more beautiful on LAN, but at the same time, I do think online Counter-Strike has its fullest potential of what players are capable of individually.
And this has been the discussion since we've had to go for this shift, from LAN to online, and how the community even values the
I'm getting attacked by B. It's all good. If you see me just leaving, it's because I'm getting attacked. So I have a phobia from beers. I'll just be that might be just vitality. I'll be running out. If you see me disappear, everything is all good. I'm there, just so you know. But I have a profound phobia of these bees and wasps and all that. So it's flying in my legs right now, and I'm keeping my cool. So it's gonna be okay. We'll be all right.
I was wondering why you're so shiny there. I'm guessing it's just the sweat that's just gonna start beating as these bees fly around you.
Oh my God. Back to the topic at hand. Listen, I think the players had some very, very valid point, and I do believe it's a mistake to generally discard all results just because it's offline. Online, it's a gigantic mistake. It is a certain environment, and there are some rules, and it's like a microverse in itself, but it is very interesting regardless. Like, yes, players do play a bit more aggressively, maybe comps will be a bit more messy, coach will have more impact, but it does mean something about how the teams handle this period, and I think that is interesting.
Yeah, let's be real. Like, one of the equalizers is that there isn't that element of pressure. You don't have to literally look across the stage at some legendary player who comes in while you're just a guy at your third big LAN or something. So that will, on some level, take away from like the gravitas of the moment. But I actually kind of agree with Forrest's point there. One thing that's an upside, actually, is it also means because there's not the same sort of pressure and the fact that you're in a conflict environment, in theory, now you might see players who might play terribly on LAN play to the maximum of their potential. Also, because we're online and people can connect from all over the world, people like Daps, who are actually in Arctic research stations locked in a closet, can actually still play in the tournament. So that's pretty cool.
I think
it's going to be like
one is that we may be able to actually see some ninja diffuses and some knife plays, because it's so hard to pull those off on LAN when the audience can react and the players may be able to sense that that something's going on. We may be able to see some really flashy stuff here in some of these matches going into it.
But
yeah, I'm sure
that's the one thing that's going to be really awkward.
It's going to be fine.
Think about how awkward it's going to be that the Astralis players are going to have to listen for like a fan in the distance with a megaphone, like it's behind the wall. Going to be really hard for them to play like normal.
But also, the two new players for that roster going to be able to fit into the system, right, Duncan? I mean, that's what we're going to be trying to figure out here. And there have been quite a few roster changes going into it. These are some of them, not all, but some of the roster changes for these teams going in throughout this period. And there's been quite a bit of it. Is there anyone that stands out for you in particular here?
I mean, the fact that we see Olof Meister is probably the most crazy name in that list. That being said, he had a really hard time recently, so when he announced that he was taking time off, I think I understood. I think the people in general understood. Also, Alex obviously leaving Vitality was a big hit for the lineup. You could see that they are struggling. Apex stepping in as the in-game leader is not something he wanted to do by essence. He kind of had to take these responsibilities for. So this would be the two big shocks, but also some very interesting changes in the coaches, for example. Amapet moving, Kassar leaving. There's a lot happening. It's kind of a mayhem situation.
It is all over the place.
Yeah, I actually think
we're going to get to talk a little bit more about later. Then go ahead, Thorin. Go ahead.
I would also echo, like, I think the coaching change could be very, very interesting, because on the one hand, listen, 100 Thieves willingly chose to let Kassad go. It's not like he just left himself, but I actually have that guy as like the second best coach in the world after Zonic, so I think it's very hard to lose someone like that and be as good. So I'm certainly interested to see what will Amapet bring to that team. Obviously, people have memed that he's going to research all the demos and stuff, but actually with such a laid-back team, I'll be interested to see if he can find a different angle to give them success, because I thought what Kassad did there was miraculous in that organization.
He really did turn it around, but one of the major ones, and that we didn't even really touch on in this roster change, but at the top of that graphic, Astralis, they went ahead and changed out two players. Two players have actually said that they need to take time away from the game to recover, stress, everything kind of playing into that. But we're going to be all watching to see. Astralis have two matches today coming up, and we'll see how they perform. But we've also had a moment to take a look at some of the players themselves, and I'm sure we have a video for that now.
Maybe you're new to Counter-Strike and you're not sure who these guys are. This is the best 5-man roster to ever touch and play Counter-Strike.
They're not even at their absolute peak at the moment. They make most of the finals. If they make them, they win most of the tournaments. And they have the best map pool in the game. So what really more can you ask of these guys?
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Dupree's gonna have a big job to do. He's scoped in, he misses the first shot. Magisk is blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. Glaive again, and a 1 versus 4. Map 1 is gonna go to Complexity.
What a way to win. This is where they need to close it out. Don't ever give Astralis a chance to get back in the game. Oh my God, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
Seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Astralis are still the best team in the world. They just had one off day. Expect them to bounce back today.
They're not checking it. That's a one. They line up for him and a beautiful triple kill. And indeed it is 16 rounds for Astralis. 16 to 9. And Na'Vi take us to map number 3.
Astralis crumbling a little bit under the pressure.
Frey, Electron says, that's it, 16-14. Na'Vi do it.
Very rare they ever lose to Na'Vi. So these aren't even Na'Vi maps. Like, this just shows you Astralis, the team from last year, hasn't yet arrived in 2020.
And so that was Astralis' performance in London, where big upset loss to Complexity. I think that Thorin, you yourself said that that could be one of the top 5 upset losses in CSGO history. But I want to get your thoughts real quick on this new Astralis lineup that we're going to be seeing play today. And Maniac, let's start with you. What do you think? Is there anything that's really standing out for you here that we need to keep an eye on?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit disappointed. I feel like I fell into the trap of thinking we would have a rotating roster. That's not really what's happening right here. Now, if you just consider this lineup, what strikes me first is that the structure of Astralis is completely shaken. Right? Not only do you replace extremely powerful and valuable players as Englaive and Zipnix, but the roles they were having in that lineup and in the functionality of that lineup is absolutely massive. Thorin said it in one of his very great video. Glaive is irreplaceable. That's just it. That's how it is. End of the story, period. And then Zipnix was playing one of the most or hardest position ever, and he was doing it with the efficiency that we had never seen before. So now you're gonna replace these 2 extremely key players. And even if the players you brought in are, not that bad, although I think Yugi has, is past the deadline when it comes to Counter-Strike, but it's so hard. I don't know how Astralis is going to look like. That is such a conundrum for me.
And,
as I want
Thorin,
to do,
I'm pretty sure that you had a comment there as well going into this. It was that they suckered us, that we kind of bought into this idea that Astralis were going to have this rotating roster, and that wasn't the plan at all to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, unfortunately, like, that's just the nature of PR. People are going to spin things to always seem like a positive. So in this particular case, I mean, it's inarguably a negative to lose the best in-game leader of all time and probably one of the most irreplaceable support elements in the game, in the history of the game. And that's 2 of the members of that core that's won the 4 majors. So in that kind of a scenario, if you're going to try and spin it as a positive, you're going to have to make it all about the fact that you're helping these players by giving them the time off and that they need to go, and then maybe some angle of you trying to work other players into the line. The big problem for me is, let's just get down to brass tacks. This isn't Astralis. Like, I've joked, it's Astralis, isn't it? Like, it doesn't have the in-game leader who's the genius. And then part of what stole so many extra maps when you're having a bad game is Zipnix wins you like 3-4 clutches in a game. So the players they've brought in, it has to be a totally different lineup for me. Like, Snappy's certainly be a competent in-game leader. He's never been an in-game leader on the level of Glaive, though. And then Yugi is primarily an AWPer. So do we go to Device as a hybrid like 5-6 years ago? I think there's a lot more questions than there are answers for Astralis right now.
It really does leave us wondering, especially if you're going to have all of these role swaps coming in as well. I mean, they're going to have their work cut out for them, and especially when you start moving into the online format as well, where things can get a bit more chaotic. Already, things may be a bit chaotic in the back lines for you, trying to sort things out, the team, and then you're going to get some crazy plays on top of that that could really throw things out of whack. So Astralis have got their work cut out for them going into their matches today, of which we get to see 2 of them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I agree with you. I think that obviously in terms of protocols, they will not be the Astralis that we know. But then this is where we might be reminded of how great these players are. And I'm talking about Device, I'm talking about Dupree, I'm talking about Magisk, because they might surprise us, right? Because we have this idea of Astralis who are playing the most perfect Counter-Strike ever, and it is actually correct. Most of the time, that's what they do. But I think we are forgetting that these players can take over games. And amidst chaos, amidst chaotic situations, I think a Device, or Dupree specifically, like Dupree, Mr. Savage, when it comes to Counter-Strike, I think he could have something to say in this more open field Counter-Strike and this online Counter-Strike. So let's not discard him quite yet, but I agree with Duncan. This isn't the Astralis that we know. This is a new entity, that we need to understand.
Yeah, I'd also say, like, this is an example. I kind of agree. I echo what Maniac said there. Basically, I would take the big names, Magisk, Dupree, Device. I would just turn them loose. Like, these guys, if you remember, when they were back in the Dignitas TSM days, they used to play more skill-based anyway. They weren't as rigid tactically. So we know they can do it. I will just say, when they had those blast scores up there, I'd love to know in what universe Snappy is only 2 points below someone like Magisk, Dupree, on any kind of a metric scale. So maybe that's just how much the blast person likes them. I don't know, but I expect the big names to have to carry Astralis if you want to see them win some of these games.
Well, during the break, we were actually able to catch up with Snappy and ask him about his role here and how he feels going into the match with Astralis.
And you yourself are an experienced in-game leader. We know Magic at the moment has taken over the in-game leadership. Have you guys had like your involvement been added into this as well for working on tactics and getting you into the team? Or have you just focused on filling the boots of Zipnix?
I'm mostly focused on just filling in for Zipnix, but there is a few things that they felt like they needed and I had some good ideas. So, but mostly it's I'm just filling in and making this in control. So I'm not helping out really with the in-game leading. Also because Zipnix has like a role where he plays a lot alone. So I just try to give the best information I can, and then Magisk will try to lead us through it.
So does that align? Does that align? I mean, I see
what is
already.
that? What? Listen, Snappy, I know you played 1.6 with me, mate, but you're such a boomer. You're working on like a Motorola flip-top phone now. What are you doing? Like, where's the quality? Like, we have all amazing 1080 pixels and everything can FaceTime. Like, you're like, hello, is this thing on? Can you hear me? If I say, like, no, the interesting thing to say there was, obviously that's an element you have to remember as well, which is technically they've been using Magisk as the in-game leader. So maybe Snappy is just a role player in this team, which isn't, he's not a terrible fragger for an IGL, but you would expect also if you're going to work with Yogi and people, he'd be the IGL. So if they're implying that it's going to be Magisk still doing it, I think that's also an interesting wrinkle.
Yeah, and just to bounce back on that as well, I think if you're going to put someone in Zipnix's position, which obviously will have a lot of responsibility, of autonomy in the choices that he needs to make, then you need someone with a high game sense. You need someone able to make these kinds of decisions. So it kind of makes sense to take an IGL or former IGL into former Snappy, because he will be at some point just left alone and he will need to figure out, okay, what's the best move? There's no protocols in place. I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to do, so he needs to figure out the solution. So in that sense, I kind of like the Snappy move. And I also think that, as we say, Magisk is going to kind of figure out how to be an IGL, and Snappy will definitely, step in and help. What's happening? We can't figure out a solution, then Snappy can come in.
Well, Astralis are in Group A, and we're going to go ahead and start moving on. We're going to have more time to talk about them, of course, because we're going to get 2 matches with Astralis, so we're really going to get to a little bit of time to actually delve into it. But as far as this group and the standings are concerned, this is where it's sitting right now. Astralis, obviously, it's all blank. We haven't played any matches yet, but these are the teams that are in the groups. And so Fnatic and Mouseports, Mad Lions, Dig, and Virtus.pro making up Group B. Going to be a lot to discuss there as well, obviously. But let's take a look at the seedings next and figure out who's sitting at the top of the pack and why.
Ooh. Okay, interesting. I think it's interesting to see.
Yeah, Astralis sitting at the top.
I mean, Fnatic Mouseports in the top 3 makes sense if you disregard the past, 4, 5, 6 weeks of Counter-Strike, which have been very chaotic for them. So I actually wonder if the poor other teams in that tournament will pay the ultimate price of the frustration of Fnatic and Mouseports, Because they were coming here frustrated.
Maniac, it's worth mentioning, sorry to cut you off, but it's worth mentioning that the teams have seeded themselves.
Ooh.
These are the teams deciding this is where we think each team is at right now in the rankings.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's
so
actually
maybe
pretty
that
relevant if you think about it, because that essentially suggests that teams like Mad Lions, NIP, ENCE, who, listen, from recent form, maybe they deserve with Vitality to be bumped up a bit, but actually those teams, that suggests to me they either expect the bounce back that you're talking about from Fnatic and Mouse, or maybe in scrims directly those teams have already got some of the things fixed and we're going to see better form from them here.
Well, Fnatic and Mouseports are now in Blast, so that's the big meme, obviously, that everybody's been getting on top of. Haha, great, they're in. But they've been going through their own struggles, like Maniac just mentioned. Past couple of results have not been fantastic for either roster. And we even have something from Kerrigan himself, leading on Mouseports, where he said that he had to take a break, something that Zipnix and Glaive are having to deal with right now on Astralis. They're not the only ones who are going through this grind right now. And Kerrigan himself has mentioned it in the past that he needed to take a little bit of a step back at one point and rethink the game and unwind a bit.
Well, Here is one of the trick about going full online, right? When you are a top player before this unfortunate situation we're in, right? We would go to an event and you'd have some days you were traveling, some days off, and then you'd play Counter-Strike to the max and you have like a peak in terms of focus and investment. You go back online fully, and then one of the first idea you might have is, hey, we can use all that time to practice a lot. Let's do it 7-8 hours a day. We do a lot of scrims, we watch our demos. You can actually fall into the trap of being burned out because you don't know how to use all that time, like all that space for activity. Then maybe you misuse it, and that might be the case for some of these teams.
Yeah, I think also you have to say, like, people also have taken those travel days and they've just shoved a load more Counter-Strike in there. Like every tournament, we're just playing a million matches. The formats are getting crazy. Now you have more teams in some of these playoffs. So I think actually that's one of the reasons why it sounds like when everyone's at home, why is anyone getting burned out? But I think what you're seeing is that with the amount of playing time that you're having to put in, just in officials, if you remember back when the 2 online leagues used to run a couple of years ago, that's why teams eventually got so they didn't even scrim sometime when they were at home. They would just play the official match and test things out in the game. So if you're scrimming and doing these games, which listen, some people are fighting for contracts now, they definitely are. I agree. I think everyone's actually at a limit of play, probably above what we normally see on LAN. So I think we haven't quite figured out yet, because anyone know how long this would last, how much online CS is kind of healthy for these teams.
Well, here's one of the teams that has actually benefited somewhat from this online CS. You and I got to talk a lot about them recently, Thorin, but Mad Lions. I mean, these guys have come to life, and they seem to be really doing well with Cillian taking the reins of the team.
Yeah, I think it's actually been beautiful to watch them play, because when they had Hunden, you didn't know how much of their success is just tied entirely to him. Like, he obviously was like the guy, the genesis of the team comes from Hunden, from his vision for the game, scouting the players, putting them in the right roles. But that doesn't mean no one else can be the in-game leader. I think what you've seen is Hunden set the table, and then Cillian's come in and done an amazing job, actually. He seems to have barely missed a beat. I think actually his own individual level kind of made up for what Hunden couldn't bring to the team. And so for me, they're still kind of in a similar place. Like, I need to actually see them beat those top teams before I really can believe they can be like a top 7, top 8 team. But they're right on the brink for me. So this is a perfect tournament with some of those teams out there, the Fnatic and Mouses, who are in poor form, where you can leapfrog them at least online.
Especially because they're going into Group B, where perhaps they may have a better chance of it. I mean, if Fnatic and Mouseports are looking a little weak, a little fizzled out, Dignitas still waiting on the big results from them, this could be an opportunity. I mean, Virtus Pro as well, rounding out that group. So, I mean, this could be a big opportunity for Mad Lions to really come in here and take the group by storm and make that mark for themselves. And we're taking a look here at the rest of the teams that are going to be competing here throughout Blast Premier. But, you know, Virtus Pro now in the mix as well. But now I think we're actually going to take a look at our predictions for the results of the day.
Oh, no.
And right now, I mean, the first line right there already. Thorin, you're standing out, buddy. You're going against the flow.
Listen,
yeah.
I'm
I
going to
saw
draw you in
on Twitter
the
as well.
first game. And all you need to know is, after one game, I could be insufferable. So let's see if I can do it in record time here. The Finns are going to take me there.
Oh,
dude, I think you and I predicted opposite every single game apart from the last one. All right, then.
That's all similar, you know, ice and fire. Just, you know, it's the contrast that makes our relationship.
Maniac, you have faith in your predictions? You're thinking this is looking solid?
Well, I took some risks, definitely. You know, the Nip pick obviously is a risky one, but I do believe that might be, like, all the constellation, all the stars might be aligned, pun intended, for NIP to create the surprise here. I do hope, and I do predict that Fnatic will bounce back. Same goes for Mouseports. But I could definitely be wrong. And I think the fact that we have so many different predictions is actually a good sign, a good tell of how crazy today is going to be. Because it's not like a clear-cut scenario where we all know what's going to happen. It's like billboard, like, yeah, just get on with the group stage, like we want to see the playoff. That's not the case at all. Like, we disagree on what's going to happen, and that's a very good sign for the spectacle.
Yes, it's definitely going to make for interesting games. But before we get into the action and the pick ban, etc., leading up to our first match, we have to take a quick break. And so thanks to our sponsors, Betway, who are obviously providing the odds, and we'll hear more from them after this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right? Let's go.
Okay, boys.
Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes up. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. We are going to be getting into our first match of the day here at Blast Premier, and that is going to be Vitality versus ENCE. So there's going to be a lot to discuss. I have it here in the lower third as well. ENCE versus Vitality going to be kicking it off. But there has been some movement on Vitality, as we see here in the lower third. I mean, Alex no longer in the roster, and the team seems to be having its ups and downs. So, Maniac, I'll start with you. What do you think about the French roster and what they're going through right now?
Well, I think they're in shambles, right? They might see the light at the end of the tunnel. The recent results have been a little bit better. If you're Vitality, obviously beating ENCE, beating NIP online, it's not too bad. But a player like Apex, who used to be very aggressive, very autonomous, is capable of finding solution in the attack, obviously, but now having to be that in-game leader, I think is a huge change for him and a huge responsibility. And he's going to have to step up massively if he wants to keep his individual level, because so far, what I see from the stats and what I see from Vitality is that when they're having a good time, he's free-flowing. He's at the peak of the attack, he's being very impactful, but when they struggle, he struggles. And this is exactly what happens when you have a player stepping in as an in-game leader, because suddenly things are going wrong, you do not find a solution, but you still have to contribute individually. And I think Apex still has a long way to go to be able to fulfill that role, but that is completely normal.
There is going to be a bit of an adjustment period for him, certainly, and this is live footage as well, and that is one thing that we're going to be kind of adjusting here as we go along with Blast, is that we're getting footage from everybody who's competing in this tournament. Alongside the commentators here, we have the players, and this is them live at home, camera footage of them competing. So we'll be cutting to that throughout the show and throughout the match, and we'll see how obviously that plays out, and if we can get some good reactions on the stream for you guys. But Thorn, would you agree with Maniac? What's he saying here as far as analysis is concerned when it comes to Vitality and where they stand right now?
Yeah, I mean, the big problem for me was when I heard that the in-game leader is going to be Apex, I already had my concerns. Like, he's not really the sort of person, when you even just hear him talk, he's not really like a thinker about Counter-Strike in the same sense. He's definitely contributed in the past. Like, I know he's been the secondary caller in the Maniac Titan era, if we go back to 2015, but that's a different scenario when you're a secondary caller. Like, for example, one of the famous things if you're a hard entry like Apex has been is sometimes your in-game leader tells you to basically run through a brick wall 5 times in a row. If you were that in-game leader, you might be tempted to say this isn't working after 2 chimes, stop doing that and switch to something else, whereas maybe the in-game leader saw something that hasn't been tweaked elsewhere in the lineup that would have made the tactic work. So I have my concerns there. The new guy, Mistua, I think quite frankly he's just not ready for this level. He's very young. From what I've seen, like, it's looked pretty underwhelming in a lot of cases, and basically we're back to where they sort of were before Alex became this really great in-game leader, which is ZywOo can carry them against the teams that are sort of like, let's say, like position 6 and below, but if you put them against the best teams, you can pretty much predict them to lose. So I have a lot of question marks about Vitality. ZywOo can do a lot, but I don't think he can necessarily win this kind of a tournament for them.
And so we're going into the predictions next, and this is where it's all going to boil down. And I know that you took ENCE in your predictions, Thorns. I'm really excited to see how this plays out, obviously, in this first match, and if this is going to back up and speak to the current level. But let's talk about the bans and the picks and bans right now.
I mean, you know, it's BO1, so people have heard us say a million times, you often end up in middle ground. In that sense, I do believe that Nuke could be a possibility, Overpass could be a possibility. This would really be like the neutral areas. I don't see any team getting, you know, surprised or tricked, but, you know, that's the BO1 veto in a nutshell.
I think Nuke would make a lot of sense for both teams. Like, actually, it's one of those ones where amazingly ENCE are the ones who choose to ban it, because it's actually the map I would expect them to maybe even pick at certain times in a scenario. So Mirage is obviously on the table right now. Like Dust 2, obviously, you know, Vitality 1. So here's the scenario. If it's going to be Dust 2 because basically ENCE chose to ban Nuke. But that means that also ENCE had to know we're picking between Nuke and Dust 2 potentially here.
I agree with you. And also, if you look at the past BO3s that these teams have played, ENCE had always picked Mirage. So if you're Vitality and you end up with Mirage and Dust 2 at the end, you've basically won your veto, because you know you're never going to allow Mirage to go through. Why would you give the opponent's pick? So you go on Dust 2. It's very skill map based. So, you know, I think if you're Vitality, you have to be somewhat satisfied with that veto.
Yeah, is this where the individual talent on Vitality can carry through?
Well, here's the thing. I think certainly ZywOo can be a monster on this map and take over. But actually, this is what's interesting. Even though Vitality's been winning this map recently, I also think one of the other equations with ENCE is they've just got Yampi into the lineup. So this now a potentially super powerful double op setup. I actually think the skill level, I put slightly over on the edge of the ENCE side. So I think this is a map where there's big upset potential if you had Vitality as the favourite.
And as far as ENCE is concerned, I mean, Alu right now, is he going to be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the Frenchmen here? Is he showing that individual level Maniac, or are we going to be keeping our eyes on some of the young guns?
Well, Alu is definitely the one to look for in terms of, you know, ratings, and past 3 months he's the one at the top. At the helm, obviously, he's been the best performing player there with the AWP, so that is the plus side. I agree with Duncan as well. I think Yampi is definitely one to look for. His numbers have been really good. The first 8 map he's played with ENCE in officials were all above 1 rating. So that is an already very healthy sign, having a youngster coming into the roster now. My one question for ENCE is actually Sergey. This is the player that I want to see perform more, because I had at some point I thought, you know, Sergey was going to be the next big thing. He was taking over games when we had ENCE winning like crazy games. He was the one out fragging, super fragging, multi kills left and right, and he's been kind of silent recently. So is this the online consequence or not? I'm not exactly sure, but I need to see beast mode Sergey. I don't think just Alu performing with the AWP is going to be enough. Sergey needs to be a winning condition for ENCE.
And would you agree with that, Thorn?
I certainly think if they want to beat some of the biggest teams in this tournament, they need to get that guy back online. I also think that this is going to be a big consideration for me going forwards. Is some of the things I heard from my little birds in the scene were basically that Sergey was someone whose style was heavily impacted by what Alexi B called and how they played in the game. Now, I won't go as far as to say he was literally microing, but this is a young guy. This is a guy who'd never been anything before this team. So I'd heard basically that like maybe some of the communication elements of Alexi B was what set Sergey up to be so good. And I have to say, ever since Alexi B left, I haven't really seen the star player that guy seemed to be. He seemed to be like at the time you would have said Brolan was the Swedish Sergey. He'd come up before Brolan. He was this like monster up and coming star player. He's going to be the best in the team. Now it's Alu who's the best in their team again. And if anything, like I alluded to, I'm looking for Yampi to be the guy who's also going to step up. So if Sergey can contribute, then there'll be a very very powerful team. But at the moment, it's you kind of take it for granted that he's not really doing much on the server at the moment.
Is that going to be your X factor, given that you predicted ENCE for the win here in Vitality? Is for you the focus going to be entirely on Sergey? Is there another element that's standing out?
No, it's just mainly, it's a skill factor. I actually think ENCE has the more skilled lineup overall. Listen, when you're one really good skilled player as Ewu, you can still accomplish miracles, but all it takes is that guy to have one off day, and a team like ENCE can sneak right through the door. So I don't take the recent results as kind of gospel. They'd really just got Yampy into the lineup. It's Vitality. I feel like they're somewhat plateaued. I don't know how they get to the next level right now with this lineup, but ENCE, I actually think that they have a lot of potential to grow. They already were almost turning the corner before they got Yampy mixed in. So I think actually this could be a kind of like a new renaissance period for ENCE.
And Maniac, you have quite a bit of experience with the French team. So, I mean, there's some insight into how ENCE have been going. But as far as Vitality are concerned, would you agree that the plateau has been reached for them, or is there some way through?
Well, I think there are two avenues of development for Vitality as of right now. First of all, it's, as I said, Apex getting more and more comfortable in his role and being able to individually have impact while he's the in-game leader, and that's not a small feat at all. I might just say that in one sentence, but that's a big, big accomplishment. And the other one for me is the man we have on camera right now, Shox, right? His numbers have been better ever since Alex left. Does that mean that he has more space in the game and he maybe has more, I want to say, primary choice in what he's doing or not? I'm not exactly sure. It's a bit too early for me to tell that there is like a direct trend. But if Shox was to perform a bit better, because let's be honest, he was disappointing when he joined Vitality. I mean, I was the first one to be excited about Shox joining the team, and he hasn't really delivered. If he can, and if he does, then that is definitely a plateau that Vitality could push forward.
Well, that's definitely going to be something that we keep our eyes on here as far as this match is concerned. Vitality and ENCE. Right now, we're waiting for the players to finish with the knife round, but I think we're on the way. And so now I get to hand it over to our commentators. Thank you, Thor, and thank you, Maniac, for your analysis going into the match. We're going to hear from you after the match, but now let's throw it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses, to kick off the Blast premiere.
Listen, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm in a vague place at this point. Vitality, I've got it up on my screen. I've got the best green room in the world, which is my room right behind me. So, I mean, this doesn't get any better than this, Anders.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. I feel pretty good as well. It's been a while since I've been watching this level of Counter-Strike, so I have high expectations. Could also mean I'm going to be really disappointed. We'll have to find out. We'll have to experience this together. So big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be ENCE starting on the CT side. Vitality are going to be on the T side here on Dust 2.
Oh, this is going to be excellent. There's so many question marks around both of these teams. I love the way it was outlined on the desk. Here we are live into the pistol round. Vitality and ENCE to start off the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. And Alu right off the bat is going to get involved. He's pushing into Lower Dark. He's going to have so much information. And you have to imagine Yampy and Sergey are going to start pushing in towards Upper Dark to get all that information. But Alu can spin and look towards Catwalk as well.
As he can. He's still not really catching anyone, so at least he's going to have confirmation. Listen, guys, there's no one on this side of the map, but now, as he turns around, you see that smoke just fading. He must have seen that jump. He knows he's calling it in over for long, where Sunny's hanging out. He's going to get it traded right away. Shox turning around. That Glock doing so much damage, while Saiwu is taking a couple of kills, and that's going to be 2 versus 4 now, as they're getting the bomb plant down, and Vitality in a very powerful position.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just powerful. They're in a victorious position. They have completely turned around. Nice, easy tactic, walking up Catwalk. 3 kills for Zywoo, 2 for Shox, as we heard Maniac, the big question mark of Shox in this game. He at least delivers right now in the pistol round. And that's absolutely perfect for Vitality. A great start for them, and they're up 1-0.
That's a good way to get started in the game. They're going to really enjoy that part. Who did you pick winning this? I kind of forget.
I have Vitality winning this. I have not put my faith in ENCE at the moment. I haven't seen enough to quite be convinced. These teams have played each other a number of times in 2020 already, but we can hold that thought. We'll talk about it a little bit later. It's a full investment for ENCE in this round. They've got CZ, they've got 3 Deagles, and a Scout. And Shox is holding on to Lower Dark again as he pushes closer up to the door. He would love to pounce on Alu.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Sunny taking 1 down. They want to keep going. Another kill from Sunny going through the smoke, and that's beautiful. Apex trying to do the best that he can out long, but What a dangerous scenario. Down in middle, Gen.G going down, and that'll leave Sergey to get at least a kill with the Deagle. It's still a 2-on-2. Health favoring Vitality. Ooh, and yeah, Misato is going to be overwhelmed. Misuda, sorry. That's going to be a rough way to go in this second round. 1 versus 1, and even if Sunny's on 2 health, he could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, it's all going to be down to timing between him and Apex. This is one of those awkward 1v1s where they're so far away and there's so much time to burn before they actually make contact. This is just a coin toss. Although I play that Apex is making, he's going to the complete map, and if you're Sunny, like, your alarm bells are kind of ringing. He was last spotted out towards long. You know he could move anywhere across the map, but do you expect him to actually go all the way through the B bomb site? This is going to be wild.
I mean, with the bomb in middle and 30 seconds, yeah, it's definitely going to get crazy. He's walking into the right angle. He's got the right idea, Apex. He's not checking for it. Finally, he'll see him. Oh, man, that looked like he was camouflaged somehow up against the wall. Scary scenario there.
You could just see, that's exactly what we mean by a coin flip. He doesn't even spot Sunny. Like, the first, 2 or 3 times he scans past his location. And Sunny just never expected that. What a great round from Sunny, though. This is the other side of the coin. When you talk about wanting to see a better level and improved shocks, it's the same thing for Sunny. Ever since sitting out for so long and rejoining into this ENCE roster, the roster he was waiting to find space in, this isn't the same Sunny that we saw previously on Mouseports and some of his other teams. He needs to step it up as well.
He definitely does. I mean, there was so much hype right after his long hiatus, so I want to see that too. Apex doing a fine job, and the cleanup will be swift in the middle, as Vitality only suffer the 1 loss here as Apex goes down. That's a much cleaner round. I guess ENCE just wanted to get through with it.
Yeah.
And they're going to pick up that AWP right away. Actually, a second one. Wow, straight in double orb.
Yeah, expensive right off the bat, but I like it. It's aggressive as well. These two teams have played 3 series in 2020. The most recent was at DreamHack Masters. It was a 2-0 for Vitality. They did play Dust 2. It was a 16-9 victory for the French side. So, I mean, let's see if they can replicate that, but ENCE surely know what they're up against in this series, or in this map, I should say.
Sunny winning the fight out at long, which we don't see all of the time now. It's actually a little bit tricky to try and do. Aerial throwing the smoke, and Apex was ready to pounce on it. That would have been such a good idea if he could have swung to take the fight. I think he would have probably won it, but he might have been a second too late. Now RPK, as the smoke is fading, walking right into that AWP, and there is a bit of a setup here. Misuda trying his very best to try to bring back. He has to get this kill, but the flashbang is so good. And that was Alu from middle throwing it for his teammate. That just set it up perfectly. Grenade will take care of the 1-0, but it's still a 1 versus 3, and he's not going to make it out. Saibu not able to clutch it for his team. That was a tall ask anyway. That was a lot that he had to do.
That was a risky peek from Alu, though. If he gets that kill, takes no damage, he's actually not set up in that deep bomb site. Yeah, tough time getting out of long. Even though Sunny was completely blinded, he still recovers at the perfect moment. So 3-1 for Vitality, but they are stopped by that double up setup, but now they know what they're up against. They're no longer going to be caught off guard and surprised by that. They can craft some strategies around exploiting the lack of mobility. And look at ENCE, 4 players out towards long A, 3 to commit to the corner, to the cross in towards pit. That's a lot of manpower early on.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's great because it's going to be hard for the T side to know that they're here unless they actually go check it at some point. But, you know, they don't have the information that we do. If they did, the amount of sort of open strategies that are in front of them suddenly would be kind of huge, right? There's so much you could do if you know that they have 3 long, but it's not always so easy to find out. They're going to leave 2 there, and I guess they're going to start to pull Alu. He could have pulled him a little bit further back with the AWP so he can cover that catwalk. But, yeah, they are really leaving a lot of the map open right now for Vitality, it looks like. Surely that's not going to keep going, is it?
No, probably not. But Apex and RPK, Misuta as well, all up on catwalk, ready to go. 1 player at railing, that's going to be Alu. In support, he'll have Aerial juggling between catwalk and lawn, but they certainly want some initial success from Alu. Flashbang's going to force him off the angle. Here's the first peek. It's actually Misuta who's blind, and Alu goes back for more. A double kill, and he misses an easy sitter, but off the bomb is RPK, and now he's just got to hold on for dear life, and he's not going to get anything done. 3-2 for Vitality.
Wow, I almost wonder if the fact that he didn't show himself when they were actually running out of the smoke up on catwalk meant they weren't ready for it. I think if you'd taken a couple of shots then, they would have had maybe, you know, 1 more flashbang or a smoke or something to try and block him off, but I don't think they even really were aware of it. So that's so much impact from having that up on the ramp.
I think they're gonna want to start throwing that Molotov as well. Maybe they just didn't have it that round, but they were missing that standard fire we see to prevent that kind of constant repeaking from Alu. And obviously, the first flashbang was perfect for Alu, but all the follow-ups didn't even touch him. Sunny is about to farm some kills, farm some photo. Ooh, I say that, but he gets wrecked.
You jinxed him. You absolutely jinxed him, Jason. That one's on you.
I'm good at that.
And
listen,
also,
it's a 3-on-3, and ZywOo has an up now.
That's not good news. I mean, it's one thing for Sunny to have a little bit of a bump. That's fine. I mean, that's not going to be a big deal. But this is the problem. ZywOo not missing many shots, and he's taking down Aerial, leaving the way open for the A-bomb side plant here. They're going to have it, and it's going to be a 2-on-2. Now, there is a smoke and a Molotov left on the ENCE side. So if they can get a kill, they could definitely do a lot with those grenades. But they have to get past this AWP, and look at how aggressive he's being. ZywOo nearly running into both players there.
Yeah, but not in a position now. Being passive inside the bomb site, that shocks. Now ZywOo at least knows the location of both players. Missed the opportunity. He's got to be aggressive, and he knew it. He had to go for the repeat because he was going to get split from 2 different angles. And that was a portion of that position, is you don't have a lot of space to work with. Trapped once the initial contact is made. And ENCE have tied things up.
That's a scary round, but, I mean, winning a couple of rounds here, tying it up, yeah, as you said, 3-3 to get to save the AWP, and they have another one as well. So, yeah, a little bit of a bump in the road there in that round, but they still have won 3 rounds in a row. And, I mean, I think more importantly, all of the team is sort of alive. I guess the same is true for Vitality, but there's no one that's just, you know, slow to start here, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, and oh my lord, another flashbang comes out. Sunny is going to get dropped immediately this time. No chance for him. No chance of recovery like last time. The boost up. Aerial knows there's 2. He's waiting for the peak, and he's shut down as well.
Yeah, odds seem to be favoring Vitality a bit there. I don't know, though. I mean, I picked Vitality too, but I think ENCE have been showing some impressive stuff online in the last couple of days, so maybe shouldn't completely underestimate them either.
Well, Yumpy has been one of like the big success story for ENCE. Ever since he's joined the roster, he's been a great individual for this team. And obviously we know the skill of Yumpy even before he was involved in the roster. But 9 of his 11 first maps with ENCE have been positive ratings. That's the bomb down. Alu with a late peek, waiting for ZywOo, waiting for the follow-up. Vitality cannot let the success of holding on the long slip away. And Alu's going to find another one. Now they punish him. But Yumpy's here as well. And ZywOo misses a peek.
He walks right into it. Oh, he could have had that kill. The young Finnish player, that could have been a big opportunity there. Instead, it's RPK swinging just wide enough down the middle. Sergey will pick up Misato, and now let's see. Oh no, it's just a one-on-one now, and ZywOo is low on health. The grenade, oh, it almost could have caught him then. He's going to be low on health regardless, but the bomb is still in front. I don't really know about this. It's a one-on-one with low health. If he misses the shot, and he will, Sergey going for the triple, and he'll take it. That is a huge victory for the Finns. I can't actually believe it.
I think that's Vitality being a bit uncomfortable with maybe this style of play that they just brought out. Remember, when Alex was on this team, we saw how aggressive and how nonstop they were when they like to take that long corner. This time, they win the initial battles and they slow down. Not necessarily a bad thing, but they can't ever press their advantages. You're letting Alu repeat with an AWP so frequently. He's able to get 2 kills when you're in a 5-on-3 advantage. You had what, ZywOo was in the long cave, not peeking with the op, not holding the corner, and that's just way too much space to give over to Alu.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy, wasn't it? Because how many people were out there? Like 3 or 4, and they were just waiting to get picked off by Alu one at a time. It wasn't until he'd taken down 2 that someone reacted.
Up until that point, it was perfect. They'd gotten into position, and once they knew that there was still presence at long for ENCE, they were constantly flashing, constantly peeking with those. The fact that everyone stops after that, even on the first contact with Alu, that's too much. And you just let ENCE kind of rotate into a perfect position and shut everything down. So a very good round for Alu, but I think a tactical mistake on the Vitality side.
P250s and a single Tech 9 and a fair few grenades. I mean, Vitality have been pretty good at doing damage in rounds where they've had limited equipment, so I don't blame them for trying to put on some pressure here. And I mean, they have enough money to buy in the next round anyway, so it's kind of a calculated investment that they've got going on here. It's fine, I guess. It'll be fun to see if they could actually do something with it. Setting up for maybe just a... Oh, they're going to double smoke middle, in fact. So that gives them some room to work with, unless Sunny's going to show up here with the MP9, in which case that's going to be gone pretty quickly. He'll shoot them in the back. He's jumping down. There's a good kill. And also Yampy and Sergey coming in to help out. So far, Superstar is the only one getting a kill, and he's actually going to pick it up. A double with the Tech 9. That makes me very happy.
Sunny's flanking up for Dark though. Sunny's going to stop the... Oh, no, he's not. He missed the spray just a little bit. RPK's surely going to go down. That's a nice attempt and pretty decent damage done, especially with the plant on top of it. However, as this lead for ENCE starts to grow, they've now won 5 straight. They're going to be on fire. I believe we're still doing that, even though it's transition online. 5-3, and the money is growing as well. So ENCE is very, very solidly in control of this map.
Yeah, they're starting to be off to a very good start, and it's not like Vitality are really lacking in the kills. I mean, that'll happen sometimes if you see a team winning 5 in a row. You could look at the scoreboard, and the losing team will have almost none of it, but they're putting up kills. That's not the issue right now. It's just some of those really close rounds here have just gone the way of ENCE, and Vitality have got to start to feel the frustration of that. Let's see. Down the middle. No one challenging Saibu.
Oh, did Shock see the leg? I think if he saw the leg, he's certainly calling for a pop flash. Oh, it's a dry peek. Maybe he didn't spot it. Maybe it's just over-aggressive. But Alu is starting to warm up with the AWP, and that is not a good sign for Vitality.
They're right inside of the smoke. Yampi, oh, the flashbang will completely ruin his day. That could have been a beautiful, at least a 2-for-1, but that actually was so well timed by Vitality. They were right on the lip of that smoke when it faded, and they were ready to pounce on it. Now they're inside of the bomb site, and if they get the bomb plant down, ENCE might even want to discuss whether or not they want to try and retake this. They don't have that good of an economy. At least 2 of their players are very poor, so throwing away these rifles could be a big mistake.
It's all onto this flank. If ENCE is going to go for this, it has to be success on the flank, and ZywOo had the bomb this whole time. So actually, his eyes were taken away from Ariel's position. That's a great kill on Alu. Right through the smoke. Masuta as well shuts down Ariel and closes out the round. Sunny needs to back away, and there's an op in front of him if he wants to pick that up. But he's going to prioritize his life, so... Gonna try and escape. One player coming towards lower dark to keep him boxed in, and Sunny goes down. 4th round for Vitality. They're back on the board.
That's a good round to win, but there's a little part of me that can't help but think if you replay that a couple of more times, there's one of them where Yampi just, pulls the trigger and is able to get and maybe the whole thing just falls apart. Look at how close this is.
Yeah, I think the big failure for Yumpy wasn't, unscoping or anything like that. It was, he thought he was behind the box, so he was trying to get into cover, and I think from there he kind of panicked with how he played the situation. When he came unblind and he realized he wasn't actually in any sort of cover. RPK counting flashbangs, counting utility out at long. He's also got the bomb leading the way, and here we go. Sunny's gonna turn around. 1 player committed in the pit. That's Ariel. The defense is gonna crumble. Good shooting from Masuda.
Yeah, again, it's so hard to hold that long position. I don't know if that Molotov that went through would have ever done anything. It just seemed to me like that was going to be out of position no matter what. Shox is moving closer. Friendly flashbang coming in, but no one there to peek behind it. And Shox is just sneaking around the box. I can't believe he's still alive and just buying even more time. But out long, while he's doing all of this, they're not even moving.
Yeah, well, I love the play from Shox, but I don't know why he played it so scared. I love the idea of getting in and trying to beat that defender. That's the ideal play for Shox. Get him in those one-on-ones. Let him find that individual fight and open up the other side of the map and wreak havoc.
Yeah.
But why is he so scared to actually take the fight?
I don't know. He could have, he could have definitely done something there a little bit more, but also the rest of his team were just waiting while he had at least 2 people preoccupied. Patient play there for Alu. I think maybe ZywOo trusting a bit too much in that Molotov being down. The grenade on top of Masuda is going to put him down to half health. But in the middle, Apex patiently waiting on what a reward. A big double kill. Both of them headshots. And now Alu in a 1 versus 2, and he's starting to get really uncomfortable. He jumps down. Has he lost his mind?
I mean, it is Alu. We know those plays are going to come out. The answer is most likely yes. He has indeed lost his mind. But what a big save for Apex. Those are the scary things for Vitality that I think are holding a lot of people back from feeling any kind of confidence for this team. The play from Shox, instead of actually fighting, be sneaky and trying to be clever with it, he had about 3 opportunities to swing and commit to that. But also ZywOo trying to make the run towards, cross Catwalk's vision despite it not being safe. There's a couple small details that Vitality just let slip.
I actually can't believe he just jumped down, but why not? You're right, it is Alu. trying to pop some heads down from the lower part of Dark, but only able to get the one there. It's a bit of a shame. I did get 2 actually, Apex, so I guess not all bad. 6-5 is the scoreline here, and I don't know, that was 5 in a row for ENCE, so you know, maybe a couple of people on the Vitality side were starting to get a bit nervous, but now they seem to be back in the game. It's a really even opening we've got going on.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's been some pretty big swings though, right? 3 rounds run by Vitality, then 5 straight for ENCE, and now 3 in a row again for Vitality. And they finally not broken the economy, but they've diminished it enough to not have to play against those AWPs, and certainly the double off in ZywOo. Some bullets through the smoke. Yumpy's gonna win that.
Oh, it's close,
if
wasn't
you're Apex, you feel so good about committing to those fights to the smoke when you're Apex, and then you always lose them.
Yeah, well, he's got a certain style as well, Apex. Like, he's used to being the guy to go down first in a round, I guess. I mean, the sort of the downside is they don't know how much damage they've really done to Jumpy either. So I don't know. That could be an issue, right? Maybe if you knew you could try and exploit it, try and put some more pressure on. Nice job on the ult with Sergey, but he's going to be going down. Masuda able to hunt him right afterwards, and Shoxy really, really wanted to turn that corner, but he's going to regroup with the team instead. It's now 4-on-3 with just passing a minute, and I mean, they have enough smokes to try and do a similar play as last time. They could put that forward smoke, you know, sort of right outside of the B hallways and just flash their way through into B.
They could also go for a mid to B split. They have a smoke on ZywOo and Misuta, who's in upper dark, so it's ZywOo going to be coming out with the AWP. The problem with this play with the AWP is you can't really be aggressive into the site with the AWP, but you can throw a flashbang from mid. There it is. It pops right in. It's perfect. Sunny's still turned, and Yumpy is cleaned up. That is a great entrance into the bomb site, and ZywOo just bails out, doesn't commit to mid whatsoever. I love everything about that from Vitality.
Yeah, that was incredibly sexy. I mean, that's worthy of a replay at the very least. It's one of those things, again, that'll probably go missing over time, but one flashbang, he tossed it all the way from middle, and what a touchdown it was. That it did everything that it needed to. That's incredibly well done. And again, just think about it from, you know, if you're inside of that bomb site, if they throw the flashes from B, they sort of have to bank them off the wall, so there's an initial sound cue that you can turn around for, but when it comes from middle, you're not going to be turned around at all.
No, you're ruined. Well, actually, ironically, Sunny was turned. He just never really knew if there was going to be a second one coming, right? When you expect those flashbangs from the B hall, there's a sequence of like 2 or 3 that come in. So he's waiting for that second or third pop. It never comes, and he just gets sideswiped. Great entrance from Masuda again. Great assist from ZywOo. And great calling from Vitality. Now a firm lead and a firm control of the upcoming rounds. 7-5.
That actually was very cool. I'm glad we get to catch that on the camera down the middle there. That was a nice setup. Crossing through the middle.
And also, not only a nice strategy from Vitality, sorry to cut you off, it's also, I mean, a great recovery from a 4-on-5 scenario.
It's true, isn't it? Not necessarily that easy. Yeah, I mean, I even thought, you know, if they go for the mid-split, it's going to be just Shox alone running up there. That's also risky. But he found another way. See, they're clearing out the catwalk. ZywOo down the middle, taking down Sergey, trying to bring it back as aerial, but they're not really getting control of this fight at all.
That's a great round from Apex. Another double kill coming in support, swinging and trading off Masuta's attempted entry. 8-5 for Vitality now, and man, ENCE need to find a recovery very soon. Just Yumpy and his Deagle spotted out. Triple kill for Apex in the round. 2 for ZywOo as well, and they've got a 3-round lead.
Yeah, they're building it rather nicely at the moment. I still think it's a pretty open game, but I'd obviously love to see ENCE pick up another round. They're back at the double op setup here, and that's something I think we could just expect to see them on a bunch of different maps, and I wouldn't want to try and talk them out of it either. I think it's a good call.
Well, it's what got them their 5-round streak early on. We'll see if it can help them salvage these final 2 rounds of the opening half. Here at Blast Premier. Yumpy, did he notice Masuda getting into that position? This is dangerous. Masuda can still jump up. It's a lot of faith. ZywOo, deep angle at the base of catwalk. There's the peak, and that's fast.
Yeah, he's very fast and even had the right idea there on the CT side. He definitely knew what was coming. Now the problem is it's left Sergey alone inside of the B bomb side, and I mean, if they go attack him right now, he would have to have a truly heroic performance to get anything done. Otherwise, he's just gonna go down and they'll have to save the round like immediately. There's no point in going for this. Just call the retreat right away.
Yeah, you have to call it a... Oh, but Apex is gonna shut one down, sees another out towards long, sees them both. And Vitality have so much money. This is a hunt situation. Shox is already here with the lurk, and he's got them both. Who needs the hunt when you've got Shox in that position? 4-round lead now for Vitality.
Wow, that was, again, just a couple of really well-positioned kills. As soon as they got Jumpy down the middle, Sergey was alone in B, and no one could even help him. They weren't even able to sort of run to try and save him. That's kind of tough. 3 orbs and an auto sniper. Here we go, Jason. I hope you're ready for it. Down the middle. Oh no! It's the scout on the other side.
Alu.
How is that possible? They had all that firepower.
That is the most Alu thing I've ever seen in my life. With a scout, no less, as well. Oh, dear.
That is
all right.
ridiculous.
Well, that's awkward. We saw Vitality recover a man-down situation previously. They've got to try it again. And again, it's Yumpy as well for ENCE with very low HP.
Sometimes, Jason, it's not the size of the gun that matters. It's, you know, we have evidence.
How you use it?
It's how you use it.
Classic.
Yeah. Apparently while running or something like that. Oh, man. 15th round. Alu attempted to be boosted up, even though they're kind of messing it up. I'm impressed that they're sticking around. Like, normally when you fall off those boosts and you start to mess it up, just let go. Don't keep forcing it.
They haven't... ENCE hasn't heard anything on this map. I don't even necessarily think they know exactly what Vitality's up to, or maybe they possibly do. There are 3 players defending Catwalk at this point, so at least at the A bomb site. Aerial's going to have a decent battle out here, and obviously if they don't check this corner, it could be an absolute slaughter.
Quick trade out long, and that'll give up at least where part of the push is. Down the middle, though, Apex just waiting, and that'll net him a free kill. No one there to revenge it at all. Alu, the scout worked well in the beginning, but this time it's going to maybe be a little bit... Oh, it's going to be just fine. He'll take down Saiwu, and that will end it at 9-6, slightly favoring Vitality. That's a great way to end. We will go to a quick break, and then we will be right back with the second half. Stay tuned. Perfect.
Are you... Is it Yumpy or...
Hi everyone, my name is Christopher Gertrude Allison. I'm from Dig. I'm together with Device from Astralis, Akon from Mad Lions, and with Creams from Fnatic, and doing some sort of a cool showdown between us 4. And we're gonna shoot out here and just doing our own thing and just hit it. Come and catch me. Everyone. No! You missed him.
Vi er i gang, så laver du.
No! Yes!
Oh my god, I'm red shot. What the fuck?
Why am I even seeing crimps on my side? No.
It's in Windows. No, it's good. Oh!
Another one.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck.
Window.
No!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality versus ENCE here at Blast Premier. Jason, how are you feeling about that first half? It ends 9-7, just barely in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought there was some very cool stuff from Vitality. Obviously, a powerful double upsetter from ENCE on the defense as well. And I just enjoy that this is looking like it's going to be a close affair down the stretch into this second half pistol round. And ENCE being very cautious. 3 players still deep in T-spawn.
Nothing spectacular coming out from the CT side. I mean, we've got mostly armor, a couple of flashbangs, and then the diffuse kit there on Apex, so you need to try and find a position to be in. But they've left a lot of the mid open here. I mean, again, you just want to use the range of those USPs, surely, if you're a Vitality in this particular round.
Oh yeah, and they're set up, I mean, close to perfect for that. The closest player at the moment to contact is ZywOo inside of that A bomb site, but even he'll get, you know, plenty of opportunities to pop away, although that P250 on the other side can be very deadly. ZywOo against Alu. The timing of this peek is everything, and Alu is just crouched and waiting for the headshot angle. Now, ooh, that hurts. He had it lined up. That's going to be frustrating.
He had the right idea, but wasn't really able to get it, and that's going to give a big lead here to the CT side. Now they're rushing the B bomb side, and they're going quick at it. Masuta already taking down Sergey. Shox can't see anything, and as he's unflashed, he's going to be dead. Masuta, though, in the back. Oh, no! What a lineup! 3 kills at the end, a quad kill overall, and that's a way to win a pistol.
That is some disgusting play from Masuta. Some fine pistol work. Man, at the back of the platform as well. The first one into the holes, as you can see, and this is just so precise. These are tough shots to hit, and if you miss any of them, you probably run out of ammunition at the end. What a great round.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Because that actually looked like that could have worked out. As soon as they got Shox, I thought, okay, if they could also get Masuta down, then they could get the bomb plant, then it's a tricky retake.
I was thinking maybe he gets one more and it's going to be, you know, a bit of an easier retake, but still tough. And I mean, the fact that he just shuts them all down is fantastic, obviously. M4 in his hands as well for his trouble. He's got all the money for head armor and the M4 as well. And ENCE is going to slowly sink and kind of converge together towards middle. Couple players in lower dark at the moment, and 3 players going to be moving up catwalk slowly but surely.
Yeah, that was quite something.
I don't know, this end game looks like it would be a mid to B split. Maybe have a B split come from someone dropping off catwalk in CT spawn. They've got 2 smokes and a flashbang, but they're still spread upper dark and middle.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it could definitely end up that way. It makes sense if they're clearing out the catwalk like this. They've shown themselves a little bit in upper dark, but I don't think it matters. I mean, you know, one deagle being fired from there is not going to give it all away. That drop down though is a little bit uncomfortable.
There's a lot of pressure on Shox right now, and he's not having the best game in the world. Only 6 kills, but if he goes down too easy again, it's going to be Masuta who's called upon to do something spectacular. Flashbang out mid. Oh, he's got a peek with it. Vitality taking matters into their own hands, and you have to appreciate that. Masuta's down. Shox needs more. Doesn't commit to the swing, doesn't commit to the fight. They're going to go for the retake.
Bomb plant's going to be happening right now, and there's Apex going down before the rest of the team really shows up. I think he was maybe a bit too committed to that fight. That HE grenade on Saibu is not going to kill anyone. It could do a lot of damage, but they're going to be waiting instead for the upper part of this push to come through. So they're going to be retaking 2 from upper and 1 from the doors, and we'll see how it goes. Alu being baited in that first shot. He stands up, and there's the grenade to take him down. Saibu with a big double kill. Nearly a triple, but Sergey's in a lot of trouble here. He's low on health. They've picked up the kid inside of the site, and I don't... Oh, no! He takes down Shox. That's unbelievable! And now he's trying to go up through the window, just hiding, buying time. RPK can't find him. This is so well played. And RPK, he can't do it. He has to run away. That was absolutely godlike.
I have no idea held onto that. An insane shot through the door. And Vitality probably felt like they had that one the whole way. I mean, again, they did so many things right. The nade combination with the peek from Upper Dark. Zaiwu coming in late to help bait to get into that site. I just cannot... That's an incredible display from Sergey.
It absolutely is. That was a lost round the whole way through, and then he shot him through the door, and that changed everything.
That's got to be so frustrating if you're Vitality. Oh, I mean, even the pop flash peek from Shox early on in the round was perfect. RPK, if he could win this battle, they've got a real chance. That's the only rifle. That's perfect. Now he's got to back away. Ariel's quick. Quick with that peek, and the scouts aren't going to do anything. Ariel's going to hold down the trigger, and he's done massive damage.
Good recovery from losing initially that fight at top mid. And you're right, that M4, I mean, they can't even really go and pick it up. You can see Apex really wants to. I can't believe he wins it with a 5-7 instead. Now he's got the M4 back in middle. He actually does dink, or at least tags Ariel down to 7 health. Triple kill for Ariel right now, and it's a lot of output coming out from this Galil. And now they're running into the A-bomb side where nobody is.
Yeah, I mean, they can just hit tab and they see it's Shox and Masuta, who they've met at the B-bomb site as those primary defenders. And the two of them are taking things very slow towards the B-bomb site.
Wild
There's still an M4 on Catwalk that can be gathered, which would be a pretty decent find for Vitality in a losing effort.
That's, I mean, that's on the really chaotic ground here. It looked like ENCE were in control of it, but definitely some moments where Vitality could have changed it around. RPK, I don't know, I feel like he could have had some more backup when he was up there. Like someone, there could have been both people from middle could have done some more.
Or just someone on Catwalk to watch Lower Dark to make sure that that follow-up peek can't come in right away. Obviously, not always, you don't always arrange those kinds of things on an eco round like that, but certainly with that 1 M4, that was a weapon to be cherished and protected.
Yeah, you would think so. Well, the bomb's going to go up, and it will be an 8th round for ENCE. And they're building a pretty decent-sized economy behind it. See what Vitality are able to do once they get some funding themselves, which is not happening yet. They do have that AK-47 on Shox, and Masuta also with an M4. That's a lot to bring out of the round. That's actually impressive.
Yeah, I don't know if it's enough to fight with. A couple of deagles are nice. They'd still have to have some very good individual efforts, some very good kills from those deagles, maybe a 1 deag at some point. 2-round lead for Vitality as we're heading down the stretch of this opening map today.
Well, Alu's gone. That was that was a pretty casual kill coming out there from RPK. Good 1 deag. See how much pressure that's going to put on ENCE. Down the middle should be... Oh, yeah. Wouldn't want to take that fight either against the AK-47. But they're giving them all the long control, which doesn't have to be a disaster. I mean, you can justify doing that on the CT side, saying they can have long as we can keep CT spawn and Catwalk. But they don't have any grenades on Vitality side, so if they give them all that control, how are they going to get it back?
Oh, there's a gap in that. They've missed through the smokes. There's a huge gap in that. Half of it is entirely missing. Good kill from Yumpy. Now it's all on Shox, and he's overexposed. He needs to get into a safer position behind the flames, but ENCE still have not committed to this boss yet. Meanwhile, everyone from Vitality on defense. The boost works. Now into a 2-on-2, but Masuta's got the openly rifle.
Wow, Sergey taking him down. That's going to make a big difference there. From a 2-on-2 into a 1-on-2. Apex, I don't even think he saw that. It looked like he was missing...
he was prepared for it.
Yeah, he even did a little face there. He wasn't exactly excited about the whole thing. Oh, man. It looked like he was just looking the wrong way or thinking about something else at the time. 10-9, though.
Here's what's wild. Vitality to me has looked like the better team in terms of their strategy and their tactics and their plan coming into this game. They've done so many things right, but even in all that correct plays out of Vitality, they're still losing a lot of these very close rounds. And that's gotta be worrying. That's the recipe for disaster.
You know what is comforting during, all these really uncertain times is the fact that Apex still has one of the most memeable faces, even during online Counter-Strike. That makes me excited to just... some things stay the same, you know.
Yeah, it'll never change.
Well...
Alright, mid-control for ENCE. They haven't pushed out towards the Vitality side of the map, but gonna try and push back any defense that would be on Catwalk. There's nothing there, so it'll be an easier type of things. Aerial clearing close mid as well. So if they want to fall back into mid to B split, he probably feels that's available. He knows nobody's close up gathering sound cues and information.
This is still so open for another B split through middle. If they figure it out, they're doing all the research in the beginning that you want to do, clearing out Catwalk, making sure no one is in upper dark or right outside of long, and then they could go for it. And that would be very, very tough for those inside of the B bomb side to try and hold on to. See, it's happening now. There's the initial smoke up towards CT spawn. Flashbang to set it up, and Apex walking right into the initial shot, and Shox, he's up on the scaffolding. That's a lot of damage being sprayed through. They're actually dropping quite low behind it. Shox maybe being set up for a bit of a victory here, but he can only get the one, and now they're coming through the smoke, catching in the window. RPK, what a hero jump. They would have lost the round. If they would have got in there and got the bomb down, that would have changed everything. But now instead, there is a definite chance. The bomb is on the outside of the B bomb site, and they're trying to see if they can fight their way back, and they are doing that. Sunny and Alu with a 2-on-3, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, holy cow. Again, Vitality doing so much right. It's astounding able to win that one. Bomb is dropped outside during a mid to B split. That is generally just a straight up loss. More often than not. Great shooting from Alu, great shooting from Sunny as well from window, and ENCE have tied things up.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? I mean, what are we witnessing?
It's what we just talked about. Even Vitality making the right decisions and making the right plays at the perfect moment, and it's still not getting them rounds on the board. That's 2 tags for Alu through the double doors. Shox at 29, Apex at 28.
Yeah, he's made his point, guys. Maybe don't give him any more of those jumping, past. You're just encouraging him. Shox, hearing the steps, would love to try and go for that 1 dig. But yeah, it does feel like Vitality could position themselves so that they're in a slight lead, but then some of the firepower on ENCE here is absolutely terrifying. I wonder how to deal with that. I mean, the problem is as well, now they're on the CT side, so they don't get to make, as many calls as they could have on the first half, right? Now they're a little bit more the victims of having to wait around.
Yeah, I think they're fine with that, though. I mean, they've actually handled that portion of things just fine. It's the later stages of these rounds where they seem to be dropping everything. Sunny gonna jump up and find a freebie. Good kills to build on top of that. But what I mean is, remember, they had the round, they had like a Sunny in a 1 versus 3 at the B bomb site, and he gets that kill through the door, and he wins that round by time. They just had that 3-on-2 where they eliminate the mid half of a mid to B split. The bomb is dropped outside window, and they lose that. Another 3-on-2, another man-up situation. So Vitality's finding themselves in situations where they have the man advantage or they have the positional advantage. It's just getting ripped away by solid individual efforts from the ENCE guys, and that's terrifying to me.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The nightmare maybe continues out on long. Everyone is flashed. No one can see anything, and Sunny will still find a kill through all of it, and Ariel will be there as well. Huge victory, a 2-for-0 trade going on there. Guess not really a trade at all then, just theft, really. And Sunny and Sergey will eventually go down. Cyber will fall next by the truck. There is nothing really covering him there. 2-on-3, but look at how low half of them are on ENCE.
It might not even matter. It's all down to Masuda. He needs to really hustle with the flank if they're going to go for this, and they're backing off. They're going to save this round, so ENCE is going to have a 12-10 lead.
They're being bullies, aren't they, Jason? They're just forcing their way into this game, ENCE.
They're getting helped a lot, though. I can't. Like, it's almost one of those things where now I just can't stop seeing some of these weird decisions by Vital. Like the Apex there at the long. I love the delayed flashbang to retake long on the CT side. I love the aggressiveness to wrap around that smoke and get towards the pit. But pretty much the entire magazine is sprayed into the smoke as he's getting into pit. First priority there should certainly be get into a safe position where you can take a comfortable fight. And no one from Vitality at long actually did that. One fighting behind the smoke, getting spammed through. One spraying into the smoke as he transitions into the pit, and even ZywOo right at the end tried to take a shot through the smoke as well in a hectic situation.
I can feel your frustration, Jason. Don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel about Vitality. You're building, you're sugarcoating it for us. You're trying to be nice.
No, it's like the big picture stuff for Vitality is like fine. It's those small details that I feel are just not all the way there just yet.
Okay, well. We'll see if it continues, or if they're gonna adjust those small things. They've had some. I mean, the outcome they may be small, but the actual results could be pretty huge, as you could tell in that last round. Again, Yampi making his way out. He has got Sergey ready for a flashbang for him, which is going to be in the air right now, and that is still not going to be enough somehow. RPK had the angle just in time. That's actually pretty fortunate.
It's gotta be frustrating, surely, especially when you see the blind icon pop up. Good kill from Sergey. ZywOo's gonna move in next to try and recover that weapon. This is a winnable round as well. An AWP and 2 rifles.
Yeah, they could do almost whatever they want in this round. Vitality, they're lacking grenades, but in terms of firepower, I mean, they could definitely be dangerous. 5.7 on Apex, still not such a bad pistol at all. He did some work with it earlier. More than a minute, or just a minute now. And ENCE are maneuvering across the map. Look at Upper Dark.
Yeah, Masuta and Apex are playing this so well. They stuck around in the B bomb site for enough time because they realized ENCE saw so much presence out towards long. They might try and do a contact play or a timing hit at that B bomb site. Now shrinking the map. When they have no pressure, when they see and hear nothing, it's time to close the gap. You can have an early flank and you have tons of information. Shox is in the perfect position with that AWP.
Actually is 29 seconds. He's still gonna have to get one of the early kills here. Misses the first opportunity. They're getting a bit closer. Not gonna miss the second one. Masuta going down, but Shox is still here, and none of the grenades are hitting him just yet. He's crouched and waiting 18 seconds, and now he's here in the bomb plant on the other side. He wants to move, try and find a kill, and he's just a half a second closer in there, and he would have got Alu. Instead, it's Apex running up, and that's great against the AWP with the 5.7, and they'll take the round right back here. It's now 12-11. Great comeback into this round for Vitality.
This has to be where the fortunes switch. Remember, Vitality won the pistol in the second half and lost the second round immediately. That's 6 rounds straight for ENCE to gain this lead, but this has to be where Vitality comes back. They've just been gifted a free AK-47, a free AWP as well, pretty much a free double op setup. And remember, they saved that op on Shox in the previous round, so it's been a while since they've had to dig into their coffers in a big way. And they're just 1 round back.
And this is, again, really close match to begin with here on Dust 2. Love to see it. Been seeing too many one-sided games lately, so I'm excited here. Alu goes immediately for it. I think he just maybe spotted someone before he was flashed, but didn't want to stick around for more of it. And it's a very similar setup once again for Vitality. Not with anyone hard on the middle, but more lean towards A and B.
Okay, well, I think the difference this time, instead of Shox, it's ZywOo over at the B bomb site, so you can do some things with that. Shox is going to have to face off against this run boost. He'll see it cross, takes a shot through the wall. Yumpi's going to press the issue. He's already swinging wide out towards elbow, and they've got control of the A bomb site. That is a nice play from ENCE to get in here so clean, so easy, and even one more kill on top of it.
Yeah, he kept running. He knew that he had him locked in there, and it's very hard if he had to run up there, Shox. He would have been in trouble if he'd start backpedaling towards long. So that's just him running with it. He just saw the opening. I'm not even sure that was necessarily part of the plan all the way through, but once he had Shox pushed off, he's like, I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, well, I think it honestly was part of the plan. I think when you do that run boost like that, especially because he landed on the stairs and you see that up, you know the follow-up play is to drop down and throw the Molotov, and they know they can beat that timing. The big win came in when RPK fully evacuated long A and tried to come back to the bomb site to stop that. RPK needs to just anchor out towards pit, hold on to that for the retake. Him and Apex a bit over eager to get involved in the action.
Yeah, you could definitely be right. I mean, that's And that call has to be made pretty early, right? If he gets stuck out on long, you're sort of wandering around, not sure what to do. That is a huge issue there. Misuta currently at 20 kills. That's pretty impressive, you know, all things considered here. But 13-11 for ENCE. They are 3 rounds away from picking up this map.
Peux pas faire ça, putain!
Did you just hear that?
I did. I have no idea what he said.
Did the world hear that?
I think the world heard that as well. I hope they did. Let's just listen into Apex every time something happens.
Yeah, an Apex feed. Timeout called by Vitality. I mean, listen, the crazy thing is they've got a whole lot of cash built up, even in losing some rounds, even not being able to build up any kind of a streak. So they're actually sitting in an okay place, even being 2 rounds back going into round number 25. But they've had enough of. I mean, Vitality can no longer have a situation where they play it right and lose the round. They've given up enough of those throughout this map.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Ooh, double grenade on Masuta. Down to 50 health before anything happens. But now here's the return. Molotov on top of Sunny. He can either use a smoke to get rid of it. No, actually, it doesn't even spread far enough. I thought that would have done a lot more damage. Now they're going to come through instead. They don't care about the damage. Masuta, in spite of the low health, getting a big kill there with the M4A1. And he's going to pick up another one, actually. Sorry, it's the M4A4. But regardless, excellent kills coming through here defensively for Vitality. It's finally Sunny starting to reply a bit. The bomb, though, it's going to be another 10 seconds before they can put it down. They're going to have to wait for that Molotov and then go and pick it up.
That's pretty good teamwork from Shox and Masuta, but still, it's a different retake on the speed. Wonder if they're gonna pounce as soon as Sunny starts putting the bomb down, if they're just gonna plant this and come on in. He taps it. Oh, there's the spray. He could have doubled him up, but he ran out of bullets. 1-up shot towards Halls. It's a 2-on-2, and RPK tried to be the hero. It's all on ZywOo. Sunny very low on HP, and Alu is covering from Halls with the up. He missed his chance, but ZywOo can't do it. What a hold from ENCE, 14-11. And Vitality finally now, I think they're fully pushed over the ledge.
Wow, I can't actually believe they actually have a lot more money than I was expecting. I'm kind of shocked. I guess they have the round loss bonus still sort of in effect from earlier. They never won enough rounds to actually reset that. That's kind of impressive on its own, but my god, that is... Yeah, that's a huge turnaround. 2-on-3, and they managed to pick it up. And I think you're right. If he hadn't run out of bullets, he would have got both those kills as they came through the smoke in the door. That's shocking. Out on long, RPK just keeping an eye on it. Not actually trying to hold. A very different setup for Vitality, though, with 2 in middle this time and 1 on catwalk.
Oh, that's ZywOo trying to do way too much. He wanted to find a pick for his team. Apex is going to recover the op, and oh, he actually tags him through the door. That's not bad at all. Good follow-up kill.
Yeah, it's going to give them something to work with. A 4-on-4 if nothing else, but RPK is still feeling lonesome for backup. He's inside of the smoke on his own. Didn't even see them. I can't believe it. Oh, that has to be a resolution issue right there. I think otherwise he would have definitely known. Looks different on his monitor, ladies and gentlemen. It's Masuta, though, with 2 big kills. Make it a triple overall in the round. He is a hero. He is the hero right now for Vitality. Sergey in a 1 versus 2. Still with 50 seconds. He's going to pick up 1, but he can't get it. A quad kill instead for Masuta.
All right, things are getting wild. Things are getting heated here to start Blast Premier.
Getting real freaky.
That is a crazy way to it's a crazy way to initiate a double peak. Look at Masuta, 26-15, leading the server. He's keeping Vitality alive in this. It's a 2-round lead for ENCE. That is a great shutdown from RPK. That's a very aggressive play inside of the smoke of the bomb site.
Yeah, keeping them vital, Jason, if you will.
Yeah. That doesn't even make sense.
Doing my best here. ZywOo actually missing.
Oh no, ZywOo's in some trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble, but he's got some backup. Masuta can just do no wrong at this point in time. What a godlike performance he's putting on display for us here today. ZywOo, actually, I think he would have been dead if not for that distraction. I think they would have probably flashed him and just gone for him.
Listen, Vitality's obviously not playing the best Counter-Strike they've ever played in their life, but I think you have to admire what they're showing off right now, and that is finally the French scene getting younger and having their young players show some promise. First ZywOo last year, now Masuta. This is a phenomenal match for him. Holding on. Oh, that's a great headshot. One more added on top, and he is dominating ENCE at the moment.
Why is Saiwu jumping and no-scoping? Oh my god, on the ramp. That doesn't even make any sense, but Masuta, you're right. I mean, the French Counter-Strike scene historically has always just been a really dangerous one, but they did have that long lapse where they weren't producing the talent. You're absolutely right.
Well, they were just resisting bringing young talent in, and the players that they did bring in weren't delivering on the potential. Now you have two players firmly in Vitality who look good so far. Masuta still, we need to wait for the final verdict, but ZywOo obviously the best player of 2019. He's still a very impressive, a very scary AWPer, but Masuta's looking like he's got the right stuff, at least in this map.
They've broken the economy on ENCE. Back to Deagles on their side. This could be, yeah, this could be everything that we would want here. Could be 14-14 by the time ENCE could start to pick up some rifles again, and then, I don't know, it's anybody's game. No AWP currently in rotation on Vitality, so you'd love to see that back in play.
Yeah, I think they'd love to see it back in play as well. I think they're just waiting for that moment. ENCE has actually done a very good job of chipping away round after round at the money that Vitality has. 3 players on catwalk for this ENCE attack, 2 players in mid. They've got the 1 flashbang, so really putting a lot of faith in these Deagles, putting a lot of faith that Vitality is going to give them a mistake that they can exploit.
Well, not gonna happen for Ariel. He wanted to jump down. Apex, 2 big kills. He's out in the open, and they want to try and see if they can test him. And he's ready for that all day, pretty much. Sunny, I can't believe he actually got both those kills. That's pretty disgusting.
This is an absolute disaster for Vitality. This is exactly what cannot happen. Sunny with just a Deagle, 2 kills so far. They've got 2 players left. They're not going to build money. The AWP is going to be so far away, and he's got a chance to win. Flashbang is out. He peeks with it. Didn't get a clean shot, and now it's going to be tough. They're very close, and Shox has him boxed in.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, the $800 bonus, that'll help out ENCE. They actually did need that quite a bit. Now they get by pretty much whatever they want here. Tied up at 14-14, but that should not have got that far.
No, I mean, the benefit, Shox said like 6 or 7K, just over 6K, I believe. Drops in AWP over to ZywOo. So at least they have that weaponry. We're all tied up, 14-14, headed into round 29. But we're going to get all 30. And maybe more.
And maybe more. Let's hope so. What a great game this has been so far. I'm really excited. Smoke out for that corner out at long. No one is going to follow in behind it, but they might just want to put some pressure on them anyway. And that could be worth it. 1 down middle, and then 2 in A and 2 out long and 2 inside of the B bomb site. Is he going to try and sneak for the kill down middle there, Apex? That's the big question. Oh no. That did not work out. I think he was just
2 rounds in the last 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 2 rounds in the last 3, though. They found that pick in mid at the double doors in the first 20 seconds. Remember, they picked off ZywOo earlier in an AWP duel. ENCE is, I mean, Vitality certainly giving ENCE a lot of advantages down the stretch.
Oh yeah, and we got to remember as well, it's actually not overtime. It's 15-15. They split the points in this format, so you don't want to be misleading people too badly. ZywOo.
That's my bad.
Well, yeah, you know what? It's fine, Jason. Don't even worry. I realize it's, you're in a different time zone. You've got that covering you as well. Ooh, ZywOo pushing up. He misses his chance, but there's still some backup here. RPK doing his best to stand tall and save his own sniper. And he did get back around the box, but the pressure is still on. Now trading Molotovs. Backup is coming in. They're going to get overwhelmed. Masuta going down, and now it's on Shox. He's the only one here with an AK-47, and they're going to fall back. And this is such a smart move. They could probably win the fight 1 versus 3 against them, but why not make it 100% and put the bomb down in B? That's a very nice call out of ENCE.
Oh, and it forces his hand to just save. He's got the AWP and he's got to just bail out. There's no reason for him to go for this. Look at the money. ZywOo at 750, Apex at 0, Shox at 450, RPK and Masuta at 1900 and 1200. There's no cash flow anymore. All that money that was built up, all that bank that Vitality saved round after round, it's gone. They have players who won't even be able to have a rifle in the next round. So, ENCE have 1 chance and 1 chance only to take all the points in a victory.
Wow, that's completely devastating, isn't it? I actually am, I'm kind of shocked that it's turned out this way.
Yeah, and It's so rough. I mean, these are not easy shots to hit, and I think it's just because of how good of a player ZywOo is that I expect him to do a little bit better. But he had that chance, that first initial contact towards Catwalk, and the over-aggressive play, RPK has to sacrifice himself so ZywOo can get into safety, and that sacrifice wasn't really rewarded in any way. ZywOo never hits anything after it.
Imagine how beautiful it would have been if ZywOo had got the first kill and then RPK could have, you know, followed it up and just sort of kept going and held the line a bit. That would have been nice. Oof. I'm seeing Apex reacting.
It's always beautiful. 15-14 in the favor of ENCE. Round number 30. AWP on ZywOo. SMG on Apex. You've got an M4 in the hands of RPK, but Shox and Masuta equally are going to be fighting with some scraps.
Are you going to want to take the risk in this round and hope that they find ZywOo, or are you going to make sure that he finds something to do with this rifle? You to put it aggressive on Catwalk.
Wait, the AWP?
Yeah, on ZywOo. Like, do you want to go look for kills?
I put. Yeah, I absolutely do. We may not overextend into a crazy hunt, but I tell him to go for a pick for sure. I think at this point, you got to put the map in your star player's hands. You have to give him a chance to win this for you, even though he's seemed a little bit cold with some of his op shots today. I think you still put that faith in ZywOo.
Well, so far they've just kind of, well, they were just escorting him out long. Now they've given up on that. Not quite gonna stick in that position. He's instead down the middle. We'll see how they end up doing. ENCE being very careful, but ZywOo was still finding a kill on Sergey. That was all the way in T spawn.
You have to admire that. ZywOo's been picked off in this position in the second half. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Right out of the air is Sunny. And ZywOo's found Vitality, a 5-on-3. Just don't give it right back to them. Just back away, now you can play standard Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's the crucial thing, isn't it? Just try and get back if you can. I'm not sure RBK really could have. He's stuck out here, and he'll go down. Nice shot there with the AK-47.
Why is the rifle close and the SMG far away? This is scary. Vitality, again, these small details could come back to haunt them. Apex has to play this perfectly.
Ooh, jumping down, and ZywOo with 3 kills in the final round here. They go 15-15 and split the points between them. That was such a high-intensity match. It really looked like Vitality were well prepared, but the firepower there on the ENCE side was incredible. I think if not for Masuta, though, they don't even get close Vitality. He was playing phenomenally.
Yeah, although I think Vitality as a team was playing very well, I thought, and that's going to sound weird. There were just so many small things that happened time after time. I mean, it's phenomenal performance from ENCE, who I came in doubting a little bit. I'm actually much impressed with how they played today.
Yeah, me too. Well, we'll see how it goes after the break. We'll get the analyst in, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! And this is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it
This
is.
is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame hunting him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever, and I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electron saves it! 16-14! Now we do it!
Was ready for Vitality versus Complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
So there we have it, the result of our first match here at the Blast Premier. It is going to be a tie between the two teams, between ENCE and Vitality. That's how it can go in this group phase. We will not be going into overtimes. It will end at 15-15, and the teams will collect the points that they get from that kind of, you know, stalemate. So these are some of the stats that we've seen so far. Sunny sitting at the top for ENCE, Misuda doing some serious work for Vitality. But Maniac, I'm going to turn to you first to get your impressions here of this first match of the day.
Ooh, that was messy. That was messy Counter-Strike, honestly. And for the viewers at home to know, I have the privilege of being able to listen to the team speak as the teams are playing. And I am stressed right now. Like, I am stressed. I could hear the tension in both teams, like communications in general, their vocals. They were so high octane. And I think Vitality didn't realize that at 15-15 that there was going to be the end, there was going to be a draw, because they were all so pumped up about going to overtime. And then one said, guys, I think it's draw. I think we're over now. So I'm kind of taking my breath again now.
It sounds about right. I mean, right. I mean, it even happened to Moses casting in the match as well, where he thought, you know, hey, we're going to overtime. And it's like, no, this is 15-15. This is going to be the format for this group stage that it'll keep rotating. Thorin, you didn't quite get the win that you were predicting, but Vitality didn't win either. So how are you feeling about this first match?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'd just love if apparently you guys speak French. You know, I'm just from England, mate. I just did a little bit in high school. If you could just translate whatever Apex said there in that segment, that'd be great just for the fans to get. So maybe Maniac
something
could
to do
do
with
that first.
horse,
But anyway,
but, you know, that's not important. That's fine.
All right, horses. Not Kishimi has been there for years. So anyway, what I thought was interesting about this game, I saved you there, don't worry about that. What I thought was interesting about this game, I think Jason nailed it actually. If you want to look at who played as the better Counter-Strike team, I'd probably give Vitality the edge there. I mean, listen, Masuta is in theory the worst performing player, but he looked absolutely great in this game. He had a lot of key plays. The problem is, they were playing Dust 2, gentlemen. Like, it's not about who has the best Counter-Strike overall. When ENCE actually had their rounds, like, they hit like a Mack truck on the T side when they were coming in that catwalk area. So I think all in all, the fragging side, I did put over on the ENCE side. Listen, I didn't expect Sonny to be the guy leading the scoreboard. He's also had somewhat underwhelming stats recently, but I thought Ziwu, for the level I expected him, didn't really have as many of the big rounds as I thought he would. Clutches were kind of going back and forth, so I think the result is fair overall, but if I'm ENCE, I'm definitely feeling like we could have stolen that one away.
It does feel like it was within their grasp, and I think something stood out for you in particular, Maniac.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch upon the B takes from Vitality, specifically on their T side, and it's something that we will probably show you a bit later, but it's actually a few of the IDs that they had. Well, this is actually on the defense, but the B side was for me, the key part from both the T side and the CT side. Unfortunately, this one here, that's a huge dropping the ball moment for Vitality. And honestly, that is the story of the second half. Doesn't matter the B side, forget all I said. This here is the illustration of what happened to Vitality. They had many occasions to close out rounds versus ENCE. The first anti-eco rounds, a couple of 3v3, 3v2 here, and I would hear the team speak, and I can tell you this was panic mode. And the coach was trying to calm them down. They were trying to stay focused, but they just could not. And they've dropped so many of these rounds. And that clip right here, I mean, it's got to be frustrating for Vitality.
So now, I mean, that is going to be our first match. And we're going to have a pretty quick schedule here that we're just going to keep rolling along with as well, because we have so many matches to cover in the day. Not only do we have the European matches, but we also have the North American matches that we'll be getting to each day here at Blast. And so it means that we need to be quick and snappy between these matches. Love to talk more about this first one, but we need to start focusing on the second one now. And that's going to be between Dignitas and Mousesports, our second match of the day. And well, we already got to look a little bit about Kerrigan and how he needed to take a step away from the game just to recharge a little bit and get ready for this tournament. I mean, is that something we're going to be keeping an eye on here going into this second match?
Well, the thing
and
about
I'll start with you, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about Mouseports, the first name that we need to mention is Woxic. For me, it's quite clear. He's been the one individually who's dropped off the most in terms of offline versus this online very special period we're in. And the problem for me is that peak Mouseports has Woxic performing like a madman. That is the win condition for Mouseports, because you have Rops. Rops is one of the best players in the world, hands down, no discussion. Frozen, he kind of came into his own recently, but Woxic is the X factor, and he has been missing recently. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have bad numbers, but he doesn't have Woxic numbers, so he will be the man to look for in terms of Mouseports.
And Thorin, is there anybody else that stands out for you on the Mousesports lineup? I mean, to me, it's always a joy to just look over and see that Chris J is still kicking. I mean, this guy's been around since the beginning of CSGO, and he's still crushing.
Yeah, the thing that's rough for me is, like, first of all, Chris J has actually been somewhat underwhelming online, which is ridiculous if you know his history, because he was originally known as Online J. He was one of the biggest onliners in the scene, but recently he's had his struggles, and I think his struggles have been the struggles of Mouse in general, because I thought when they were making those finals, that was actually something incredible I'd put on the resume of Kerrigan. I don't think that team actually had much business being in all those finals in a row. So when you have a squad like that, I think they had just enough skill distribution in the team before. So to echo what Maniac's saying there, Woxic dropping off, not only is a big fragger, but he was kind of like the big time playmaker. If you need someone to win you a massive 1vx, take over a Dust 2 game, you looked to Woxic for that. So I think what you've seen is Frozen's not quite ready, in my opinion, to step into those shoes and be a massive superstar. Like Rops Frozen isn't going to be the 1-2 punch that's going to take over the world in 2020, maybe in 2021, 2022. That's when, if you keep those guys on the roster, they could be very, very powerful. But right now, that guy's still very young, very inexperienced. So the fact that Woxic also takes so many resources, you've got to give him that up. You've got to let him play pretty free. I think that you can't really replace a guy like that. So at the moment, they already had all the roles set in the team. And this is looking a lot more like the Mousesports before they got everything together at the end of last year.
And it's going to be good to keep an eye on him as well, because right now we're going to go ahead and hear from Kerrigan, the mastermind behind the team, the in-game leader, and we'll hear his thoughts now on how the team are doing.
We saw you guys experimenting with some ways you were buying up at times, right? Where maybe the rest of you have full buys and then it's just a pistol in the other hand of other players. What's your reasoning behind this? Are you just trying to work out the economy in a better way?
Yeah, I think it makes us have a good economy in the long run. That means if a guy plays a Deagle, there's a specific way he's going to play that spot, right? He's not just going to run around doing nothing. Or in that case, Chris has MP7 or Mac-10, he goes in first. When it comes to a Deagle, I think it's a really cheap weapon and it can be used really good in close combat. Really Robs and Chris is really good doing that. So it's a way of working out the economy in that way that sometimes we can have a better buy than people expect. And started to realize what kind of economy we have, right? So we're still experimenting with it, and I feel like it have worked out pretty good, because that's not why we lose the matches. Then now ENCE would have said we stop it and we go back to the normal, but we have to balance it good, and people won't realize when we're doing and why we're doing it.
And so a quick word from Kerrigan there going into the picks and bans. We're going to hop right into the pick and ban now, Jen, so I'm going to hand it over to you and you can get it started. What are we expecting here?
Ooh, okay, what are we expecting? I would expect off the bat tactical map. I'd say Nuke is a possibility that's played by both teams. Train could be also like a wild BO1 map, but as we can see right now, they're still in the lead. What do you think, Duncan? Is a possibility Nuke, Train maybe?
Yeah, I think those are most likely. I mean, I'm already interested that Dig actually blew the ban on Mirage right there. Like, obviously, I would wait till the very end. I would try to play chicken with that. No one wants that map in this scenario. So Nuke's already out of the equation. What have we got left at this point in time? Train? Like, I'm actually surprised that Nip's willing to play that at this point in time. That's like a Mousesports staple. They love to go to that map. Listen, it's certainly a map that the guys from Dig have played, but this is actually, I'm looking online now, this is one of their worst win rates in the entire pool. So I know stylistically they might like it, but you're playing right into what Mousesports wants here.
All right, gentlemen. We're running out of time. The match is about to get going, and so I'm going to have to end it here. We're going to try and catch up a little bit later on after the match, but now it's time to get into our first match. Also, be sure to check out the Blast Premier Twitter. We're doing the fan cams, and that's something where you can send in a feed of yourself watching the matches, and we'll show that on stream. So if you're a fan, if you're watching the matches, if you're cheering for a team in particular, be sure to check out the Twitter and get involved. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into our second match here at Blast Premier.
For week 3 of Blast Premier, we've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's going to be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it gets down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Deal? Let's go, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Dignitas versus Mouseports now here at Blast Premier. I'm here with Jason. How are you feeling about this particular matchup?
This is an intriguing one for me. I picked Dignitas to win this. I would have liked to have known the map ahead of time because I'm a little bit worried. Mouseports, as we saw yesterday against Navi, they know how to play some train. But I've put most of my faith in Fiflaren, who's not even actually playing in the map itself. So there's that.
All right, well, that's it's an interesting way of putting it. I kind of picked Dignitas as well, and that's over Dig, and that's, I don't know, part nostalgia. I did it because of Vendetta, who's not in the server either, so we might be sharing some kind of issue here, Jason.
Yeah, we're both complete idiots. Is basically what we've all figured out here. Mousesports starting on the CT side, that'll be a big advantage for them. Man, I know when we were watching them yesterday, Frozen was so good on this map in the series. Kerrigan had some very cool entries as well. Mousesports is going to be a tough opponent. I'm excited. This is the first time, because we were at Flashpoint, we saw Dig play, but they did not have Holzerk. This is my first time casting them with this lineup that they're so excited about.
Yeah, you're right. That's going to be something that I'm looking forward to as well. I didn't even really think about that. Woxic already getting tagged. There is a smoke, but they're not going to respect it. They come through for Chris J, and Holzerk will take him down. Get right. Actually, just continuously running around the corner. He'll get taken down by Robs, and they're trying to get out here, but running into some of those powerful pistols. Frozen is finally down, and it's a 3-on-3.
Look at Kerrigan and Ladder Room, though. That's a huge kill to get. I think Dig needs to find a way out. Right now, bomb is being planted, and this is an impossible angle. That's an impossible situation for Exist. Woxic gonna give it up. Rup starting to push forward, and Exist still not checking behind him. This is all down to timing, and Exist, I think, it's just gonna be a free kill. Here comes Rup, turning the corner, easy headshot.
Holzerk finding one to execute, but the bomb is so far away. They don't have a kit right now, but he still has to get very, very close. And yeah, they're coming off the bomb instead. They're going to have to wait for him to actually go down. They're doubling up on him. He's going to take down one more. And suddenly it's a 1 versus 1. He's still going to go down. Robs will find him and find a kit and win the round. That is close.
I can't believe Rups didn't even just stick that right off the bat with the bomb not planted for Holzerk whatsoever. They gave Holzerk a real chance to win that 1 versus 3, and he got very close. If Rups doesn't hit that one tap, Holzerk can play the time like a beast. 1-0 for Mousesports, but that's a close pistol round.
That really was. I mean, I guess, yeah, he maybe even could have just stuck it the first time around, but a little bit of nerves showing, perhaps. They still end up winning the round. And they buy an exotic selection of weapons here. Just whatever they could get their hands on the CT side.
Now, here's the interesting thing. I still don't know where to put Mousesports, because I know we have this whole online era of Counter-Strike, and we're back to some uncertain dark times in terms of results. But man, they've lost 4 of their 5 last series. They've lost to Mad Lions, Big, Complexity, and Godsent. Their only win recently in a full-blown MR15 series was against Copenhagen Flames. So I mean, they're having just a tough time at the moment getting things figured out, and now even more, Dig has a 2-man lead in this second round. They're about to lose their advantage gained by winning the pistol.
I don't think they were ready for that one AK-47 in play. I definitely don't think he was ready out at Ivy for that boost on top of the smoke. Those are 2 kills that go unreturned at all. Not even any damage being output there from Mousesports, and they are definitely in trouble. Robs could be walking into even more trouble. I think this angle is being held by Freiburg with that Deagle. We'll see if he's going to be able to actually pick up the kill. 50 seconds on the clock. Get right. It's also snuck in behind. Oh, no. He's infiltrated the lineup, and that should be pretty much a free kill here. Oh, setting it up, missing a chance, and missing another one, but finally gets the job done.
Oh, he did such a good job lurking. He didn't even have to have a clean shot. It took everything. Nice frag from Holzerk, and Frozen is feeling oh so lonely in a 1 versus 5, stuck in Ladder Room as well. I love the call from Dig, though. Once Get Right gets that, lands at the inner bomb site, they can just wait. He's got such a powerful flank. There's no reason for them to attack before he's in position. So good call from Dig, a good second round victory.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, again, the start of this round was just pretty much for free for them, so they're going to be excited about that. Just going to tie it up 1-1, and I mean, Frozen, don't know if there's anything he can accomplish in this round, so we'll have to wait a little bit. That's going to, I mean, that if you're Dig right now, the one thing you obviously want to avoid is the theoretical double AWP setup. So when you win the second round like this, you actually push that quite out far into the future before they could do that. And that's got to feel pretty good.
Ooh. Get Right coming in. 1 HP on Frozen. It's all down to timing, and it's not with Frozen at all whatsoever. So we're all tied up.
Ooh.
Good round from Dig. Good kills from Holzerk with that AK-47. He's up to 5.
I mean, he looked...
Yeah.
I was going to say, he looked so confident in the first kill on Kerrigan there. Walking in the main, he was just, I'm getting this one.
Yeah. I'm really interested in seeing how this Dig team performs throughout this spring showdown because, I don't know, they seem like probably the team in professional Counter-Strike at the moment that has the most to play for, protecting like the legacies that they had from NIP early on, but also like I can't think of a single person who necessarily thinks that this Dig experiment is going to be successful. And you have to imagine these players are fighting to prove everyone wrong for the most part.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I actually do feel for them in that sense, because if it fails, then, you know, a lot of people would have said, man, if only they would have done this switch, you know, 3 years ago, they could have actually really built something, and that's a lot of pressure on every one of them, I kind of agree. Chris, though, missing a big opportunity, and it'll be Holzerk to start off the round, taking him down. We've got Deagles all across the board here for the Mousesports side, so some danger in getting some cool 1Ds. Like that.
Oh, nice shot from Frozen. Kerrigan on top of the train. The flashbang destroys his chance at killing Forrest. He's down to 8 HP. It's Toxic and Rops. And they're both back deep behind the trains for the moment as the bomb is going to start moving forward. But look how patient Dig is being on train here after these initial contacts. We've seen it a couple rounds now. They get their foothold in the yard. They get their foothold outside, and they just kind of wait for the reaction.
And that's a good play. I mean, again, the pressure is not on them just yet. Still have time to put the bomb down. Sneaking in underneath all of them is Woxic, and he didn't just want the one kill. He actually wants to set up a whole number of them. See if he could find enough of them. There's one. He turns for it. He's ready. And I mean, he had that pretty well mapped out in his mind, but that was difficult with the weapon that he had.
Yeah, that's just Dig. I mean, even with that kind of a passive setup that I like so much, taking their eyes off one portion of the yard. No one looking towards Old Hell, and he's able to wheel his way into position. 2-1 for Dig, and that second round full investment from Mousesports, Deagle and Armor, that puts a huge dent in the early money for the Mousesports defense. So they're gonna have to sit back on just pistols, P250 on Voxic, USPs on everyone else, and a Zeus on Rops. We'll see what he can get done with that. Rops' play in ladder room is something to keep your eyes on because he's so good in that position on both sides of the map, both as CT and T.
Yeah, you're right. It's actually a lot of fun to watch. So far, he's taken it up over towards the B bomb site, but I tend to agree. It's definitely interesting to see. That early AWP on Holzerk, definitely a bit of a benefit to them. Shooting Forrest in the legs. It's not what I was expecting, but whatever.
Ooh, Forrest gonna turn in. Good aggressive stance. Kerrigan's giving him a dink. Again, Kerrigan just cannot clean up Forrest. 1 HP. How is he alive? I have no idea how Forrest found his way out of that. Freiburg is gonna pay the price instead. And starting to get some flanks coming in. Now Dig just handling these USPs at range. And I think even Holzerk's footsteps gave it away, and Rops does not want to mess with that.
Yeah, he's not interested in that fight. Hard to blame him. Still maybe wants to find a way to use the taser if he can get, you know, close enough. Sap someone with it. Seems unlikely at this particular point in time. But even this next round for Mousesports, I mean, it's going to be a decent buy, but it won't be supercharged, will it? The round loss will have started to kick in, and they've got the money saved there. So we'll see if Mousesports want to go aggressive and play forward towards A main especially. I'm kind of curious about that, or if they want to leave it alone for a minute. Rob's not actually finding anyone. Surprising lack of
that's a little
fight.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad for him. Everyone from Dig, they're playing a pretty disciplined game so far with the way they've been approaching these situations. All 4 players evacuating in the same area back towards T-Con. Rops will get his chance at long range, and Forrest is gonna die to the bomb. That's a bit silly, but he had 1 HP. How are you supposed to know?
I don't know. Take some chalk and draw the outline on the ground. That bomb. I don't know. That's a good point. How are you supposed to know?
I mean, if he pushes far enough away, right, he walks right into the USP from Rops.
Yeah, that's probably what he was trying to avoid. 3-1, and yeah, a buy coming out of Mousesports with. So I'm seeing no defuse kit.
M4s. Yep, no kit, no op. This is going to be a challenge. Good positioning from Get Right. Oh, he's had 2 chances now, and he lost them both. That's a nice frag from Frozen, but he's got more to do. He sees Freiburg over in ladder room. He knows what's coming. Nade is out. Freiburg hasn't peeked just yet. That nade lands right on him. What a headshot. A stunning shot from Freiburg to find the equalizer.
not letting Frozen go. And I mean, that smoke that goes up in main would have been enough to, I think, to let Frozen get away. Now instead, Kerrigan going down. That was Holzerg looking over the smoke, even though it did register as a smoke kill. He definitely saw him over. And now it's a 4-on-3. Chris sneaking close to the main. Oh, you're right. He's already got out there.
It's his turn to make the play. Yeah, this is going to be intense. Chris J in middle, drop by Forest.
And essentially a free setup here. He's calling it in, so even then, Woxic is not going to be able to get any kills here, or shouldn't be able to get any challenges. He's just walking up. They're making absolutely sure. What a great play coming out. And that's the round in their favor. Wow, 4-1 now in favor of Dig.
Yeah, this is a good early showing from Dig here on Train. 4-1. They've taken the guns away now from Mousesports. They've depleted their money again. And Mousesports looking a little bit stumped. I don't know if you had any of these conversations, Anders, when we were actually, I mean, oddly enough, this has happened when we were at Blast in London to start the year, when we were still able to travel. You started to hear a few players kind of talk about how good Dig actually was playing in practice, which, like, not trying to put too much on it, but that was maybe like the first promising sign for this Dig lineup, that they were getting a decent amount of respect from players for how they were looking in practice.
Yeah, and I do actually remember. I remember what you're talking about here, and there was even a part of me that was thinking. I felt like maybe the incentive would be to sort of almost do the opposite for many players, to say, you know what, it's just a joke. Like what an absolute joke team. But that's obviously not the case. I think actually many of us might have been completely underestimating them, which is, I think it's exciting. It's really exciting.
Yeah. We actually had there was a player in the pro scene who actually told us that their utility usage is better than Astralis at the time, which was a little bit mind-blowing. So, I mean, listen, might be hyperbole. We'll see how it plays out. But at the moment, at the very least, 4-1 lead. They're looking much better with Holzerk in this roster. He's 8-1. Forrest is 5-1.
That helps out a lot, doesn't it? If they could just have, I mean, 2 out of 5 do a lot of the fragging, as long as the rest keep up, you know, with the fundamentals and you know, don't make any big mistakes. That's a good foundation, if nothing else. It's looking really decent here. He's locked in. He's got his curtains drawn in his little battle station room going on there, Jason. I like it.
It's the only way to have a proper home gaming setup. Curtains drawn.
Yeah.
All the darkness.
Just only light you need is coming from that monitor.
You know you're getting old when you need the light turned on in your gaming room.
Trying to save your eyes. Yeah. Exist not wanting to take any peeks down there, and there is a Deagle waiting for him. Also a scout in play on Robs, but it should be a 5th round here for Dig if they can avoid the stack that's going on in the A yard.
In theory, yeah. Here's where I think the online play is going to hurt Mousesports and help Dig. As we mentioned, Dig has something to fight for. They haven't established themselves as a top team. Every official game for them matters in a big way.
Yeah.
For Mousesports, who have you know, played so many lands recently and have gotten to the top and won 5 in a row, this online play probably feels like more of an inconvenience. And that's where you have to be careful if you're Mousesports. That needs to be a constant source of conversation for the team to just say, be focused. Don't overpeak. Don't lose your patience in these rounds, especially against a slow-paced Dig team. Just sit back and don't try and do too much.
Yeah, and they're mostly a really young team here on the Mousesports side, so keeping that focus definitely, yeah. But they probably want to just roll out and get some kills and to try and do it. Frozen with a couple of good ones there with the Deagle, and he's still alive, miraculously back here behind the bomb train. Actually, it's a 2-1-3. Some more grenades raining in. He can't see anything at all. He'll get taken right down. Another kill from Holzerk. Smoke fades, and Kerrigan will take down Freiburg. I don't know why he wasn't ready, but he wasn't. Yeah, oh no, another one for Kerrigan. A big double, and that is a steal.
That's a huge steal. That's a great round from Rops as well. We saw him have a phenomenal scout round in Mirage yesterday against Na'Vi. Here again, I think he got, what? I think he got 3 tags, maybe 2 tags and a kill, all from Old Bomb, all from way back down the alley. And that's the one area that Dig did not have smoked off. Good kills from Frozen on the bomb train as well, but there's a few easy cleanups as Dig closes in on the bomb train. Oh, even a Flaren cam we have going on. I'm excited. I'm real excited now. Look at the pacing.
That's
One
really
shot
changed
from
the game.
Force and a response from Chris J. Yes, it has.
Fifi cam. Didn't expect it.
It sounds so cute.
It does. Yeah. We'll leave that alone for a second. Double up now. That was the threat from earlier, wasn't it? It's Chris J and Woxic to pick it up, and that is something that they're gonna have to find a way around here. Now maybe Holzerk just is the tool to get rid of at least one or maybe both of those AWPs. He's been pretty powerful with it. But if not, you know, it's gonna have to you're gonna have to put down some pretty good smokes and do something while they're down. Really exploit that situation if you can. They're waiting around a lot here. They might be expecting some sort of reaction coming out from Mouseports, and it's not coming.
No, not yet, but I think they're also, you know, you're also making Mousesports sweat. And they've rotated a player back towards the B bomb site, so it's just 2 defenders here. When you have this little manpower on the outer site, you have to kind of play it passively. So Kerrigan at bomb train, Woxic way back with that AWP. There's a lot of space in that outer yard for Dig to exploit. And here comes the utility, now starting to encroach and push forward. Freiburg can play the lurk in this scenario.
Yeah, but he really wants to just at least look at the angle. Shoulder peek, but not going to be patient enough, and Woxic will take him down. Didn't bite on that first little elbow showing. Kerrigan on top of the bomb train itself, and he'll get the kill. Trying to prevent the bomb plant from actually even going down with 8 seconds left. The bomb, trying to shoot under the train was a clever idea, but actually doesn't get the kill at all. So now it's a 1 versus 3. Holzerk with just the AWP on top of the train here, and if they peek him, he can't even see it. The black of the scope there will stop him from seeing anything, and that will be a round for Mousesports, and actually a pretty good cleanup.
That's a very nice round for Mousesports. They handled that well. I think Dig was expecting a little bit more success from Forrest's play. He gets that first kill. The trade immediately kind of negates his position over at E-Box. Nice try from Dig. They still have a 1-round lead. Not too bad early on in this offensive half. Going into round number 8, already with 4 rounds. You got to be happy about that one. And they got money to buy up again. AWP on Holzerk and AKs to surround it.
Yeah, and I think the moment of truth is right now for Dig, because if they lose this round, then Mousesports will start to build their own economy in a decent fashion, and they will run out and have to save, and suddenly, from having a pretty good lead, they could actually be quite far behind. And again, on the T side of Train, I mean, when you start to fall behind and the CT side will start to accumulate more HEs and Molotovs, it's going to be a problem. We've seen it so many times in the past.
Yeah, they would, I mean, obviously, really would like to get back to the winning ways earlier on and maybe a few more kills in some of these close round losses. More aggressive defense coming out from Mousesports, this time Frozen in ladder room. He's even got Kerrigan along the wall in support right by E-Box. So really putting an emphasis on getting close up to these choke points, keep the spacing for Woxic with that AWP out towards Ivy. And a 2-man stack again towards the inner bomb site. Chris J far back with an AWP and Rops up close.
A lot of waiting once again. Nothing much being done to force Frozen into the fight. So they're just at a bit of a standoff right now. Bringing the bomb over this way, though, while leaving, again, well, this time actually Get Right, I think, all the way down at Ivy. Or Freiburg, no, once again, sorry. It is Freiburg down there.
Yeah, Get Right just threw out a smoke towards the lower ramp, and I think this is going to be a pop flash in towards main. Mousesports is starting to look for information because Get Right was trying to bait out a little bit of utility. I don't think it worked. But Mousesports still doesn't fully realize what's happening. There's a lot of different things happening across the map, but they're all small individual plays from Dig. Now, just under 20 seconds, they're going to attack this bomb site. Rob's taking his time with the shot. He transfers over. Look at the clock. 11 seconds, 10 seconds now. It's the enemy of Dig. They're going to get in. They'll be able to get this plant down as Chris J backs off.
Holzerk actually has a Molotov back here, and there are no more smokes being picked up for us. Great headshots taking down Kerrigan and Woxic. Who needs the Molotovs at that range? It's going to be Holzerk going down, and Frozen will take down Forrest. They somehow lined up for him. What a chaotic round. And now it's a 2-on-2. Chris with the AWP, Frozen on the flank, but he himself is getting flanked, and I don't think he realizes just yet. He's a second away from death. They could just turn the corner, Get Right inside of the bomb side. No chance, but here comes Freiburg. Can he clutch it? 1 versus 2 seconds away from the defuse. He gets back around the corner and makes his escape, and that is the round. I can't even believe it. Chris will get the kill, but it won't matter. That was a close one.
Oh my god, Forrest is disgusting. He just stands tall on sidewalk and challenges. They have no smokes down. They have no Molotovs in the choke point. He's holding them off by sheer force of will. That second one tap is filthy. 2-round lead now. Look at this from Forrest. Clean, one well, in control, and bang.
He saw it coming, didn't he? What a cheeky play. And that would have been, again, the reset for Dig. They wouldn't have had money to buy. It would have been a disaster. Look at what they forced Mouseports to buy in this round. How much money is lost. Oh, Woxic staying real cool. In spite of everything.
Calm and collected.
Yeah.
I guess it's, you know, I guess you kind of have to. Maybe they're just used to it. It's Forrest after all. They're just like, all right, well, we've all been one tap by Forrest in our day.
Everyone has
the
to
tough
have
part
a turn.
is nobody on the AWP is not going to be out for Dig, which Halzerk is obviously favored within this Swedish attack.
Attack of the Swedes. Sounds like a weird
And
70s movie.
Halzerk is Norwegian, isn't he?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well,
I believe.
I'm sure the Swedes are thinking one day that'll be their country too, so maybe this is the first adaptation.
This is the first step of their global conquest.
Something like that. Oh dear. That actually looked like it was going to be a pretty good swing. AK versus MP9 in there. But there was an AWP in the background, and that does make that's a swing to the table a little bit for the CT side. Rob's going down, and still inside of the B bomb side is Get Right up close to the C connector. Can he freeze them in place? Can he hold them there while the bomb goes down? Exist stopping the flank this time. Frozen not going to get in. They jump out and actually trick Get Right, so Chris can get the kill. That's a clever play. And now it's a 2-on-2. Freiburg up close with the AK and really far behind is Exist. He wants to get in and try and help out, but he's going to get himself killed instead. And Freiburg, he's going to get swung on it. That's a nice retake for Mouseports.
I like the attempt from Dig, though. I like seeing them be that proactive on the map. When they lose Forrest, you might as well go for it. Just two players walking out, Get Right and Halzerk able to find the entry. Just no success from there, which is unfortunate, but I like the aggressiveness of that play from Dig and a really good recovery from Mouseports. But it feels like Mouseports is just barely holding on to this match. They are having so much pressure put onto them. And finally, now that might abate a little bit because Dig is out of money.
Yeah, it had to happen at some point, and I mean, it's kind of a sad, right, because they actually survived the, you know, the big test, and then Mouseports had just enough money to buy into that previous round, and then they kept going.
Small detail as well, Chris J wallbanged Forrest from CT mid. I wonder what would have happened if Kerrigan had gone down to Forrest AK-47. Good nade up top, and Rops has got to hold on to the inner bomb site. He's got support, and with that nade, Dig fall back.
That's a powerful grenade. I don't blame them for giving up on that one.
It may also be because they salvaged the AWP. They're like, oh, we can give Halzerk the op. Let's see if he can, you know, get lucky and find us a pick. Let's see if someone walks into a crosshair, if he can get aggressive.
Yeah, I almost want to give that op to Forrest. I mean, Halzerk's been great, but he's also on 19 health. And it's not like the rest of them have deagles or anything that could sort of like create some space. They just have Glocks, so this AWP is going to have to be it. Yeah, there we go. Forrest being given a chance now. Someone jump for him and then jump him down afterwards. I feel like that's got to be the play. Make some space and then just cross your fingers and hope that it works out. There's the jump. Space not being created. The clock's getting chewed apart. I guess that's a predictable outcome.
Yeah, maybe they needed a rabbit's foot instead of fingers crossed. That probably would have done it.
Yeah, you an expert in this kind of thing, Jason?
5. Yeah, you gotta have all the Lucky Charms out there. The horseshoe, actual Lucky Charm cereal.
Jason, given how your life has turned out, I'm not inclined to take advice on luck from you. I'm just not gonna lie. I feel like it's not gone your way so far. The universe often against you.
I don't know, I get to cast Counter-Strike for a living. Seems like things are going pretty okay.
With me? Think about that.
Okay, good point. Yeah, I didn't take that angle. You're right, I do have some pretty shit luck.
Yeah, didn't think about that, did you? Kerrigan does go down. He's done. And Get Right, sneakily waiting, and Robs. Again, it's kind of a classic situation when you get an early kill on that CT side. very often the CTs will try and, you know, do something to bring it back. They'll try and react somewhere else, and Get Right saw it coming. They've taken a lot of damage, but they're still in a 5-on-3.
Yeah, the problem though is because of the damage on Get Right and Force, they're so very low. Those are easy multi-kills for Mousesports. Dig actually has to be very careful how they play the rest of this round. I absolutely love this from Get Right. Again, the rest of his team with 1 minute, they're going to start rotating back to the B bomb site, but they can be cautious with how they approach this. Let Get Right have the time to make this play.
Freiburg, that's a nice kill to sneak in. I think he just heard the scope there, and as you said, Get Right sneaking all the way through. He built an entire career on being able to do this, and I mean, for a long time, that's not something we've really seen out of him, but it's interesting to see that start to creep back in again.
Mate, this is cool. Dig throughout this entire half have been, this has not really been like an overpowering half from Dig on offense. This has been like a really sneaky, like knife in the back assassination style of play. The amount of times we've seen someone lurk towards Ivy, lurk in that inner bomb site, and it hasn't always been Get Right. We've seen Freiburg, as we just did, over towards Ivy. We saw Exist previously over towards Ivy, and Get Right giving a little shrug.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Oh, the jump down. Oh, I wanted that to work. Holzerk had the right idea. Frozen did cap his jump on the door frame, so that helps out a little bit. They got 3 AWPs now that Frozen has picked up 1.
Why not? If you get it for free, might as well do it. Problem now is, this is where you'd really hope that Get Right can make one of his plays. And he's got to take advantage of the smoke he just threw. But look at how close Rops is with the deagle, and he goes down immediately. Oh, almost gets it through the smoke. That's Chris J, very low and taken out, and Get Right has done it. A classic move. He's opened up the other side of the map for Dig. Excuse me.
He could do it again, almost getting down Kerrigan. That could have easily been a kill there with the AK-47. Absolutely outrageous. Woxic looking at the smoke, but again, this is one of those positions. If he fails the shot, if he just legs him, he's probably going to be dead, and it'll be a 2-on-2. 50 seconds now, and Dig are waiting. They want another mistake coming out here from Mouseports, which they're not getting right now.
Well, it's going to be Freiburg in an isolated 1v1 against Frozen. That's the big battle. How do you cross this line that Frozen has held, especially if you're trying to be quiet? And the answer, oh my god, he saw it, he saw it, he gets the pre-fire of the op. Long distance shot from Woxic is missed. Oh my god, but he did respond perfectly onto Exist. Freiburg in a 1v2 bomb is being planted as well.
Freiburg still in it, but Woxic showing up. I'm so shocked that Woxic got that flick on Freiburg, because he was looking at, over at the Exist, was it? Freiburg, he was looking at all the way throughout the long corridor of that bomb site, and somehow still able to do it. That's a great triple kill from Woxic. I did not see that coming. Wow, they're really chilled out.
That round was... That was some heart attacks in that round. Missed shots. I don't know. I want to see Woxic with that miss and then the conversion over to Exist. That had to have been pretty quick, because I thought Exist would certainly have the jump on him. But man, that's a great entrance provided. Here it is. Nope.
We'll find it later. We'll figure out a way, because yeah, I agree. that probably was the main kill there. 6-6, which is still, I mean, from Dig's point of view, this is just a really, really great scoreline to go into the second half with. I don't think they're going to be sad at all in this. Holzerk winning the Battle of Ivy, though. Kerrigan also going to get traded after taking 1 down, and this time, look at the change of pace coming out of Dig. They're so much faster. Frozen will win the fight against Forest, though, and that's a big deal.
Oh my god, I can't believe he got a second kill there. That's a wild spray. And again, Mouseports just barely holding on with kills from Frozen. Exist, gonna go down inside the smoke. Chris J just messing with him. 7-6. I think it's, again, very impressive Mousesports is hanging on in this game, much less having a lead. They're doing a phenomenal job of maintaining this.
I'm really, really, really impressed. 6-7. I think 6 rounds already here for the T side is really great. I mean, they've run out of cash, and I think that's maybe the thing that'll put a smooth end to this first half for Mousesports. If they can win the next 2 rounds, 9-6, I don't think they're going to be too devastated at, but this is a strong test right now. Holzerk at 12-8. That's really something.
All right, well, let's see what Dig has. That was a pretty painful round to lose for them. If they had won that, they would have decimated the Mousesports economy. They could have had a huge jump in a lead going into the second half. Now they've got to fight for it, and maybe not even fight in this round. low $2,000 on most of the players for the dig side of things, so
yeah,
might be an area where they just sit and wait for the final round of the half and go for that 7-8 scoreline.
I do like the fact that they weren't so aggressive in the last round. I think it's a nice way to change the pace and hope to catch Mouseports.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they were never able to get multi-kills. It was just like 1-for-1 trading all the way down, and Mouseports eventually came out on top. That double kill from Frozen that he gets is probably the sequence that keeps Dig in that round, because it looked like they were on the verge of collapse there. 1 round difference between the two, and Dig just going to try and get a plant down. No utility. They're going to try and bum rush with Glocks and just get the bomb planted in this B bomb site.
Hard to see how that's going to work out without the armor.
They need it to get an AWP on the field. This is actually quietly like a pretty big consequence. If they can't get this plant, there's going to be no AWP in the next round, and they're not going to get it. Ooh, maybe they will. Maybe they will get that plant. Forrest. Wow. Oh, he's done it. That's perfect.
Yeah, I did not think that was going to... I think the MP7 on there made me think he's going to chew them all up, but somehow able to do it. So the $800 bonus and plus the round loss bonus, that means they can maybe just put it together. I don't know if Forrest wants to try and risk it, but...
It'll be Glass Canyon or Light Armor. It's Glass Cannon on Holzerk. So yeah, that plant is the difference between having the AWP and not. Good job from Dig to get that weapon in the field of play. Still going to be a bit risky without the armor. Oh, these are the fan cams. That's what I'm talking about.
That's fantastic. I'm shocked that we could do this. Technology is amazing. 2020 really offering us something. Get more of those guys. It's Frozen get put to the test by the E-Box, and he goes down. Chris will take one, Carrigan with another one. And wildly no-scoping through the smoke. You're not exactly what the doctor ordered at all. Carrigan will go down to Exist, and now sneaking out as Robs. That's the bomb on the ground, so now they definitely know it's just Exist and Forrest left at a very, very rough 2 versus 3. But the smoke fades, and Forrest gets a kill. He's down to 10 health, though.
HP doesn't matter. We're up against 2 AWPs. Outside of that Molotov, these ops are going to have to clean up very injured players. Woxic didn't see that elbow? How did that happen? This is all timing. If Forrest peaks on top as well, that's a tough swing up. And now it's a 2-on-1. Woxic has to just play it passive and hold the line.
Yeah, but as you said again with the AWP, if he fires the shot and misses, or even if he gets the kill, if someone else is there to pick him up right afterwards, that could be absolutely deadly. 48 seconds, a long time for him to be waiting around here for someone to cross this angle, and Exist has a good idea. I think he has a feeling that maybe someone's out here. They're going to try and see if they can maybe do it at the same time. The jump past, and Woxic not giving it away, but he might have still been spotted, and now Exist just holding the line. He could be dead already if he just keeps backing up like this. He's going to win the fight anyway. What a quick reaction from Woxic.
Yeah, but he has no information about where Forrest is going now. Climbing the ladder. Woxic going to turn the corner. We'll see absolutely nothing.
Hard to guess that he's up there. I mean, it's paper thin, that wall. He gets spamming through, but if he doesn't know, it doesn't really matter. He's now almost walking under him. Smoke gonna be up, but that won't matter. There's the AK in the 7th round. Forrest able to clutch it at the end. A triple here for the round, in the round for the Legend as well. That's a great first half for Dig. They're gonna be very, very excited. We'll see how it goes in the second half when we come back after the break. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, my name is Allison. I'm from Dig. I'm together with the Vice from Astralis, Aker from Mad Lions, and with Creams from Fnatic, and doing some sort of a cool showdown between us 4. And we're gonna shoot out here and just doing our own thing and just hit it. Come and catch me. miss everyone.
No! You missed him.
Vi er klar. Slav nu.
No! Yes! Oh, I got a med shot. What the fuck?
Why am I even seeing crimps on my side? No.
It's in Windows.
Oh, no, it's good. Oh! Another one.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck.
Window.
No!
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half going to be coming up here. It's Mouseports and Dig, Blast Premier, and Jason. How did that first half make you feel?
It made me feel good. I'm excited. I liked what we saw to Dig. I thought that was a really well-crafted attacking side from them. I mean, again, it's much like the first map with Vitality. I feel like with the way they played, they probably deserve more rounds, but that's the issue when you go up against a team like Mousesports. Incredibly skilled players, and obviously very well-versed on their own team cohesion and strategies as well. So Mousesports is able to steal some rounds away from them, but Dig put themselves in a good spot to take this map.
Yeah, you see some of the multi-kill potential from people like Frozen and Woxic. It's just, you know, you give them even just a little bit and it can actually just crumble around for you. But now they're on the CT side. If they can win the pistol, they can start to really build something. They are, I mean, 7 rounds on the T side of train. I would consider that a pretty big success.
Yeah, especially when you lose the pistol. Remember, they had the early rebuttal of winning that second round. A lot of the rounds in that T side were built off that second round conversion for Dig. It was a struggle. They labored to get gun rounds on despite playing a very cool half, but the number doesn't lie. 7. That's going to be tough for Mousesports to beat. Pistol round has slowed down just a little bit. And Freiburg going to get up behind that smoke. He's got to be very careful. Frozen, what a great angle, and he could see a bit more than Freiburg liked.
Yeah, they're going to pounce behind it. They want to go quick and hunt him down, and that almost works. But Forrest is ready, just gets the USP out in time, and he wants to swing. He wants to fight while they're putting the bomb down. He's almost out of bullets. That is such a bold play, and it may completely backfire and blow up in their faces here. Get right and exist. How do they win this? 2 on 4. It begins at least with a kill there on Kerrigan, but they have a kit and no smoke, so how you could possibly defuse the bomb here is just beyond me. It's going to take a long time while they try and get these fights, and they're being actually very, very slow about it. Get right now swinging for it. He's going to have to get on that bomb right away so he can force the fight, and maybe Exist could try and pick it up. He's moving forward. That bomb is being defused now, and actually Exist being really big, trying to take up a lot of space. Get right with the headshot, but now comes the flank. Chris gets one, Exist with the other, and he can't win the round. That's actually an impressive 2 on 4. But they didn't have the time.
Yeah, that's so tough. They put together the position of 2 players. They just never were able to get a good read or a good angle on Chris J. What great aggressive rush from him to get around that bomb train. Both pistols now, one from Mouseports. Man, I love this play from Forrest. You talk about this all the time, especially with newer players, their fight selection when they have 2 or 3 targets on their screen.
Yes.
That's a rare time. I think you're going to see Forrest's brain shut down when he turns the corner and see 3 opponents. He couldn't pick which one he wanted to shoot at first.
Yeah, I mean, and the problem with that particular challenge, right, is that it's not that Forrest doesn't know what the right play is. It's that your brain is sort of telling you something else. Like you're actually fighting your own instinct, which is like, oh, there's so many targets. I'll tag up like 3 different players and then die.
It's not just that as well. You're also fighting the urge because you know you're overexposed to ladder room as well, right? Like you know
Yeah.
if someone is peeking from ladder room or e-box, or if just you just die. So there's a lot of like really weird pressures in that kind of a swing. Even so, he had the chance to maybe not stop the plant, but certainly at least get one of those kills, and then who knows what happens from there. 2-round lead for Mouseports, 9-7, as they try and hold on to the advantage given by a pistol round victory.
Didn't go so well for them in the first half. And this time they're up against Deagles, CZ, a couple of scouts. This could be dangerous. Look at the tags coming out. Grenade on Chris. My god, they're losing a lot of health now without any real response. And Exist is sneaking up. Oh, this could actually be a real disaster.
Oh, Frozen's got the kill on the Force, and there's Rops in ladder room. Nice tag from Freiburg, but most of the danger is abated, although they are very low in HP. Get right, that's a huge win, and now it's all turning just like that. Frozen, low HP over towards Ivy, gonna try and wrap around into the bomb train. No one's watching it just yet. This could be the winning recipe. Frozen might have just found the one gap in this defense. He's traded immediately.
10 seconds.
12 seconds on the clock for Rops to push up to the trade.
Oh, wow. That is absolutely outrageous. You're right, they were so low on health that once it started to crumble a bit, they just all went down in the space of 1 second. Holzerk with the triple kill. Dig win the second round again.
And then nobody has the HP to take any more fights after that. What a great, that's twice now. Both pistol rounds won by Mouseports, both second rounds won by Dig.
That's a remarkable turn of events. I mean, we haven't seen many frustrated cams coming out from Mousesports, but it's got to start to happen surely at some point. They're going to start to feel the frustration of not being able to put some of these rounds together. Get right, I don't know, offering himself up. Jumped right into the crosshairs.
Never had any idea that Kerrigan was out there, so yeah, that's a bit lackadaisical. So is that from Freiburg. Oh, Dig, don't do this to yourselves. All those frustrated Mousesports faces, they're gonna disappear right now. Kerrigan is just a battering ram.
Yeah, this can't happen, can it? Nice return from Forrest. This Galil, he's trying to fight his way back in. He'll take a third one, and somehow it's a 2-on-2, but they could still lose this round with just, again, a little bit of misfortune here. Chris is holding the B-bomb site.
Forrest is deathmatching. That's all this is right now. The timing for when Exist can get back, he certainly hears those footsteps, but no, he's creeping towards the outer yard. This bomb plant and the time that Mousesports have to relocate, that should give them this victory. I don't know if Dig is going to be able to find these two players and the defuse in time.
I don't know how you do that. I mean, how do you even peek into this bomb site without dying? If you're either one of them, just one missed opportunity and you're going to be dead, and then it's a 2-on-1, and definitely no chance of winning it. Woxic nearly missing the timing there. Exist walking up behind him and shooting him in the back, and he has the kit. That's huge. Now he can try and run down, but this long angle, Chris, how long can he keep it for? There's Exist going down. Another bullet will take down Forrest. He's got a kit picked up, but I don't think it matters anymore. There is not enough time even with the kill. It's such a shame because it's a great quad kill for Forrest. Nice comeback from Mousesports, though.
Yeah, he had a bomb site all on his own. That round was lost way before Forrest got involved. He was the only one that kept them even with a chance, the slimmest of chances. 2-round lead for Mousesports, and this back and forth is way more painful for Dig. Mousesports is loving this at the moment, the fact that they're able to convert back. If the money can never grow, Dig is always going to feel uncomfortable. And as we get deeper into this, the pressure is obviously going to sink in a little bit heavier.
Yeah, fans are excited. I like to see it. They should be. I mean, Mousesports are definitely not out of this yet. Definitely saw one guy with a Mousesports shirt there. 10-8, and they're trying to see if they can maybe put some pressure on this bomb site early on. Not respecting the pistols of Dig, and they shouldn't. They've won the round already. Bomb has been planted. That's great.
Yeah, that's nice and easy. It's always fun when you have a nice low pressure, low intensity round like this. Makes you feel way more calm.
They haven't had many of those.
2-round lead for Mousesports. No, they haven't. They haven't had them at all. Dig's had a couple in the first half. I'm really interested to see what this half is going to look like once money gets on the board. I'm actually surprised to see Dig invest in this fashion with Get Right, Deagle Armor, Forest, Deagle Armor. That's a lot of money that they probably could have used moving forward. Mousesports is going to get a pretty solid lead to the point where it's now going to have to be a comeback for Dig. It's no longer, you know, a back and forth battle for control. This is full blown going to have to be a comeback from Dignitas.
Yeah, they, and again, even in this next round, right, the economy's not really looking that great. They'd love to at least be able to pick up that one AWP on Holzerg. That would be a bit of a beginning, but that's still another round away. So they're going to have to cross their fingers and hope that this works out. Doing damage would still be a pretty big deal. Last round was pretty cheap for Mouseports. We do have a taser on Holzerg.
You do love to see that. Where is he positioned? He is over towards Ivy. No, excuse me. He's inside at the moment, but Ivy is where the action is. Freiburg and Forest with a crossfire that's now negated by the smoke. Good shot. He needs to build. He wants more. He swings for it. Double kill from Forest.
That could have actually been even bigger, I think. Get Right also sneaking down there. Waiting on the other side of the smoke. I think Frozen seems to know he's got the right read and the smoke is going to fade. Frozen doesn't want to try and challenge it in case someone's hiding inside. But he's really got the understanding here. Get Right can't easily swing for that fight. Holzerg sneaking up behind, but the USP, and I think a little bit of panic there, is still Get Right to pick up the one kill. Oh, they're coming for him. He nearly got that kill on Robs. If he could have done it, maybe he could have snuck back for the reload. That's an expensive round. Some good shooting coming out of Dig.
Yeah, but here we go. I mean, this is the first round where Dig is able to have a competing buy with the rifles of Mouseports. And we're what? This is the 6th round of the half, and we still haven't seen Dig able to challenge in this fashion.
Yeah.
AWP on Holzerg, he's going to start Glass Cannon. There's no kits picked up by the Dig side quite yet. Freiburg is going to grab the only one. Shout out to Freiburg. The teammate you want.
Always right. 4 people on the outside, leaving Exist inside with just a smoke and a flash to at least buy time in case they were going to come for him quickly, but they slowed it right down, Mousesports. They're in a bit of a waiting pattern themselves. Not seeing anything exciting coming out of Dig right now, which I guess is fine. But yeah, this is maybe one of the last chances they're going to have to turn it around. Ooh, Freiburg going down through the smoke against Woxic over at Ivy. At the start, they need it. A lot of silence following that kill. Nobody's even making any moves here on the Dig side. Get Right. That fire is spreading, and oh no, he keeps burning and walks right into it. I think he thought that was going to put all of it out, but it somehow didn't. That is a disaster.
We always talk about that evolving meta of taking ladder, and that double Molotov trick is one of the older tricks in the book to be able to take into ladder room. Get Right just completely stumped by it. And Dig is doing the only thing they really can do in this situation. Stacking a bomb site, stacking towards inner, and just hoping that Mousesports ends up here. It's not going to happen. 2 players have already come out Ivy. They've seen everything's clear. They have no pressure. This is going to be a free round for Mousesports. And then Dig, like, you have no more chances after this round. You have to start winning going into round 22.
Wow, I mean, it's one thing to lose Freiburg down at Ivy. That can happen in any given round, but I think it's just the fashion in which Get Right goes down as well. They just know that's it, nothing more to really fight for.
Yeah, you don't get a whole lot of information that you didn't already have. He didn't even really get a chance to fight and do damage or maybe grab 1 kill before going down. So yeah, his death was for nothing. I mean, same with Freiburg's essentially with that pick. Now, if I'm Mousesports, I'm hunting. They have money built up early on in this half, early on in this win streak of theirs. They've got 6K on Rops. They've got 4K on Woxic. I'd be willing to sacrifice 2 of these AK-47s to see if you can trade some of these other weapons out in the Dig hands.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, it is dangerous leaving them with 3 rifles like this. If they win the next round, then yeah, they could really start building. Whereas if you could just find 1 more of them, at the very least, they'd have to spend a lot more economy.
That's a nasty boost up. Yeah, this one hurts. That fire, the fire behind him was kept spreading way longer than he expected.
Coaches are in, like to see it.
Coach camps. We've always wanted coach camps.
Well,
13-8. Woxic looking for the upper peak. That's not coming quite yet. Holzerg now with armor and that AWP and CT con sees absolutely nothing. This is a very slow and measured start to the round for Mousesports.
Yeah, once again, giving themselves space. I mean, last time when they had this approach, right, it was Woxic finding the opening. There's no reason not to try that again. Just got, you know, the first 30 seconds of the round. Why not just sort of, you know, move him around a bit, try and see if he could find somewhere to go. What do they do after that? Oh, some wall bangs coming out. They didn't really do that much damage, but it's got to be annoying. Really annoying.
Yeah, and Mouseports hasn't really given their hand yet. They still have plenty of utility. So many flashes, 3 smokes. They have a Molotov as well to play with, and the bomb is just now rotating into box halls. Halzerk is far back within AWP watching the upper ramp. Exists close up behind this smoke.
Yes, he is. Look at the time. 34 seconds.
Yeah, there seems to be like there's going to be some kind of fake, this feels like.
Yeah, I mean, they almost have to go back to pick up with the rest
that
of the team.
was it.
Yeah, but it wasn't much of a fake. It might have been enough anyway. Robs gets a kill for us, though. Close range, takes down one. He was ready to fight Chris. He saw that coming, but he couldn't actually finish the kill. I mean, 18 seconds now as they take down Halzerk. Somehow this is actually working out for Mousesports and Chris J. That's a long range with that AK-47. He drops Freiburg, leaving Exist alone in a 1 versus 3. That's a great round out of Robs.
That Dig bit way too hard on that fake. One nade, one smoke, and Kerrigan comes down lower ramp. That pulled everyone out of position, and that can't happen. Forrest had to get a multi-kill there if Dig wanted to hold on to that round. He had to find Chris J after the initial frag, or else they lost everything. Freiburg got pulled all the way from Ivy towards the inner bomb site.
Rounds like these are also the reason why we can't have a Vendetta cam in case we needed it, because he'd just be screaming and foaming at the mouth and maybe probably ripping out his webcam at this point in time, so that doesn't
Punching
work.
the monitors, yeah.
Punching the monitors, yeah. It's. I'm sure someone wanted to do it, but it just wasn't possible, so. 23rd round.
Dig said, please, we cannot have our employees shown in that light.
Yeah, we don't stand by this at all. We don't endorse it. We keep sending
Freiburg
webcams and they keep breaking.
Yeah, they keep just shutting down randomly. Man, it's kind of crazy to think that Dig has only won the second round. The only round that they've won, they were at a severe disadvantage going into it.
Yeah, I mean, and now the economy it's so dreadful. Mousesports have, I mean, recovered incredibly well from what wasn't really that much of an impressive first half if you just look at the scores. But they just kept their cool. We were talking about them not really showing much of any kind of an emotion, and maybe this is the reason why they were like, whatever, man, we can just do it on the C side.
Yeah, a very cool T side for Dig is just so... Well... Oh. That's unfortunate for Get Right. Nice shot from Freiburg to follow it up. He gets another tag. One player's close. Halzerk in response. And now Forrest gets put into play. Tapping away with the M4A1. Exists in a 1 versus 1. CZ versus AWP.
Woxic making a lot of noise. He's almost going to get shot in the side of the head. Oh, and there it is. I actually thought he turned in time. That's a very, very close one-on-one.
Those are the only 2 rounds that they've won, is the second round with a scout and upgraded pistols, and now this one. Scout and upgraded pistols and 1 rifle. Dig gonna call a timeout. They know they've been given one last gift. They must make this work.
Man, that is close. Yeah, they really haven't given a bit of a gift here. They even picked up that AWP for Halzerk, and I mean, if they can't convert this into a string of rounds, then whatever job they did on the first half, it's not going to be enough. Forrest is 22 kills. Robs is at 22 as well.
Yeah, going blow for blow. That's quite nice. Man, well, the nice thing, I guess, there's a little bit of a cushion for Dig. If they're to lose this, they have some cash built up. $1,000 on Exist after the buy, 1,600 on Halzerk, 1,000 on Forrest as well. So they've got some things to play with for that final round or that map point round for Mouseports, but they need to string a few together here to get close. And Halzerk needs to light something beneath him with that AWP. That's the chance for a pick. You'd like to see him. You'd like to start feeling more of an impact in this second half from him.
I agree, because he was a spectacular. Well, it's not. It's way less surgical than the AWP. It's just bombing grenades and Molotovs into main, and they get the kill on Kerrigan. I'm sure they'll take it, but I agree. He had such an impact in the first half. Need to see it here in the second half too. Get right going down. There's Freiburg with a bit of revenge, and Forrest also by the E-box. They know he's there, and they know he's trapped, and they just keep him there and fight him, and both have gone down. Now Exist and Holzerk, he's been smoked off this whole time.
This defense has crumbled a couple times just on the littlest bit of pressure that Mousesports is applying. They're not able to get those crossfires to be as effective as they'd like, Dig. For now, this is where we just said. We called out Holzerk, said we'd like to feel a bit more impact from him. This round is all on him. He's going to have contact if they try and cross the line, except Exist peaked.
He went for it, which again, I mean, that's what Mousesports wanted. They were just calling a pause there, saying, just wait, let him make a mistake, and they did get one. I like the repositioning here from Holzerk. Once you fire the gun, it's better to try and get some elements of price back in your favor. But with Woxic all the way back there, with Frozen and that Molotov, oh, he did see him. Big opportunity. He's now jumping up, making a bit of noise on top of the train. He goes for it and he legs him. I mean, that would have been quite the kill, but it's 15 rounds instead for Mousesports, and they are at map point here. Best they could do now is tie the scoreline.
Now it's exactly, but you'd have to do something you haven't been able to do in this half, which is win. I mean, you obviously have to win 6 in a row now, but they haven't even been able to do 2. They haven't won 2 rounds in a row since round 5. It's been that long since Dig had any kind of consistent success. Those round victories for Dig in the first half and even the couple in the second half, they're just blips on the radar screen. They're not any kind of impressive trend any longer when you look back. Exist gonna play defense. They're gonna come right to the smoke. There's the first kill, but they're blinded. Kerrigan goes down as well. Good hold, and that's the bomb on the floor. This should be a 1 round for Dig. Mousesports tried to deliver a knockout punch, and they gave a little bit of life over to Dig one more time.
I like the theory behind going for a knockout and you're saying, you know what, we're at 15 rounds, let's get that 16th one and just, just a flash into the B bomb site. But with the smoke up and the bomb actually dropping, inside of the bomb site, that's an issue.
Nice shot from Freiburg with that scout.
Yeah, no doubt. And it'd be great if they could get this AWP. You almost feel like maybe Woxic should try and throw it away.
You believe in the comeback, Anders? You in?
I'm definitely in. I see Fifi at the controls. I'm sure Vendetta's composed himself in the meantime. It's all gonna be fine.
So again, all your faith is put in players not actually playing the game.
I know, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it?
You've walked right into that trap twice.
Can't help
I would
it.
imagine Dig is just keeping him boxed in to punish him after the timer. I would guess, but they don't really have the money to lose a whole lot of guns down the stretch of this round.
Long solo fight coming out. Finally, they get rid of him, and Forrest has the AWP. So, what about you, Jason? Do you really believe in the comeback? You had Dig pick this well to win this.
I did, and I felt a lot of faith going into halftime, and it all disappeared very quickly after that when we returned from the break.
Oh, is it not coming back?
So, no, I don't really have a whole lot of confidence at the moment.
Why has he got a pizza behind him?
It's certainly a possibility.
That's the best fan cam yet. He's got a pizza green screen behind him. What a genius.
And it's not a tuna pizza, so it's even better.
I don't know about that, Jason. I don't know about that. We'll have to. I'll get you to have one day. You'll see. You'll be converted in an instant. Just you wait. Frozen and Woxic are both low on health, but not as much as Chris, getting shot in the kneecaps.
Yeah, Chris is that friend who just one-ups you every time. They're just like, I'm low, I'm tagged, and he's like, yeah, well, I'm in red, so suck it.
Always making sure and everyone else doesn't feel bad about it. I guess that's good news. What do you do now, though, when half the team, or more than half the team, is really low?
You can fall into the standard play on train. If all else fails, just run into a B hit. That's a flashbang, so no damage dealt. 4 players to attack. You've got Exist close up at the upper ramp at an off angle. Oh dear, no, that's not good. That is a tough loss to take, and now it's a very difficult retake.
Yes, it is. Freiburg, though, he's still closer. I don't think they realize that he's here just yet. He sneaks in, gets the kill, he turns. He almost could have had it. A bullet would have taken down Chris, but he somehow stayed alive. And yeah, you're right. They're in a lot of trouble here. 2-on-4. Out of all the ways that they could maybe lose this game, I feel like this would actually be really heartbreaking. They've done so much damage, but that one kill on Exist on the high ground, that may have been everything Mouseports needed. Forrest jumping down. He's been spotted. He's down and out. Chris will hit another shot, and that's going to be 16-10 as Mouseports take down Dig.
That one hurts for Dig. They played a pretty decent game in the first half, but that defense crumbled. It never got anything going, and that's a nice show from Mouseports as well. I really liked the way that they scraped just enough rounds together in that first half, and they really cranked it up on their T side. So nice calling from Kerrigan, good play from Mouseports, and that's a great win.
Yeah, it really is a resilient effort coming out there from Mousesports. We'd like to see it. We're back with more Counter-Strike coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects three! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all three! He sprays down the back two of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes three!
He can't just do that! Magisk is blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Close to middle, they know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad. Yeah, just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And here comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Oboe alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Oba will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magisk, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16-12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
Smoke team it. We will go through it.
One close. No,
We have to go.
Just have to commit outside.
Let's go.
Third round.
Connector.
We'll be close mid.
T-quad.
All bump.
All bump.
All
Sitting
bump.
T-quad.
T-quad dead. All bump.
And 2 inside.
Time.
One dead.
Watch out, Ivy. Ivy
dead.
nice. Watch out. Behind us.
Inside.
Watch out, pop.
Nice.
Nice, guys. So sick.
Nice call, Fan. Let's go.
Perfect.
There it is, the fan cam. Fans watching from home, Mousesports netting their first win here in the Blast Premier. So congratulations to them. Dignitas looking like they were having their work cut out for them. Big plays coming in from Forest, but wasn't enough to pull them across the finish line. Maniac, you have a clip that you want to take a look at here to elucidate a point that you want to make about this match.
Absolutely. I thought that in this match, Mouseports did make their life a little bit harder for them that they had to. They dropped a few rounds, but in this anti-eco here, they actually do play together. That's a perfect team play execute onto the B-bomb side. And what is interesting is that this follows up after they had dropped. Actually, they've lost 2 of the anti-eco after each pistol round, right? And they had done the same on that second half. They played very disjointed, not together, allowed Dignitas to get a lot of kills. And in this clip, they just got together on the B-bomb side and they burst through very nice, easy, efficient. And in my head, I think that Mousesports had all the cards. They were completely in control, but they allowed Dignitas to hope for a victory maybe.
And Duncan, go ahead. Thorn, what do you think on this match?
I think the interesting thing for me with this game was I feel like the casters fell too in love with the scoreboard in the first half. Like, I'm not sure why they were bigging up Dig so much. Listen, Dig did a decent job on their T side, but look how many impact kills it took from Forest to get them that. And in fact, in the second half, they wasted all of his impact kills. They couldn't convert any of those rounds. For me, Mousesports was like, listen, they weren't in a great position after the first half, but this is their map. Like, this is right in their wheelhouse. I think the mistake was made in the veto to start off with for Dig. So for Mouse, the T-side looked fantastic. They were able to run anything they wanted outside. It all worked. This looked more like the Mouse before this slump. So I don't know if it's just this map pick, if it's just Dig. I'll add in as well, the guy who actually really kind of underwhelmed me a little bit on Dig was Holzerk. This is the player who's supposed to be hard carrying them. Like, he's supposed to be their Ziwu if they want to do anything in a tournament like this. So I'm a little bit underwhelmed overall by Dig. This is Train. If you get that many T-side rounds, that should be your game in the bag right there. You should be able to put together a big CT half, and they had basically nothing when it mattered.
So now we're going to go ahead and start shifting into the next match. As you guys can see, Astralis and NIP will be coming up next. NIP, the old home of the Dignitas players, of course, the brand under which they made their names here in CSGO, the legendary team. And so now, yeah, exactly, Maniac is already looking pretty excited about this one because there is going to be a lot on the line here. Maniac, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, listen, there are so many questions about Astralis and how they will play, the structure they will put into this game. Is it going to be free-flowing, individuals making the difference? Are they going to try and play mechanically and fundamentally sound? They could go either ways, and that's what is very exciting. They have all the cards to do either style of Counter-Strike. Duncan said it very rightfully in the pre-show, you know, these individuals, Device, Dupree, when they were in TSM, they used to be wild. They used to be savages in Counter-Strike. They'll just shoot you in the face and that was it. So are they going to go for this approach of Counter-Strike, or will they try and fit in and follow the system? To me, that's like the big question.
And Thorin, what do you make of Astralis' shape going into this match? I mean, this is going to be one where if they fall to NIP, that's going to definitely throw things out of whack for them at the beginning of Premier.
Yeah, I mean, I also think it's the fact that they're playing NIP is what I kind of favour Astralis for. I mean, NIP, it's looking more dodgy on their side than that Photoshop of Hampus right there, where it definitely isn't his body. So the problem, I think, is exactly that. Like, remember, the NIP guys were looking actually in progressively better form as the last few months have gone on. They've made a roster move themselves, bringing in an in-game leader. They've kind of forced the move as well. Like, we heard maybe some of the players weren't on board with that. It was a management decision. So for me, this is where Astralis, like, that kind of levels the playing field for me. The other NIP, I might have actually given them the little dark horse edge to beat the Astralis squad, but I think Astralis has better players. So if you're going to make this more of like two newer lineups, I'll take Astralis to win this one.
You don't think that the individual firepower on his side to maybe catch us off guard?
Well, the thing is about NIP, if you talk about firepower, right, some things that they have going for them is the two new players. I think Plopsky and Nok, they've been performing really well with that lineup. And that was like a huge question for me. How are they going to be able to put up against the good opposition or the top tier opposition? Well, they are the one leading the charge in terms of number. It's more, you're looking more at the most experienced players like Rez and Twist. They are the one lacking behind a little bit. And then you have Hampus, which I know when the game is going well, Existence told me about him, he can completely take over. But when they face difficulties, he can disappear. So what is it going to be? If NIP are back against the wall, I'm not sure Hampus will have what it takes to bounce back. But if they can have a great start, I think in firepower, I think NIP, they have a shot. They have a shot, but it's not going to be easy.
And as far as the ban and pick ban is going on right now,
yeah,
had to go quick. It had to go quick.
Here. That's actually right, exactly what I think you want if you're a team that's an IP. Like, if you're Astralis, listen, they definitely play this map as well. I think this is more of a 50-50. I think the veto was generally done correctly here. I think that they actually had to be an Astralis vertigo ban, so I'm actually still favouring Astralis to win this one. I think they've got the better team overall.
And Maniac, real quick before we get into this match, because we have to throw to a break before we can go live with it, what do you think?
This is my risk taking. This is the moment I take risk. I say NIP. Say if you're ever going to beat Astralis, that's now. You know, 2 players changing, in-game leader, the B anchor, one of the best in the world, and not here. So if you're ever going to slay the beast, that would be now.
All right, well, we're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll find out whether Maniac's risk is paid off the gamble or if it's going to be Astralis taking the W. We'll see right after this.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
We are back once again. It's NIP versus Astralis here. Blast Premiere, we're going to be on trade, and I've got Jason with me. How do you feel about this game? This is going to be exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually don't even really know how to feel about this matchup at the moment. I would obviously take Astralis to win, but I think there's so many question marks considering Lekro just went out, Hampus came in with NIP for the Astralis side of things. We all know the drama that's been going on there. Glaive and Zip both taking a step back. That's your leadership and your closer, your world-renowned closer. Nobody has been able to do what a Zipnix has been able to do in clutches over the years. So Astralis in a really weird spot as well, and it kind of makes you scratch your head and wonder how this is all going to play out.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's going to be an army of people who are watching this, this first game, just, ready to rain down the criticism if things don't work out well, surely. So, I don't know. I'm very excited. I'm very interested. And NIP, I mean, some of these online games we've seen out of them recently haven't exactly been super amazing either. So, I don't really know. I don't know where they're coming into this this game either. It's going to be, it's going to be a lot of question marks all around, I think.
Oh yeah, well, some of those questions will at least get answered initially here on Train. Astralis and NIP, third match of the day. We'll see who's going to take this one. Device, Magus, Dupree, Yugi, and Snappy standing in the Astralis lineup with the much publicized controversy around 6 and sometimes even 7-man lineups.
Exactly right. Well, here we go. We're going to find out. Device early with the pressure. 2 people down there. He's got a lot of people behind him, but they're a little bit slow to the party. So for the minute, he's just holding the fort on his own. And now that they're sort of all there, it's a little bit late to try and pounce on that. I think if they'd all been there, they could have ran to the lower ramp and probably trapped them up there. But that's not really an option anymore. They could still smoke down the sidewalk and just go for it. Let's see.
I think that might be the plan. At least one smoke deep. Rez is going to be close up. Third player rotating back inside. Oh, that flashbang from NIP is great. It actually slows everything down and exposes them all to the double peek. Device is going to have one in return, but so far that's it for Astralis.
Everyone was blind. I mean, including the Rez who was playing up close there, but it didn't even matter. He's still got a double kill, and now it's Device alone. The guy who started the whole thing. Not much he can do from this position at all. That was such a mind-numbing flashbang. That did burn their eyes right out.
Melted the retinas, they're fused to the back of the skull.
Yeah, it's done.
1-0.
So that was, a decent idea for Astralis. Nothing too elaborate, but you do need to negotiate that first obstacle really well.
I think we're going to see a lot of that out of the Astralis camp in this match. I think we're going to see a lot of much more simplistic strategies coming out. Once your leader takes off and you have Magus stepping in, you have Snappy probably stepping in and helping out a little bit. Things just naturally have to get chilled out and calmed down, so you're not running something too complex. In reality, I mean, this is one of the cool conversations around this edition of Yugi and Snappy and other players stepping back. This puts the entire theory of Astralis to the test in a sense where they've spent the last 2 years building some kind of a culture and tradition to filter players into this system that Zonic has built. And now you have that test. We'll see if you can actually slot someone in and have them just kind of learn how the previous lineup was playing.
Yeah, I mean, what a test that is, right? Because if that comes out negatively, responded to, if you say, actually, that didn't really hold up and the system can't just be transferred and all the rest of it, puts a lot of doubts into your mind. But if it does work, then, I mean, then they've really crafted something special, haven't they? So, well, too soon to say. I mean, even behind one game, we won't be able to tell. But a lot of open questions in that area. Good round from Plopsky. And, yeah, NIP off to a decent start so far. But now comes trouble. In the form of AKs.
At least in theory. The AK-47s are out on the board. We'll see if Astralis can put something together here. Still just the 1 kill on Device for the entirety of the Astralis side. 3 FAMAS and an M4. So at least for this one round early on, Astralis down by 2, but they have the better buy coming into it.
Yeah, they definitely do. Third round here. Smoke is going to slow down Snappy a little bit. Plopsky still does walk into the grenade. Wanted to play up close in case anyone was going to try and jump over past the smoke. He probably would have had the advantage if someone had done that, but he's still quite far forward, and that's something. He's got a teammate that I think has a flashbang. Hampus has got a flashbang primed, so if he calls for it, Plopsky could be flashed into a fight. And I think it's coming right there, but Snappy's turned for it. I don't know if he was just walking back or if he actually somehow knew.
Look at Device over towards Ivy. I can't believe he's made it this deep. He's right at the end of Ivy, looking around that smoke. A little bit of a spam battle as Twist has given up the angle. So 3 players at the back of Bomb Train. Magus now going to step up under the cover of smoke and covering fire from Device, but Twist has an easy win. Flashbang comes out deep, and Device is fortunate he wasn't committed to the swing.
Dupree knows that someone is in that corner, but how do you actually get him without exposing your back to that bomb site? That's a bit of an issue. Are they going to flash their way into the fight? Yugi, Rez gets a second kill before he finally does go down. Actually, there's finally the death on Rez. It's going to be Dupree next in line, and now it's Yugi in a 1 versus 2. He's got the AK, but he needs to isolate and find a fight really soon because there's only 25 seconds, and if it goes on a little while longer, then NIP could just start to hide from him, and now they probably should. 20 seconds. They know he has to get the bomb down on this bomb site, and it has to be soon.
Yeah, that smoke isn't going to do anything. Both players, Plopski's and CT Con, 10 seconds now, and he's slow played this way too much. Not even really time to fake the plant. He's going to go down. What a great win for NIP, and they're able to salvage a couple of AK-47s right at the end. So a nice lead, a nice first gun round for the Ninjas. And Astralis can't get a whole lot going. Still just 4 kills down the entire roster.
Do you think Device shooting his AK over towards Pop Dog was sort of a way to try and, you know, fake the fact that Magus would have walked out? Like no one would have expected it because he's still just shooting there. It seemed like that was the logic, but it didn't really work out.
No, yeah, I think it was a little bit of covering fire. I think maybe just trying to get lucky. Might as well start doing something. And obviously, I think it just called more attention to that part of the map for Twist to be prepared from.
Yeah, that was my concern.
I think the one there was one really cool opportunity that Astralis had when I believe it was Dupree to push towards Old Hell. Actually, NIP's gaze kind of shifted, and they didn't have anyone watching for the cross-through sandwich. So there might be a world in the future where that part of the outside bomb site is wide open for the taking.
Well, this is looking very easy. Some just you know, individual isolated kills coming out here in favor of NIP. They love it. No loss of players so far in this round for them. And their economy could use it as well. Let's not forget, they do want to build as much as they can while Astralis are on pistols. So flawless round. What more could you want? AWP on North.
No, this is a phenomenal start for NIP. Yeah, money built up. You have the op on Knock. The op is going to be in Device's hands as well, so both sides have that weapon to work with. I don't know. This is one of those questions we'll have to see. Does Astralis actually have, do these core 3 players of Device, Magus, and Dupree, do they have what it takes to kind of help these 2 new guys come in and actually make an impact in this game? Can they find a recipe without the cohesion that they've been so known for over the years?
Yeah, that's a really big question. It's going to help a little bit with Dupree getting an opening like that, but I don't know. I mean, I'm willing to give it a fair shot. I want to see if it works. I hope that it does, because again, it wouldn't mean they had sort of gone somewhere in Counter-Strike that really no one ever has before, that would make it fun all on its own. You could start to speculate about what else is possible if the theory behind it works. Device taking down a kill there, Twist pushing forward, and Magus just waiting. That was kind of almost the whole point of this, but it doesn't work out. Twist even finding another one, and now Rez stopping as they try and come out main. That is a big collapse here for Astralis.
That's a big boy play from Twist. What a great push down Ivy, and even holding the line before the retreat. One has been spotted in team mid, but Dupree's made it inside with the bomb. 2 players coming back to handle this, and they know. Now they have the idea. Twist can watch the cross. And back to the outer bombs that we go for Dupree. So Astralis bringing some trickery into this round, but I don't think it's even worked even a little bit.
Dupree moving forward. He's making a lot of noise, and swing from Hampus as he's trying to put down the bomb. It'll even be a double kill. No issues. That's 5 in a row for NIP. Catching fire and just generally doing a very, very good job. Stopping Astralis, who getting the bomb plant here. Well, I mean, again, otherwise they would have definitely bought up into this round. Astralis, they could have put on so much pressure. Instead, they go for a bit of a half-life. But even that bomb plant would have helped them out so much.
Oh yeah, that would have helped in a big way. Regardless, now this is a pretty deep pit that's being dug at the moment. Deagles and 2 Tech 9s for the Astralis attack. Device saving for an AWP. What a double. With the help of a flashbang, and Knock is going to stick around at this upper ramp. Peering towards the corner, and Snappy's going to test it. Now Knock, does he want to even get more aggressive? NIP's not making any mistakes. They're holding onto this just perfect.
Not even going to be burned by that Molotov. It doesn't spread nearly far enough. We saw that in the last game where Get Right sort of got surprised. They will make a jump down and the Tech-9 will take care of Rez, but that might be all they do in this round. They've picked up the AK. Snappy, be great if you could do some more damage again. Astralis need a larger output just altogether.
Yeah, but I mean, even Plopsky close up towards ladder room has all the information that they've backed away, that there's no one actually swinging out wide. So NIP still in no danger of being fooled by any of this. Twist is going to take the momentary silence to push into an advanced position. And Device with 4 HP is just there to be the information gatherer. Now Snappy knows, but he couldn't do anything about it. 6-0 for NIP.
With Twist at 7-1, Plopsky at 6-1, Hampers at 6-1. They haven't really died almost at all yet. So yeah, just the baseline output has to be raised right now for Astralis. Some early kills and then, you know, some early conversions into wins as well. I mean, they had one of those rounds where they got the early kills and then still couldn't really follow through. Which again is not what we want to see or really are used to seeing.
Oh, Dupree coming through the smoke. Advance behind another smoke, but Knock is in a dangerous position. Gets the opening kill. Plopsky's close up as well, but he might not even get put into play. Knock is shutting things down. Double kill for him, one for Rez, and all the aggression, all the initial attack from Astralis is gone. It's Device and Snappy far back, who's left to just kind of sit and wait.
But it's a cool maze of grenades that Astralis had managed to put down out in the yard to try and get Dupree out there, but the one opening that he could find, Nork, up against the long left-hand side there was perfect, and then the rest of Astralis just couldn't break through. There was nothing left. It's going to be Device dropping with the AWP. No kills happening yet for the Danish side. And that means NIP are in such a powerful position. I mean, look at the money they'll have if they win this round flawlessly, and they will. Another one, 7-0 here, as Plopsky will clean up. Another double for him as well. They are filthy rich.
Man, this, I mean, you know, it's only 7 rounds in to really my first glimpse of this Astralis with 2 new players. But this is a shadow of what they used to be. There's no danger in that previous attack.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm all right with you being early to this call, Jason. You know someone else is going to be there anyway. Like, there's going to be...
Well,
there's going to be a thread.
I mean, you also know that there's no way that they were going to match, you know, the legendary run that the standard Astralis roster had, right? But you'd at least expect there to be some level of impact and some strength in this roster, and at the moment, we're seeing none of it. It's still 0 kills on Magisk, who is the guy who's had to take over the reins from Glaive, so he was one of their best and most effective and scariest players. Now he's got 0 kills. Snappy and Yugi, the 2 players stepping in, 1 kill apiece.
I want you to, I don't think they're going to do much this round. We'll snap out it if Astralis start to get a lot of deal headshots here. But in the meantime, Jason, if you can, if I could get you to just close your eyes and try and imagine in your brain, just try and paint the picture of what does Duncan's face look like right now, and if you could just describe that to us, maybe as you just close your eyes.
He's got a real-world beak face on his mouth, you know, that little smile on his face. He's got a Santa Claus hat on. And I don't know what else. He's wearing a Complexity jersey right at the end with some lingerie. It's a weird image I have going on.
Okay, that actually did get way off course. Somehow Astralis are getting the kills, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough to win the round. Still 30 seconds. Device will take down Nork. Actually, now it's looking very doable all of a sudden. Plopsky in a 1 versus 3. Oh, and he gets shut down. Magisk with a big double kill. The Deagles turn it as we were listening to your fantasies. And now we're back in the 9th round.
It's classic Counter-Strike, isn't it? It's like, it's Deagles, it's an 0-7 scoreline, it's a save round, and a caster curse thrown in for good measure, and Astralis put their first round on the board.
Yeah, you are right, indeed. That's how it's meant to be working out. Some stuff coming up over at the Blast Shop. You should go check that out, guys. And also, if you haven't seen it in some of the other matches, go check out the fan cams. I think that's a really cool addition. We've had some good people already tuning into that. So go find it on social media. We've all retweeted it, so you should be able to find it. But 7-1 scoreline right now.
And you were a big fan of the pizza background. We've got custom backgrounds going on in these fan cams, so nothing can go wrong there.
Pizza background was high quality, I thought. I'm sure people are going to get creative. There's going to be people trying to find out something new and exciting. Maybe if you have a strange hat, funny sunglasses, it's easy to impress us. Just go for it. Man, I can't believe they actually won the round. They've got the AWP as well on device now.
Well, let's see if they can do it with weapons. That'll be the real test. Rez, Plopsky, and Knock all centered around the bomb train for the moment. Rez is going to push up towards E-Box, and Twist playing out towards Ivy. Knock now rotating back in with the op to support Hampus. But Astralis still just spread across the map. A bit of a default. And the key with any kind of a default on the T side is to make sure you get box halls control, which Device and Snappy have done.
Yeah, and again, just leaving, what is that, Magus out at Ivy, just to keep an eye on things. If someone challenges him, maybe he could go for a bit of a fight, but he doesn't really have to.
I think he's just there for presence. I don't imagine he's going to get very aggressive at all outside of spamming through a smoke, but you need to have him there to be some kind of a presence so that in the future, like, you still have the NIP defense used to the fact that there's someone out towards Ivy.
Rez came up from behind the stairs and the ladder, and he takes 2 people down. So that whole default that was just being set up, it was just about to unfold through main, it is gone. The whole game is up. They know what's coming now. 5-on-3 that NIP just can't really lose. 25 seconds here. Yugi goes down next, and Meg is gonna 1 versus 4. And again, if they fight him, that's kind of on them. They can just leave him alone. They are giving him a bit of a chance here. 17 seconds. He's gonna try and put up a smoke and maybe fight a bit more. Surely planting inside will get him killed, and yeah, Hampus will find him. They could have played that even safer if they wanted to, but I guess a round is a round.
Yeah, you can't complain too much. What a flank from Rez. This is I don't know, that flank from Rez, the default spread from Astralis with no one doing a whole lot, I mean, that's just not enough eyeballs watching for that flank. And also, like, if you're just going to spend most of the round not really doing much, we see it with other teams usually, not often, not really at all with Astralis, but eventually the defense is going to go hunting for you, hunting for information. And Rez just found way more than he expected.
Yeah, he definitely did. That's a huge kill. I mean, it was so far across the map. There wasn't anyone that could revenge it. No one there to trade Rez at all. So that's a strong, just single individual play. Now, they're going to get their revenge this time, though. Dupree, pushed up by the E-Box and helped out by Device at a flashbang, will take him down.
It's a fake, though. It's all on Hampus now. That 1 kill pulled all the defense out. He's the only one still here at this inner bomb site. And he's going to try and push up along the smoke. No one's watching for this. Nobody's watching for it, but he can't stop the plant. 1 more through the smoke. He deals great damage to Yugi. Hampus has done as much as he possibly could.
Yeah, even the Molotov there to actually limit their space, but now they're being flanked as they're trying to retake the bomb site. Snappy, a beautiful headshot to take down Nok, and Plopsky and Twist. I mean, actually look like Hampus have done so much in this round, but I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough. Yugi will land another one, and now Astralis at least starting to warm up a little bit and get a couple of kills here. Twist just trying to hold the line. He's going to get the kill on Snappy, but he can't win the round, and he definitely knows it. He goes down. There was the flank from Dupree, and a second round for Astralis finally.
Yeah, the open and the close from Dupree. And more importantly, that first kill causes the rotation. It pulls all the support of Hampus outside to the A bomb site. He had nobody to help him with. So well-crafted round from Astralis and a lot of success based off that initial kill. Even so, they're fortunate Hampus didn't get more climbing over the bomb train in that fashion. He very easily could have gotten a double kill out of that, even if the bomb was planted, and that would have been really hard to deal with. 8-2, a 6-round lead for NIP, but they're running out of money. Astralis might have just done it.
I was getting really worried about that myself. I thought actually he could see both the players over there, but he obviously didn't know where the bomb was being planted. But if he got both of them, that probably is going to be the round favoring NIP all of a sudden. Still, it's a good lead. I mean, 8-2. I don't think they're going to be too unhappy about this this current trend. Oh, still in the hands of Nork. They have spent all of their money though, so it could be a bit of a swing back here for the Danes.
They need it. This T side is looking pretty labored so far. They're going to need an economic advantage down the stretch to claw as many rounds as possible. This T side.
Yeah.
Here we go. Utility. Smoke out. 4 players outside for NIP to start with. The deep Molotov towards Ivy, but Device and Vegas are going to mostly ignore it. And Dupree spots Plopsky. A little bit of damage exchange, but not too much.
I'm surprised that Dupree is actually standing around in main like this. I mean, they have known for a while that Nork is really good with that open. He's down there somewhere. He's still going to win the fight against Plopsky. That's a great kill for Dupree. A lot of confidence in that playstyle.
That's why he's sticking around. Yeah, perfect timing. Just as Plopsky's clearing a corner. Rez gonna put out the Molotov, double nade. Thankfully, he wasn't pushed forward. And Twist might have a big role to play. The cover of the flashbang and smoke, they jump out towards the backside. There goes Knock. And now Twist is in an impossible scenario. It's him against the world in the outer bomb site.
Dupree just doing such an incredible amount of work out there. Triple for him in the round so far. Hampus trying to avoid the wall bangs and make an escape with that AK-47, which is probably all they'll have in the next round. So, I don't know, slow start here for Astralis, but starting to show some signs of life. Dupree getting tired of getting beat up, I guess.
Yeah, he's actually providing a lot of the openings that they've had in these past 2-3 rounds that they're able to win. He's actually starting to come online just a bit. 8 and 9 for him. He's leading the way for his team. Next up is Device with 6. And NIP, after such a good start to this half, after what, that 7-0 run to start it, I mean, they're in danger of having this entire half just implode. Just by virtue of having no money to fight with.
Yeah, and I mean, when you get this kind of a lead, right? This is how you don't want it to collapse. They've done a good job. Otherwise, they sort of, they had that AWP on Nork, a bunch of rounds. They had a lot of luxury working in their favor, but it's got to come to an end here.
And here's what you need to do. If you're NIP, the next round that you have the full buy, that you have your weapons and your utility, you need to bomb that T mid with nades, with Molotov, with flashbang, and you need to neutralize anyone who's trying to get a pick there. Dupree has gotten that kill on Plopsky, close up in the Olaf position, and then he got one moving out towards E-Box. So if you can put a stop to that, at least you're not playing these rounds 4 on 5. Hampus, unfortunately, that AK-47 falls to the other side of the bomb train. That makes Rez very sad and very dead.
Yeah, that's such a shame. Would have loved to have picked it up and continued the fight, but it is just not possible, as you could tell. Nork inside of the smoke for no more than a second. Good round. A lot of power there behind it. No one slowing down from Astralis. 8-4. And as you said, now they've got some rifles again. They don't have that many grenades, but you're right. If they don't put an end to that main play, maybe Dupree's going to keep going. And I think potentially a bit of a tech timeout being called here by NIP.
Yes, indeed. All right, so we'll get a slight pause in the action. Pretty impressive comeback into this half from Astralis. At least they're making a challenge of it.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, we were starting to get worried about because the bar of expectations is set so high for Astralis, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's almost an unfair comparison.
But that's how it is. I mean, like, there's no way to avoid that, I think. There's obviously a huge power to having the Astralis name like this, but it does carry with it a couple of consequences, and I think this is just one of them. So there's no avoiding that, I think. But if they can just, I think if they could just not crash and burn, if they could just sort of have like a good medium performance here. Peel's there, all right, whatever, like we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Once Snappy and Yugi get put into play, maybe it can still kind of work out. But I think if they just get completely crushed by NIP, then yeah, people will start to get nervous. So I like the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, I do too. I'm gonna like spend some time in reserve judgment. I mean, it's quite obvious this T side is missing a little bit of that power that they had previously. There we go. That's NIP getting aggressive and just making sure that Dupree has no chance to provide an opening. Rez under some pressure, but he's gonna fall back. A retreating battle, and he's got backup from Hampus. They've done good damage to Yugi, and even Plopsky taking some gunfire through the wall. They're gonna stay involved in the action.
Yeah, still sticking around. That's kind of bold. Now finally going to start to slowly back away from that. Device alone here with the AWP. What a way to do this. I mean, again, you're taking this part of the map on your own with a scope gun like this. if you miss a shot, you're done. Snappy's going to go down to Nork, and he will quickly smoke. Oh, actually, probably wanted to have that smoke stay there, but fair enough.
Yeah, got a mind of its own, that little sneaky guy. All right, 2 down ladder. Here comes the hit. Rez actually sinks back into the choke point. He's got to be careful. He can get blocked out by smoke or Molotov if he's way too committed to CT con. Now he's going to step directly behind the smoke, finding a timing. Yugi, Molotov is out. Rez surely going to start wrapping around this smoke any second now.
Yeah, he's really biding his time. He's waiting for it. Not even get that kill, but he would have had it either way, so it's still a pretty good play. A single kill for Rez, but very, very patient in the round. And 9-4.
That's a team ace. All 5 members of NIP got 1 kill apiece, so well done from them. A 5-round lead now. Money's still good for Astralis for these final 2 rounds, even in a loss. And there it is. I mean, that's kind of just what I mentioned. I said, dude, you know, use nades to neutralize Dupree. They just push up and take him out of the equation entirely. So that's a good start to the round for the Ninjas. We'll see if they put that pressure on Team Mid one more time.
14th round here. Astralis, if they lose this round, they can still buy it. They still have some money in the bank, so that's kind of good news. It's a little bit worse for NIP if they end up giving up this one, so I think they just want to put Astralis away here. I mean, if they could finish 11-4, that'd be a huge lead going into the second half.
Okay, well, there's a stack towards the inner bomb site. 3 players, 2 on the lower ramp, and Rez was pushed upper. They're just breaking that because they hear no footsteps and no utility. This boost, that, ooh, Plopsky never expects it. What a good find, and I know that's turned you on.
Oh, Jason, you have no idea how much. That's, that's put a huge smile on my face. What a cool idea. Hampus goes down, Nork and Twist in a 2-on-5. They didn't do it exactly how I would have wanted to, but I'll take it anyway. I'm happy that they tried it.
Yeah, they did it in a way that actually got them something, which is unique for your boost ideas.
It's because if you throw a smoke from T-spawn that lands right in front of the box, it is impossible to see the head of the T's from the other side. Oh no, that's giving away a little bit much. I don't think actually Twist's gonna win the round, but yeah, you can actually make it like a pretty much an indestructible one-way kind of peak, except of course if people just shoot there from habit, right? But it is kind of disgusting. Still, that worked pretty well. Good job.
Yeah, magnificently, I would say.
They actually did have that smoke in front of it. I didn't think, yeah. So they had the smoke in front as well. I'm so excited.
They had it all. They had it all.
I've only tried to convince
5.
people for 3 years, so.
Well, I mean, it was a long payoff, but it seems like it was worth it.
Yeah, definitely. That was my investment 3 years ago, and now here we go. It's been used once. Sick.
Good pick from Device. Dupree out mid again is going to find another entrance as well for Astralis, and he's going to build on it. Dupree has been a saving grace for this team in this half. And you know what? As much as we've criticized Astralis for what this TF has looked like, for how it's looked a little bit flat, a little bit unusual, man, is it not just the most Astralis thing in the world to have a half that seemed flat and feels like it wasn't as impactful, but still put 6 rounds up on a T side of train? They started down 0-7, and they closed this half on a 6-2 run.
Yeah, that is a really good point. I completely agree. Great comeback here for the Danish side. Maybe they still have something left in them. We'll see if they can continue it in the second half. That's coming up right after the break. Stay tuned.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke.
And then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an Inner Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us, it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Gen.G, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, no. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right. See you, dude.
You describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance, structure. We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaives, that's not bad, but pop towards the window. He's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Xipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Xipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a 1. They line up for him and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Alright, welcome back here. We've got Astralis and NIP still on trainers. We're just getting the server up and running again, but you get a little bit of an overview of what was going on. And I mean, you look at the scores here, Jason, it feels like NIP should have won way more.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially considering they started at 7-0, right? Like, you'd expect them to be able to add a few more rounds onto that, and they did get 2, but the fact that Astralis claws back at that kind of a fashion, I'm just very impressed they were able to find that recipe. And to be honest with you, it was Dupree. It was the entrance of Dupree outside of Team Mid.
Yes.
He did so much work round after round for Astralis to be able to find those openings, and that was probably the most stark contrast to the Astralis we know with Zip and Glaive that have all that experience, all those trophies. They were so so good at finding openings, and Astralis was lacking that until dupreeh stepped up to the plate.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got some matches, some ties coming in. They end up splitting the points for those. So that's in Group A, of course. But still, that's really worth thinking about. That could really cost, I think, both ENCE and Vitality that none of them were able to close it. Whereas, you know, maybe things looking a little bit better for Mouseports. They did end up doing pretty well over in Group B.
Yeah, I was, I mean, it was a nice little comeback from them, wasn't it? Because very similarly, Dig seemed to have a very solid first half with a good T side, and switching over, Mousesports just ran them over. There was no slowing down for Mousesports, so that was cool to see, especially considering how much Mousesports has struggled online recently. And here we go. Here's the fan cam. We got ninjas in the back of one. We've got a pepperoni pizza in the other one. Ooh. We've got some wings and some mustaches on this one.
This guy has managed to pick his own face as the chroma key color and just chroma keyed himself out of it, so just his hair remains. That is next level. I didn't even think of that. Quite the genius move.
Well, man, now you've got something special that you can pull off.
I know, I never thought of it, but that's good thinking, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, dupreeh, you could tell it sort of shows on the scoreboard here as well. Just 13 kills, and a lot of those were openings out in the A yard, so that made a pretty spectacular difference. 9-6 again. I mean, it didn't look like they were going to be able to pick it up or pick up the slack at all, but somehow they did, and now here we're back into the game. Second half coming right your way.
Astralis on the CT side now, 6-9. They went on a 6-2 run to close that first half and looking to carry that momentum forward. And NIP gonna start this out with a B rush. Here we go, Device on the bomb train. Snappy's far back, and it's all about to see what can Device get. Snappy's gonna have to fall away. Device is still so high up on top. He hasn't been found, and now he's gonna stop the plant. How has NIP let this happen? Finally, the kill comes out from above, but the delay is massive.
Oh, that could be a huge issue here. Finally, they're going to go through with it, and it's a 2-on-3, but that could have been everything for Astralis right then and there. dupreeh just falling off the ledge. They are still on Glocks mostly. dupreeh with a nice headshot. I think this 1P250 there on Rez could be very, very dangerous up on the high ground. Shooting from the ladder, never a good idea. Plopsky will take down dupreeh. Excellent kill, and Magus got the jump. He wants to go for more, but Rez will take him down, and that will be the round in favor of NIP.
Yeah, that P250 allowing Rez to hold that angle for the follow-up peek from Magus, and I cannot believe that Device was just never spotted up top. That means that the player coming from upper ramp never even swung to look into the bomb site, never cleared anything. And when you look into how this actually worked, NIP pushed sidewalk. They didn't clear spindles, they didn't clear the other side of the bomb train, they didn't clear high train. There was a lot of danger for NIP in that round, and Device almost pulled off something crazy.
Yeah, as close as it can really get there. Not really quite true for the odds actually favoring NIP versus Astralis. So that's interesting. Not everyone would have necessarily expected that, but yeah, I mean, I guess given the current results, maybe it makes sense.
Yeah, I think the roster change is going to cause a loss of confidence. That's a great HE grenade though, up above ladder room. A couple follow-up ones to return the favor onto Magisk. But yeah, the confidence drop in Astralis after changing out 2 players for this series or for this tournament. And I think also that first half, going down 7-0, had a lot of people worried in the Astralis comeback. Good opening pick for NIP. That's dupreeh lured into action.
Man, that was those grenades that they throw to hit Plopsky and Rez are actually a lot harder than people think, because there's like a vent up there that half the grenades you throw, if you don't know what you're doing, will just land on top of the vent, and that vent will absorb all of the damage. So, yeah, you have to actually know what you're doing. You can't just blindly toss them. In the case you ever got the urge to in one of your own games, gotta do the research.
Oh, more nade work from Astralis. Although it doesn't look like it's gonna matter a whole lot down the stretch, but they do have a couple players pretty low for Device's scout. If he can just pick off one, I don't think Nock will show himself. He's in relative safety tucked into that corner. Snappy now pouncing up. Oh, he finds one. This is so scary. He's got a second. And Device can win this. A 1 versus 2.
That was a quick headshot. I mean, just jumping up. That was really well done, but he's looking the wrong way. Hard to do with the scout indeed. So an expensive round for NIP. They will still take it, and it's 11-6 now. And not enough money for Astralis to actually do anything. dupreeh, though, with another taser. We've seen them bought, but not really seen them do anything yet.
No, we haven't really gotten the fun with tasers that we like to see. You know why? It's because we don't have Tarek. When Tarek buys that taser, he really goes for it. You know, he doesn't just sit at a corner and wait for someone to come in. He actually attacks with that thing.
That's a good point. I do miss Tarek for that reason, and amongst others. Oh, wow. Back with the grenades. 3 in a row on Dupree's face. That was too much.
Yeah.
He tapped out.
Two's manageable. Three's unreasonable.
Yeah, he didn't want anything else to do with it. The device is still on the taser, though, so we could still see it in action.
He's got that towards the inner bomb site. You imagine he's going to push up close to the lower ramp with it just for a cheeky little kill. But NIP might not even end up there. At the moment, with the 5-on-4, just waiting for any kind of push, any kind of reaction, waiting for the information play that's not coming. So now all that's left is for them to attack this bomb train away from the taser as well. So that's sad.
Yeah, getting cheated all the time. It's nice in a round like this to have that Mac-10 and the pistol on twist. Because you can have them lead the charge into that site, not even worried about any stacks or anything. Now he's looking for an exit taser, which I guess that can also work.
Second favorite kind of taser.
Yeah, I mean, especially at the ladder here, it's so funny when people climb up and then they descend flying down again after having made that weird scream.
Yeah, that weird like made to sound like a squawking chicken. Ooh, didn't even get a chance.
Really wanted to as well, but that's a shame. Not for NIP though. All the way up at 12 rounds.
Yeah, just 4 rounds away from closing out this map, from taking a nice clean victory here. All right, let's see. They've had good starts to both of their halves. Obviously, the first one was 7-0, now 3-0. First gun round in hand. Device has the AWP, so does Twist on the T side.
Yeah, and that's interesting. See if we could find an early kill here, Device. I think we saw the comeback at the beginning of the first half there for Astralis hanging on to it, but it will be Twist instead, beating Device to the punch and taking him down. And if they win this round in IP, surely it's their game. Surely they've got themselves put in a nice position enough to be able to take the victory.
Yeah, they would have such a nice advantage. I can't believe Hampus is this close. Good find from Yugi up on top, and that was the only one who could have stopped that play from occurring. So Yugi finds the equalizer and can now take a deeper angle in towards T-mid with that AWP. His biggest problem is the fact that he does not have any support or any kind of a teammate to keep an eye on Ivy behind him. So his attention is probably going to be split between those two choke points.
No one's cleared up Pop Dog yet, so Dupree's still hanging around in there. We'll see what they do if they actually go for this bomb site. If they can buy time and just make sure that no one pushes through fast enough, then maybe Dupree... Oh, he's already walking up behind them. This is exactly what Rez did to them, and now Dupree wants to do the exact same thing. Has he spotted out anyone yet? Oh, no, he's got his back turned. Rez might see him. Oh, this could be a disaster. There's the turnaround in Dupree. He only gets the one. I can't believe it. He had it lined up. That could have been the round one just then. It might be enough still just because of the confusion, but, man, the timing is unbelievable.
No, look outside. They're going to readjust. Nock has to make a play right now. He needs this kill. He needs it. He's got the headshot. Now he can hold Yugi back, at least for the moment. Yugi, low HP. Good job from Nock. He's allowed Twist to rotate back out, but look at the time. There's only 12 seconds. Twist has to make his play. Here comes a boost in towards CG choke point. He now knows the location of both, and Yugi can't fight. Yugi's got to back away.
Wow. Again, what a dramatic round. It's because he was behind the wall. Dupree just didn't even see him. And then the quick trade, the quick turnaround, and as you pointed out, Nock, he had to win that fight, and he did. That's heartbreaking for your Astralis. Are they rage buying into this round, Jason? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know. Does Astralis rage anything? Do they rage do anything?
I don't know. It's old Astralis definitely not, right? Maybe new Astralis.
No, I mean, they've left themselves enough money with the losing bonus built up that they'll be able to buy in the next round, but, you know, snapping off a few pretty quickly, trying to do some kind of damage, maybe get a Hail Mary in there. Plopsky knows the position of Vegas, and now he knows the position of Dupree. I'm a little bit shocked that the communication didn't come over to warn Dupree that Plopsky was in ladder room, crossed over. Yeah. Either way, Plopsky's going to start this round with 2 kills, and a big advantage now for NIP.
Yeah, it's looking so good, isn't it? About to be 14-6 with the money, with everything going in their way. The only thing that really could be potentially an issue, right, is the fact that they're on the T side. So if Astralis can turn it around, they can go on a pretty big run. Snappy, 1 versus 5. Would love a gun, but they're unavailable, so he's gonna have to take one if he wants it. That's not gonna
pry it from his cold, dead hands.
Exactly. Didn't really turn out that way in the end, so that's a shame, but ultimately now is the test. Maybe the last one that Astralis will have in this game. Double AWP. What do you think of that solution?
I mean, listen, at this point, 6-14, nothing else has worked so far. You haven't really had a whole lot of opportunities, and you don't really have a whole lot of chances left to kind of struggle, so why not go into a double AWP?
There are no wrong answers kind of mentality.
Yeah, well, also, ooh, never mind, hold the phone. Fast pace, good shot from Yugi. Even dodges the follow-up, gets a leg shot, but Plopsky wins the spam battle.
Man, that was about to be really, really brilliant from Yugi. Dupree standing right underneath, dodging the grenade as Twist goes down to Magisk. So building a more reasonable start this time, Astralis. Device in a position to get a quick pick off here, and he will. Rez goes down. Well, now they know that double AWP is in play. We don't know yet if Astralis will be able to keep both of them, but at least NIP will have it probably in the back of their minds if enough Astralis members survive here. They're far back on B. Just allowing NIP to get the bomb plant if they want it.
Well, we'll see if Device can hit the shot on the cross. He sees Plopsky up top. And there it is, bomb on the ground, and it's even in a place that's very difficult for Nock to recover to even get a plant, so he's just got to try and find a kill or two right at the end. Device is creeping up, that's a great headshot, but no chance for a follow-up. And Astralis is still alive, still on the board, but the double up has been taken away from them. Only able to bring one of the AWPs forward into this round.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. I mean, it's a sizable investment, and Yugi seems to be pretty explosive with that weapon right now. I'd love to see him back on it. Maybe not over the Vice or anything like that, but it's fun when they both have one.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a powerful setup for this Astralis lineup, at least on the defensive sides, for some time to come. Nades out towards mid, no one peeking into it from the Ninja's side. Short pop flash, Dupree wins that battle as well. Flashbang doesn't even touch him.
Man, Dupree is having himself an amazing game right now. Whatever comeback is in store right now, if any at all, a lot of it looks like it's going to be on the back of Dupree. Inside of B, 2 people. Further up this time, the grenade. Looks like it could be timed well enough at least to catch the AWP back there. Rez has already spotted this out. Now backup should be called for. They must know that something is coming. That's the bomb down as Plopsky gets dinged by Device, and now it's a 3-on-4.
Twist is there with the AWP, though. Someone needs to get that bomb and plant it. Unfortunately for Twist, it's got to be him. He's got to give up his perch with the AWP at some point. Rez has pushed up to alleviate some of that pressure on the AWPer, but what kind of a play could he actually make? Smoke is going to clear pretty soon, and he's waiting for his moment to pounce. Twist providing support on the right side of this train.
Yeah, this close position, if he can stay alive for more than a kill, it's going to be huge. There's one, taking down Magisk. Now it's just a question of seconds. Trying to stay alive and even getting more kills, but he can't. He runs out of bullets at the end. Twist almost with the double. He swings again. He's going to take down Yugi. A massive defense here with the afterplant. And now Device, he knows he can't do it. That is great for Twist. Might have just saved his team here. 15 rounds for NIP.
Not just Twist, give a shout out to Nock, just throwing his flashbangs, helping his teammate that completely blinds Yugi trying to push up along the bomb train. That gave Twist the chance to miss a shot and come back for more. What great support provided by Nock. 15-7, NIP have 8 chances to close out this map.
8 chances, yeah, that's just a lot, isn't it? Even on the T side of the train, hard to imagine that they can't find just even one of them. There's some good sniping coming out from Twist in that one. Yeah, you're right. The grenades as well, really helping out. Endless with a close spawn. Just gonna get some fire at his feet. Well, this is a much better start.
That's a good opening. Yeah, but unfortunately, without that double up, the question becomes, can they still have success with just the single AWP? Plopsky looking for someone to push in towards ladder room. 4 on 5. NIP. So many chances, but at least in this one are going to have to struggle. One player towards Ivy, and they're looking for an equalizer. It was almost there. Yugi was so close to peeking right into Hampus.
Some noise down at Ivy, while the rest is setting up a couple of grenades, but it's all just for a fake right now. Gonna be throwing those grenades. Oh, more grenades landing on top of Magus down there. He's gonna be annoyed at that. Hamper's actually pushing in, and now this fake could work really well. Look at that, 3 people out in the A yard. Only inside is Snappy, and just for a second, Rez takes him down. That is a magnificent job from Hampers doing that out there. Just the 1 kill is all they needed.
I think they already know Dupree is flanking as well. Plopsky gets a freebie. Dupree and a 1 versus 3, and yeah, all eyes turn in this direction. He's got no chance. Rez shuts him down. 16-7. Statement win for NIP over Astralis.
Yeah, some really cool strategies coming out, and all of the NIP team, I thought, really working well together to secure this victory. So overall, just a fantastic job. We'll go to a break, and we'll be back with more Counter-Strike coming right up.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here, so I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Let's go.
There we go. The fans were watching Nip win, and their team managed to pull through over Astralis. As far as Astralis are concerned, it's back to the drawing board trying to figure out how to get these new players to integrate into the roster. They shouldn't be dropping teams, they shouldn't be dropping maps to NIP, but that's just the way it went today. So 16-7, and Maniac, we're going to get right into it. I'm going to jump to you. What did you take away from this match?
Well, I mean, first of all, if you just look at the numbers on your screen right here, you can see both Snappy and Yugi hardly struggling in that game, and you can understand why. It's Train is the definition of a tactical map. Not exactly sure why Astralis allowed NIP to take them on that map, of course, but Snappy on the B-bomb side, specifically on the CT side, he had such trouble handling NIP, and the Swedes, they quickly realized. They've played the B again and again and again, played these bomb plants to perfection, and I mean, I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not, you know, because I saw it coming.
I mean, I have to say, this is not...
Thorin, what did you think?
This is not the Astralis I expected to see. Like, I thought I was going to get way more from Magisk than this. Like, Device and Dupree did what they could under the circumstances. The two players who were coming in from Rogue, they just looked terrible. I mean, they didn't do anything whatsoever in this game. I want to put most of the focus, though, on the Nip side of the equation. Like, Nip looked fantastic the whole game through, pretty much. Like, even some of the rounds they lost were just brute force skills from some of the Astralis players that actually were on the server. So... like, again, this is not Astralis as I remember them. This is Astralis. Like, you just don't get any of the quality that you expect from that team. That's one of the hardest teams in the game to beat. So, I want to just give a quick props as well. Another thing people might have missed in the whole shake-up in Nip is they've taken Nok off primary op duty, and that is just Twist who does that now. And actually, you saw Nok on an AK here. You look great. Like, this guy was really coming into his own as a player, and I think he's really kind of shown that it was worth the gamble when they moved into this post-original 5 era, as it might be called.
How big of an impact do you think it is? For me watching Nip, it felt like there just wasn't the respect, you know, going up against players like Snappy, like Yugi. The Nip players aren't going to respect them the way they respect Zipnix or Glaive on that roster. Do you think that made a bit of a difference going into this, or is that just too much?
Well, I was listening to the comms in the green room because Blast have me very fortunate that I'm able to hear the teams, and I have a little bit of a Swedish basics in here, and I could tell you they were not disrespecting them at all. Like, they took it very, very seriously, and every round was carefully approached, but there was a feeling of serenity and calm in NIP's camp, and I think it's very impressive because the roster is pretty young roster after all. I mean, when your veteran are Twist and Rez, that is not an old lineup per se, and I thought they were very much in control. They knew exactly what they had to do. Even in tight clutch situations, they were quite calm, giving clear communications, never saturating or talking too much. So it was a very, very clean sheet. And I agree with Duncan. The two gambles they have made, Plopsky and Nog, I think they are really paying off. And this might be the fiercest NIP lineup we've had in a long, long time.
Do we think that a threat as coach for NIP, is he having that big impact that's making them such a strong team? Really quick, because we're going to have to jump into the next match now. And I'll throw that to Thorin.
Yeah, I personally think Threat's the mastermind of the whole thing. I even think, actually, I'm very interested to know how much of him bringing in Hampus was on him, if they say it was management and not players. He's not a player. So I personally put a lot of the credit down to him. But anyway, let's talk about this next match.
Yeah, this is going to be the next one that we're going to get into. Our before last European match for the first day here at Blast Premier. And it's going to be Fnatic versus Mad Lions. Fnatic, they're here. They're in Blast. Fantastic. Congratulations to them. The Swedish roster going to work. But they're going to be going up against the Danes. And Mad Lions, they're no pushover. They've just taken down a massive tournament in their own way to start off the year. So, Maniac, let's start with you. In terms of this matchup, what are you keeping an eye on?
Well, the thing is, the same reasons why Fnatic have come back on the throne of Counter-Strike, or at the top of Counter-Strike, are the same reasons that are missing right now. I think, first of all, Brolin coming into his own and really pushing himself as one of the best players out there was one of the reasons, and he's been very quiet recently. I think that Golden as well, coming back as the in-game leader, did put a lot of structure and a lot of game sense and just sense in general in that lineup, and he's been very lackluster individually. So if you're looking at individual players, there is a problem right now in Fnatic, but they could bounce back. I've said Mouseports would do it. I have a feeling Fnatic could do as well. But they're going up against Mad Lions, who, as Duncan very rightfully prefaced, they are on the verge of breaking out. They're on the verge of becoming one of these top teams, and this might be the tournament they do so.
And so, Duncan, I mean, this is them dancing on the edge right now. Do you think that this is their golden opportunity now in Blast to have that impact, to really step into the arena?
I do think that they have a real good chance. Another thing I want to track as I watch Mad Lions go against Tier 1 though is where are the home maps? Like where are the maps where if you say top 5 team in the world on this map, when do Mad Lions come into that equation? Because listen, they can be really good on Dust too. They can be good on Mirage. Are they the best in the world though? I don't think so. So that's another area where they've looked well-rounded generally, but you got to actually have real big strengths if you want to start winning big series against some of the top teams, and especially when you meet in the middle of the map pool like they're likely going to do here. The experience of Fnatic is hard to account out in a scenario like this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Duncan.
And we're not going to waste any time. Let's just get right into it. Pick ban.
Yeah, I think it's beyond, like, the map is not even going to be the question in that scenario, honestly. It's just a matter of, are the players going to step up? Because we know that some players have been very impressive, for example, in Flashpoint for sure. But like, if I name Acor, for example, he was one of the most impressive players that would drop off significantly when the stakes were really high and they were going up against a great opposition. So is it going to be the case here? Might that be one of the limit of that lineup? Because it's great to know that you have players who can show up, but they need to do against the top dogs. And this here might be the case. Now, we have Mirage. If you're Mad Lions and you give Mirage to Fnatic, well, you know what? You're very setting up yourself with most difficulty, because it's definitely a map that Fnatic can play.
Yeah, I mean,
is this a map? Is this a gamble on Mad Lions trying to play to their strengths, though?
I mean, this is the map that Mad Lions choose in a lot of series, so they definitely like this map. I've seen them have, like on T side, they're very decisive. They will just do like a full fast execute. They won't just dick around in the mid all the time trying to bait people out. They're not like a Nico-led team. They're actually trying to be a tactical team even on this map that's considered stale. The problem is, even though the win rate isn't good for Fnatic over the last few months, this used to be a go-to map for Fnatic. This used to be one that was Crims was a god on the CT side of. So even though I would say recent form favors Mad Lions, you can't count out the Fnatic side on this one.
Mm-hmm. And so this is where we get to see Fnatic take control of the situation. We're going to be taking a quick break before we get into the match. We have the Fnatic players on their cams right now, and it looks like they're playing on location as well. So live here from Sweden, we'll see how do Fnatic face up against Mad Lions right after the break.
Bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky.
They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps and what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always like going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top fours on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
All right, welcome back. Well, there he is, Jason, the man with just the immortal smile. It's Flusher.
I know. Why did we have to open up on his face? That just immediately makes me happy.
It does, I know. That's probably why we did it. Maybe the producers knew as well. It's Fnatic versus Mad Lions, and I think this could be actually quite a fun game. I really like watching Mad Lions, and I don't think there's anyone that doesn't like watching Fnatic play. They're just always a fun team.
Yeah, they're so much fun, but they're another team that seems. I mean, both of these squads actually, oddly enough, have had some of their own fair share of struggles since we've made the switch to some online play. Fnatic especially recently. I know for Mad Lions, it's funny because I know you really like Acor, I really like Acor as well. But the two names that I usually pick as like the most impactful for this Mad Lions team, Acor is flashy and exciting, but Shush and Bubsky are awesome, and they quietly have a very solid fragging in-game leader in Asilian. So they've got a pretty cool team, and for the longest time, Mad Lions has been knocking on the door of the top 10. They've been the gatekeepers to the top 10 in professional CS.
Yeah.
They just haven't made it there themselves quite yet.
I feel like that's a good way of describing it. And I mean, there was a lot of, a lot of waves going on at some point, right? When they got rid of Hunden and got Asilian in there, and everyone was, pointing fingers and ready for them to fail, and they didn't. So now I actually think it's just about seeing how far up they can go. I mean, gotta remember, it's still a fairly new project with Asilian in here, so I still think they're on the up and up. They're gonna be starting on the CT side, Fnatic on the T side. So big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Get everyone in here, get on those fan cams if you can, find a way to do it. It's great fun, we really do enjoy it, and yeah, tell all your friends about it too if they don't know already. I'm sure everyone has a webcam these days.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so, or some kind of camera.
Anything.
Anyway, JW, Crims going through the underpass towards middle. This could very much be a fake. We'll see if they try and head in towards window where Acor is, but they could try and attack the A bomb site with 3 players. The bomb and one other teammate, Brolin, are back in B holes. There's JW boosted up, good kill from Golden. That's an opening duel. That is a heads-up fight, and JW's got the next one. Bubsky's gonna try and recover the situation, but now Mad Lions realize their mistake. The B bomb site is lost entirely, and this surely... Oh! All right, Golden just stomping on him. Gonna go for one more, and he's got it. 3 headshots for Golden.
What an absolute badass. He got the last bullet on him. They were all shooting at him. Mad Lions saying that tech issue. Maybe their brains got scrambled by how mad that was.
Yeah, if I got wrecked that hard, I'd call a tech issue as well. I'd be like, oh man, weird, my keyboard just stopped working as soon as you peaked.
Yeah. That was incredible. What a cool shot. Well, I mean, it was already looking good even before all of that, right? Winning the fight in window and also one in the B bomb site. That's a good start. But then Golden just stayed alive, and with the P250 in there, the right tool.
Listen, that's an interesting round for Fnatic, just for purely the one reason of, remember, Golden, when he's initially joined Fnatic, I know this was a while back, but even when he rejoined, the knock on Golden has always been individually, can he actually stack up with the other players in the professional scene? And right here, we just see Fnatic basically crafting around where Golden is required to get a kill to make that fake work. Like, if you just put him with a P250 at that A bomb site the way they did on the T side, you're relying on him being bold enough to take that challenge and win that fight more often than not, so that you force a rotation so that the players can actually attack into the B bomb site. So yeah, that's a pretty cool facet of that strategy for me.
But that can't keep being the criticism of Golden, right? I feel like he's proven it time and again that he actually can, get kills.
I think if you're holding on to that criticism of Golden, you're living in the past. Like, you haven't quite updated the information in your brain, because Golden has been putting in some work with this Fnatic lineup ever since he rejoined.
Yeah, I really think so. And I mean, I don't need him to be out fragging, Brolin and Crims and JW and all the rest, like every round. I just need him to do. But sometimes he even does. That's what's so crazy. Like sometimes he actually is the guy just top fragging for some odd reason. This is a really, really cool kill. But the follow-up here, I mean, that's when he's feeling it. He's like, you know what? This is one of those rounds. I'm gonna go get this done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after that little one tap in the previous kill, you might as well have the heat check. That was really sick.
Yeah.
Nice round from Golden. And yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on this Fnatic team so far?
I mean, again, I'm kind of on your side in terms of just how they've been feeling online, and I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really alarm me that much. I mean, the only thing is obviously we don't know how long we're going to be playing like this online. So, you know, if you say, oh, it's going to be another month of online, and for that reason, you know, it kind of sucks to see Fnatic play maybe not at their optimal game. But obviously, if you scale that and you say, well, it's going to be 10 more months of online play, then I'd start to say, okay, well, now it's an issue. Now they actually need to take it seriously, right? Because that's just a long time to be losing. So for me, it's just all about like the scale of it, and I guess no one knows. So maybe just prepare for the worst in some sense if you're a Fnatic or any other team for that matter.
Prepare for the worst.
Yeah, be pleasantly surprised if it turns out you didn't need it. So
1-0. 2 MAC-10s on Flusha and Crims for Fnatic, so they've got some hyper-aggressive weaponry here. And they're gonna go for some mid control. Crims, Golden, and Brolin gonna swing out top mid. That's a good HE nade onto Brolin, down to 44 health. We've seen these rounds be so dangerous these past few days, Anders.
It doesn't take much, does it? I mean, again, one of those rogue scouts, or if you're a little bit slow and you get deagled slowly down, it can definitely spin out of control pretty quickly. So they managed to do some return damage, but there are 3 flashbangs in play that could be, you know, popped into middle for a bit of a crunch. Might be what they're attempting to do here, Mad Lions. That would certainly be interesting.
Well, 2's on A-Core. He's throwing one right now. Here comes the peek. They might be able to follow this up. Flusha gets a kill. Roy follows it up. Ascillion peeking from Catwalk. It's hectic, but Roy's got 2 kills. Bomb is down in mid as well. This is so dangerous for Fnatic. They're going to relocate over to Winter Room and go for a follow-up peek.
JW could sneak in, though, from the B-bomb side, where he jumped down, he could find a kill, and that would actually cause a huge distraction. He's just in time for it to get the kill on Ascillion. That's going to be nice, and now the fight continues, but Roy will also continue. Another shot coming out from him, make it a triple in his favor. And now what do? That bomb, I mean, it's been picked up by Crims, but they're in a 2-on-3. Even if they have the health, this is such a risky round.
It's all on JW. The spacing of Roy and A-Core has to be perfect. There's the glimpse. JW doesn't get the kill. Oh, and he's so aggressive. He finds one. Crims with another, and he's got in a 1-on-1. Bomb is going to get planted inside the site. Crims with an AK, A-Core with the Galil.
Yep, but let's see what he could do. All he needs is a strong headshot to begin with, and he can't find it. Crims will take him down. That is close. A little bit of a wake-up call for Fnatic. That was nearly Mad Lions completely turning the game around.
He got the dink as well.
Yeah.
He got the dink on the Crims, just could not complete it. This is a very good eco round from Roy. 2 kills here to follow up, and you can see the flashbangs being bombed over mid that whole time. A-Core was back at triple boxes, lobbing those over the wall. Really nice eco round for Mad Lions. Yeah, that was aggressive. Crims gets away with one there.
Some deagles in play this round.
This is another.
Go on.
Yeah, this is another round for mid control. Looks like for Mad Lions, like they wanted the pounce. This time they just don't have the flashbangs or the scout, so it should be an easy cleanup for Fnatic.
It's a bit of a weird flashbang that Golden ended up failing there. Almost grenading a teammate as well. So time to slow it down here, Fnatic. I mean, they've got it all. They've got them locked in behind the smokes. They should be winning this round no matter what. And JW, a lot of bullets in that Galil. He will clean it all up. That's good.
I like that. I like that from JW. Yeah, good play. 6 kills on J-Dubs, 5 on Golden. They're going to lead the way for Fnatic at the moment. It's 3 kills on Roy and 2 for A-Core. And he's got the op in hand. And this is perhaps one of the most exciting oppers we have in all of Counter-Strike. Not the best, not the most dominant, but the decisions he makes, A-Core, is so much fun to watch.
It is. It's you know, it almost feels like when you get to that point of the game where everyone else is like, I can't. It is too uncomfortable. You know, it's a really high risk. If I miss a shot, I'm dead. That's where A-Core just wants to be at all times. Like, and then he finds those places and he just keeps pushing, which is
and that
really
world.
nerve-wracking.
And that world to live in as a Counter-Strike player has so much more success online than it does on LAN. So I mean, this might be a situation. You can even hear Maniac say on the desk, he's one of the players that seems to fade away under pressure. Well, sitting at home, there's no pressure. Good opening kill for JW. Even has information, knows there's one more in connector, and he's looking for a follow-up peek from elsewhere. Meanwhile, B bomb site is under attack for Fnatic, and they've got it.
Yeah, Cillian needed to win. I mean, even 2 fights wouldn't have been enough, but it would have maybe brought a chance. I don't think they should go for this, Mad Lions. They're so far away. They have, you know, 3 right. Yeah, they're gonna go back off. That's a good choice. Hard call to make, but at the same time, that wasn't even the Cillian's fault. I think even if Cillian had got another kill, they probably still lose the round. That's, I don't know. That was just a great kill inside of B. I mean, the great time to hit B, basically, for Fnatic.
Well, you know, you and I always talk about, you know, why teams don't have more of like a control mid defense setup on this map, and I think we're seeing another part of the reason why teams have kind of shied away from that. Fnatic has really been exploiting it. Mad Lions have had heavy emphasis on protecting mid, on having presence there, on having 2 to 3 players there, and Fnatic have basically found that B bomb site almost for free, maybe 2 rounds so far, half the rounds that have been played, by just, you know, having 1 small minor presence in mid, and then 3 players coming out of the holes. So Mad Lions are gonna have to be very careful about protecting the extremities of the map and not overemphasizing mid.
Yeah, because that, I mean, that is definitely one of the potential weaknesses, and you're right. It does feel like there's no winning for the teams, right? If they don't hold middle, then we start to criticize that. If they do, it does leave some of the weaknesses, so we could be pretty critical when it comes to these things. Oh, that grenade though, right on top. That's what we want. That Bobski with the spray. That was so well set up. He just nuked their team.
That was, I mean, you say so well set up, I'm just gonna go with luck. That's a good timing on the nade, good spray control as well. Fnatic have to be equally frustrated that their double nade stack into the window didn't result in anything, and Bubski's been trained to fear this B bomb site. He's already rotated over, and that is a nasty angle.
Yeah, it is. Fnatic again, I mean, it's fine if they start to lose some rounds. I mean, they were ahead 4-0, but do some damage, right? Get something in return here. That would be nice so that Mad Lions don't have too much of a victory and start to build their bank, you know, too quickly. Golden and Flusher in the middle. And I think Mad Lions smartly not really... It's very hard to find isolated fights right here if you're Golden or Flusher. That was the first, like...
Well, they're looking for Bubski.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that's a good find. The spin around. Flush has got it with the help of Golden right through the box.
Oh, and the follow-up with the flashed into the window. Again, finding a couple of things right there. Third one would be brilliant, but Golden is getting shot in the back all the way over from the V-bomb side, picking up the bomb with 24 seconds left, and I think he realizes he's pretty much just... inside of a huge triangle here, and it's not going to be easy to get out. 15 seconds, started to move up, but Bubski will find him. Quad kill for him in the round. And I don't know, Fnatic making it at least a bit expensive, which I kind of appreciate.
Yeah, nice attempt from Golden right at the end as well. Trying to take a risk across into the bomb site, trying to mask his drop down. But certainly that opening provided by Bubski. 3 kills in the round. These 2 with the spam through the smoke, and we see players attempt that quite frequently. Very rarely do we see it result in a double kill in that fashion.
Yeah, you're right. It does seem like a lot of grenades. I wonder if anyone has stats on it, how many are thrown and how many actually do anything up to that top mid corner there. There's Acorn, not even afraid of still sticking around there, smoking off the underpass. He's got some teammates in connector, but yeah, he's kind of stuck for the minute. We'll see if he can find a way out. He can't. Crims will just take him down. Heads up play through the underpass.
A pretty safe way for Crims to help clear out that angle, or maybe force Acorn into a decision he didn't quite want to make. Fnatic is running out of nades down the stretch, though. 2 flashes, a Molotov, and a smoke, and Flush has got 14 health. So at least the aggression from Acor has flushed out a lot of that, and every smoke counts. So Golden better use this for something. Bomb is still way, way far back at the entrance to the B tunnels.
JW sneaking in like that. Wants that smoke to fade, but somehow Roy is able to see him just a bit earlier. And that's a big giveaway. No chance for a reply there for Golden. He's going to go down to Bubski, who was just in the window for a second. Crims hoping to see someone over him. And that smoke fades. I think he might have the edge against the Cillian, but that still might not be enough. This is a 2-on-4, and no, it goes the other way. Asilium will take him down, and now Mad Lions are really swinging back in this game in a big way. Fnatic are also out of money.
Oh yeah, they're starting to heat up now. Yeah, they're going to be dead broke after this. Flusha with exactly $0. Same with JW and Golden. Roy has an easy cleanup, and Mad Lions with their second round on the board, and they're able to salvage the AWP for Acor.
Yeah, this is the beginning of a decent sized comeback. It's not even the fact that they've just won the 2 rounds. The fact that, you know, they save how many, 3 rifles in the first one they win, 4 rifles in this round for Mad Lions. So, you know, that's going to give them some money to work with. And then Fnatic also running out of money and not getting the bomb plants. So a couple of different swings there going in favor of Mad Lions.
Acor now with the op, just holding an angle towards mid. Risky play. Oh my lord. This is what we're talking about, when the decisions that Acor makes are just, they don't really register at a whole lot of other people's brains. Maybe JW is here. Maybe he's like, they have a kinship of the way that they try and play the game. Maybe JW just understands him.
Like, I respect that. You're also mentally ill, so just appreciate that. Oh, well, I certainly appreciate it. I don't know what that says about me, but I love it. I think it's so much fun.
No, I do too, but it is just sometimes you just have to shake your head and wonder.
Yeah, why? Why exactly? 3 people in the middle with pistols. They need a kill, and then they need to go, I think. That was nice from Brolin, but I kind of almost wish they could follow it up. Deep grenade, and Shush also on the other side. Bubsky trying to help out, and just with a bit of a reload, but they should be able to take care of this. They know exactly where Golden is, and he is just, the question is if he can get a kill or if he's just going to go down. With Glock, not much happening there. That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, 3 in a row, and they actually, you know, preserve the economy pretty well. In those 3 rounds, they've only lost 4 players, so not too bad in terms of building the amount of money.
What is the...
And that op is starting to get comfortable in Acor's hands. Yep.
What's the saying? Real recognize real, I think is the... maybe that's what's going on between JW and Acor.
Some just, you know, some professional appreciation. Here's some mid-aggression. Flashbang coming over from spawn side. 2 players pushing up. Shush gonna lead the way. Counter flash for Fnatic is good, but the kill goes the way of Mad Lions. So does the follow-up. And the third. That's with the help of Roy. And Mad Lions have taken hold of mid.
It's been a while since I've seen a CT side actually successfully win middle, but this is a 4th round, I think, where in some fashion, maybe not always this aggressively, but Mad Lions are actually coming out on top of the mid fight. So Fnatic may have to, at some point, say, maybe we just don't put so much emphasis on it. They don't have to do it. I mean, you could do something else. You could just keep an eye on middle for a while, and especially if Mad Lions keep pushing, maybe you just, you know, fish for them a little bit and hang out and see if they're going to be walking into your crosshair. But this is so expensive. 2 versus 4.
Any kills they can get would be helpful. If they can crack their way to the B bomb site, that'd be huge, but I don't think there's a possibility. You even have Roy up in the B halls. He's an insurance policy. Although if anyone was going to sniff that out, it would be Flusha. For the moment, he's just causing a distraction. The main goal is the A bomb site where the defense is passive. JW, he wanted the knife. You could tell he was getting close up for that. But now they found an opening. 1 player in spawn, it's Acor, and JW knows his position.
Yeah, he does. Want to make sure you don't give this one up. Shot comes through. He's not really fallen back yet. He's stuck in this corner, and they know he's still going to pick up the kill on Flusher, and that's really big news. That could have been a 2-on-2 and very, very awkward indeed. Now instead, I think everyone is close enough by that JW can't make it work, and Mad Lions will win the round, but that actually was more scary than it looked for a minute.
Yeah, I felt like Acor didn't get the information, because remember, Mad Lions heard 1 pressuring catwalk towards the B bomb site. That was Flusha, and then JW gets the kill in jungle. It feels like Acor should have had the information of where both players were, but Acor kept looking in other directions. Regardless, he gets the kills anyways. It was just a bit interesting watching his decisions.
Well, that's a 4-round comeback, and again, Fnatic, I mean, more rounds with no bomb plants, more rounds where they lose the middle. And it's happening again. Acor with the, I mean, they don't have Deagles, but still. At this point, I would love to see them do something that isn't that mid-fight. Maybe use the fact that Mad Lions have 2 or 3 people in the middle.
Yeah, now you get the chess game, right? If you're Fnatic and you want to call something different, and Mad Lions can just say, all right, we've had success in mid, let's maybe, you can still bust out some aggression towards Palace. A-Core actually has a pretty decent spawn. A-Core and Roy could actually hustle over.
Yeah, you're right. Was that Asilian doing a little golf clap? Maybe a little shout out to Hiko? If you remember.
Because the old school Hiko golf clap?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll give it to Hiko.
It's been a while.
Brolin takes some damage. It has been a while. It's been a minute. A-Core with the nice pick, and there it is. There's that switch up. Instead of mid, this time it's towards A ramp.
That's gotta feel. I'd be really annoyed at this point, right? Because that's, again, you haven't been losing that mid fight, so you try and at least go somewhere else, and you run into the people who were previously in middle. Still, Roy's in there.
Yeah.
He does love playing that position.
I mean, Fnatic, especially JW, should be well-versed in the mobility on Mirage with an AWP. He's going to know all of these kinds of plays, and it's just good to see Mad Lions using the AWP as you should. Mobile, starting it out, opening up rounds with it in different positions each time. And you can see, even now, it's being shifted to the B bomb site. It's rotated all the way over on A-Core. And that will allow them, if they'd like to actually rotate Asilian away from the B bomb site. And this is just typical Danish Counter-Strike as well. Sorry, look at how they're just playing passively towards the A bomb site. When this set piece and this hit comes in, Mad Lions is already committed to the retake. They don't need to actually try and defend the bomb site itself.
Yeah, what they'd love is to, snipe someone away, get another kill on someone, or do some damage as they're trying to put the bomb down. But you're absolutely right. Retake is definitely on if that's what it comes down to. 28 seconds. Smoke to buy some more time. Nice kill from Flusher. It looked like he was strafing and shooting at the same time and taking down Roy. But look at Shush. He's actually moved all the way in there. He's no longer thinking about the retake. He's in top of the smoke that he himself put down, and he gets killed inside of it. Now the bomb is being planted. Bubsky trying to stop it, but not successfully so. And there is a flank from Brolin. I think this round has fallen apart here. Fnatic might have just found the key. There's Brolin coming in with a long range flank there, and now it's going to be just a 1 versus 3. Bubsky fighting all over the place and eventually gets taken down.
That's a strange defense. We're looking at the way that they're set up and already prepared for retake, already prepared to just kind of sit back, let it happen, maybe get 1 kill on the entrance, and then collectively Mad Lions decided to go against that, but not as a team. This fight here, Roy overextended, not playing for retake. That's way too aggressive. That's Shush trying to make up for Roy's death. And they just dropped the whole round. It crumbles from there. So we're all tied up at 5.
Indeed we are. Pushed into the A Palace there, and A-Core in the middle. Again, this is just in the opening 10 seconds of the round, and Mad Lions have dropped 2 of the Fnatic players, and they should be able to win the round. Again, this is just a question now of playing it safely and getting trades, but Bubsky behind the smoke. My god, Fnatic, I think they might be a little bit shocked at just how aggressive this is. I'm a bit shocked.
Yeah, Bubsky has no fear. He is not afraid of any of those pushes. Krims, you have to imagine what a disadvantage he's at. He goes down. Yeah. Mad Lions maintain a 1-round lead.
That's fairly aggressive. I mean, it's aggressive.
This is
across
Fnatic's
the map, right?
in some trouble. Yes, Fnatic is in some trouble in this round. They are in this half, I should say. The 4 rounds they won initially to start this half were based off the economic advantage of winning the pistol round. They've only won a single gun round. This is a 6-1 run for Mad Lions.
Well, the odds don't really quite reflect it yet. Mad Lions still a little bit, unfavored. I guess, 5 to 6 still a pretty good amount of rounds for Fnatic to have in the first half on T side Mirage. Yes. So I guess that kind of does make sense, but I'd say it's pretty impressive what Mad Lions are doing at the moment. Maybe it'll change later on. Oh no, that grenade right on top. More Molotovs that they rain into. Bubsky having a great time over here at the B bomb side. He'll get the triple kill, and they win the round in just a really short time.
That might be the most impressively coordinated defense at the B bomb site I've seen in a long time. There was no chance for success for Fnatic. They had a Molotov drop on them in the halls. They had 2 nades drop on them in the halls, and they had a Molotov on the ground when they jumped out of the window eventually. There was no chance for success there.
Oh,
let's go!
Wow.
we've got Danish fans. Some guy with a UK flag as well. Some of them, I think, painted the Danish flag themselves. There's a lot to handle.
Did she say? Did she say yeah, the boys?
She might have been doing that. I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't hear.
Isn't that an Australian thing? We've got painted flags. We've got a British flag. We've got Australian chants.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just take it all at this point in time. Those people look crazy, but it was the right kind of crazy. Much appreciate the fan cams. Keep it coming, guys. Definitely, you know, it'll really help us out. Great source of entertainment. No one has painted their faces yet, have they? With you know, the colors of the flags. That must be the next level.
Yeah. Not quite yet. It's relatively easy to do with the Danish flag as well. That'd be a simple feat.
Yeah.
Here we go. Krim's gonna lead the way with the Deagle. Shush up on the balcony, can turn around whenever he wants, but he's careful. They could be coming in from Palace. First kill for Roy. They know where everyone is, and Fnatic trying to cross the line, but it's just not there. It's just not available to him. Oh, I take it back. Golden has opened it right up.
Those kills all came in from Fnatic after essentially Mad Lions had stopped the whole push and the round was pretty much done, and then suddenly a bunch of kills and another one! Golden!
What?
Taking down Bobsky. He walked right into the Deagle. I can't really believe it. No bomb plant yet. JW repositioning and Asilian right on top. Golden, he seems to know and he will take him down. What a play! An ace from Golden!
That's a 2-on-5 with nowhere to go. I cannot believe Golden just pulled that off.
That is just so ridiculous, isn't it?
Unbelievable. And what's even crazier about it is JW was wrapping back around to Palace. Golden was all on his own at that last kill. He was completely abandoned and isolated. Holy hell, what a huge victory. What an incredible effort. And finally, JW comes out on top of Acor in the alt battle.
Nice kill there from Shush, but he couldn't really fall back. He knew that he was going to be in so much trouble. Now trying to recover it is Roy. He'll get a kill, back to checking middle, but he's very, very exposed out here. Yeah, he needs to either fall back or get some backup in here. Someone could maybe flash him in for a fight if he really wanted to, but it's a 3-on-3 right now, and it's going to be a quick bomb plant coming through from the Fnatic team. Man, Mad Lions need to win these last 2 rounds. I think Fnatic have already done a very, very good job in this first half.
It's just classic Fnatic. Just a miraculous victory from Golden in the previous round, and it seems to energize all of them. This round is convincing that they take the A-bomb site. JW getting that up situated in Palace. He's going to have a very deep angle. It's going to be hard to cross. Smoke comes in, Molotov comes in, Flusha and Golden. One goes down, one gets a kill, and Flush is still inside the site. There's JW from above, and he's even got a Molotov.
And he's gonna throw it down right in front and then goes for it. Oh man, he would have had him no matter what. And then we've got some tricks coming up, styling on him even after he's dead. 7-7. Fnatic tie up the scoreline here. Man, that was a crazy round right there. Another one, in fact.
Well, now it's a very good half for Fnatic. Now they're loving the life. 7 rounds on your T side, and even figuring out a way to scrape together some at the end in these gun rounds. It would look so suffocating for a while. 7-1 run for Mad Lions and Fnatic. Oh no!
That's not exactly.
What are the
great
odds of that? We're obviously gonna get that one on replay.
Yeah, let's check it out. Oh no, Mad Lions. It's crazy when you look at the scoreboard because you're way ahead of everyone else is Bubsky at 17-7, but on the other time it's Golden and JW doing almost all of the work. They're putting in an enormous amount of effort, and it's paid off. Now they're getting even helped out by Mad Lions. Oh, nice timing.
Ooh. Yeah, good flash from JW as well. Asilian had no chance in that fight, backing up as well. What? You can see that building. I can't believe Bubsky is a madman, jumping out through a smoke in window room for a double kill. That is that's a Batman level play.
Isn't it? It's just the kind of thing that shouldn't really work. Now, almost walking into the AWP shot there, I believe. Not quite going to happen. We'll see what they can do. It's a final round, so they are obviously going to go for the retake here. They've got Acor on one side, Roy and Bubsky coming in on the other side. Now, just how much can Bubsky do in this first half? And Fnatic, they are far back on the bomb side. They want to buy and play for time here. They got another Molotov in play on JW, and he's going to go down. The Roy with a kill, but he's traded, and now it's on Acor. Running in with the AWP, just cruising through, taking down Crims. Can he actually find this? He's going to tap the bomb, but it's a long defuse. 10 seconds. There is no way that's going to happen. He turns for it, but he's still going to lose the round. It's 8 in the first half for Fnatic. Brilliant start for the Swedes.
Oh my god, I like everything about that half. Bobski is basically a rifler's version of Acor. He's a madman as well. We're heading to a break, and when we come back, more excitement as the second half in this map concludes between Fnatic and Mad Lions.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Well, here we are, back once again. Oh, this is what we were dreaming of, Jason. Flashed, sees him, and shoots the teammate. Oh, what an accident.
Yeah, but he actually had the perfect idea. He was lined up to get that kill even blind.
Yeah,
So,
I hope
fair
they
play.
have. I hope they have insurance. That was rough. 8-7. What do you make of this first half? This is some of the most fun Counter-Strike I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun seeing the aggression from Lad Lines in mid. Fnatic able to scrape it back. I mean, Golden. What more can you say about the guy? They were having a good half, but Golden's Deagle Ace round that is what let them scrape together the final 3 of the half and close it on a positive note and take a lead into the CT side of Mirage. So what an impactful player he was, especially considering his success in the pistol.
Oh, they want to go aggressive in the middle. I like it. They got the USPs in the pit. Oh, it doesn't matter. Bobski fighting back. Quick triple. And that is the fight won by Mad Lions. I thought that was going to go all Fnatic's way. They had USPs in the window. They had Flusher down on the low ground. I think the USP should have won that fight, but somehow it doesn't work out that way. I mean, you talked about Golden, and you're right too, but Bobski's been out of control in this game.
How does a Glock even get those 3 kills that fast? Golden, a chance. He's shut down. No, but Brolin knows where both players are. There's an opportunity, but he needs to find these kills, at least one of them very, very quick. He's going to leave the Palace player alone. He's going to dip out to try and find this pick, but the footsteps are going to give it away. Shush doesn't even have to commit to this fight if he doesn't want to. Kit and Smoke are both picked up. That's what he ran the route for. And this is all that's left. It's a Hail Mary. Drop the smoke, get the defuse. I don't know if that'll be... And Roy peeks before he even gets on it.
Oh,
8
that
to
would have
8.
been sick. That would have been so sick. I was rooting for Brolin there. I actually thought for a second when he ran the window that he just wanted to save the armor and get the kit and, you know, bring it in the next round. But he actually had a real chance. Yeah, I don't know how the Glock is doing all of this, but it is. That's Mad Lions winning the pistol, and they probably needed this round, let's be fair. Fnatic have done a great job. 17th round. Just a bit of grenade damage landing on Crims. He's got a scout. JW has a scout. So this is a round where there's a bit of danger, I think, for Mad Lions. Brazilian with the UMP in the underpass. He's being pretty careful. He's got some backup in there. So all across the board, they're well aware at the moment that Fnatic could be aggressive and could be the team to try and push up to find something. So I kind of respect what Mad Lions are doing here.
Yeah, they're very spread across the map as well. I think the one danger point is you want to make sure that first initial contact that you choose to take if you're Mad Lions, have two players there, unless they're going to push into you in that fashion. Just be careful you don't get whittled down. This is one of those rounds that the scouts can do so much damage, the CZs can do so much damage. Bubsky's going to toy with danger. He's brought down to 56.
Golden already going down, but I mean, yeah, the damage output here, Bubsky nearly gone. Brolin, the only player left defending the A-bomb side, and that's an issue for what's coming. Wait.
Yeah, Shush isn't a good... Ooh, that footstep hurts.
A little bit of drive-by damage. Actually going to get the kill on Flusher regardless. Brolin would have loved some backup, and Crims is there, but again, it's just not enough. The MP5 will get some action. Don't get to see that very often, but it works out pretty well here for a double kill. That leaves JW in the middle with the scout in play. So they survive any danger there might have been. Mad Lions make it through. And it's going to be another round then before Fnatic can do much of anything. Next round going to be just a straight-up save.
Yeah, gonna have to be. You'll have this one scout. It's a tough hole to put yourself in on the CT side early on. Mad Lions did the same thing in the first half. It led to 4 straight Fnatic rounds. Or excuse me. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Don't doubt yourself, Jason.
Why do I ever doubt myself? I know. That's weird.
Keep the faith. You know, all that. I don't know, like,
yeah.
It's just when I look at it, I just keep feeling like Mad Lions should be winning this game really badly, but there's every chance that this could turn around. It's just when I look at Bubsky, he's got 24-9. How's that not a winning scoreline? I guess Sicilian's got 4 kills and Shush on 9, but I don't know.
It's like I don't know. Fnatic did just enough, right? They had that miraculous golden round with the Deagle. I mean, they did just enough in that first half to give themselves a buffer. That's what those last 3 rounds were. They were kind of a bit of a gift that they just snatched away. That gave them a bit more breathing room.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You have to think. I mean, there was 1, maybe 2 rounds in that first half that were just taken away from Mad Lions, just snatched right out of their hands.
So flashbang on Flusher, and they are all stacked up there by the box in A. This could be really fun. I think if they come through, then that flashbang is going to go out and everyone's going to go fight. I don't know if it'll actually work, but you see how they're all there, and Flusher's behind them with a flashbang. This is.
Here's the problem with this stack. As soon as it's spotted, right? Like, surely just some spam straight up comes out into the box and kills all 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with this setup, but I still kind of want to see it.
Or Mad Lions just back away.
Yeah. Oh, wait, they could maybe get there. JW's holding the line for a minute. They need that flashbang to work. There it comes, and now they need to fight. JW's down, and the backup is not quite there. The MP5 getting even more action, and that's the round, 10-8. Nothing ever really worked out for Fnatic in that one. Now they've got a good shot.
It's a
though.
rare MP5 sighting. That weapon doesn't get nearly as much love as I feel it deserves.
No, and weren't we all for years asking Valve to put the MP5 in? And then when they did, everyone was like, yeah, guess not.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crap. I love it.
Oh, yeah, well, I do as well. All right, it's turned a bit. The fans, the bettors have started to swing slightly towards Mad Lions, so they've made an impression on the people watching, Jason. That's something.
Yeah, but I find that halfway a little bit crazy, considering Mad Lions have to get 9 rounds on this T side if they want to close out this map. Asilian waiting for the timing. He's hearing the footsteps. Nobody's watching this for the moment. There was a window of opportunity while he hides in this smoke, but it's Brolin with the double. There's the walkthrough, but Crims is ready. He has been a rock and connector for 6 or 7 years of Counter-Strike, and Brolin gets 4 kills in the round. That's an easy shutdown for Fnatic.
A lot of people want their bets back after seeing that. Thinking, oh dear, this is
what have I done?
Yeah, this is Brolin doing so much work. Absolutely amazing. And that's in their first, again, the first rifle round for Fnatic in this half. They're just like, yep, that's it. Oh, did we have some audio from them? I'm not sure.
We did have some audio. It wasn't great audio. It was subpar audio for 2020. Here's Acor, run boost up towards top mid. Looking through the smoke as well, hoping someone peeks over the top of it, but they're going to peek below. That's Crims. He's getting behind the smoke. He wants to clear out underpass, but he can peek very wide with the flashbang. There's a timing on this, a risky play, and Crims, here's the scope. Good find from Asilian, and a better trade from JW.
Yeah, a bit dangerous still for Fnatic trading evenly like that, but it's certainly better than just letting them go. Bomb is really far away. Roy is waiting for someone to, peek out in those hallways. Bobski's over there, could be probably making some noise or maybe trying to snipe a kill away. And then I guess they're gonna probably end up at the A bomb site. Shush in the connector. If Acor goes and joins Roy, then this could be an interesting attempt to try and weaken the A defense, which I don't know if they're doing yet. Shush is kind of, yeah, he's there a little bit early actually. He's just waiting around for the smoke to fade.
Well, it's Brolin in the cubby and JW to watch both for a window boost and for this play-up connector. And he's also trapped by any player in Palace. Good find for JW. One more can be added on, but not quite there. Bobski very low, but that might be the kill that turns this. Mad Lions have the man advantage. The bomb is going to get planted, and there's no way Fnatic can stop it.
Acor planting the bomb wide open. I mean, he did have Roy there with him, but still, that's so dangerous when you're not actually controlling CT spawn. Still, when they get the bomb down, it all works out just fine. And I don't know if I'm Fnatic, I might not want to throw away these rifles.
Well, Flush has got a Molotov. He can at least investigate if he wants to throw that in towards Dark, and I bet now he's regretting it because his teammate's already gone down. Roy pushes out. Acor's got the angle with the AWP. That's an 11th round for Mad Lions.
Taking away the rifles. And, I mean, that was a nice slowdown after the initial fight in middle. All they needed was that one victory towards jungle. And I guess they also took down, who was in the cubby? Was that Brolin? He didn't really have a chance either.
Yes.
Back to pistols now.
No chance at all. Yeah, that's the toughest part. These gun round save combinations are pretty brutal. And not really a whole lot to fight with. No scouts picked up this time as well. So you don't have any of that long-range weaponry to at least maybe damage a couple players to get the multi-kills easier. So this will all be another chance for Fnatic to have a miraculous round with the pistols, like Golden delivered earlier.
I mean, that would be a classic Fnatic type setup, wouldn't it, if they were able to just pull out a round out of nowhere. It's kind of what we love to see, but not so much Mad Lions, I'm guessing. I mean, if they win this round, they go up 12-9, then Fnatic could buy again, and then they actually have to make that round work, or the ground beneath them just becomes really, really shaky. Decent grenade. Slow approach. I mean, for how crazy Mad Lions were playing on the CT side, their T side's actually been pretty sane.
Yeah, they ride a really fine line between, like, the structure and the fundamentals of Danish Counter-Strike championed by Astralis, and also the insanity of deathmatch and craziness you know, provided by Fnatic in the past.
It does feel like, you know, Mad Lions, at least, you know, this core of it almost feels like if you took like a younger Astralis and gave them crazy pills. That's it's not completely wrong.
No, they do, especially on that CT side, they like to get a little bit mental. Asilian controlling Catwalk for the moment, looking for any flank. Maybe wants to go take the AK-47 away from Brolin, but he's booked it. He's all the way on the other side of the map already, so Fnatic will at least have that AK for the next round. They can pass over to probably Crims.
Speaking of Crims, looking for a 1D because they jump past. Oh, he's doing damage, but the reload was too much to handle. And they'll lose a couple of more players. Brolin's got the AK, and he will be just fine with that. Bubsky will add another triple kill to his list. He is up at 31 kills in just 21 rounds. What in God's name is going on, Jason?
He's playing like he's back at home, comfortable in his own bedroom, drinking a Diet Coke. 3-round lead for Mad Lions.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing like running into the online superheroes.
Here we go. Bubsky gonna now pressure towards the B-bomb site, jumping in past the Molotov, or at least he thought it would be past, but he gives up that when Golden drops the fire at his feet.
Oh, wow. That's so much damage from the grenade. Tags up Bubsky. So far, that hasn't put a slow down in there. He's going to keep going. Golden will shoot him in the face, and that will absolutely slow him down. Smoke to put out the Molotov, but Golden still dies. And if they lose Flusher here, and they will, A-Core coming up close, leading the charge in from Catwalk. That's a huge problem. Crim's going down. They need to stop trying to do this. They need to fall back, Fnatic. That was a quick knock.
You're not going to be aggressive here to take these weapons away. You're missing an opportunity to put Fnatic really on the back foot. They don't have a whole lot of money to work with. The only benefit is that saved AK-47 from the previous round gives Flush a 2,400 to work with. If you can take these guns away at the end, but the hunt is not coming. So 13-9, Fnatic having a real difficult time controlling this attack.
Yeah, they really are. Brolin and JW, at least they're going to be able to save the rifles here, but that's no longer so much of a talking point, right? You're at the point now we say, well, saving rifles and all the rest of it is like, we needed to win some rounds now. It's been a bit of a streak going on here for Mad Lions. Yeah, once they get that kill on Golden, Flusher is in a lot of trouble. Oh.
Look at Peacemaker. He's looking good. He's just chilling. He's comfy. Sweatpants on.
Yeah,
hopefully.
He's got the best job right now, doesn't he?
Yes, Bubsky. Jump out that smoke. Go get a double kill.
Well, it's going to be out the palace instead. 3 people charging in, and JW, he's in trouble. He knows it. He's going to put up the smoke to try and buy some time. Flashbang in the sky as well. Bubsky charging through the middle. Shush with a double kill. And just like that, the round is over, man. Fnatic, they're just getting outpaced right here.
Yeah, these contact plays are so deadly for Fnatic, and their initial defense is not handling the pressure well. Flush is going to get 1 frag as he backs away, but Mad Lions, they're ending this map with an exclamation point. That is a very aggressive hit. And what, B bomb site last round? This one, it's the A bomb site. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is safe for Fnatic.
Not even this M4, which is, you know, all the money that they have pretty much stored in this one item, and that's going to get taken away as well. They were out hunting immediately. They knew exactly where he was. 14-9, all of the bank gone for Fnatic. Round loss bonus has started to kick up, but still, what a ridiculous performance here. That's them winning 4 rounds in a row. They've only lost a single round here on the second half, Mad Lions. And again, 33-12 for Bubsky. He's completely lost his mind.
Yeah, he's, what, 14 kills above Roy, who's also second in the server with 19. Bubsky's just destroying Fnatic at the moment. This is an incredible effort. We said to keep our eyes out for him. I don't think either of us expected a 33 kill performance going into round 24. This is fantastic stuff. And I mean, the nice thing is too, he's obviously the powerhouse, the main point of the attack, but they're doing a good job of like adding some lurks, adding some second facets to these attacks. You could see the previous round, the contact play out of Palace, but one player in middle lurking through that connector smoke to backstab as well. So this is just very confusing and very tough for Fnatic to deal with, especially if they can't win the first fight.
They've gone halfway there, Fnatic, wanting to try and see if they can make it work. I mean, I don't know. I almost feel like they should have just forced in this round. I know they wouldn't have had nearly everything. It would have been kind of scrappy, but this way, you're you're increasing the odds that it'll be 15-9, and then you have to try and fight your way back with, like, 6 rounds in a row into splitting the points, not into overtime. But I don't know.
Oh, turning the corner. That CZ takes so long to come out in Golden. There's no deagle magic this time. He's shut down. And again, once the call is made, it is so fast and so aggressive for Mad Lions. That's very cool. Into the B-bomb side we go. Krims is going to go down, shot to the face, and 15-9, a 6-round lead for Mad Lions, and 6 chances to close out the map.
Wow, this is I don't know what I'm pretty sure I picked Fnatic to win this one.
I picked Mad Lions.
You picked Mad Lions? Maybe I might have actually picked Mad Lions too.
Oh, I see how it changes. So quick.
Well, we have a graphics of it, so I could bribe someone to change it, but I just I'm not feeling it.
Looking it up right now. You indeed picked Mad Lions, but I don't think it really counts if you didn't remember.
Really? Listen, it was early in the morning, Jason. I was scrambling to get into the studio, all that stuff.
Yeah, I bet.
No one goes down on the Mad Lions side, and as you pointed out, 15-9. This is amazing. I don't know what to say. Fnatic were doing such a great job in the first half. They were showing us a lot of cool stuff. Golden was acing. It was a good memory, but it's kind of a distant memory now.
Yeah, it's faded quickly. That Golden Ace was quite nice, but yeah, overall, it's pretty much faded.
Double ult.
Ooh, almost with a pick. That was a good attempt for Acor.
Yeah, nice little trick. Not going to be able to complete it. Now they slow it down again. They say maybe Fnatic will feel desperate. Maybe they'll try and push somewhere, and in that case, we'll be ready. Flusher is starting to move up, which is one of the benefits of having the AWP over in that position. They can push Golden further towards middle with Krims and JW there. I like the setup from Fnatic. I think this is good. Of course, they run boost Acor into the middle, which is not at all unusual.
The problem is this setup has to be excellent. And this double op needs to deliver in spades. They can't lose a single round down the stretch. First pick goes to Flusher with the up. That's Bubsky. That's the heavy hitter. Can Mad Lions find an entrance without him? One player in Palace is Roy. He's getting close to the end. JW over at the ticket booth with an op, and they've got one in dark. Brolin gonna start swinging out and peer towards A ramp.
Molotov gives the game up a little bit. They know what's coming, and they heavily converted in their favor. Shush trying to fight his way back in a 1 versus 4, and he's going to go down. JW with a pretty good round there. I think he tagged another couple of people there, but in the end, it's 10-15. And the Swedes finally back with a round.
Yeah, finally. Only their, second of this half, which is pretty crazy to think about. So 5 more chances for Mad Lions. And they've got so much money built up. Even after the bye, there's 8,200 on Shush. There's 7,600 on Asilian. These guys have so much cash to work with down the stretch as their losing bonus builds up. But at least initially, the double up setup works perfect for Fnatic.
Yeah, it definitely does. Still have it in play. Quick towards the middle. A lot of smokes on top of Krims, so who knows who could see what inside. They come barreling through and they take him down, and now they're going to keep pushing. Brolin is at the CT spawn, but he's going to get smoked off and shot in the face as well. Roy, what a kill, and that might just be the game right here. What a knockout punch.
Yeah, that's a pop flash into the smoke of Connector and push right into it. Krims had no idea and no chance. He was blinded, so JW pushing it now. Misses the shot, and it's all on Flusher. He's so far away. This is going to be a phenomenal, it feels more dominant than the scoreline.
Yes.
A victory for Mad Lions.
It absolutely does. What a grotesque display that they've brought here today. Bobski currently at 34 kills, and that is how it ends in just 26 rounds. A beautiful game from him, and a very, very just powerful display from Mad Lions. That was really exciting.
Yeah, that was good stuff, and that's the Mad Lions we've come to know and love. We've mentioned them so much. This is a team that feels like they've been on the rise for some time now. Everyone is just poised and waiting for them to break into the top 10, and they've got to be getting so close.
Yeah, they're getting there all the time. Great team to follow right now. We'll go to break, and then we'll be right back, so stay tuned, there's more coming.
We don't have any of the old NIP players. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts out the players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad, but pop towards the window. He's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pounce needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Zipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down, oh, actually it's Device instead, 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Zipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a 1, they line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Well, that Astralis are currently trying to figure out how to make this new roster work because they've actually gone through some roster changes. But we're not here to talk about those, Danes. We're here to talk about Mad Lions, one of the teams that is on a tear right now, taking down the Flashpoint title and starting off with a very big impact here at Blast Premier, a win over Fnatic. So I see Maniac, already going like this, so I'm going to hand it over to him. Maniac, what's standing out for you to kick things off, man?
But I mean, we got to take a second to address Bubsky's performance, right? I mean, this was completely out of this world. 34 frags. I'm looking at the screen here to not be wrong. A little bit less than 120 ADR, involved in 1 million of open kills, multi-kills afloat. He basically took over. And I want to give props to Asilian because I think that T side from Mad Lions was flawless, beautiful, always a good idea. But it's one thing to have the idea, and it's another one to have the players to execute it. And Bubsky was absolutely stellar.
He has stood out. And so, yeah, Thorn, I mean, do you agree with that? I mean, it's kind of hard to argue against Bubsky standing out, but was there anybody else from Mad Lions, or is it more... So Bubsky had his strong performance, but did Fnatic, did they play poorly, or did they just get beat?
I did think actually the Fnatic players were a bit under par. I expected more from them. I mean, if Golden doesn't win that miracle round with the Deagle, I don't even know what this game would have looked like. I feel like they would have just been blown out completely. So I'd have to obviously echo Bubsky. He wasn't just top of the scoreboard, it's the way he did it. Like, that was the hard way to get 34 kills. This guy plays, that's why I compared him on Twitter. He's like a Danish fur. He just plays so in your face. He does all these crazy moves that you think, surely that's going to be punished. But other teams can't even conceive that you'd have the goal to try that. So I guess the other person I would pick out to praise here on Mad Lions has got to be Asilian. It's like I said, on this map, everyone says, Mirage is bad, it should be removed from the pool, it's all played out, it's stale, everyone knows tactically what's going to happen. Tell you what, not a lot of teams can stop these Mad Lions pushes when they go on the sites. Like, they are really decisive. Like, their timings for when to go, their follow-up is perfect. So this was probably like the top end of what you can expect to see from them. They're certainly not going to blow everyone's mind every time they get out the gate, but this is the potential of what this squad has.
I mean, in regards to if they're facing up this way versus Fnatic, I mean, the other opponents in this group, Mousesports, Virtus.pro, Dignitas, can we expect the same from Mad Lions? I mean, to me, they're looking so solid right now to top this group.
Well, I think we
it is one match, but
we could get, you know, tricked by, and like Duncan was saying, this was almost close to perfection for Mad Lions, and I would be so surprised to see that kind of flawless T side coming over and over and over again. So on one hand you have obviously the individuals showing up, and the other hand you have Asilian having the right idea at the right time. So this is close to perfection. Now I wanted to see that more and more often. I want to see that against other teams, other days, and if so, then we're talking about a playoff team here.
This is a team that could definitely look good to top it. And yeah, please, Duncan, we're gonna close on this match and move on to the next one. But let's get your closing thoughts here.
Yeah, I would say, listen, even though I wouldn't have picked Mad Lions to win the group, this is absolutely, if you want to get a bunch of scalps, these are a lot of teams that are in tough situation right now. So you can get a lot of big names on your resume without necessarily actually beating them in their primes. So if they can play as well as they did here, they have a very good chance to win.
Agreed. Now, there's another team that's going to be looking to bounce back here. One of the only teams that we're going to get to see twice today, Astralis. This is their second match versus Saw. It didn't go their way in their first match of the day. Are we expecting a different result here? I think all of us predicted Astralis to net the win.
I mean, not only do I expect a different result because of a different opposition, no disrespect to Saw at all, but also once you get beaten so bad as Astralis had, then you have to have that reaction. You know, we know that these players are champions. Obviously, speaking of Device, Dupree, Magis, they know what it is to win. They had that ego that's part of being a champion, and it's very important trait. So they've got beaten down by NIP, and as they tweeted out, you know, NIP did play great, but now comes the revenge. Now come the poor Saw players, so happy to be here, smiling, ready to play, and then they will face Astralis, who are very, very angry.
And there are some veteran players here as well on, Muterus, Ramen. These are guys that we've seen in the CSGO scene for quite some time here on the Portuguese side. You know, always there competing. So, Thorin, I mean, do you have any player specific that you keep an eye on when it comes to Saw? Should we be watching out for anybody here, or is it just going to be the Astralis show?
I have to say, I barely know this team at all. Obviously, they don't have Fox, or what do I care, right? Seeing a person from Portugal, everyone shuts up about. So, what I would say, though, is this, is the Astralis that turned up earlier in the NIP game, that's a vulnerable team right now. So if I am the guys from Saw, I'm throwing everything I know about Counter-Strike in terms of the rankings out the window. And I'm saying this is a game we can win, actually. And listen, even though everyone will say, yeah, but that's got an Astralis next to it, that's not the real team. Doesn't matter. You get it on your resume that you beat Astralis. So I think Astralis should win it. It should be a bounce-back game. But you got to at least put a little chance that the window's open for an upset.
So let's take a look at the pick bans now, because we've got the players with their cameras, and this is going to be a theme that we have all tournament long. Of course, everybody sending their feed to Copenhagen, where we get to have it all there in the studio where Maniac is right now. But let's take a look at the pick and ban. Is there anywhere in particular we're looking to wind up here for this match?
Well, just to touch quickly on Astralis and again how they banned against NIP, I think they try to go on a very tactical map and they might rethink that approach. We saw that the T side was very complicated for them. Obviously, they have limited resources. Dupree tweeted out, we've been together for about a week, we try our best. So you know what, level the field. Don't go into a very deep tactical map, just let your individuals shine. Go on a Dust 2, a Mirage or something like that, where you know everyone can make the difference.
Yeah, listen, I mean, they're not going to play Mirage because unfortunately that's been the permaban for a long time, but I'm with you. Dust 2 is exactly where I would have personally gone. Like, given the choice there between Train and Dust 2,
they got Train.
Dust 2, like, especially as we're talking about lesser players, like, let's just have a bunch of aim duels and beat them. The problem is, it's going to be really hard to almost like beat it out of the Astralis players to play that style, though. It's what's brought them all this success. So I feel like they still believe if they really put their heads together, they give Magisk time, that they can figure out a different tactical style. I just think, as you may yet find out, if this ends up being some crazy upset, they may be mistaken in that assumption.
And that this could potentially come back to bite them in the... Well, let's get into it, because we've got less than a minute left before we're going to throw to break. Are we standing by our predictions real quick? Maniac, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I won't change. I think Dupree has shown me enough to believe that in the T side he'll make some space. And yeah, I'll stick with Astralis, but this veto has me shaking a little bit.
Okay, and Thor, what do you think?
I'll say Astralis wins this one. I don't know enough about the SAW team to really have particular faith in a player or style or something. So they are a team far, far below the level of even the teams that Astralis has had a chance to lose to or has lost to thus far. I think Astralis still pulls through and gets a win.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for the analysis, and we're going to be getting into our final match of the day here. For the European matches, we still have the North American matches coming up, so if you want more Counter-Strike, don't go anywhere. But after the break, we'll be getting into this map.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick, because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was an fly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round! Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. Gen.G, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is gonna take the ace.
Oh my God, the defuse.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the European Showdown, 10 teams are divided into 2 groups of 5. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 5th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 4th place from Group A will play against 3rd place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 quarterfinals. The winners of each quarterfinal will face the 2nd place finishers from the groups in the semifinals. Ultimately, the winners from each semifinals will play against the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. For the teams finishing 2nd in their gauntlet brackets, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
Hello, all of my wonderful friends at home. We have Astralis versus Saw and a lot of questions about how Saw will play, as was brought up on the desk. This is a team we don't know as much about as we do about Astralis, even though Astralis are nearly unrecognizable at this point with 2 stand-ins. There are big questions. We've got a tough map here on Train. In and of itself, it's not an easy map to play, and that might be an astute challenge for Saw, especially in their first match of the day. So Astralis, how are they going to play? In their match versus NIP, we had their 2 stand-ins combined for almost 15 kills. That's not enough. We know maybe Snappy would not be playing if Esatag was available to play. There's a bit of overlap there. There's some question marks. It's definitely Saw's time to pounce from that regard, and we're going to get right into it now. We've got Saw here on the T side, and as also what was brought up was that there are a lot of kind of heavyweight, older players here in the Portuguese scene from Saw, in Mutarus and Roman, and Astralis. Again, they've got a lot to figure out. So the setup right now for the CT side is Magisk holding down ladder, Dupree, sandwich player Yugi getting popped at Ivy, and that's actually going to activate the split immediately. I think they're going to cancel their plans, whatever they had in store to work on map control off of this kill, and start to work their way out. However, the bomb is now receding, moving into the box holes, thinking about going towards the B site. We've got a man here at the top of Ivy on top of all of this, and it feels like the options are wide open for Saw right now. Astralis don't seem to know for sure what's going to come their way, but it is a fake towards inside. They're actually pushing through ladder, and they're already crossing the E-box. Magisk is going to have a couple of very difficult pixel peek angle shots to be able to net a frag if possible, and Device back against the wall, USP in hand, and 2 players peeking will take him down, not allowing him to get a kill. Dupree chimes in. He was fantastic on that first map. Magisk will also grab a headshot, and that leaves it in a 3-on-2 situation that suddenly becomes 2-on-2. Magisk hit slightly low. Dodo has the bomb, and he's trying to plant it. Magisk, he gets all of the kills. He cannot be stopped. This was a fantastic start for Saw to get that much map control, that many kills, and then all of it to be in vain, of course, as so much damage goes the way of Astralis towards the end, making that an easier round to win. You think when Device dies at the back of Ivy, there's no chance for him And here's that instant replay. We're going to check out Magic because he really just handles all of these different fights. Obviously, the IGL right now for Astralis, it's got to be a frustrating thing, especially when you come that close to winning a pistol round. You know, I famously played against iBuyPower a long time ago, and with my team, and it was a very humble team. We played in a qualifier tournament, and we won both pistols versus iBuyPower and lost 16-2. And that tells you a lot about how sometimes easy it can be to win a pistol round, even if you're playing against a better team. So that may be Saw's, you know, one of their only chances to get a head start in this game. Yugi and dupreeh firing off with the SMGs. Lots of money made here. Only 1 kill going to the M4. But overall, Saw 2 kills in the round so far. Deagle still on the board. Chance for Arky to make it a majority death round. This would be fantastic, of course, for the T side and keep the CT economy honest. One of the most important stats in these early rounds when we're playing CSGO is how many kills can you get with those pistols and force rebuys. If you kill only 2, they don't have to rebuy. They can always afford to rebuy. If you kill 3, that's when things get a bit hairy, and the Ts can keep the CTs within 1 of saving. At this moment, Astralis up now 2-0. They maintain the 3 alive. They upgrade a couple of guns, and they've got some money left over in the bank. Saw will try to net a bomb plant if possible. They've upgraded to just P250s in this moment. And I think the biggest travesty of all in that pistol round was the fact that they couldn't get the bomb plant ultimately. Snappy now pushing out, getting a lot of information, but the information is not worth the price of his life. He ends up dying. The fast flank is here, but with his teammate dead, dupreeh is now in a precarious spot. He does not want to fall, but he won't. He's got 3 kills with this SMG. Oh my god, the ace! All ready to kick things off. dupreeh, fantastic plays by him. And again, if he dies, 3v5 instantly. His Snappy's dead on the inside. They can push to inner or outer, and both sides can be relatively weak. A really, really rough start here for Saw as dupreeh just lines him up and knocks him down like bowling pins. Fantastic work from him with this MP9. That is just beautiful. And again, you know, one of the only silver linings for Astralis in their match versus NIP a little bit earlier. So we're getting positioning here to set up for the outside smokes. There are CTs crossing throughout outside, trying to recollect some information, trying to reclaim some information, I should say. Magic in the front of the sandwich smoke, kind of behind a behind blue, looking to make sure nobody's in Olaf. This is the kind of thing you need to do on CT side when teams throw this first layer exec, and Device opens up the round for Astralis in total with this op frag. Try peek down Ivy. No chance for our men back there. This leaves Saw in a very tough spot. So how do they make up ground now? They are going to move out throughout the box halls. They've still got presence at Ivy, which I really appreciate. Sometimes teams, when they get thinned down in a lead like this, they jump too quickly to trying to pull off lurks. In this case, it feels like Saw are looking quite composed and are still thinking about how to carefully approach map control. You know, no team is perfect, especially not Astralis at the moment, and they should always hold out hope that they can force Astralis to make a mistake. And so here's Roman trying to get some of that information. Fortunately, dupreeh, kind of one of the best ladder players and one of the worst threats they can actually have to fight. Man, he is doing so much work. Those are the 2 frags that'll really wrap this up. Magis chimes in as well, finally getting his kill on Olaf, leaving just to work this out for the win. And it seems like his time is limited. Device begins the round and ends it. Deagle kill to his name. And it's a tough spot because on one perspective, if you come into the game expecting to lose, you're going to play scared. And if you play scared, you play predictably. If you play predictably, you will lose. And that's what Astralis are hoping. On the other hand, if you rush too often, you maybe give up chances to get kills, which keeps rounds close, which ultimately breaks down the CT economy. But you've got to have this balance between the both to be able to have an overall sustainable path to victory. And so Saw needs to make sure they keep the tempos changing throughout this half, even if they are a little bit nervous. That's some great damage here, as we can see by the new HUD. Exactly how much damage is dealt from those nades and Device. Another opening off frag, opening op frag, and Magic as well will combine in tandem with that kill to make this round look pretty good here for Astralis. Yugi is a next line of defense at the top of Ivy. He's been relegated to the Falmus. Great grenades come with the jersey, I guess. He drops one at the back of Ivy. It does one hell of a lot of damage. And there is a boost up on Ivy, just preying on the thought that Yugi might overextend. Just a bit too much. And look at this. Device, he's in the box walls. He's got an AWP. He's looking to push, potentially. And Muterus, does he know what's coming? Oh my god, do his op senses tingle enough? Muterus, instant Tech 9 headshot as you see the little T-cap pop up at the bottom of his scope. That is quite a funny sight. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Muterus now in a 3v3 situation with an op recovered does make this a precarious spot for Astralis. They've rotated everybody inside. Yugi is playing flex in the Z, thinking about how to assist with the ladder cross, and Snappy looks like he's done believing that it's inside. Just in time for Saw to actually rotate out. He'll also get a kill from his new position in Ivy. And yeah, this is where things could potentially go from bad to worse. I think the off is in the right hand, so maybe Muterus, he can make a case for himself. But no, it's going to be Snappy to grab all three. Comes off the back of fantastic rotates from Astralis to adjust by going from inside to outside. They have a good read on the situation at all times. And it feels like they're following Saw, no matter where they're going. In that moment, they had the rotate inside with 3. As soon as Saw said, okay, let's not go inside, it might be a bit obvious, Saw went back to ladder, back to T-Con, and Astralis were right there waiting for them at every single turn. So they're definitely playing a good read game right now. Astralis instantly on fire with a quick 5-0 start into this match. Now Dupree dropping the nade into the back of T-Con. Yugi pushing up box halls with the AWP. Fire lands at his feet. Ooh, player goes flying across Device's screen, and the badminton reactions are not quite enough to be able to catch that kill. So Dupree here as the forward man outside. This is a mercenary. He's always alone. He's going to be in ladder sometimes. You can't always expect to get traded, but you want to put one of your best fraggers. Entry fraggers are great here. We know Fur famously has championed this position, Dupree as well, and these are players that are going to consistently win fights, and that's kind of all you want. Players who don't expect help. They aren't the needy. They're kind of like self-activating units of destruction. Dupree, he's going to get the first kill off of an assistance flash, drop a Molotov to push them back, deny information, but it looks like he doesn't want to just deny information. He wants to get some information for himself as well. However, Roman will punish him for that peek, and this opens up the round a bit more for Saw. Device, wow, that was a chance to take out Just if he had been there just a moment sooner. Yugi can't trade in this situation and actually push the CTs back a little bit, and the two new guys on the team, Snappy and Yugi, are going to try to perform some kind of retake. No, seems unlikely. Instead, they'll just go for what'll clearly be the save. Yeah, so this round really rested on a knife's edge on a couple of those kills. I think, following Dupree throughout the entire round would have told you that Astralis were doing quite well. He got the info on ladder, the first kill in T-Con, a lot of map control in T-Con. Maybe he pushed that to the limit a little bit, overextended in T-Con to die. Maybe on another day he definitely hits that shot. It's hard to say. But then you combine that with Device dropping his op kill in the Ivy, and you say, okay, well, we've got a real round here. And I think it all comes because of Saw's persistence at keeping multifaceted levels of map control. Always keeping attention at Ivy, which is a thing that teams shy away from too often, to fighting back into T-Con just in case there may be a push. And I think that needs to be underscored, that it is a highlight of Saw's play, that they're making sure to have a very layered attack on Train. And of course, because this is a best of one, we're always going to see a map that both teams are likely to want to play. And for Saw, I guess we can see why. So what happens now? We've got the fourth man set up outside. The first tier executes, as we can see on the mini-map outside, to deny any information in front of Sandwich. But the counter smoke plus the push-up is able to kind of counter the potential of that Sandwich smoke from the T side and force Saw to now look for info somewhere else. There's been a lot of slow rounds here for Saw, and that's a bit worrying. Astralis, they're going to hold on to grenades a lot longer. As we can see, they've still got 3 incendiaries left over. Dupree still has a smoke. They've got 3 or 4 smokes in total, and that means And that means that when SAW do decide to execute, they have a high potential to get counter-grenaded. So I think the one thing I would say for SAW is they probably want to be a bit more unpredictable, or at least feign presence. You know, throw some more utility in the early round to bait out the Molotovs if possible, to bait out some of the smokes that you, of course, only get to carry one of, and from there, move into executes. But now the smoke down at Ivy with 40 seconds remaining. Magus is going to have eyes trained on it like a hawk. Holding down this spot, there's not a friend here to help him out. Yugi is on the other side of the smoke. First kill will not go his way. A great opening frag from Uterus. Yugi drops his smoke defensively to help him out. Movement around the ladder to get new lines of sight. He goes up top. It takes out Sidodo, and that puts him in a great spot and his team in an even better spot. They can't make progress outside. It all comes down to Yugi's hold.
Damn, man, your play-by-play is getting better, Mohan.
Oh my God! Thank you so much for joining.
Can you hear me, buddy? Yeah.
I
hey,
can,
bud.
yes. Okay.
How's it going? I heard you say, you know, Yugi doesn't have a friend to help him out here, and I figured that would be my cue. So
yeah, that was my cry for help. That was my cry for help. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, hey, man.
7 rounds deep, I see. Looks like Astralis' match versus SAW is going a little bit better than it did versus NiP. I am ready to catch up with what I've missed. Take me through it.
Okay, so basically, Astralis have been doing all the regular stuff, and SAW have been moving fairly slowly throughout the round. Device has gotten 3 opening picks, including this round, so far this match. All of those have resulted in the round win. And so Astralis is doing a great job of holding grenades, and there hasn't been much trouble. A lot of what you'd expect, I think, from this matchup.
Ooh, all right. Well, Snappy. Damn. Gets himself 2 kills on the bottom of ramp, and then also the assist for the deep grenade coming off of Device. Stidodo can't do much more than that, though. Yugi's gonna counter-op him. Astralis to the 7th. Damn, they kept all of their grenades as well. The money's looking good for Astralis. Seems like I've come into a very one-sided affair. Great time for a pause.
Yeah, let's stop and talk about this. So is there anything to add, really? I mean, I think, I think they're playing a bit too slowly, but one thing that's really cool, you know, SAW are going to play Train. One thing that's cool is that they are giving a lot of love to all choke points on the map. So they're, you know, there's a lot of Ivy presence there's a lot of Ivy presence, a lot of T-Con presence, a lot of ladder presence, a lot of box halls, people, and it feels like they are kind of keeping everything in check all the time. And I think the one round they won, it wasn't an eco round, but they did come close on one of the eco rounds. Dupree had an ace with an MP9.
That's kind of impressive.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, it was not bad. I mean, if he died, they probably would have lost the round. So it was really it was his Mission Impossible moment. 7-1, the inescapable scoreline.
Back over towards B, it seems, but Device is posted. One of those 2 ops, right? Oh my God, he's just gonna burn inside of it. Oh, down to the 20 HP mark, but still able to fade back. I mean, that just screams to me he's hungry to find this opening pick. Arky's going to creep inwards. 1 body shot anywhere with that Desert Eagle is going to take Device down. So, I mean, this is a duel that never looks favorable until you've got this sort of a situation. Snappy, he's able to peel off 1. Device on the high ground, still looking to find a little bit of impact, but losing Snappy and being on 20 HP, he realizes he is in a really tough position. His rotators aren't necessarily that close just yet. Yugi trying to rattle off the op, but they've gotten their bomb plant. They're staying 4 alive. There's that M4 over on Roman as well. Now they decide to go for their peek, almost lining up the bodies. Device, he takes more damage, but he's still so low. Here's the peek up from Just. Tech9 down on 2. And Dupree has to clutch this. Smoke on top of the bomb. He could just drop the flashbang if he wants to serve as an insurance. Oh my God, he killed it.
Oh my God, he actually won that. He was just a hair away from getting stabbed in the back. That is such a rough round to lose. They end up getting into the site, getting all the kills they need to. 2-on-1 situation. Lots of time left over. Dupree doesn't even trade anyone, just jumps on it. Oh my goodness. Dupree beats his chest. Sometimes he looks like Donkey Kong, and it was so funny because I think it was after they won one of the majors. I was like with them outside. Paula was there, and Paula was like, "Yo, Dupree, what kind of music are you listening to on your headphones?" And he was like, "Donkey Kong music." He was playing the Donkey Kong theme music. Actually, after they won a major, that's his favorite.
I guess that's,
wow.
It's the secret, perhaps. Arky and Just. Bunch of kills over towards the B site, running that bomb down the ramp, already trying to get it in, and all the while we have to worry about this lurk. It's gonna be a big issue. Out of Z, perhaps could come Just. Device looking deep, trying to find this op shot to connect, but he's all on his own now. He's very wary of the flank and just walks away. Almost unfair what they're doing to Device right now. He takes to the high side of the train, looking for the deep angle, looking for the pick that could get him into this, but I think he's starting to realize this one is too far gone. He's just gonna have to give it up. He's so desperate for something, but they give him nothing. Playing with Device.
Obviously a great move to rotate very quickly. Even if it's hurt to the back of ladder, there's not much Device can do there to guarantee the kill. One thing they do grab is the 4 frags and also drop the op in that closing moment. So it's a nice win for Device to be able to stand in the site as it explodes and just to shave off any little bit of economy that he can grab. But yeah, he gives it. Oh, here's some roaring fans. Yo, this is the ultimate Zoom call right here. I love this.
Look at them go. Bunch of Zoomers, just as loud as they were in Portugal last time we stopped by. I am not surprised to see them showing up in full force.
So Saw, I mean, do they have a chance? They won that round. It was a bit too close. They're doing a lot more of the same so far, but the trades are getting a bit better. So I would like to hold out some hope. I think based on what we've seen, there could be potential for a little bit of a closer half. That's a good opening kill from Arky, and the trade will come in. Snappy goes down 1 for 1, but Dupree immediately comes up the ladder. But Magix ends up getting killed. I mean, this flank, it's worth its weight in gold, but not if you don't have teammates to cause a distraction. And the bomb goes down middle site. Muterus takes out Dupree.
You said it. You said it perfectly. If you don't have those teammates to cause a distraction, it's not going to be as impactful. And you saw Dupree get checked just before he was going to stop the bomb planter by Muterus, who was moving forward, saw nothing ahead of him, figured why not check that flank. And sure enough, he sniffs out Dupree. That was going to hurt because this could have been Astralis stopping the bomb. It would have given Yugi a chance to play more individually, and maybe they claw into it. But hey, we're starting to see something happen here. Saw 2 rounds in a row, getting the score up to 8-3. It's still not their map, but it's better.
Yeah, very well said. It's definitely better, and it comes down to, are Astralis going to continue to take these aggressive options early on and give them a chance to get into the round, or do they want to try to tighten things up and play the longer con situation? So I think that's what it comes down to for Astralis. But as for Saw, because they spread out in their defaults, look at the 1-tap camera. It looks just like the Forest camera. It was almost the exact same fight, which is just wonderful. So, yeah, it comes down to how Astralis want to play. Are they going to push up again, or are they going to play back and let the round draw out into the 5v5? I feel like, from what we've seen from Astralis, now that Dad's not home, the way that Magis has been calling has been a lot more faster paced, maybe more on the aggressive side. Maybe that's to ease up a little bit and to allow the players to be more in a more comfortable space, and of course limited practice time between the 5 that we're seeing on your screen. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, anything can work if they do it well. Here on this round, Yugi has an AWP, but everybody else has just the pistols to work with. And Saw still are just going to make sure that they aren't employing one of their aggressive options one more time. It's this exchange of information in the T-Con, as we're so used to seeing, and Muterus seems aware of that fact as well.
Just waiting him out. Just playing it patient. And now he activates. Clearing Dupree up close and personal. And And we're going to watch Astralis start to scramble here, trying to get those players back into the A site, looking to find some impact with the little that they have. And Yugi, well, he's already bagged the first one, so there is this tantalizing chance. Device with the Deagle, another kill off the frag grenade from Snappy. It's turned back to the man advantage, and Arky's looking for the frags up close. He's getting this pressure. He's feeling the heat. Sand can't quite connect his shots. Now he's dropped the bomb, and Muterus is going to have to do everything. Essentially a 1 versus 3. 7 seconds left over. He has to go, and he knows.
Wait a second.
Yugi just jumps across, and the time comes back to bite him. Astralis win the round.
My goodness, within just 1 bullet, he was so close. There's a couple of rounds here, including the pistol round, that you weren't fortunate enough to see, where it came down to such low HP. There was actually great entries once again, but yeah, just these last waning moments and an amazing Deagle shot from Device to ice him out. We could see him jumping away. That is so crazy how close he got to being able to win that.
Yeah, part of me can't believe that Yugi jumped over. I mean, he had 2 options. Either he stays into the close corner knowing that the last player is coming for him and just tries to hit the op shot at like the 1 second mark, or he guarantees that he can at least run away, but gives the chance of getting killed midair there. An unbelievable gull there from Yugi to make the play, but hell, it works. Astralis, 9 rounds, 6-point lead, back in control, so it seems. Full double op setup, but Arky solo. Oh no, there's a second next to him. That is the bomb. And it doesn't want to go downward, seeing as Device picks up the first kill.
Maybe they were trying to bait the Z player into outside, and if they were going to spot no one there, they could have walked out. That could have potentially been the play. They had some Ivy presence, but Device, yeah, they didn't have a reason to rotate, I guess, because Astralis were fine with their forward A control and weren't so concerned with what was going on in Ivy at all.
More kills being exchanged here. Magisk able to pick one up through the side of the smoke, and Yugi, well, he's a little pressured in this situation. So good job by Device to come over and alleviate one of the problems, but just goes down. Roman answering up in the box halls. I mean, he's the bomb carrier at the end of the day. And he can make this clutch play if he wants, but there's a player beneath him. They've got all the info, and he doesn't really have a way out, no matter where he heads.
Yeah, he's definitely, yeah, he's a cat in the corner at the moment, being painted in, and the Device will stand in the same spot that he opened the round to close it out. So again, it's another easy round, you know, you'd say, for Astralis. The default wins. It's an aggressive, sneaky play from Saw that tries to work out. I think where they're missing a few layers is sometimes it's just striking a balance, as I talked about a little bit earlier, between going fast and doing things slow in their default. And I feel like Astralis, they're really gelling well with the fact that Saw are taking slight risks, but without any kind of serious potential for a fake, and Astralis are just not biting on any of the small bits of presence that they're making on other parts of the map. I feel like Saw, it would be great if they maybe committed a bit more seriously to some of their fakes, but that's a great shot. I mean, Device, yeah, he doesn't even stand a chance. Instant AK headshot down the ramp. 2 players have rotated in behind them. Saw in these spots have decided to rocket back. They almost never act on their opening kill, and I think it looks like this time around they do commit down after a slight delay. Snappy, he's in a position to get a kill, but yeah, between the 2 flashes, he gets off.
One from Dupree. Bombs drop. Really no chance at all here for Arky. Smoke's going to fade, and he's going to have that little bit of an element of surprise, but trade frag, as expected. Astralis to the 11th. I mean, 1 more to go, and Saw, they desperately want this 4th one.
Nothing would mean more. Nothing would mean more. What is the buy? They've got enough money to buy all the Blast merch that you could dream of. Okay, over at shop.blast.tv. They could get every size and every color with the amount of money that they have, and I can't think of a better way to spend your money.
Spend it all. Who needs savings when you've got swag? Roman back in from the ladder room. Oh, he finds a back turned in device. That's curious. You would have thought that dupreeh could have had that covered from the trains. I mean, you see the grenade come in just a moment after, so they're going to be looking at a way to recuperate the kills. And dupreeh in from the corner. Ah, poor Muterus. He walks right by the smoke, goes unchecked, and immediately we have Astralis back in with a man advantage. Magisk looking to single out Just, but the Galil, of all things, bests the M4. He is lucky to be alive. They are lucky to be even 3v3, but they're also not committing off of anything just yet. Saga to go back at the bomb, take their time. They've got a minute.
We saw they tried a walk down ramp contact play in the past when they were high on numbers. This would maybe be a better situation to try it. They know that number one, Device is dead, and he was a Z-Flex rotator, and they don't know if anybody else would try to refresh his position or be as static down the A ramp as we saw in the past. So it looks like they are taking their attention over towards the B site. We'll see where the focus is, if it's towards the lower ramp or towards upper. And it'll put a lot of pressure on Snappy, who's deciding to play passive. It looks like Astralis are going to concede the site if they do decide to come in and maybe play for retake. So probably a good move here from Saw.
Back behind the oil tankard, Snappy pushing up, and they haven't seen this. Roman, oh, he does look down, and he's going to get Snappy. This is that man advantage they'd be hoping for. Yugi looking for the flashbang, looking for the exit, looking to create that space to move outwards, and he's not going to find it, so they swap the op over. This is going to open up Yugi. Let's see how his rifle work pans out. He has been impressing us, but he's off-caught by Roman, peeking out for the headshot, leaving it all on dupreeh. He's got nothing to lose here. He's got to play desperate. He's just going to sprint in as these terrorists undoubtedly take their 4th round. So, Saw doing enough of a T-side to help us believe in that defense. Damn. Giving it up just in order for them to have that grain of thought, that chance in CT side.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping knock-ins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th.
Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's focus on it. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring final.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Don't put me live.
Hello, everybody. We are back with the second half. We've got an 11-4 half, a 19-kill half for Mr. dupreeh. He has been fantastic today, and the only man from SAW just to get over 10 kills is just. He's done it. He's broken that margin, and we could see the impact on some of those rounds. He was doing a great job with the trades, and SAW, they came close to winning a few of these rounds. I think it's surprising to see that the half was only 11-4 considering the pistol and other things, but already into this one, the T side is looking very strong. This rush is furious, but we've got Arky from up top to take down 2 and lure a 3rd into the site. The bomb's going to commit over now. Magisk comes through with a fantastic trade from long distance. Very unfavorable spot for him with the Glock, and there is a significant amount of map control for the T's here to work with. The CT's in a very rough spot, just doesn't know that Snappy's here, and there's also the flank through Z, and things go from bad to worse as the CT's drop like flies, but Sedodo has gotten himself on the defuse. 2 seconds left over. dupreeh trades him through the smoke, and he turns his 19-kill half into 21 as we move right into round 16. Well, would you look at that? That is a pretty smooth start into the second half for Astralis, and it's another head-scratcher for SAW. Really sad to see because they had so many things go well for them in that pistol round. Once again, the bait into the back of sight by Arky, pulling the bomb here to commit. But then the answer back from dupreeh to come around from Z. And of course this man, the closer, is going to be able to get the last kill on top of everything else. And SAW will have to decide now if they want to force up into the execute. And sometimes, if you don't laugh, you will cry. As we can see from our man on the screen, dupreeh looking very animated as usual. Astralis, we saw them buy majority SMGs in the first and second round. Second and third round in the first half. Probably expect more of that into this one. As for SAW, what an eco strat can be is a question mark. They have enough to get scouts. What we normally see on Train, of course, is the 2 scout buy that is complemented well with a couple of deagles, maybe a CZ, and some nades. And the potential, of course, is very high if your scouts get a couple of tags. If your scouts get a couple of tags, everyone's within 1 shot. It's the great equalizer, really, these scouts. So it'll come down to if Astralis will spend too much time getting scouted or if they can do a good job of finding exploitable spots without exposing themselves to these dastardly scopes. And here's a replay from that second round that we were just talking about. dupreeh with the MP9, grabbing an ace, snagging an ace. And another one of these tragic situations where the bomb diffuser narrowly escapes, and it seems to be dupreeh is kind of has run a series of tragedies in favor of Astralis and against SAW in that first half. So many counts of it, and yeah, it's a shame to see. It's a tough pill to swallow. We run this game back. I really think we'd get a different scoreline in favor of SAW. Maybe not 12-4 in favor of SAW, but maybe more like a 9-6 in favor of Astralis. Definitely a couple more rounds, I think. I feel like SAW could have definitely gotten. So we've got a tech pause called, of course. We want to just make sure that everybody, the competitive integrity of the game is maintained by making sure the servers are all right. Everyone's very comfortable. And although the production has been fantastic at this event, and it looks like a LAN, these guys are definitely playing online. And so we want to make sure that they have the right server so everyone feels good and can hit shots. This Astralis lineup, it's a very interesting one. I think the most interesting and weird part is that, Snappy and Asatag both came from Heroic, but I think maybe Asatag, because he is still a player for Heroic, he can't play at this tournament, but I would have anticipated Asatag to be playing in place of Snappy, considering there is some IGL overlap here between him and Magisk, who I don't think is given the reins over just for this match alone. Now we look at the blast scores of the team lineup as it stands. Of course, Tom Cruise with 92, 8 shy of an A+ grade, and pretty much everybody else is very consistent. And I think the real magic of Astralis is the fact that in most maps in their history, in their big wins, almost everybody has a 0.7 or better KPR, and I think that is the hardest part for any newcomers to try to fill the shoes of. To have an average of a 0.7 to 0.8 versus every top team, I think is the real difficulty. I think there is definitely in a conversation about how Astralis are ultimate tacticians and do a lot of great grenade damage. And we've got the who's winning the best zoom background. Well, I mean, we've got a guy upside down with the
he's rotating.
Funeral meme behind him. Yeah, and he's spinning. We've got a handmade MS Paint Danish flag.
Whoa. Look at them all. Look at them all, Mohan.
Yeah, that's at least 40,000 people here in the Zoom call.
Seems like it. I'm curious to see just how creative we can get throughout this event in terms of our fan cams. I have high expectations.
I mean, we can leave it to the fans. Yeah, we can leave it to the fans to get creative. We can watch how creative they can get. I mean, we don't even need Blast to get creative. People are already going to start off on day one with Zoom backgrounds like that.
You know, you just gotta. What is it? You gotta build the circuses, and they will come. And that's kind of what we've done here. We've given them the template, we've given them the platform, and now they are going to perform. I am.
Connor, did you just turn the phrase "if you build it, they will come" into "if we build the circuses, they will come"?
Something about circuses, yeah, man. Yeah. I'm trying to keep up, okay? I'm trying to keep up here, mole man. I do that often. I think you know, I think it's something I've just got to start embracing. It used to be, what was it? It was back against the wall and against the ropes. Became back against the ropes. That was always a guilty
Which, hey, it happens in
of mine.
boxing. It happens in boxing, so that's okay. But yeah, we had ungodlike most recently. Not godly, not ungodly, but ungodlike.
Yeah, right, exactly. You know, it's
looking
whatever
extra
very
short.
specific part of my brain just doesn't seem to make those connections. You know, it's not my fault.
I think it's charming.
Don't blame me.
I like it. Okay. Muterus, yeah, he's looking like no neck Ed right now. No neck Ed Muterus, right here, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who get it, you know.
Maybe he's impossibly short. You know, like 4'6".
Yeah. Imagine if you were somehow so short that you couldn't take a photo. Like there's no camera that had a tripod that could go low enough for you. That's Muterus.
8-14 though, that's a rough one. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw Saw coming into the server, I knew that they'd be punching upwards, but I kind of had my high expectations set on Roman and Muterus, and that's not what we've gotten so far. It wasn't the hard carry we've seen in the past.
No, it's true. He's kind of the first name that you recognize, but of course, Astralis have 5 that everybody knows. So that's the tough part. Round differential. The NIP leading the score table, +9 in rounds, and that is of course versus Astralis.
Damn, big pickup for them.
Certainly, there is some kind of round differential from the other. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. EU Group B standings. We're taking a look at this. Mad Lions pull it through versus Fnatic on Mirage. The Mouseports end up winning a game. Mouseports been a mixed bag for them. It's hard to say. I feel like the team couldn't even predict their matches at this point. The team themselves.
Good to see Mousesports with a little sign of life, however. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it was things were turning to the dark side for Mousesports. So a victory is a victory. Now we can see his neck.
Yeah, he has one. Yeah, I know he has one. He is definitely a little bit shorter, but not significantly shorter, like it was made to seem in the profile pictures. Like, there are tripods that are short enough for Muterus. I don't think he's too short to be able to take a photo of, like it was made to seem in the profile pictures earlier.
I think it's fair to also have our our Portuguese team down here in the 70s in terms of ratings. You know, it's not inflated just because they qualified for the main event. I like to remind everybody that that these guys, you know, had to defeat opposition even to have a chance, and then their first chance to show us their talent is versus Astralis. And not any Astralis, but an Astralis that's coming off of an upset and probably wanting to change the narrative. So dupreeh very much, you know, connecting those shots, turning heads, rolling eyes. But right back into the action, folks, okay? Problem solved, and our game is underway. Astralis still very much in control, and SAW are just going to go for the absolute total hard save. They want as much of a chance in the few feeble gun rounds that they'll get. And I respect that.
As do I, Connor. As do I. So yeah, they're. I'm actually also a little bit surprised that they didn't. I mean, we normally see teams buy in this spot, but yeah, best chance to win, I guess. Oh my gosh! And now, are they regretting that they didn't overinvest? Because the USP is to chime in on these kills. There's 3 left in the CTs. They're all in pretty decent spots. They are taking spots of damage here, and the smokes are maybe pushing them into their death. But yeah, they actually came so close after those first 2 kills. You're like, oh man, maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe we should have invested all the way. Maybe we should have got. We should have got armor.
Armor, maybe a flashbang to even throw out to what was left there, because I mean Astralis, they didn't try to make it overly technical once they had lost those first couple of kills. They just continued on the same trajectory, they continued outwards on the same path, and well, you see it here at the end, just shooting the feet from beneath the train yard. So one flashbang comes out of Z, everybody's blind, maybe the counter terrorists are able to force them to scramble, but none of that made possible by just the straight up vanilla save. But the whole beauty of that round was, of course, to transition into this. Tons of weapons, tons of grenades, and yet still Snappy's able to open up towards this B bomb site. He just fires down the ramp, gets his opening pick, and unfortunately for SAW, I think that the idea of saving these guns is already way too tantalizing for them to try and go for the retake. But even everything they have may not be moved forward. Magisk still lurking and finding at least one more.
Yeah, no, definitely not doing too bad in that position. So weird spot in the save. They are going to be hunted down. This could be quite a curious situation for the CTs, depending on how Astralis approach this. Down Ivy is probably what SAW want the most. So maybe, yeah, Stododo is going to chime in, get an op frag, and decentivize them from going on the hunt. They'll have to eat tomorrow, not tonight. Not tonight.
Bomb pops off, 7 survivors. So, SAW, you have a very long, windy road of a comeback. Good for them, they kept that AWP. At the very least, you know, not even gonna have to just resort to straight up rifles. I'm very curious to see if they can employ it for that opening pick. But Magisk just being a nuisance here, not letting them get away with everything they'd hoped for. At the same time, reserved from Astralis, you know, they could have really tried to force the issue and cleared out all the weapons, knowing the impact that it would have had here in the follow-up. But they let it go by, and probably because they are still confident in this spot. Why wouldn't they be? A little bit of early grenade damage. Device hunting for an opening pick, but nothing to be found in the box halls.
That's true, yeah. The box halls are empty. There's nothing but inventory here. And yeah, but they are looking for bodies. Device popping off into a powerful position. Wow, they allow the T's to get a lot of ground here, not expecting this push. But it's the T's to also not expect the push from the CT side. Roman pops off with those 2 frags. 3-on-3 situation. It's actually not a bad spot for both teams.
Yeah, but dupreeh, I mean, they're so far out from Z already. Maybe he wraps around this smoke. He's nervous. He's in a tough spot, but all the while, we do have Stododo pushing up onto the bomb site. dupreeh behind them. He's going to turn his back, deals with the man on the bomb. Now looking for the last one, but just answers. And Magisk, he's going to have to finish out this round. He's going to have to secure Astralis, their 15th. He's got the flashbang to do it. He's still placed towards ramp. Just time burning down, and now he's gonna have to force the issue. Oh, and he eats it. Fully white, can't see a damn thing. Desperately gets on top of the bomb. He's gonna try to defuse, and Magisk is having none of that. 16th frag for Magisk, and a 15th round for Astralis.
You know, Dupree is a real two-way player, man. We've seen him be so fantastic on the CT side, and now he's transferring those skills over this way. A very valiant attempt there by Roman to come through when it felt like the entire site was compromised and get a little bit of extra damage in, but it's all consolation kills. Astralis find their 15th. Another one slips through their grasp just slightly, like they were trying to grab sand there. So sad for Saul. They touched it, but they couldn't hold on, and now they might be in a situation where they could lose 15-4, especially with entries like these. However, a trade back from Just means there's still hope.
Some hope. Even for Roman, who's very much pinned in behind these boxes. Yugi's got him tagged up somewhat, but not looking to force the issue, Astralis. Seems like they want to collect their numbers. Device even trying to find this angle on the outer yard, but nobody giving him the shot he hopes for. Molotov to slow down any sort of a push. And Saw at least have some forward positioning here, not only inside of the ladder room, but also close on the exit of T-Con. Device, however, very good at doing exactly this, unraveling bomb sites, weaponizing patience, waiting for the time, but oh, the flash isn't good enough to get the kills. It's a great flashbang, but it's denied by Yugi. He saves it, grabbing himself that second frag. Stododo trying to now move away from the E-box. The wild MP9 spray just gets away from him, and Roman has to clutch this if they want to keep going, which he seems to, as he takes two and looks for that last one. Yugi, who saved them inside of T-Con, has to save them in the clutch, and he'll do exactly that. 16-14 for Astralis. They finish the map on fire.
On the list of things that you hate to see, that is at the top of them. The flash into T-Con, the close clutch attempt by Roman, and man, there was just a series of rounds that you saw that Saw had opportunities and almost closed it out, but just couldn't do it, and couldn't do it in succession.
Tough one indeed, but I mean, they knew what sort of incredible task they had ahead of them. There's the odds, of course, that they thought maybe the upset earlier would be a wounded Astralis, but you know what they say about a wounded animal. It's not a good look for them, but unfortunately, that's where we end this one. Saw valiant effort. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. And this is it.
It's a bulldozer. We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Sim just trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame hunting him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple to catch. Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies. Oh no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14. Now we do it!
Who's ready for vitality versus complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Send.
Eles estão todos folinheiros? Eles forçaram. Eles estavam aqui todos, acho eu. Ou pai 4. Estavam pai 4. Nós ganhamos.
If I'm not mistaken, Thorin, you were just having this discussion on your podcast with Moses and YNK about how sometimes it's hard to read the money in this game right now and how the rounds can get kind of skewed. All of a sudden, your opponent has an up. Where did that come from? I even think Yanko was complaining about it. So here we have it. Astralis, they redeemed themselves. They do pick up the win on Train versus Saw. And so, gentlemen, I'm going to kick it off. Maniac, would you like to take us away? Any big things that stood out for you here in this match?
Well, I think in light of that performance, you understand that NIP actually did play a great game against Astralis, right? Because they are able to take over against a team of a lesser caliber, right? No disrespect to Saw, but just individually, you could feel that even if in terms of strategy, there might be some limitation as to what Astralis can offer right now, it does not matter. When the individuals show up, they will take you down. They will hunt you down, even if you might be more prepared on the map. Well, here, we have it on the screen. dupreeh, 24 kills, 127 ADR. He was an absolute beast.
He did certainly look good. I mean, again, and you're going to expect dupreeh. He's the kind of guy who's going to get out there and look for those duels. I mean, was there anybody else who stood out for you, Thorin, or did it go according to plan as far as Astralis were concerned?
I'll just give a small shout out. He's on the screen there, obviously, with 16 kills to Snappy, because, I mean, a factor that people probably don't think about is you think Snappy's bad because you see him playing as tier 1 for like 5 years. You take a lot of tier 1 players, throw them in a team at tier 3, tier 4, wherever this Saw team would be, and they could be the guy at the top of the scoreboard. They look like a superhero. So Snappy had no problems whatsoever in this game. Like, he looked like he was outskilling most of the players he was playing against. I will give credit to the guys from Saw. They got more kills than you'd probably expect in a game that you only win 4 rounds on. But even so, like, I think across the board, like, they were never going to be able to deal with someone like dupreeh. That is a tier 1 world-class entry fragger. And then across the board, I mean, Yugi still struggled, but it didn't even matter in this game. In fact, it didn't even matter that they seemed to mess the veto up and go in an angle where I would have thought the Saw guys would like this map. But this is unfortunately the big skill mismatch at this level.
Was it a mess up after all, or did they just need to get the job done on Train? I mean, dupreeh, here are some more stats from him in terms of utility, highly effective. Definitely has to make up for Zipnix on that front. The man just knows how to get the damage with the nades. dupreeh doing the same thing here. A lot of eco frags as well. And in situations where you thought Saw were going to be able to pull ahead or at least start getting some rounds in, they weren't quite able to just clinch it. And so do you think this is experience, perhaps, and that we can see more? We can expect a higher level from them? They needed to just shake off the nerves of the first match versus Astralis, and then we can see something better from them going forward?
Honestly, I think that dupreeh might be a little overcompensating. Look at this play, for example. He is being way too aggressive, right? He already had the first kill. He overstays his welcome middle and then dies. But listen, they have to do that. Like, I think it's part of the package at the moment. dupreeh needs to be hyper aggressive. He needs to make the difference. And if any team will allow him to do it, then he will just take over the game. And that's exactly what happened here. Now, as we have seen against NIP, when they go up against a better opposition, that might be problematic. But I'm okay with that. I am okay. You don't have that safe net of strategy, so go crazy. You know what? Go ahead.
Zoomer boomers. All right, these are op kills. Device sitting at the top of the pack with 18, and I hope that we keep up with the Zoomer Boomers throughout this tournament, just to see at the end what the final tally is. Acor also, doing pretty well on his side of things. But that is it for our first, let's say, series of matches from the European side of things for the Blast Premier. Was there anything that really stood out for you guys, or are you just raring to go for North America and Furia, MIBR that are coming up later?
Well, I mean, first of all, NIP's showing against Astralis was really cool, but I'm waiting to see many other days to form a fixed opinion. Because as you rightly pointed out, it might just be jittered a little bit on the side of Astralis, might be an avoid performance from NIP, but I'll keep an eye on for that. I'll keep an eye on for NIP and see how they perform in the rest of this showdown.
I think for me, I would say that ENCE actually, listen, I picked them to win the game, but even so, I was quite kind of comforted by some of the things I saw in their play. Like, I do see some potential there. They look like they're getting a lot more of the players on the server, as opposed to the disastrous 6 to 9 months they've had previously. And then over in Group B, I mean, listen, it's still very early days, but that's exactly the sort of Mad Lions you want to see, building upon what they were able to do at Flashpoint, but weren't able to do elsewhere since then. So I hope we can actually see a really strong Mad Lions, and then we'll know if the Mousesports, the Fnatics of the world, if they can also join them in getting out of the group, if they're actually quality sides.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, and seeing how Group B plays out. Now that Mousesports and Fnatic, they're here. They're in Blast Premier. There was all the hoopla and uproar last time when they weren't competing, where Mousesports were a Fnatic. Now they're here. Now it's redemption time, and it's an opportunity for them to shine here and really do some damage. So, guys, we are going to be setting ourselves up for a little bit of a break as well before we get into our second round of matches. And that's how it's going to play out here, Blast Premier day to day, is that we'll have the EU matches throughout the afternoon here on the CE time, and then we'll be moving into the North American matches later on in the evening, early in the morning if you're in North America. So that's, I think, unless we have anything to add, I think it's a good place to go ahead and call for a little break before we move into our match. We should be back in about 45 minutes time. So 45 minutes time, we'll be back with our second series of matches.
to London for week 3 of Blast Premier. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there.
spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it's down to 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, that's one,
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take them down for a second time.
Let's focus, bros. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, one frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players that I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, GetRight got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's GetRight? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
It's been a shift since Forrest left the team. Of course, he had a big presence.
Forrest leaving NIP is a big deal, not only for us, but for all the fans, the organization, everything. It's going to be strange seeing Forrest on a server, not without the NIP tag, right? But at the same time, he was on Fnatic for a long while before that, and to me, when he joined NIP, he was like, he's Fnatic Forrest.
I think the kind of gap that Forrest leaves behind is one thing I think having a legendary player and one that was very, very good does for your team is even if they're not actually as good as they used to be, in the minds of the people playing with them, they still see the flashes of it and that will give you confidence. Obviously, you'll think I'm playing with one of the best players, I'm playing with a guy I looked up to before. And at this point in his career, Forrest can be a complementary player who also has big games and wins you matches. But if you're looking at those like key 1 and 2 big star players, I think those days are behind him at this point in time, and I don't think even he would say he's the best player in the world anymore. So he's in the right sort of team for him where it can kind of be about personality and the good old times. And I think if you're NIP, you're looking for one of these younger guys, now maybe with that room created, to become the new Forrest.
Definitely. I think the major took harder on me than I wanted to realize at first. The major was a real blowout for me individually, and I got a lot of flack from it, from obviously for good reasons as well. And I've been just working hard to find back to the level that I know that I'm able to play at, and I just need to figure out how I can stabilize myself in my mind when it comes to playing those games so it doesn't get better on me. Even though I've been playing for 15 years, it still gets to me sometimes.
Yeah, it's gonna feel empty without Forrest on the server since he was the last member of the legendary NIP team from before.
But that's done now. Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. So there's a lot riding on that. It's going to be very fun to see this new roster at work and see if they can live up to that pedigree.
Of course, sad that Forrest left us, but I think he had his reasons, and I think I wish him the well too. I'm really excited for us NIP for the new year.
Bringing Nock into the team was, for me, was quite a clear choice. He has been an up-and-coming player for a few years in Sweden.
We decided to pick Nock up since he had so much raw talent. He has been playing with Plopsky before. Decided he's gonna have good chemistry, and Plopsky said some good things about him. And of course, he's really talented, so that's the main reason we picked him up.
He's someone where if you go back even a year and a half ago, the people who were playing in teams with him around that level in the Swedish scene basically didn't just say like, oh, he's going to be good. They were all saying like, this guy's definitely going to be really good. And in fact, like, he's better than some of the best players in Sweden now. I think he's the person where if they're going to become a good team, he'll be the guy who becomes one of the top players. And actually the idea of having a really good Swedish opera is pretty enticing because we haven't really had one from the Swedish scene.
I think that Nork replacing Forrest and going into a role of a secondary AWPer is quite a unique opportunity for him because he was doing the primary AWPing stuff in his old team. So this is going to be a bit of a teething period to see if he's going to be the main AWP over Twist or how things are going to work on out. I just think it's exciting to see him actually get to play against the caliber of tier 1 opponents and see if he actually has what it takes.
Because obviously they have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now because actually they've got all this young talent in the squad.
Some of the players, if they've been around too long, it's kind of hard. Maybe they're in a bad habit. And it's really hard to change their habits.
The teams should fear us a bit now. I think we can do really good damage on our team, and we're all really motivated to go far.
I think with Threat joining as the coach, and obviously he was the coach of NIP in the past, first of all, if you wanted someone to try and figure out can any of these 5 do it, you'd want someone like Threat, who is one of the absolute best fundamental tactical and game leaders Sweden ever had.
What has been interesting for you developing this new NIP lineup?
I mean, the players now, they're way less experienced, of course, but still I think I can kind of make them into better players.
I think what Threat offers as a coach is very regimented, and he thinks about Counter-Strike a little bit differently. You know, he's always coming up with these new ideas of how to approach certain situations. So if he can have any new takes on the current meta to go against the Astralises of the world or the Liquids who are always trying to keep that wheel fresh, then it's going to make NIP more explosive and more unpredictable, which is what you need to be in Counter-Strike. You know, you don't want to be able to be read too easy, and if Threat can bring that, then that's a positive.
with the amount of skill that they've gotten, and crucially bringing back Threat as a coach, who I think is actually a very, very good coach, he is in theory got completely kind of fresh clay to mold there. So I could see him actually turning them in, if he figures out the right style, to like a much better team than they are now. Like maybe we could be talking about a team that's cracking top 6, top 7, which would be a step up from where they were most of last year.
So it's going to be a very new experience for me, but everyone seems just so hungry. So it's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup, a lot of the younger players.
I think the standout characteristic of NIP would actually just be skill. I think if you look at it, they've got basically all the best young talents with the exception of Brollan, who plays in Fnatic. They're actually all in NIP at the moment. Funnily enough, the two teams, NIP and Fnatic, kind of switched identities. It used to be NIP who held on to the great players that won them the championships in the past. That's kind of Fnatic's MO. Meanwhile, NIP now, it's all the young players. It's all people who haven't even been in NIP for a year, 2 years. They're not the original NIP. So I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
This season, we're doing damage.
1-on-2, he won't expect this. That's an ace for Electro to keep NIP in the game.
I would describe my team as legendary. NIP name has been around for a very long time and it has a lot of history and it's a legendary name. Legendary.
Follow-up here, Popsky. Nice triple. They can expect hunger and explosive game style.
Nox gonna have to back off, and that's a good shot.
Down towards the ramp instead. He would have a good angle for it. Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
The wildcard for us is probably gonna be Nock, I think.
He's just such a skilled player.
I think he's gonna turn the game around.
An M4 picked up on the ground. And an instant headshot from Nock. That's what they needed.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts out the players.
And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
This season, we're the dark horse.
He does make the jumps down. He snuck around. Oh, just scoping up behind him, and Twist is gone.
Our expectations for the team this upcoming season is that we want to make it to the top 4 and be consistently there.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got for yeah.
Right.
We're all
yeah, done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think.
Ranking-wise, it's got on this guy, yeah. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
You're going to go with this one?
Who you
no, that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team.
Yeah, we got
Dream team. Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance, man. It's training time.
Right, let's get to it. I'm the best coach in the world.
All right, Scrawny, I've enlisted you to help me out in this, right?
Let's do it.
Now, you're Canadian, but I don't know how much you know about actual football. None of the soccer or anything like that. We've got some of the West Ham players here, right? Premier League players, and we've got the pros. We've got Dupree, we've got Rush, and we've got Apex teaching them a bit of CSGO, showing them the Blast performance map. So we're gonna have a look at what they do, see how good they actually could be, mate.
Let's check them out.
Let's just go through the basic first of all. So obviously, the mouse is pretty much the key in this thing. So the mouse obviously is where this is where you look.
Yeah.
This is how you obviously aim. You press this one to shoot.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
This game, you need to shoot when you don't move. Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah?
Really good one in
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, it's just complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just trapping. It's not like pivoting, okay?
Right. So if you kill the last guys on your map, and then you can try and
That's what I have. Oh.
That's the one guy there.
Keep him hiding. What are you doing?
He's hiding it. Now you can go into the elevator, so you can open. Yep. And then you go into the next challenge.
Oh, okay.
You play matchmaking, like the competitive matchmaking with your friends, or?
I just play competitive.
Yeah, competitive.
Yeah.
And I like this already, because Apex is being very more hands-on than what we're seeing over there.
Again, no distractions, you know? And that's,
we may have spun too early on this, mate. We may have gone for it the wrong way.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
movement, man.
I'm really impressed with it so far. Headsets on, they're looking a lot more serious with it. We're seeing them actually do pretty well. Apex could be the dark horse in this from what we thought, mate. He definitely could.
We'll have to come back and check.
Like when if you just take the headset on, you can hear how he should be running around like you in a circle. Can you hear like he's running from the left ear, then to the right ear? Can you hear that at all?
No.
No?
It sounds. Have I got one the wrong way?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you have it on like that. That's why it's so difficult. I get it.
So which way should I have it? This way?
Yeah, like that. So you're gonna be able to hear him like running around in a circle on you?
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
All right, let's see what they do, Scrod. Okay, Dupree started off strong, of course.
Yeah, see, when it really boils down to this, James, it's my eyes fall onto our football friends. I think if the difference in times, it's going to boil down to them. But
I know, I've changed, I lost my gun.
Oh no, press one.
Press one. Press one. You can do it.
There, he's figured it out.
Where's one of them hiding?
Oh, he's missed one.
Firebox.
Now he's looking for a last
If I had to
one.
put money, it's on Firebox.
Someone's playing hide and seek with me.
He said someone's playing hide and seek.
No, it's his banner, surely. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he sees it.
He's got him.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, I've had a nightmare.
The sneaky player. That's even in a real game, right?
Of course.
It's not just this.
Keep your eyes on Dupree, though. Dupree finishes.
I've had an absolute nightmare, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, nightmare.
I couldn't find one of them. He's playing hide and seek, mate.
Really? I had struggles too. There's one more, you got him.
Die.
There we go.
Yeah, two more.
Die.
Nice.
Good shots coming in.
Die.
Last guy. Nice, then you move on. This is the movement part.
Okay.
There's no time with this, so just take your time with this one.
Here we go.
And you have to hit.
Oh, almost, man.
Find him. Snoz, you ain't getting this score, mate. This is way too hot for you, mate.
I'll let my shooting do the talking, yeah?
Yeah. We'll see.
Let's win it, mate.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
We've got to go super fast here, so we want to try and close. Like we saw Rush did. Headshots being landed.
Reload.
Oh, he's missing.
I love. Oh, surely not.
Don't you wish you could go back, James?
And just not know, yeah. And see how difficult
relearn
it
this
would be.
game all over.
Well done, Snowdy.
By the way, Apex is tearing through this right now.
This is the more challenging one, right? The smoke screen.
So,
AK
opt for
spray?
that tactic.
It's crucial.
No, it's a jump.
Oh no, just the jump?
The big jump.
This, huh?
Yeah, space. The big one. Yeah. Up. Now forward, and they both.
Yeah?
Heave ho.
You lost? Hey.
Snod, you were honking.
I know.
You were honking.
That shooting one, that ball one, I was doing so well over there as well.
All right, now it's time for Rush and Yarmolenko to try this out, so let's get them ready into it.
Get the headset on this time.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off. Okay, fuck it. Straight out the gate.
Oh, okay, this is a bit faster. He's actually not far behind him at the moment. This is really good.
But will he
you
clear
said
the
Rush
corner?
could be a good coach.
Yes, he's lost someone. Yes, come on! Hide and seek, come on!
That's what happened to you two? But
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that on
yeah.
that map? Or
No,
that?
the next one.
No, really.
Yeah, Yama. Right, left.
Yama! Yama!
Yama.
On the right, on the right.
That says you're in the boxes, mate.
Behind
You don't know where to go.
He's behind him. Turn around.
Well, he found him in the end. Anyway.
There we go.
Rush is going fast.
Boils down to it.
Okay, he's still got one more to find here.
Maybe jungle?
Oh no.
God, this is hard, dude. I have faith in you.
We haven't seen a single footballer manage to get past any of the movement segments. Just that first piece could be just the difference.
Very good.
I love Yama.
All right, let's find out who actually took the win here. So, we'll start with this losing team. It is Rush and Yarmolenko. You guys will be having to do the horrible job. 3,936 points.
Bro.
The team walked away with the win.
We did it.
4,417 points. Dupree and Fredericks. In style, they got the job done.
Love it, man.
Apex, you sit in the middle with Snodgrass there. You got 3,971. So you got to do the honors now.
Yeah.
Give them their trophy. You got to bow down to the masters.
Thanks, lads. Thank you.
We're gonna host.
And that's it. A lot of fun being had here at Blast Premier. I hope you guys enjoyed watching it all. Thank you very much to West Ham and all the players that joined us to take part in this. We'll see you guys next time. So, Cold, Olaf, I thought you guys would have like quite an advantage. What happened?
They're too strong, man. They're too strong, man. They have a brain, they have a good aim. It's kind of hard a little bit.
Oh, it was a good bit of fun. We were all having a good laugh watching it all. Now, in terms of Wingman, have you guys ever really played any Wingman before? Or?
It was the first time of my life.
Do you know what? None of us could guess who you were. Like, so the goal on the first map is for us to try and guess who you guys are playing as of all your names. So, who made the names? Because they didn't give us any insight into who you were.
To be honest, me and Olaf, we thought was casters. I think we're just betas on the warm up. So and after they start to hit good shots, say, bro, Olaf, it's not just casters, man. It's
Yeah, I doubt the commentators would have been that good. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Who was Indiana Jones?
It's me.
On warm up, you looked like Bardov, and then when we played, you were fucking strong as fuck.
It's all about tactics, you know.
I love how you reference Bardov there. Bardov is probably the person I know out of commentators with some of the most time in the game, but is still so bad. Like, he tries, but he still doesn't quite have it, Olaf.
He's good. He's good.
No, you got to stick to it, man. I've seen him stream. I've seen him play.
He has the brain.
He has the brain.
Sometimes you only need the brain.
That's why you talk. That's why you talk. Now, Blame F, how seriously were you taking that?
I think in the beginning we were kind of joking a little bit and having fun, but as soon as we saw that like we can actually let's fucking win this, then we try hard a little bit, and Shux was calling some strats and stuff. So I think we also pretty early realized that they were also tryharding. So then we also started to try hard a lot.
So do you blame it on us?
Kicked it in.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay.
We were definitely not ready for the tie either. When the tie came in, admins were like, "Oh, we can't play overtime." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're just going to continue on throughout all of it and see how we get on."
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got to say, thank you very much for joining us for the Wingman side of things. How have you guys all been getting on though? How's isolation for you guys?
Want you start?
How has isolation been for you guys?
I can start. Like, I'm just being at home, playing, doing gym at home as well. Sometimes go to a walk on the second floor of my building. So it's just like this. Not you cannot do too much. I think you need to prioritize like you're healthy. So and you are healthy for other people as well. So I think like for us it's gonna be like kind of sad to not play tournaments online, but it's better to be like this until everything gets better and be normal again.
Yeah, definitely.
So you're doing your workouts as well. Does that mean I get you to join me for one of my workout streams soon?
Of course, you can join, man.
Yes. Good man. Good man. I've seen how strong you are, Cold. Looking good. What about you guys, though? Either Blame F, Shocks? What you guys been doing? How you been handling it?
It's pretty good so far. I would say it's basically the main thing. As I'm a stepfather, the most harder was to take care of the kid because of the school. So we had to take the school at home.
Oh wow!
And make him some homework,
Yeah.
So that was basically the first big step. Once we just get used to that, everything was pretty smooth. I'm also living in a house, so I got the chance to have a garden, which I think is definitely a good thing. And I guess it's definitely harder for people who are living, for example, in an apartment and not having a garden and stuff like this. I think it's way harder. But overall, about adapting to the situation and trying the best schedule possible and making easier in your own family to make every day a good day, And I think as us, as geeks, it's pretty easier for us to stay at home than a lot of other people.
Oh yes, yeah. I have no problem staying at home. It just means more fun, more games, Now, you said about homework for your stepson. Does some of that homework involve CS? Yeah, a bit of teaching?
I know. He's only 4 years old. Calm down.
Oh, wow.
Please.
Okay, we're going to wait a few more years. He'll be the next prodigy coming out.
Yeah.
Olaf, what about you, man?
In Sweden, everything is normal.
Oh, really? What?
Yes, people are just I stay at home all the time anyway, so it's basically the same for me. I stay at home.
Okay. Someone chat saying, Olaf, you need to start streaming so people want to see you playing some more games then.
Yeah. It's already too many people streaming, man. Shocks. You should go to Shock stream.
Go to Shock stream. There we go. All right, we're promoting Shock streamers there. There you go, chat. Blame F, what about you though? What have you been up to, buddy? You been able to get some home workouts in at all?
I think I agree. I don't think it's the worst for us gamers because we are playing so much anyway. So I think we're more lucky than other people who can go to the jobs and stuff. But I try to work out as much as possible. I think it's more about getting some fresh air to the brain and actually staying a little bit active now that you can't go out that much. I think that's the most important thing. So you don't just end up sitting in front of your computer only. So I think that's what I'm trying to. And then of course, I think it's a good opportunity to practice a lot because all the other teams are also at home and practicing. So I don't think I'm being hit too much by these times.
That's actually a really good point. Are you seeing that it's a lot easier to get practice games and keep up on that side of things for all of you guys?
We're from America usually, so there's not a lot of good practice over there. So just being here in Europe while every other team also is practicing, that's really nice.
I asked chat if they had any questions, right? And the whole chat is spamming Olaf, we missed your stream. So Olaf, you're being told not to be lazy, you need to stream, mate.
I don't even have a webcam, man. I need to fix that.
they don't even care. They just want to see you play the games.
There's nothing to watch anymore, man. It was good 2015, not anymore.
Oh, wow. You can't say that. You can't say that.
It's fine. It's fine.
You guys been playing any other games during the lockdown, though, with some of your spare time?
Valorant.
Hey, you have.
I tried it.
What did you think about Olaf?
I think it's actually pretty good. First time watching it, I think it looked pretty bad. It didn't look that fun. But then when I played it, it was a lot more fun than I thought. It's a little bit like Counter-Strike, but with Overwatch, I guess.
Do you feel like the CS aim helps you a lot in it, though? Do you feel like you have an advantage against people?
Yeah, or I don't know. I think so, at least. You meet good players that also got the key, or not bad, but not as good players that just got the key from a drop or something.
Anyone else been playing it?
Not been playing any game, but we have days off right now because we finished Pro League. So right now just chilling a little bit.
No,
Okay, ask the pros. What do you get? Here we go. The new update's actually a good talking point. So, is everyone happy the Krieg got taken down?
Oh, of course. No Kriegs anymore, man. For thanks God.
All your reactions are perfect right now. There you go. That's what I expected. Have we tried any crazy deagle jumping shots? Is that working out as crazy as the videos I've seen?
I don't think so.
It's
I
not,
haven't really
not as mad?
You definitely want to make our smile on our face disappear, right?
So the deagle is not the positive in this then, Shocks?
I mean, personally, I'm really like excited about just being more accurate and not having to wait like 1 or 2 seconds between each bullet, which makes the deagle more like 1.6 or CS3 so back in the day as well in CSGO at the beginning. So it's definitely more enjoyable to play it, I think. But in the same way, you don't have to make it broken. So you just, for example, I definitely don't have any idea if someone has the logic behind making the jump accuracy. I want to have it, please, because I don't fucking understand, to be honest.
Same.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into it. The North American groups here for the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. And so this is going to be at the second half of our day because we have just finished the European matches, but now it's time to get into the two groups that we have of excellent CS teams for North America. I'm going to be your host, Semmler, and joining me on this desk, Maniac and Thorin. How's it going, gents? You doing all right?
Yeah, it's going amazing, right? You know, there's no stopping for us. There's no rotation, nothing. We do EU, we do NA, we do all the CS, we do all the maps and all the rounds.
CS.
I'll always be able to make time in my day to watch MIBR take a beating that they deserve.
There it is. There it is, because that's going to be our first match. Furia going up against MIBR. We're going to have all the time in the world, obviously, to get into that. But as far as the groups are concerned, here is Group A, Chaos, Furia, Gen.G, and MIBR. And yeah, that will be our first match, Furia, MIBR. So already, MIBR running into, I guess they're what is it, the Black Hound? Was that how you would call it? Their dark horse? The opponent to beat them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you said, we will have enough time to talk about that game, but it's just fun to see that the tendency have completely reversed, right? It's not MIBR who are on the throne and Furia trying to take them down. It's the other way around. But as we look at Group B right now, we also have some very interesting rivalries, right? 100 Thieves versus EG, for example. Coach moving in and out. There's going to be some ego involved in that duel for sure.
That's the big one, I'm sure. And here are the matches as far as our day is concerned. Furia and MIBR are going to be the first one, Chaos, Gen.G to follow, and then 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses. So we'll be finishing the day with that rivalry match between EG and 100 Thieves. And that's not the first time already that these guys have played since the change happened with the coach. I'm a pet heading over towards 100 Thieves, taking over for Kassad. I mean, a lot of movement there, at least in the back line for both of these teams. And I mean, Thorin, have you had a chance to look at it at all?
I think already you're actually seeing maybe a slight uptick from 100 Thieves. Obviously, they were a team that actually, quite frankly, was slumping for the last few months. They're in a group with other teams that have suffered. Evil Geniuses is in probably the worst form they've ever been in right now. So I think actually the coach swap out hasn't really impacted both teams drastically yet. But it certainly at least looks initially like 100 Thieves might be the team that's getting it back together again. They were the team that I would say all these ones we're talking about relied on the best fundamental elements to the game, whereas EG, they were all about their stars. And if your stars lose their luster, then you haven't really got a whole lot in the server.
A lot of the EG players even going out on social media saying with all these losses, you know, that they're feeling lost, that they don't know what it is that they're doing wrong anymore or what it is that they're doing right. And so there's a lot of work there for Evil Geniuses to get those results turned around. And Maniac, I mean, how does it sound? I mean, we are kind of focusing on the last match of the day already, but it is something to talk about because, I mean, it is I'm a pet. There is quite a bit there to go off of.
Well, the thing about the coach situation and the changes, I do believe that Zeus might be exactly what EG needs, right? Because as you mentioned, the highs and the lows that this lineup have had, there has to be some kind of mental element to it. It cannot only be about Counter-Strike. It cannot only be about tactics and, I don't know, peaks of performance now. It has to be somewhat mental, and I think that Zeus might be one of the best person you want to have behind you to make sure that you put in the efforts and you come in with the right mindset, that you're a champion, just like Duncan said in his beautiful speech, that you go and get the best out of yourself. I think Zeus might be exactly the man they need. So in that sense, I do feel like this change is gonna help them a lot. Now, I'm a pet on the other hand, losing Kassad is not going to be that easy, but with a team that could listen to him and that would agree with his fundamental principles, then of course he can bring a lot to a team.
There is quite a bit of depth there, and he was itching to get back into the fight as well. He was pretty vocal on social media saying that, he was looking for that next team, that next step, and so we'll see if he's able to bring it there for 100 Thieves. But for now, we're going to actually take a quick look at how the format is going to break down here for the Blast Premier. In North America, EU, they're both the same, so now let's take a look at that.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the North American Showdown, 8 teams are divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 3 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 4th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. third place from Group A will play against second place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 semifinals. The winners of each semifinal will face the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Final. For the teams finishing second in their gauntlet bracket, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
And so there you have it, the format for how this is going to go. And these groups are made up of teams that were knocked down in London, not out, but down here to the Showdown, as well as teams that have been invited in to participate and given a shot. We saw Fnatic and Mouseports earlier in Europe. Big opportunity for them to get in here and have an impact of their own. But now it's time to focus on North America and the Group A. As far as the standings are concerned, it's all, goose eggs for everybody. That's obviously going to change by the end of the day. But we talked a little bit about Furia and MIBR. It feels like Gen.G have been turning things around, though, guys. So, Maniac, I want to start with you. Well, Gen.G, what's going on there?
I'm going to be honest with you. When I was preparing for this event, I thought, Gen.G, it's been only good things so far. I'm a big fan of the lineup, big fan of Daps. And then I actually confronted the results and I thought, hold on a second, that hasn't been that great. They've had difficulties. I mean, Flashpoint wasn't all pretty for them for sure. So there's definitely room for improvement.
Not, yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, there is this Daps effect, which is obviously he might have limitations with the game style that he wants to do, but every team that has Daps in it will have fundamental Counter-Strike and they will play good CS. They won't have trash rounds. They will not lose like power play situations, stuff like that. Daps has the kind of effect. He's like a very strong safety net. And then, so structurally speaking, I think they have a good team. And now the individuals, they have so many different good players in there. Bentet, some Automatic, who's completely wrecking the stats right now. So I think there are a lot of strength when you talk about Gen.G. I'm just not sure why it hasn't really come together yet.
And Thorin, what do you think? Because obviously you and I, we got to look at Gen.G's performance in Flashpoint. We've already managed to sneak a few jokes in here about Daps. What do you think about his team going into this match against Chaos tonight?
They were dreadful in Flashpoint, like actually one of the most underwhelming teams overall. They only really got it together right at the very end of the tournament, basically when the Krieg was nerfed. So bearing in mind they had on paper one of the strongest lineups going into that tournament, that was very underwhelming. Look, they got it together in Road to Rio. They had some good wins there, even then, oftentimes 3 maps, oftentimes close games. The problem I have is I don't think their wins have been convincing enough for me. I'm kind of a Maniac. Like I think people are now trying to oversell the resurgence and that they fixed everything. Like, I agree, Daps is a really good in-game leader to start a team off, to figure out the initial roles, but one of the problems I've already seen, and it was something that carried over from Flashpoint, was there's times where, because he has all these big names, and in theory every other player either has done things in the past or been very good recently, sometimes I think he actually played too skill-based. Like, I think sometimes he would have been better off throwing in some anti-strats, studying some of those demos. It sometimes looked like he just wanted to play off defaults and just thought his players were doing it in the rounds, whereas I think right now, actually, with the current weakness you see in the NA field, particularly some of the teams in this group, now if you throw in a little bit more advanced level, when you've got the same team you've had for months now, you could really take that #1 spot that's it's available right now in NA.
It certainly seems like it. We also have another couple of teams that are going to be moving in here, obviously, with Cloud9, other big names that you would think are going to be in there to challenge for the North American title. But as far as Gen.G are concerned, the struggle continues. Here are their opponents, though. Chaos also showing us something special at Flashpoint, more perhaps than what we expected to see from them. But, still, he's had to deal with some roster changes, much like everybody else it feels like right now. But he definitely got hit. Excuse me. So going into this, what do we make of Chaos?
Listen, okay, I want to start by saying that I have a lot of respect for Steel as a player and as an in-game leader. I think what he's able to do with that revolving door that is the lineup of that team is not that bad at all. But I'm looking at their Wikipedia page and I'm looking at the amount of entries that are under the 2020 roster change, and it's actually meme material. There's I think 13 lines of changes of coaches coming in and out and trial and player changing and leaving and being poached. So where does that leave them? I think there are players that try and put together solid Counter-Strike or decent Counter-Strike, but it is so hard in a field that has such a high level. Like, there has to be some limitations to what this team can offer right now.
And you have that at the bottom of the Wikipedia page as well, where it's just getting all over the place. I mean, Voltage was one of those players that we were keeping an eye on, who had joined the team actually during Flashpoint as well, when Smooya got taken out, and now he's not even here. It's just how is he able to keep things moving along when he's constantly having to change up the roles and constantly having to change up the team? This is going to be a team that has to live up to its name. Just chaos. Chaos, and we have to see if they can reign. But that is going to be Group A to focus on, and obviously Furia and MIBR are going to be the next match, and that's obviously the big match to get to. I don't know if we want to go into Group B. We do have time before it, and yeah, let's take a look at Group B here. As far as the standings are concerned, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, and Triumph. This is a great group as well. A lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely is. Obviously, the big names, EG and 100 Thieves. Cloud9, when they got together and they joined our roster, they had this absolutely mesmerizing run on internet, and they beat so many crazy teams. Then they went to DreamHack Leipzig, where I was there casting them, and it was actually a big drop off in terms of like the expectations I had for this lineup. So I do believe that they had to figure out and grab some experience along the way. I'm looking forward to seeing if we witness a more mature roster, because I've seen too many highs and too many lows coming in, too many changes in the playstyle that they were used, depending on if they were feeling it, if they had confidence or not. And this is the mark of a rookie team. A rookie team is a team that will show very different faces depending on how they feel, whereas veteran, they will have that safety net. I'm looking forward to seeing if Cloud9 has matured. They should have, but they somehow have to prove it to us.
And their opponents, Triumph, as well, going to be moving in here. Spongy, Shaq-Zula. I mean, these guys have been around, but still waiting to make that appearance in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. I mean, Thorin, are there any of these players that stand out to you, or are you expecting Cloud9 to make short work of them?
I mean, I've heard of Shaq-Zula as the in-game leader because like some of the players that you've seen come through some of the other squads, including some of the bottom Flashpoint teams, were players who've played with either this exact team or teams of this ilk. I'll also point out Grim is someone who I've actually heard referenced a number of times as being a player who I think maybe using Bad News Bears. Like, people have said this is another player that could potentially be in one of the next squads to rise up in the NA region. And quite frankly, if so many of those other pros from tier 2 that we knew that were being recycled before want to go off and play a little kids version of Counter-Strike, then spots are going to open up for people who are actually hungry and want to fill them and potentially become the next NA players.
Exactly right, and here is 100 Thieves that have been moving along as well. And these are teams that are also, I mean, Cloud9 I know are also still in Los Angeles in the team house. I think 100 Thieves also have access to the Cash App facility in Los Angeles as well. I mean, these are teams that are going to be interesting to keep an eye on just because they do have the resources of these massive brands behind them, and you do expect them to go deep in these groups. So as far as 100 Thieves are concerned, I mean, we're going to see how it goes for them. Do believe that we have some B-roll here to show of 100 Thieves as well as we look into it. I mean, is there anybody in particular on 100 Thieves that is standing out that we need to keep an eye on?
Well, the man that I will always refer to is JKS. I think he's a superstar in the essence, and whenever he's dropping off, you could see the direct impact on 100 Thieves as a result, obviously. And you also have Jacob. Jacob, very aggressive player. He's able to take over games, but when he doesn't shine at all, then in terms of T side, 100 Thieves are massively dropping off. So these would be the two players that I would name. I think Azur, when 100 Thieves were at the top of their the top of their feelings, he was also very much involved in the fragging department. He dropped off a little bit too, but definitely JKS and Jacob, these would be my two players to look out for.
These are the old hands, the old salts for the team as well. And they do have EG going up against them, and it's going to be our last match of the day. But Ethan, Breezy, Cirque, I mean, you mentioned this earlier, Thorin, that this team can live or die by its star power. I mean, it does feel like that's going to be the same thing, although Stanislaw looked pretty confident going into the match earlier in the video that we got to see, the short clips that we got to see of the players showing off where they're playing from. He looked like he was in fine fettle.
I mean, listen, appearances can deceive, believe it or not, as Astralis have almost made a career out for the last year. So, no, I would say the problem is, if you say they live or die by the star performances, at the moment it's the latter. They're just dead and buried because this is a squad where, even statistically, they have very little to brag about right now. The only player right now you would say shouldn't be worried about his job is probably Breeze. I mean, he was just such a fabulous player last year. He somewhat rejuvenated his career after the slump towards the end of the year. The rest of the team, it's not even just the Stanislaw and Tarek, like, haterism or people saying remove these guys. You look at some of the other names, Ethan, Cirque, like, where is Cirque? This guy was one of the most dynamic AWPers in the entire game. I would have picked him as someone that, like, a FaZe clan should maybe target to replace the outgoing Guardian or if Olaf Meister retires. Right now, he himself looks on very, very shaky ground. So I'll also say that as well. If you are the in-game leader, it might always be your fault, but it's always your responsibility. And if 4 of your players just drop off a cliff completely, it's very unlikely that you didn't have something to do with that. So I think Stanislaw is the man in the hot seat right now for me, in part because his players have fallen apart and they were a fragging team.
And a lot of focus put on Zeus from Maniac early. You know, he might happen to be coming in there and trying to at least take a little bit of that responsibility on himself. You know, we have to say quick thanks to our sponsors, Betway being one of them, providing the odds for our first match of the North American Series tonight, and MIBR, obviously, under. So let's actually look at our predictions as well, because we all got in on that. As you know, all the talent, everybody involved. And so as far as the predictions are concerned, okay, again, everybody's on board with the Furia train.
Yeah, listen, Furia, they do look like the monster. They are the beast of that group right now. If you look at the results, they've been completely firing on all cylinders. Then we all pretty much agree that Gen.G should take it over Chaos, but then August, again, you and I against the world, just like the NIP situation. We believe in EG.
Let's go.
We might be completely wrong, or we might just brag about it at the end of the day.
We're just not going to shut up about it. You know, that's just how it's going to go. Thor, I mean, is that, like, what do we make of Scrawny going with the Chaos, the lone Chaos prediction from Scrawny? He's just throwing it out there.
That's not as ridiculous as you might imagine. Like, first of all, Gen.G, just like all the other big names in NA, has shown not only a propensity to lose to every other team that's a big name, but Chaos has been in that mix. They've been out there beating the Team Liquids of the world, and as Maniac pointed out, it's not like they're doing it with an established team. It feels like this is some sort of mad mix scenario where it's like winner stays on and Steel just has to play with whoever's there. And then every time he just finds these diamonds in the rough. Like, who was this Zeppa guy? Never heard of him before. He's been banging every time I've seen him play with Steel. So Steel himself actually basically said, I think it was maybe in a series of tweets, he's not actually trying to be a mastermind tactician right now. He's not running loads of super complicated strats, probably because he never has the same 4 teammates. He's just running basic Counter-Strike. He's putting himself in good positions and he's just trying to give his teammates sort of simple scouting report for the opponent and then just play the game. And I tell you what, it's looking like a better brand of Counter-Strike at times than some of the teams that probably get paid 10 times the payroll of his squad. So that's certainly not an impossible upset. Still a best of one. But I would kind of agree with some of the things that Maniac said before. Furia is the clear-cut favourite of this group, not only because they match up so well against MIBR, but they have just been the most consistent of the Americas teams. Like, they basically, a worst-case scenario for them is to maybe come 4th or 3rd. Otherwise, they're challenging for the title. So the rest of them are all the ones on the carousel who are up and down, depending on which week it is. But actually, Furia, they look like they cut the mustard.
They do look like the team to keep an eye on, and we are going to get right into that. I like that you're opening up with Furia, but we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to discuss Furia versus MIBR as our first match of the day here for North America. And so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a deke from JKS. Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot on Devalda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Aminek's gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
We
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Aminek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur. Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though,
Hold
to
on.
make it a 1v1. He drops off,
Predicts
and
it?
Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has
Bomb's
to hide.
not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
MIBR have been doing a lot of practice. They've been over here in Europe at the start of the year. They've been getting in the grind. So if they can, show some of that old Brazilians.
I don't doubt that they're going to come into this event swinging.
More interested on the way we're going to play, like to see if we're going to be able to put the same standards we have been doing during the practice. If we're going to pick up where we left off last year,
sure,
it should be a liquid win.
It should be.
Should be.
Hey. Oh, Taco's mean, man.
Hey, that's what we wanted to see. A bit of spice.
What is going to happen this time around for them?
Let's see what the future holds. It's going to be a great game.
Solely focused over on ramp. He gets the boat. Mayern picking up a clutch.
Okay.
Fallen's going to walk right into it. He loses his head. And with map 1 on the line, Liquid are going to take it.
See, here's actual proof that MIBR can't handle Liquid inside or outside of the server.
Team Liquid kill the dreams of an MIBR upset.
Wow.
NIP versus MIBR in the lower bracket. So one of these teams facing, a very early exit from the groups.
16-9 in favor of MIBR. 16-12, and the Swedes have done it, winning a map and bringing us on to map number 3. Should be absolutely impossible here for MIBR.
We want them to go back to where they once were. The whole Brazilian scene looks at these guys like they're still the superstars that they once were, right? Still trying to work out what identity they want to have in Counter-Strike.
So there we have it. A lot of hype there from Launders and Scrawny, and they will be handling the commentary later on. So we'll be getting to them as well. But first, let's discuss Furia and MIBR. First match here for the North American scene of the day. And obviously a big one, a storied one, a lot of history between these two teams. So it is worth mentioning that they are going to be two of the teams that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. And MIBR are really looking for that redemption story. I mean, these are major champions on this roster who are looking to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I think the storyline behind that game is actually really fascinating because if you think long term, as you said, these people that we have on our screen, they have written the history of Counter-Strike in Brazil. Fallen, Fur, Taco, obviously, they've raised trophies, they've written legends about Counter-Strike for them, but they are actually in the seat right now of the challenger. That is the reality of the short term. That's the harsh reality of competitive Counter-Strike. Furia have bested them in every single BO3 they've played this year. every single BO3 Furia played against MIBR this year, they've beaten them. So you have legends on one end, and you have winners on the other. So it's kind of a weird storyline to ride, but one that very much excites me.
That is an excellent way to put it, Maniac, as well. Legends on one side, winners on the other. Would you agree with the, I guess, the obvious based on the graphic here, Thorin? Is there anything that stands out for you in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, as Maniac just said, like, this isn't even one where it's a close affair. Furia have won the last 4 best-of-3s that they've played in the last, like, 2 months or something crazy. And it doesn't stop there if you're an MIBR fan feeling, well, that's a bit depressing. Thought it was going to be a great matchup. The map pool holds no answers for MIBR whatsoever. Like, in the world where MIBR's actually looked pretty good on Dust 2, bad luck, that happens to be Furia's permaban. One of Furia's bad maps, Nuke. Well, that's the permaban of MIBR. And what was the one Joker pick MIBR's had against most teams? As you saw, they were playing it there at Blast. They were trying to flex into Vertigo. Well, again, only bad news coming this way for MIBR. That has been a very good map for Furia. In fact, Furia themselves in this particular matchup have started to be the ones picking that map. That's how many times they've won it against MIBR. So if you're MIBR, I don't even know where you go in the map pool. All of history's against you. You just essentially, I guess you're hoping for the fact that TRK comes in and kind of gives you a different flavor, because there's not really a lot else for you on the server or in recent form to kind of pick from at this point.
And would you agree with that assessment, Maniac? Is there anything that stands out? I mean, TRK is going to once again find himself in that position where he has the weight of the fans and everybody watching on his shoulders. He can do no wrong. Otherwise, you know what happens.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to pretend like I have figured out exactly who MRBR needs, because I haven't. They've changed so many times, so many players, so many different formulas, ways to exploit the new player coming in, give him space, not give him space, being passive, being aggressive. I give up. I just don't know. Maybe the answers are somewhere else. You know, I'm just going to leave it at that. I just want to quickly touch on Furia and just say that, you know, the change they have made most recently, bringing in Henny and having Art actually moving to the secondary upper, that was a huge structural risk. It wasn't easy at all, because it's not like Furia had dropped out completely out of the rankings. They were actually doing decent results, and they completely changed the direction that they were taking, and it looks to be working. Henny is actually in the top 3 rated player there. Art is doing whatever he needs. So it was a big risk, but it's actually paying off.
And I believe these are live feeds as well, guys, just in case you're wondering. We have the cameras being sent to us, their feed from all the players and everybody involved, including the commentators. But now I think, yep, it's time to get into the pick ban. And, you know, Thorin, let's see. Where do they go with this one? I mean, there's a lot of pressure on MIBR to do some work.
I mean, logically, not that you're going to want to hear this either if you're a MIBR fan. Maybe Inferno. We might actually have to just play that. Like I said, they haven't got a lot of choices. They haven't got any bullets in the chamber in that regard. And this veto, in my opinion, is completely in the control of Furia.
Yeah, I completely agree with Duncan. I mean, the only shining light would be that in some of these losses, MIBR did make into double digit. As a Mirage, they've done it once. Inferno, they've pushed it to 14. Well, there you have it. Inferno is the map. But again, when I think Inferno, when I think MIBR, I think problems. And that is an issue, because I'm not thinking of the strength they've had, I'm thinking about the problems they've had. 2 aggressive players on the B-bomb side, when that was Fur and Phelps being way too aggressive. Then they had the issue of handling the 2 AWPs. That didn't work at all. So I feel like MIBR have only switched around issues on the map and haven't really found their identity. They haven't really found the blueprint on how to be performing on Inferno. So not looking too great. It's like the lesser, I mean, the smaller evil, or whatever it is you say in the actual proper way.
Well, everybody, as far as the town are concerned, have predicted that Furia will win this first match, that MIBR will fall. And we have our odds here provided by our sponsor, Betway, as well. But we're not alone in this. Thank you, gentlemen, for the analysis. And we're obviously going to hear from you after the match, and we'll see how it all goes down. But we also have our commentators here. Scrawny and Launders. There we go. We got them on camera. Fantastic. Welcome, guys. You good? You fired up to talk about some NACS?
Dude, this is going to be
getting ready. We're now in our realm.
Yeah, it's true. Even though MIBR have not been picked by anybody, this should be a super sweet match, because there's stylistically there's so many similarities between them. But right now, Furia's form is like way up here. MIBR's is like way down here.
Yeah, that's the issue. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys get on top of it. Good luck with the match, fellas, and bring the action.
Will do. That's right, guys. It's the Brazilian matchup yet again, and one that clearly, with the head-to-head record, does not favor MIBR. Will TRK be enough of a difference this time? Has MIBR found something out between their last showing that's going to fancy their chances? Or maybe will just one map in a series actually be the key to their victory? It's about time to find out. Launders, how are you feeling about this one?
I feel great about it. I mean, so Inferno, at the very least, we've seen MIBR play this map tons. So I think despite the fact that in the last 3 times they've played, Furia have 2-0'd them twice, meaning they picked up their map pick, I think there's still a chance that this map, of all of them, could be a bit closer. Now, as was pointed out on the desk, Thorin called this Inferno prediction perfectly, so I'm sure it's not a surprise to Furia that they're playing on this map. It was MIBR to be kind of painted in a corner, but it might be for the best in terms of the spectator experience. We all know Inferno, and we all know that things change when you play a team that you play often, okay? Despite the fact that their win rate is only 57% on Inferno, they know specifically how to play against Furia quite well, and they know how they operate on all maps.
Listen, Mohan, you make incredibly good points all of the time, but your mic's a little bit scratchy, so production's going to do to you what they did to me. They're going to take you away, and they're going to leave me in the action for this first map while that one gets fixed. So, yeah, sure enough, folks, we are. Oh, and a tech pause on top of it, just so that I can fill your ears full of all sorts of beautiful sounds in the meantime. I hope you guys are taking this moment at home to maximize the potential of our fan rooms here at Blast. You know, Blast likes to be an innovator. Blast likes to do things different. So if you guys want to get real rowdy, no matter where you are across the world right now, there's that one thing that brings us together today, and that's Counter-Strike. So go ahead and do it. Even if you're nervous, make some friends. Go shout in a chat room with a bunch of other dudes. Boys and girls, of course. But what do we have on screen here? I'm going to go mosey on over. We've got the Fur. Oh. Excuse me. Fur versus Henny head-to-head. This is a really good one. I'm excited for Henny because I think that Henny slots very nicely into Furia's strategy, slots very nicely into the fast pace that they play. You know, we've recently been watching the combination of Henny and Art really prevail, and I think that Art's playstyle, Art's speed is really something that you don't get out of a lot of other players. And you definitely don't get out of a lot of other oppers. So Henny plus Art, that combination can just absolutely take over the server at times. And it's what I always look forward to whenever we see Furia loading up into the server. So you can see his stats here. 60% win rate in opening duels. That's a big one to have. 88 blast rating, again, especially within this North American region. A value that seems sky high. And Queserado also making an appearance. Of course, 88 right there with Henny. And a player who once upon a time I feel like was the only member of Furia to kind of have his name up in the lights. And, well, grace him. Bless him. He's gone ahead and given some of that limelight to the other players. And again, most notably, I would argue Art's aggressiveness has found this slot within the team. Henny's opping. Even Vinny, I think, has looked at an all-time high.
I agree with you, Connor. I couldn't agree more. Am I still scratchy? I'm so sorry for assaulting your ears.
No. You're smooth as butter, my friend.
We're good? Okay, good to hear. Yeah, no, I back all your points, man. I think if we look at like almost every single player in CSGO right now that's like had top form in like the last year or two, almost everyone's dropped off a bit because I think that the competition has thickened in the top 20. So even versus tier 2 teams, your stats are getting dragged down slightly. But what's most important is how much they bounce back in recent form. And I think in recent form, when we look at some of the ratings, especially on the side of Furia, we see that, you know, Vinny, Queserado has come back full into form, and Yuri as well has become a focal point, a great anchor on most maps for Furia. So I think that we had this conversation about the core, the same thing with Liquid. You know, with Liquid, it's Liege, Nafly, and who's the other player that would be core Twists on the team. If they are all playing well, that's when that's when you know they're going to win the matches. You look at a team like MIBR, and it's like if Taco's top fragging, it's great that's Taco's top fragging, but most of their wins are not going to come when Taco's top fragging. Instead, it has to be the core 3 players who do most of the heavy lifting. And right now for Furia, everything is lining up beautifully.
Well, if we can kind of touch on that for MIBR as well, I think the evidence is when we almost had Chaos cause the upset. Like this dance party, my man.
Can you ignore this?
This is the Brazilian passion that we got at Blast Spring Series in London. They were hands down the loudest shouters in the crowd. It was when MIBR were in the server. Whether they were spilling water on themselves or not, their fans always believe.
Yeah, Fur can't handle liquid. I think that was the line. That was a great line. That was a very well timed line. Yeah, that's good. But Henny is also, as was pointed out by Maniac, so saliently on the desk, is that getting him involved in the lineup while also thinking about how to make sure Art can stay and have impact was a difficult one and a brave undertaking, and they executed it so damn well. This guy is so important with his op on both sides of the map. He's getting all the right trade frags. He's still used in the same way that he was before, where he can be explosive and also passive. But now it feels like he is hitting a higher number of more static and easy to hit shots. And then when he needs to hit flicks, also delivers on that front as well. And he feels like the most well-rounded player that we've seen. I think part of that is partly because they've integrated into the team as well. Maybe he's gotten some great coaching that is pointing in the right direction. But I want to give himself some credit for figuring out how to be that player on Furia, because it seems like he's had a complete transformation.
A transformation that has kept MIBR at bay. Again, the head-to-head record just kind of deflates the sails if you're on the side of MIBR. But eventually you have to think to yourself that they will break through that record. Eventually, they've got to do it once, right? Well, today could be the day, and the time could be now. Because, ladies and gentlemen, our map goes live. It's the Brazilian bashing, the Brazilian bonanza, the head-to-head that never seems to get old. Furia on the CT side with tons of utility already in this pistol, but look at the pace being set by MIBR. They're already starting to encapsulate this A site. They're wrapping around very quickly into the face of Art. He's spamming through smoke because he has 2 teammates that he can still rely on. It's Henny who's managed to get himself onto the kill feed. Yuri's over towards the pit with 2 frags now, thanks to that one versus Taco. Fallen loses the bomb and now has to clutch 1v3. They flash him, they see him. Seems like he's kind of doomed, and there you have it. Yuri, final headshot as Furia take the pistol.
They did everything properly. They made all the space they needed to wrap onto the site. But again, I'd like to echo this. This was from an interview last week with Art. It was the sentiment that when asked about his gameplay style and how Furia are approaching Counter-Strike right now, he said, "We don't like to play other people's games. We take them into the mud with us." And that is so true for Furia, and we see that in all their matches. And if you don't respond to their aggression, you lose. If you play with their aggression, then you can still lose because that's their comfort zone. But that's the brand of CS they pull out of you. And if MIBR want to get down and dirty in that way, then they have to be able to create the space like they did on that pistol round, but commit through and be unrelenting, because Yuri sitting in pit being an anchor, that's way too much space to give him, and he's obviously going to capitalize at any moment. I mean, the other half of the story is, of course, the fact that all of the Furia players are on form, where the consistency is not the same for MIBR. But if you take those 2 elements, they both play the same, but one team is more consistent at fragging, then of course Furia is going to win every time. So we need to see MIBR be a bit more dynamic, but at the same time respect that back.
Couple of frags going down over towards short, so A-Site very much the target yet again, but the bomb, it has fallen into pit. Art sits upon it, and Taco stands above him. That CT flashbang gonna slow things down for just a moment. Vinny decides to chuck another one inwards, and that activates Art. He gets the 1 kill, but Taco, that was the balcony player who falls down with the Tech 9, tapping at the first 2, enabling Furia to still trade. But 3 frags and a world where that bomb goes down. Not an awful attempt there from MIBR.
Talk about the rise of the supports. We've seen players like Sticko, who have been lights out in recent memory, obviously, on on Godsend in this game. We've got Taco, whose form has been good and bad, but even through this whole period with Mayor and Taco was averaging more high kill games than he was, and the same is true with him and TRK. It feels like Taco is very comfortable in his role, and clearly every new player that comes into MIBR has had a bit more trouble. And you know that the 5th player they're hiring is not to be the same as Taco. He's meant to, he's hired guns, and usually a player that they believe in mechanically on top of being smart. And so for MIBR to get to the point where they're actually winning, that means their new 5th player, whoever it is, if it's Mayor and if it's TRK, they have to also put up much higher numbers.
Such a difficult job, a job that not many others have yet been able to fix or deal with. Here's Vinny back at Banana, looking for the 3rd frag, but it seems like Taco's got a little bit more gas in the tank. He smokes off CT despite there not being anybody there and gets the bomb plant, so that's money in the bank. And a chance, because he drops the smoke grenade in front of him, decides he doesn't need the M4. I gotta say, oh wait, it does fall back down. It was going to be a hell of a throw if he managed to get it onto the roof, and it looked like he did it. But in the end, they'll find that back. 2 SMGs with the M4, 3 rounds in a row for Furia.
Tried to hide the body in the pond. Pretty ambitious. I think it sucks that the roof is obviously a bit slanted. Could have got rid of that M4. I think probably should have just tried it again as opposed to throwing it forward. But you know, maybe that was a next best option to try to hide the proof in the water.
Nice deagle there from Taco as well, really cracking open his push towards the bomb site. And of course, Furia laughing about the fact that they tried to hide their M4. Still able to find it in the end, and now we've got it. Now we've got the guns for MIBR to play with.
We're gonna have the Betway odds fly in, so we can take a look at what the heartbeat is like on the betting side of things, and it looks like it's 4-1 in favor of Furia. Of course, a lot of Furia believers. The head-to-head stats go and prove that that's a sensible and reasonable estimate for the match odds. And this is already a flying hot start here for Art. He comes down mid. He is the ultimate space creator. Yuri joins in with the frags, and there's a trade back and forth, but it's severely favoring the CTs at this point.
Gen.G
kill in.
Gonna take 0 damage on his first kill, so that one right there is at least the start of the massive 1v4 attempt. But for any damage he dodged in the first engagement, that grenade just took it away from him. Very difficult, and that's as expected. The good trade frag from Yuri standing on top of the barrels. Even if he had somehow whipped up to that 3rd player, there was a 4th man downtown to try and take it away. So weapons weren't the solution for MIBR, at least not yet.
That's true. Now here's this very tight angle that Art is working with, being so annoying, and he's the kind of player who's going to take a default that we've all played a million times and find a new angle within that default, and that's the kind of player that he is. He's going to be very creative with the kinds of guns he uses, recycling this MP9 in fact, and will be a thorn in the side of MIBR if they don't look to respond. Now, top banana control has been taken. It's actually Gen.G to be offered up the first frag, a great boost and a great timing on that boost to get him in a good position. And that leaves just 4 on Furia, as it's also MIBR to fork their control and look at mid.
Looking towards middle and setting up smoke grenades on Fur. Bomb, however, still tucked over towards Banana. Gonna dodge the Molotov, and that obviously prevents any sort of an actual execute. No commitment can be made, as we do see Henny cheat over to the B bomb site. So a single defender will stick over at that A site. Really seems to me like they're not biting on that one smoke thrown by the side of MIBR just moments ago, but there's still hesitation. Oh, they walk in. Henny. He's going to go right into the execute. Now, he could sprint back over to the A site if they want to, and that seems to be the read they have on the moment. MIBR still a little hesitant, can't make the most of it, decide to double back. Dude, the mind games.
It's going back and forth. Yeah, they actually are pulling back in. It feels like a lot of footsteps have been given up. Furia, so spread out at this point. Not really committing to either site right now, but there's really only one in B.
Wow, and he was so blind as well. Vinny, he was on the forefront of that smoke grenade, eats the flash in its entirety, and then you see the save call immediately. This is big. MIBR just able to pump fake once or twice. There was that one moment where it seemed like the 3-man stack over on the B site was going to be enough, but then they didn't commit. They hold, and that call by Fallen just won MIBR their round.
Absolutely. A well-called round by Fallen, as you pointed out. Like, Henny rotating in was just such an important name tag. It's like, yeah, it nets them a kill, but it also creates chaos in Furia's mind, and it's so smart from MIBR to try to prey on that by gaming that rotation, recommitting to the same part of the map they intended to hit in the first place. Sometimes you see teams overthink it. Sometimes you see the clock run down for no specifically good reason. Here, MIBR use every second to make sure they're making an informed choice, and they apply the pressure all correctly. They don't risk any lives while doing it, and they really earned that first round on the board.
Get themselves in a second attempt as well to follow up. Still in a great state. A little bit of money for MIBR, so this isn't a complete and total blowout straight out the gate, but there is that double sniper setup, and this is one of those tools that Furia have been able to utilize more and more with the inclusion of Henny. It has knocked teams' socks off at times, but the first extension of that AWP goes down banana. Art's gonna come up empty-handed. Yuri burns Fur into his crosshair, forcing his feet to move forward. Deep grenade through the apartments as well. Dunked on Taco.
It's a great way to start a round. 5v4 once again, and as you pointed out, just the residual unconfirmed damage into the apartments player to make things a bit easier, whether they know it or not. So now Furia turning their attention back towards mid, pushing up aggressively, prying into the actual mid, but I think eating a flash on their way back. So this is kind of a big deal for MIBR. Not only do they retain Hall's control, but they've shied the CTs off mid. Only issue is that it looks like the bomb station outside of B and 3 players from Furia have already been attracted over to the site.
Yeah, this is what could have been in the round previous. Now, Serato, he's on the forefront of the setup, dies instantly. That is a huge headshot for TRK. Now, they could decide to run through smoke. They're going to be met by the double stack, but even Vinny comes in empty-handed. They don't anticipate Art. He's got the trigger discipline, and he stops the bomb. KNG is going to try to trade it, losing out half of his health in the meantime. That straight-up 2v2 retake. But because there could be CTs with no help, KNG decides to stave off the bomb plant. Just wait a moment. Now, this enables 2 things. One, his teammate comes over to lend a helping hand, but also those CTs now in position, or at least one. Only Yuri's close, and he's creeping forward onto the pit. Heard the drop. KNG gets another one. Henny swapping over to the AK, and he's already so close. He just needs the frags, but King Vito, 3 kills on the B site, takes the round by storm.
Would you believe it? That is a fantastic round by Mr. KNG. Didn't think he was going to get either of those trades by the way he was being peeked. He was being absolutely stalked in CT spawn. And Art, man, I mean, sometimes this level of patience is inconsequential, but clearly this was the optimal and ideal play for him to make, dragging even the bomb past that CT spawn to make sure that he could get those first 2 kills and that they'd also commit forward. Furia did a good job of staying patient and watching for flanks just to make sure there was no option of a late round flank, but by the time they got over to B, they were in untradeable spots, and as we saw, King Vito himself taking down both targets all alone.
Look at the state Furia are left after that. USPs and Art's trusty Zeus. Now, if you guys haven't had your finger on the pulse of North American Counter-Strike, then you may have missed out on the consistency of this man buying the taser. The only person who would buy it this often, I would say, and this is a throwback, would be Ricky. Ricky from Australia. Look at it. He just zaps Fur out of the sky like a lightning bolt.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, it was maybe literally a lightning bolt. Oh my god, he sees the scope falling. Oh, he was in danger. But now, he actually still might be in danger. They're going to pick up the AK. A teammate's coming to trade. Someone runs down mid. Trade actually does not come out. KNG stops it, leaving just Henny alone 1v3. He knows where they are, but he can't really do anything about it. He's only got 12 health.
Yeah, poor guy got baited. He went to pick up the empty, used Zeus. obviously not available. It's the one-shot wonder. But he upgrades into the AWP, which is awesome. He gets that kill at the bottom of middle. That was basically the only person who could keep him away from the weapons. Finding the frag, finding the op. That's just going to be a little bonus moving into round 8. But this is it, MIBR. It comes at a cost, but at least they get those 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, much agreed. And I like to look at the quality of the rounds, and we see that they made so many smart decisions in terms of how they rotated. And there was a couple of times where they almost ran headfirst into Furia's rotations to B and almost ran into a full-on stack and still survived. So the quality of the rounds looks great. I think they earned that eco from every perspective possible. And of course, Furia have been leapfrogged forward into 4 rounds by having won the pistol. Oh, I like that's very cinematic. I mean, we even have the body twitching on the ground afterwards. Movie magic.
I think that's the most gruesome element of Counter-Strike, actually, is the twitchy Zeus bodies. You know? Nobody else is twitching after they get shot.
Yeah.
Must be the electricity.
Maybe we could stand to be a little bit less realistic.
Talk about nerves. Gen.G just tries running through the Molotovs, and then when he decides he's gone too far, he turns back only to be met by the frag grenade. So utility is the solution for Furia in getting this opening pick. There's threats on the other side of the smoke, though. Art, he's trying to spam some shots here, and even fading away is difficult because of Fallen's consistency on this wallbang. Art instead wants to try and fight for this, or at least for the moment. He takes a little bit of a peek over smoke, but somehow doesn't react to Fallen being boosted on top of the logs. So we do have MIBR back in with a 4v4, and tons of utility still. I mean, that man advantage was gifted back to them.
It's true. It's true. And we know that again is the game that you sign up for when you play against Furia, but it works to MIBR's advantage to just be very cautious and hold for pushes like that. Now, Art, this is the game that he plays. He's going to do that oftentimes. It's hard to describe. It's hard to quantify. It's hard to explain to people. But when you see the results, you see why they keep trying it. This time around doesn't work out quite so well. Furia have lost a man advantage round in the past, and it looks like this might pile onto that statistic.
Yuri pops up at the right time, however, and then lays down the smoke. So he's just going to stay pinned into this position, or decides to just run upwards. Now that's going to enable Vinny to come in for the flank, so maybe there's an element of timing here. Seemed like they were drawing the eyes off Vinny so he could flank in from short. 3 versus 2, set up for the CTs, but Fur, he's got this barrel cover. Unorthodox spot, and he is screwed to any type of an arch peek, but for the time being, he's actually okay, and he could blindside both, but he only gets the first headshot. TRK is going to have to win out this 1v2. He's dueling versus the Opper over on Arch, but K Serrato comes in at an awkward angle, blows his head off, and defuses bomb. That right there is Furia, 5 rounds on the board.
Of course, it's that levitation headshot. Now, Furia, it seemed like Furia could have potentially lost, but then Yuri's in a great spot to play for himself. It's the heavy lean towards B. They seem to be convinced that MIBR, no matter what the situation, are going to commit to this side of the map. And, feeding Art to them, especially when they feed Art to him, they don't have a trade potential, they don't trade information, they don't reclaim top banana. You think, okay, this is more reason for MIBR to want to commit over towards B, but they don't. They go back to A, and it comes down to this kind of great hold to allow Furia back into the rounds. But Furia up 5-3. It doesn't seem incredibly meaningful at this point. We're seeing a lot of substantially good rounds from MIBR as well as Furia, and it seems like a very tight race. In terms of utility, they're pretty much on par. There's some more unconfirmed damage here for Furia to start the round, but this time around, they've also got bottom banana control, which is something a bit new.
Yeah, bottom banana control maintained by just one player in Art. So he's going to have to be cautious because Fallen's on the other side. So he oversteps a boundary, and this sniper connects the shot, and all of a sudden they could just sprint into the B bomb site. He gets his chance, but the bullet just slightly off the mark. Now they are going to keep creeping, and they just saw him fade back around that corner. There's the potential for somebody behind bricks, so Gen.G is going to have to clear a bunch of stuff. But what the hell is this? Furia
they love pulling the goalie.
Leaving the B bomb site.
Open for it, yeah. And you know what? Because of how late these rounds go, I'd be surprised if this, yeah, I mean, they actually, it's not even a commitment here from MIBR. Taco loses that opening duel. They're going to get some more spots. There's actually so many rotates. They're going to run headfirst into more players. There's a Halls lurk here, and oh, Henny drops a very important shot. The T's are coming back to mid. What's going on?
They want to commit to this. They keep thinking to themselves, surely there can't be one more. There can't be one more, but there is one more. And that's going to be KS Serato. He's in the 1v3, looking to take their heads off. Starts it with the first two. Fallen's all that's left, and the shot goes through the box. Now he can't plant. He needs the kill. Oh, and he gets it. Fallen at the last second finds MIBR to 4.
You can't explain this. This has something to do with the fact that it's a domestic matchup, that these guys know each other so well. The fact that there is this honeypot setup on the top of Banana, the full rotate, goalie pull on the B side setup, all the way over to A. MIBR game the rotations, run headfirst into the stack, and keep throwing bodies at the problem no matter how many name tags they see, and then full commit into the A site in the 1v2 and almost lose. I cannot actually figure out how this happens without the thought that MIBR are trying to go off of reads as opposed to information.
Unreal. Art, he tries to flash himself into Banana, costs himself his life, but K Serato can trade this one. Dude, we're getting some fireworks right now. And there's definitely a world as well. Don't forget that Furia could have picked up that last round. Even with their positioning, I mean, a couple of missed shots by Henny, the player underneath the porch dying to Fallen as well. I kept just thinking to myself, like, they're definitely going to stop now, right? Like, they figured this out now, right? And no, they just were so persistent on taking that A bomb site. It seems as though they've changed targets, however, here in the 10th. B is looking juicy. They're going to start turning the corners. TRK with the fast first kill. Vinny spamming through the smoke, and he gets caught by KNG. The spam potential of the rifles versus what Furia had was way too much to handle. So we are going to be all tied up at 5 rounds apiece.
Quite simply, a good anti-eco. The stack is smart from Furia, but if MIBR throw the correct utility, there's a few spots that are so important to the Crossfire. If they get flushed out, then even though you're running headfirst into the majority of the CTs, you still should have a better chance of winning because you've got the better guns. The flashbangs are well placed. You have the quad player who wanted to stand on the outside of the Molotov, but ended up standing exposed while blind. And of course, there is the boost in CT spawn that, as we know now, teams can't help but run into it because there's just the pathing from the top of Banana over towards the grill that supersedes worrying about that boost straight up. But because, again, they have those good flashbangs, our man up there who has a UMP that cannot be useful. And so they'll carry the UMP forward into this round. But it's 5-5 now. MIBR definitely look very good. They won a very important clutch round and look like they're about to take a lead. And it's become less clear than ever as to who is going to win this map, despite Furia's kind of staunch head-to-head lead versus MIBR in recent history.
What's wild is, too, that with that head-to-head record, you know, it can seem incredibly one-sided. But before the game went live, when we brought up the match page, the actual score lines, there has been potential for MIBR to take a couple of wins within those 7. And it just hasn't happened. Hasn't happened yet. But again, this one, close as can be, and we've got MIBR on the up-and-up. Full economy, looking good, and they just keep getting the timings on these CTs towards the B site. Winning duels clean, individuals are looking crisp. This is a strong-looking MIBR. So for all we know, even though Furia could have the answer to MIBR, they could have the calls and the reads, this could be the day. Maybe, just maybe. Of course, with all the distraction going down at the B bomb site, we have this happening on A. Taco through Arch. He's got a man in library as well. Bomb plant secured. So instead of actually filtering into the stacked bomb site again, MIBR, a little wiser, decide to go to what's open. And they now have the lead here on Inferno.
They take it as they should. You know, they're closing out a round that they're supposed to win, and they're hunting down all of the ecoing players right now, and it looks like they're not going to have any casualties whatsoever. Last chance here for Yuri to try to get something. Fur goes down, 2 HP, spray out on Taco. Taco can't land a single bullet, and the upgraded gun. Headshot for Yuri. I wouldn't put it past him. We've seen him do worse. with much less. But it looks like MIBR 3 alive, majority alive, and they've hunted down all 5 targets. So for Furia, it's kind of okay. They still have enough guns to buy everything that they want, but they're going to call a pause to talk about what the strategy will be moving into the next round. And I have to say, it looks like to me kind of a classic situation of like MIBR, or sorry, like Na'Vi Astralis on this map, where Na'Vi are making blind gambles towards sites, and the only thing you can do in response to that is kind of gamble back or take your best guess and half rotate out. But at this point in the half, MIBR are winning that game, and it seems like I'd be worried and talking about that most if I was Furia. Now for me, I would probably start off with fighting for banana control more, because this is conducive to Furia's aggressive playstyle, and also would net them tons of map control, which would ease up on rotations into the late round. If they're willing to take that fight, that's a different question.
Time to find out. Furia back in with the big guns. And right away, we've got Gen.G working his push to the top of banana. Just holding inside of the smoke, so no vision. Definitely can't feel safe in this position, knowing that he has no teammates behind him, but he realizes the importance of it, and now they do inch closer. So smoke fades. It's all theirs for the taking. Furia, again, going to play responsively on whatever is to come to the B site.
I think that's a really important description for what we're seeing, and it's unlike Furia to play purely responsively.
Well, let's see if they can connect the kills now. Vinny, he's got a lot of bodies trickling inwards. He's going to go for the peek, and Fallen takes him clear out. Serato can't manage the spray, so an empty-handed B site hold. Yuri, he gets 1 kill on the opposite side of the map, but it could all be for nothing. Art is here at B alone. You know he just wants to tuck tail and give this up, and he will do so. This is MIBR now with a 7th on the board, and it all comes off the back of Fallen killing the Coffin player with an instantaneous sniper headshot, and then we had the attempt from Serato to go through smoke and just spray down bodies, but he misses crucially, not even getting the one who had turned his head back into the wall.
Why aren't Furia playing with that prophylactic defense that we've seen from them so many times in the past? If they are trying to risk it all on one angle sight hold at Coffins, then that is a gambit MIBR are going to take every day of the week, because once they get to the top of banana, they know they've had the nades in this game to be able to take out players and take sites and leave CTs without options. And if you lose both players in the sites, the rotations are so difficult. If someone gets to the top of oranges, they can see back to your spawn, and that makes it so it's a very CT-sided affair once that bomb goes down. Furia, it seems like they're not playing the way that you would expect, but will the adjustments come? There's still a couple of rounds left in this half.
True enough. 3 to go. Gen.G actually turned back away from banana this time around. Think about how that contrasts to last round when he just sat inside of a smoke with 0 information, waiting to find out if he was a dead man, only to see it was completely clear. Complete, stark difference. But Art, he's going to miss that one op shot. Fallen's going to peek into him. Oh, after TRK is fed to the wolves, but the trade frag still favors MIBR, arguably. That one B-site defender is going to feel a little lonely. Vinny doesn't want to lose his head, but he's still challenging.
Yeah, maybe he does kind of like want to lose his head. It feels like he's playing the carnival game right now, but coming out ahead, they fly through a smoke to try to trade him out, just because they expected Fallen's op shots to scare Vinny. But Vinny, he's not scared of anything. He's going to stay here. He's even still at the top of banana. People, I mean, they know he only has a rifle, so he's got a lot of gall to stay up here, because if he dies, obviously the rotation is a lot harder for the CTs, but now he's got a friend to come and help out.
Although he's also got an enemy trying to help clear this bomb site. Fur almost peeks into the last one here, but speaking of being the last, Fur's all that remains. Over on that A site, we had Furia picking up frags. They deny the arch play, and they had bomb back the entire time. So this one's staying as close as it can get. Furia only within 1 round. Nice little shot here from Fallen in the mix of all of that distraction. The smokes, the fire, the flames, the gunshots, doesn't matter. Fallen, cold as ice, snaps one back off Banana.
Well, now we can see why Vinny wanted to play that game. He was trying his hardest to hold on to information with a death's grip and make sure that that smoke, while it's down, is being watched. Fallen tried his best to scare him, but instead, it made MIBR look foolish. So now there's a T timeout called, and MIBR will try to reassess what happened. And I wonder, why wouldn't Furia try the same thing again? It felt like going for the opening kill was one thing. And yes, 4-4 is not a very favorable situation for the CTs, but they did do a lot of nade damage along with that first kill to cement their place in the round. And again, left with banana control first and foremost.
Deep Molly down middle. Gen.G ready to respond. Throws the smoke down preemptively. But Furia still with numbers at the top of the B site, so it looks like this is something that has been identified as an issue, and they're looking to change up their game plan. We've seen a sort of style, an assortment of styles, rather. Gen.G underneath the wall. Art just hops up, but at the same time, Vinny decides to peek around the wall when they easily could have fallen back into the 5 versus 4. He tries to extend then. You would have thought that it could be predicted, and it was the case. However, Fur, he's going to be trying to puncture a hole out through the arch side, whether this is an A-Wrap or a split through CT spawn, yet to be seen, but that bomb floats at the base of mid, so I'm a little skeptical to call this a commitment. Art, he's going to get the head of Taco, but K Serato's been smoked off, so Art does retreat, and Furt moves his feet to try and follow this. K Serato right into the crosshair unsuspectingly. Now this could actually be the callback to the A site. They're just leaving all of their options open, but a bit of disjointed timing has fallen. He's going to fall to the player in Pit. Henny taking 2 and the 3rd. Pit is the anchor that serves as the facet of tying this game. 7 rounds apiece.
They just put a scope on a tank and put him in Pit and let him bring his op shots off. Art is the hero of this round. Number 1 gets the banana control. Number 2 gets halfway ripped open in CT spot and still wins the duel headshot versus Taco. Falls back. Fur finds a great angle to try to bring themselves back into the round. But again, it comes down to this tank-like defense with the scope in the pit. And all of this is to say is that when Furia win the early rounds, it usually follows through into later on. And sometimes the form of it is not necessarily a kill, but map control instead.
Ooh, he saw an elbow. That's it. A sliver of the player down mid, and yet still enough. Yuri, he's going to have to swap over the sidearm and ask for help, but the help delivers. K Serato, 2 kills on it. Furia, 8 rounds to 7. We're going to go ahead and take a break at the halftime, but we'll be right back with the second half of Inferno.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Woo!
Oh.
No.
Oh my god.
Dude, you guys are so good, dude. What the hell?
That's a little bit unfair.
Dude, JKS is so good, dude. So good.
Dude, I have the base piece that's got cheats on it. Dude, the AWP on scope is actually so accurate. I should just not use scope ever. This is how simple it is. It's crazy.
Good JKS, dude.
What? What a shot. What? This is bullshit.
Yes.
No.
Love to see it.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god.
Second. 30 seconds, guys. I got it. I got it. For a sec.
I need one more. I need one more. I need one more. Nice.
Hey, at least I didn't come last. This is fun.
Boa, lindo eco, mano. Muito boa arte.
Ah, mano, eu já eu dou tiro de
Pegou no ar, mano.
já. É, eu dou
Pegou
tiro
no ar.
pegando E.
Sabe quando você foi ali? Eu falei, mano, será que ele consegue pegar no ar? Aí você pegou.
Catching him in the air. Art, Zeus and dudes from the sky, making that taser look way better than it really truly is. But we fall back into the map, and that is an 8-7 lead for Furia as they switch over to the T side.
It was such an interesting half to dissect for reasons like this Zeus and otherwise. I mean, the cinematic shots that Blast has graced us with, but also just from an analytical perspective, the adjustments and the palpable decision-making that we could see from Furia to respond to MIBR, how it lagged a bit, was interesting. How MIBR were gaming the rotations on gambles was very interesting. The fact that Gen.G comes out of this with a 15-kill half, almost doubling his next highest teammate in kills, was also quite interesting. And for all of those reasons, you know, we have a half where Furia went 8-7. MIBR definitely played well, but now there's more questions about how this game will go moving into the T side.
Agreed entirely. I think that there was a moment in that half where I thought, oh my god, MIBR, they have the solution. But I don't think they have the solution. In the end, I think what we saw was they have fight in them. And we've known that. This matchup always provides a somewhat close score for the most part. So no surprise to find us here with a one-round difference at the end of the first half. But Furia, they started to look good. They started to figure things out. And more importantly, I think they started to look more like themselves, Mohan. We got those deep peaks down Banana. We got the aggressive plays that sometimes seem too bold at times, but it worked for them because it always seems to. Now they are going to try to hold off on this B site. MIBR getting the first kill thanks to Fallen, cracking a headshot. TRK, a labor duel versus Art, but he didn't really have any business winning that. The entirety of the defense still stands until now. Gen.G the first one to fall, and the CTs realize they've been flanked. It's TRK still back up at the back of the bomb site, standing tall, but we've got to have to hold off because Taco's now trying to box them in through construction. He gets the headshot versus Yuri, and MIBR 1 kill away from taking second pistol. Henny continuing to tap, continuing to fight. He sees both of the CTs, goes for the peak, and loses it to Fur. MIBR tying us again, this time 8 rounds apiece.
I'm so grateful that we get to see this tie so we can see this half play out. The strat was fantastic for Furia, but the execution wasn't. They had a very hard time despite having the Molotov land as soon as Arc jumps up on the grill to flush the quad player out, but they can't get the kill. Then they have to have Caserado push through the smoke early to try to trade out the site players to drag attention from the construction. He couldn't do that. He only got 1 kill, but was surrounded by 3. And there were so many moments where things went awry. But now, the push looks like it's been countered. There was 2 players playing anti-flash top of mid. Taco was so aware of the potential threat for this that he was ready and waiting. And he's got 3 CTs here who are emphatically, patiently, and in discipline waiting for this push to come through the smoke. But it's Furia now to cut their losses early. They turn back towards Banana. Caserado's quite low, but they've still got 3 smokes left over.
Yeah, the utility, it's going to enable them to just go for this B site hit. And if they can get the 2 defenders off of it without losing much of their own, then there is still a chance for the post plan. But you do have to favor the CTs. That's a hell of a grenade. He just dunks it onto the feet of Yuri, who drops to the MP9. Fallen looking for another one and swapping over to the FAMAS here. He's trying to control the back door. He doesn't want them to flood into construction. He doesn't want them to compromise either his position or the rotate over. But a 4 versus 2 with tons of utility. I mean, the incendiaries alone could be enough to burn Furia out of the back of the bomb site. And that's sort of what the CTs are hoping for here. Just get them out and go down for free, damn it. But Henny takes one with him. He catches the head of Gen.G. MIBR's retake still looks great. The double FAMAS will be saved, and they still lead by 1. 9-8. The CT side is rolling.
You have to love the fact that they are able to pivot off of what looked like a complete commitment to mid-explode into this B-site exec that ends up still netting them a bomb plant. So that bomb plant means the world for MIBR, of course. Now investing into an AK on Henny, head armor for all, but not another player who can afford a better gun. This is quite interesting. A lot of stock put into Henny this round as he'll maybe try to manufacture an opening kill so they can go ahead and attack something. Caserado, a pawn pushed up front to the top of mid. Attention has been drawn away from his position. Gen.G now falls back, and it looks like we have a kind of stalemate. They have at least drawn out a smoke at the top of mid, and I'd love to know and be in the mind of Furia and find out what their plans are. Where do they see themselves ending up here? Is it to go back to Banana, or is it to commit forward into A?
Yeah, where do they end up going? And then also, what is their plan on trying to get this one started? Betway odds still favoring Furia, but somewhat less, of course. Oh, Henny does catch Fallen. Looked away for the moment, and that's a big one. A little bit more damage over towards Fur as well, towards Banana. Henny, though, I mean, it's a good thing that some of these other players still have full Kevlar, because maybe he wants to swap that gun over. But a second pickup, this time off just the pistol, and the newcomer of MIBR, he's got some pressure on his shoulders here. Does he want to extend? Is he going to be afforded the space to make a drastic play, or are they going to keep him on a short leash and roll him back into the A site as the only sole defender? Because that, I don't think, fancies his chances. And they're going to leave him here. Poor guy has way too much to do. The entirety of Furia is going to be working closer towards him. They've got the utility as well to make his job real damn hard. But here he comes from the back of the bomb site with 3 kills. No! Oh! A team kill in the mix, but TRK, the one-man army, almost enough to get it over the line. Taco comes in time, and that one's a fumble from Furia. Right on the cusp of the site. They can't get anything done.
I don't think you could have drawn the narrative better than the way that you put it. His position on default meant he had no information. When he dies, the bomb will also go down. His 2 teammates over on the other side of the map couldn't be farther on the rotate, and they're already down 3v5. There's absolutely nothing that could have gone better for MIBR than for him to get those 4 kills, and I can't believe that was even possible. One of the last positions that's also expected from the teams who are encroaching on the site to definitely clear out, and he ends up still with a worse gun getting 4 MP9 kills. It's truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. I think that was one of the, that was one of those examples. but that's obviously what makes Counter-Strike the way it is. They can have the perfect setup, the perfect openings to the round, catch the aggressive response to the fact that they drop a player, lose that, and then still win. I mean, some kills just must be traded. On this round, though. Oh, well, I was going to say, lots of damage done within the 5v5, but Gen.G gets a kill, which supersedes that by a mile.
Low utility for a few of the members of MIBR as well, and this little bit of utility from Furia trying to instigate a fight at the B bomb site. They'll get a grenade response from the defense. Vinny's going to linger on the front of this and smoke off CT perhaps. That would completely screw Fur out of the equation unless he takes this risk. It does seem likely. He's going to cross over to the bomb site itself. They have that third defender in position. We've seen a lot of these hits from Furia fall flat, but they do a good job of burning Fur out of the open. Gen.G still blind. Hits the shot to Yuri and the follow-up. Down goes Art inside of construction. They still don't know about Fur. Fur with 10 health still manages the dink, but Gen.G has done everything here. He's sitting on the 3K. They've planted that bomb, but you know he wants this ace. You know he wants to peek around this corner and just gut stuff Vinny with the sniper. He's gonna do exactly that, extending a little wider. The ace could be his, and he takes it. The ace from the B-hold, 21 kills. Gen.G playing lights out at the moment.
He's a monster coming into the site as a T. He's clearly a rock when he needs to stop the aggression. He can definitely do it all, and he is once again leading by an enormous margin. That ace takes him over the 20 kill mark. His next highest teammate with TRK at 13. And as you pointed out, Gen.G already did everything that round to just get 3 kills.
These are the kinds of individual little moments that are going to be enough. I mean, we already had the first half go down to the wire, and now we're getting these big moves from TRK inside the A site. The ace from Gen.G celebrated by MIBR's fans. And I mean, I understand why, dude. He gave up no room for them. And I think what's beautiful about that is the tempered aggression. You know, he doesn't hyperextend around coffins before there's teammates next to him. He just falls back, holds it nice and easy, gives away the bomb plant, so be it. MIBR, they win the round, and now they've got that 3 advantage on the scoreboard.
Gen.G, a lot like Bentet, I feel looks somewhat subdued coming from his previous team into their new team, where they were still clearly great players, but not players who would put up a miracle performance every single game. Just as I say that, of course, Caster's Curse, Gen.G gets taken out, trades go both ways. Art drops a very important shot on the fallback, but he still has eyes on short, and he spotted Taco. Flash goes high and over, but this gets Taco killed.
Yeah, Fallen, he's going to try to wrap around, and he catches Art. The timing's still playing here into the 2 versus 2. We've kept the numbers even. A very labored effort to even get that bomb site control. As you said, Art dropping a big shot that could have made it easier, but hell, they could still win this. It's MIBR with 2 bodies inside of this smoke. A great crossfire from K Serato. All he has to do is look right, but he's blindsided. Henny lets them walk up. He's gonna get that flick headshot onto Fur, and Fallen, well, he's got the cover of the box. It's a Glock out, and Fallen just crab walking at him, hits it with the pistol. Are you kidding? MIBR, 12
I don't even know.
rounds. How many more heroics do they need?
You know what? That might be one of the last. They are draining Furia of their fight by winning rounds like this. And this is the point where they are in tripping distance of actually closing out the map. A T timeout is called to talk about things, guys. What the hell just happened? Trades were pretty good. Art actually tracking down Taco allowed his teammates to be escorted up to the point that they could trade without dying. But even once that happened, Art gets taken out when he tries to re-peek at mid, and MIBR claw their way back into it. You gotta love how they approach from Arch in that 2v2, crouch walking into the site, covering each other on both sides, protecting themselves from being spotted over top of the box. I mean, you wanted MIBR to win in that situation because they played it correctly, and then they did. 4-round the lead here for MIBR, and I want to say that they don't show signs of stopping. I won't say that because, again, it's a 1v1. And it's also Furia who get another full buyout. And it's 2 kind of miraculous rounds in a row for MIBR to help them get to this point. But it really now comes down to the mental game for Furia.
2, even 3 labored rounds down to the wire. Art, there's a body next to you.
Bird, he's going to be back behind the sandbags. Can't manage the follow-up kill. Oh, no. Furia could have had a huge opening, and they still have the 3v3 to play off of, but this one could have been even cleaner from them, no doubt. Wild antics yet again here in the 21st round, but we're going to have to slow down. We're going to have to catch our breath. There's still more than a minute on the clock. We get that really quick fisticuffs over on Banana, and now the only defender left is Fallen. Everything to do, and he hits the flick shot, but he doesn't kill Vinny. He takes him down by half his health, and with Fallen dropping like that, it's an easy B plant for sure.
Wow, they dropped a deep CT smoke on top of all of this, so they can threaten into construction. Actually love this. A couple of very important grenades left, honestly, on both sides. But it looks like MIBR are going to turn tail and run. Listen, they've got the last 2 rounds. They had to rely on the ace from Henny, so there was slight losses on that round despite winning. And in the round after, excuse me, there was a 1v1, so MIBR had lost 4 players. It's gotten kind of expensive, and the proof is in the economy for MIBR right now. They definitely almost need to save here, despite having pretty good retake utility. Now, I will say for Furia, getting it down to a 3v3, advantage, disadvantage aside, I think they're very happy to be in that spot, kind of on all maps, where the mid-round is when they can get the highest amount of lure kills. They're so good at being able to push when people are low on utility, and I think that's where they're trying to get to every single round. I personally like Furia adapting to that now. When we saw them kind of not playing like themselves on the CT side, it feels like they're coming more into their own. Not certain that this game is over. All of that is just to say that. And now the CTs will call a timeout to organize who's buying what. And it looks like, I think they're going to be lacking an op on fall unless they've had already dropped it. And Furia will have a slight advantage into this round.
Slight advantage. Remember that, because this was the very first round on their T side they actually add to the board. So they broke through. The 5-0 start for MIBR's defense. I mean, you know as well as we do that it came down to the wire, and yet that's still what they've got. And it's costly. I mean, a deagle for Fallen. Unless there's a gun on the ground, and I missed it. But no, sir. He's just playing off the excuse me, hand cannon.
Yeah, I'm choked up by how exciting this match has been too, Connor. I mean, this is seriously kind of an emotional moment here for MIBR as they kind of stand in the face of all odds in losing their last 3 series 2-0 and potentially can start off a tournament with a win versus one of their biggest rivals right now.
You had me all... I choked up, and then I was sipping water to fix the problem, and then you made me laugh. And that made it worse. So settle down now. Don't try to kill me. All right? I mean, MIBR, they're killing it right now. Those 5 rounds in a row to start, but they've got to get right back on it. I feel like it's a matter of if Furia can puncture through this, if Furia can establish an economy, then we're really going to see them shift into 6th gear, because Furia is the type of team where if you're going to beat them, you got to beat them badly. If you leave them right there in the nick of it, bad things can happen like that. Hanny just blows Gen.G away. TRK, a lot to do from inside of the pit. Now, last time he was the last man here, he came up huge with the hold. And that Molotov's not going to flush him out. He dinks Henny, who now's dropped bomb on top of Graveyard. And, well, TRK, he's got all the assistance in the world. He calls for reinforcement, and they arrive in time. TRK serving as an anchor yet again, and MIBR lead by 4, only 3 away from the win.
Man, they called the ambulance so fast there. The rotations were quick. They were desperate, but they were in time, and I think that's the most important part, like not even wasting a moment here, getting through the smoke, pushing through to come to their teammates' aid. Gen.G fell asleep at the wheel in the pit, as we saw. His Falmus was trying to hold for the angle on the peak, and it didn't even follow the player that shot him in the face. Furia, we know, when there's an exploitable weakness, and that round was Arch, they will find it and they will walk to the point of absurdity and then try to attack your site. MIBR left that hole wide open and almost lost because of it. But again, the responders to the situation were everything for MIBR.
Now it's the big fight, the big pinch. They're clamping down on brackets, and the T's come out on top. Henny has been the difference maker. 3 frags for him. Fallen, gonna have to clutch this yet again. He goes right through the molly. He drops the bomb, and you've got to think that the best post plant would be Pit. So he hones in on Vinny, hits the headshot, but just can't take it over the line. Vinny survives, Furia to the double digits, and that lead gets cut by 1.
Truly an amazing play by Fallen. I mean, he had both players read like a book, ran through this Molotov just in case it was a default plant, called this bluff out with the amount of HP he had left over, and forced Vinny to readjust his aim to win his duel. He did everything perfectly, and then MIBR lost. They've had very expensive rounds. This is going back and forth. MIBR are going to invest slightly into this. They have the scout to work with, a couple of players with utility, and some deagles as well. And they have won half buys or worse in the past. So I wouldn't put it past them to put this one together. Furia's prerogative should purely be to avoid getting scouted by Fallen and to pick a site while they still have a lot of map control to work with. Henny's like, I know how that scope works, brother. I can handle you.
Come get it. And he dishes it out to Fallen. I gotta say, man, I like these little crab walk clutch attempts. You know, he did it on the bomb site with his pistol out, just crawling closer in the 1v1, and he attempted it last round too, just trying to offset the head. Although, because of the FAMAS, he loses out to the better weapon. God, I love a Fallen clutch. But this round, he is out early. TRK is gonna find his pause on the scout. And all the while, Furia collecting themselves over here towards the B site. Art's going to go first. He's playing off that Mac 10, wants to make some money. Gen.G just wants to dodge these bullets. They do have a second defender here as well, don't forget. That's going to be Fur tucked inside of the smoke, just waiting. Just buying time for this T side to commit. And sure enough, now they will. 20 seconds left on the clock. Fur actually gets himself in the middle of it all, and Gen.G swinging out also grabbed a frag. So each of the defenders doing damage, each of them finding just 1 kill, but because the numbers game is to the strength of Furia, bomb plant inevitable, an 11th round inevitable now. So within spitting distance of MIBR, despite the CTs still having the lead.
This game has felt like an epic. Like, I can't believe it's only a best of 1. It feels like I'm like trying to sit down and watch One Piece all in one sitting with like every filler arc as well, with the amount of rounds and how back and forth it's been and how economically desperate it's been for both teams. And with the amount of kind of strategic adjustments from both sides, I think that's also kind of made it feel very exhausting in a sense. And I can only imagine what it feels like for the players involved. I don't see a clear path to victory for both teams based on what we've seen in the second half. In fact, it feels like every round is left on a knife's edge and can be won with or without pistols, but almost legitimately in a way. Like, even when pistoling players are winning rounds, it's because they made good rotations or something else on merit that's brought it close. So Furia within 2 has made this a very tantalizing opportunity for Furia. And any situation where they might be worried about, you know, the fact that they lost some of those close rounds have probably been washed from their memory, as they are now also very, very close to actual finish line. I mean, here you can get a real push out of them. They'll also be happy to find out that MIBR are themselves on pistols once again.
Yeah, mirrored image of what we got in the last round. Let's see if Fallen can do anything more so this time. He's trying to dodge the grenades as Furia go ahead and establish top banana control, but they're giving him shots to take like that. Art down for the count. Quesarado, that was ballsy. Just kind of jumps in there. Oh, and there's a Zeus in play.
I think he jumped. Yeah, I think he maybe jumped just to get rid of the AK, which is crazy. But yeah, I mean, that could have been around. Yeah, they don't get a gun because he drops his gun, picks the other one up, throws it over, grabs his gun again, and gets out of there. It's MIBR waste no time in terms of trying to open this up, but it looks like Furia have spotted the hold once again. They're going to wait for the Arch guys to wrap before Vinny takes a peek, I would only assume. And then from there, they should have a pretty easy time killing both Balcony and Pit. But the mid rotates.
Yeah, it was a chance. I feel like if the CTs just wait a moment more, then maybe Vinny walks into it. Maybe the terrorists turn their back, but they are caught out. And there's still a possibility here. Not supposed to happen with just the pistols, and seeing as Fallen's now gone, that scout is no longer in play. Poor Taco, outnumbered, outgunned. No real chance at this one. But Furia, I mean, they definitely didn't have an easy anti-eco. They had to work through the counter-terrorists, and really boils down to timing.
You know, if we turned off X-Ray in that moment, we could really see that for MIBR, they're wondering where Furia are, right? Like, at this point, if they knew exactly all these positions they were standing in, then they'd go ahead and be more patient. But once you have a player pushing all the way up mid, you have this Halls control, you think, man, like, they must be compromisable. But Furia, they're sleeping on a bed of nails, sitting inside of Arch, waiting by the cubby, holding the mid flank, at the end of Halls, in all of these really good positions, but scary ones to be in. And I think that's what nets them the edge over MIBR in this spot. Like, you know, Vinny wants to activate, but he'd love more than anything for Gen.G to just give him the kill for free. And then, yeah, it's a series of dominoes that fall after the first kill comes out as the CTs scramble. So I love that Furia are preying on the patience of MIBR. And yeah, it's a kind of another mental victory, I feel like, for Furia.
I would agree with that one. You know, preying on the patience or the lack thereof in the last round. And Vinny, I mean, he doesn't realize just how close he was to death that entire time. But we had Gen.G offer it over. Henny, currently the leader of ADR here on Inferno. The one and only map we'll get in this match. The round-robin group stage taking us all around the world. Where do we end up? Nobody knows. I would not have foretold the chance of MIBR being on Inferno, of all places, where I think our analysts painted a really great picture of their struggles, the difficulties of the map pool matchup in specific between these two teams.
Yeah, itinerary unclear. Got my hand stuck in a boiler.
Chilling. They make their play off of the smoke. Goes down on the arch side. CT's not giving up too much footing, not yet wrapping around over towards short, but now they're going to have to. We've seen TRK do great things from these holds, but wow, Vinny, blind through the smoke, finds the headshot, and that's all that was on the bomb site itself. I feel like MIBR, they were relying on the pit player to hold long enough for them to rotate in, get into the mix, and we had seen in the last round this all unfolded. But not this time, Mohan. Not in round 26. Furia, they're going to tie this game 13 apiece, and it's a bit of a fall flat moment. You know, we're building the narrative. We're getting closer to the peak of the round, and whoop, it's one kill. That's it. So let's hold our excitement back for one more round because all these guns move forward.
They're looking more and more, as Shox famously once said, you know, he didn't say this about Furia. He said this about his team at the time, but I think it might have been Titan, might have been Vitality, who knows. But he said there are 5 fingers on one hand. He said that in the motivational speech, and it feels like with Furia, that is what they are acting like now on the T side. They're moving together as a unit, spread out but cohesive, keeping eyes on each other, making sure things are covered. And once they have gained a certain amount of map control in this kind of spread out amorphous blob as T-sided players working on map control, they're going to pounce on the site. And they put so much pressure on the very few angles that are left. And of course, it's a miraculous frag by Vinny, but they were still in a good position to get in there and trade him out 1-for-1 if they didn't get it that way. Now, Furia 13-13, and what I would be most afraid of if I was MIBR is literally the same fate happening again. I would be working harder to try to get these opening 5v4 frags, but this is also the adjustment that Furia would love to see you make. This is the Furia trap. This is the Furia gambit. They want you to be aggressive because that's where they thrive. But they've just shown us that they are good even if you don't.
Yeah, they'll whittle you away, even if you give them the time to do it. Listen, at the start of this match, I feel like we had the Gen.G show, and that he could have individually been the difference to make this result an MIBR win. And while him and Fallen have both put in huge efforts, clutches most notably, it's really Henny who is leading the charge here out of these 10 players. And they were going to have to find a solution to him. But it seems like once more, MIBR, they're not going all in on the aggression, but also not hiding in their bomb sites. Fur, he hopes they come walking up banana.
Big risk to sit in this spot, of course. You risk getting spammed down, naded. There's only a series of undignified deaths that can come from sitting at the top of card these days. But the big benefit, if nobody comes, is being able to peek half wall on an off angle late into the round and nobody expecting you to be there. And that's now where he activates, and he's going to draw the CT rotations over towards B, or towards A, excuse me. The commitment is up towards mid. I don't know how hard they're going to run through with this. MIBR, though, are in great spots to defend. At least Arch. There's still one on the opposite side of a Moto smoke. No one in pit either.
It's going to be tough to unravel. TRK, he reveals himself, and KNG's op is already fired off, so they know there's at least 2. But there is that 3rd player in the mix as well. And Furia, they're so focused on pit because normally there has to be someone over there. KNG is going to be able to flick up for 1 frag. TRK denies Henny close, but it's over the smoke that Yuri is going to best him. So the health advantage here is working for MIBR. They're down to the 8-second mark. Bomb has to just haphazardly jump across just in the nick of time. Art's going to get this one in. CT's flood forward. They're trying to push him, and they work it out. Fallen with the double kill. Again, instrumental in these clutch, wired down type moments. 14-13, MIBR 2 away from the win.
And a great round to look back on. The fact that they had Fur in that spot at top banana, they took a calculated risk, they used his information to rotate over, and they were in a much better setup than I thought because they had the op on the back of site, the crossfire within the site, so they had someone spotting down halls, and Furia, honestly, they handled it with pure class, coming carefully onto the site after they dropped the first op kill. They didn't leave any more clues. They waited patiently, tried to move in off of a flash. There were a couple missed shots by MIBR, but if MIBR hadn't missed those shots, honestly, it would have been a clean wipe against Furia. So now, Furia, they're probably wondering how it was that MIBR were so convinced and had rotated so many players over. Or maybe they think because the round was played out so long that MIBR had no choice but to move. Either way, they know they were limited on banana control, and it looks like Fur has moved back to the exact same position because he wasn't spotted last time.
Yep, he's gone unnoticed. He doesn't even have to use the smoke grenade to get him out of position. He commits to the spray down. 80 health gone from Fur, and yet he still takes K Serrato. All while Art also has as low HP as him. They're going to commit to this, so it seems. They're going to start wrapping around the Arch side. They're met by a smoke, though. This is going to kind of slow it down a bit. Double T utility. Fallen, he's going to get flashed over top and through the smoke to the blind spray. One of the most crucial clutch players for MIBR at the moment, and he dies to the blind spray down. KNG only able to get the 1 in this, so it's a 3 versus 3 moment yet once more, but TRK from pit. Again, on these last second holds, he locks it down, but Henny has been the best player in the server. Now it's him 1v2. He calls out Fur's crouch walk, and Henny has everything left to do. He doubles back. Taco's on the corner. Henny has his number, but Taco's got the headshot. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. MIBR, 15 rounds guaranteed.
So smart to try that out, but Taco just as aware to hold on to that flank push. And this is the most tragic way to die. Running through the smoke after you threw your own counter smoke, knowing that they want to push through. He should have had the advantage. Yuri gets the spray. Fallen did ask to be sprayed by making noise coming through, but you don't expect him to just die straight up. And so you think, this is where it all goes bad for MIBR. We've seen this story play out so many times, but still, they stay resilient. Furry even tries his hardest to hand that round over to Henny in the 2v1 by pushing through and biting on the fake defuse. But again, Taco, critical clutch win.
Oh, and Taco again starts this one with a clutch kill, because if not, Fur would have been doomed. But now Fur still has them by surprise, and the bomb's not expecting it either. Unless Furia can claw back a 2 versus 5 here in the 29th, it's MIBR with the win. Oh, insult to injury as Vinny goes down without even seeing his murderer. Yuri, what are you made of, my man? He's already trying to work up Banana, but they're spamming him down. They're bullying him at this point. He gets the fadeaway shot, 50 seconds left over. 1v4. 1v4. Do you think it sinks in yet that he has absolutely zero chance? Do you think he's realized that this game is already done for? Because it is now. I can't believe it. They break the curse. The core finally bests the younger Brazilians. The grandfather lays down the beating that was a victory here on Inferno. A close call, so many clutches, so many incredible moments, but it's MIBR with a victory. We're gonna throw this one to a break. We'll be back with more NA Counter-Strike right after that.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Pode ter mais. Ó, smocou, comendo aqui.
Xuxa, explodiu 2. Ó. Linda.
Mais um.
Xuxa também.
Mais um.
This is where you're going to have a bit of an advantage if you are playing from that team house environment, because yes, okay, you're playing online, but it's a bit like what we saw at Flashpoint, where it's like you're playing online, but you're still in the same location. You can still take advantage of that and have that team unity. And is that a major factor here for MIBR? Big win here to take down Furia in a best of one, granted, but they took down Furia on Inferno. Maniac, let's start with you. I believe you had some insight here on one of the sites as well.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out one of the problems that Furia had on their defense, and to be honest, just one word, B, or rather a letter, B. That was the issue for Furia, and anytime they were playing passively, even if they had the stack, just as we see right here, Ard being the third player under attack, he gets 2, but that's just not enough. Anytime Furia were playing in a passive setup, they could never ever throw the attack. We have another round coming in here, a great execute from MIBR, we can see all the Molotovs being lined up quite correctly, but here once more, Vinny will be the first one to fight. He's gotta have no help quite yet. His peek behind that Molotov, we see he's down, and now comes the flanker through the smoke, but the timing is already out. That's Keserado done, and the third player is out of position. So for Furia, unfortunately for them, anytime they gave up banana control, they lost every single round. And just in the whole spread of tactics that you can use, if you can only win rounds by fighting banana, well, that's going to be a big problem.
It did look like there were a bit of it, just a little out of whack. Maybe some of that online coming into it where you aren't quite syncing up. You're having a little bit of difficulty. I mean, one player that did stand out was Gen.G, and Thorin, want to ask, anything that stood out for you there in terms of his performance?
I mean, the guy is a beast. The problem has been, it's just we've never really been able to see it in MIBR, at least on LAN. Online, he's been a monster. He was one of the main people who was pushing them through to the deep stages of Flashpoint at one point in time, the main carry before Fallen and Fur kind of took over and revitalized kind of some of the classic form you expect from them. In this game, I mean, if he doesn't go absolutely bonkers here, we're busy talking about Henny and how he's the best AWPer in Brazil and how it was Furia winning yet another game that admittedly would be close, and it would be an 8-0 map win streak for them. So I think Gen.G, you have to give him a massive pat on the back. I think he's performed very, very well. I still feel as though at times he looks like he does cap out the kind of style that MIBR uses. He doesn't seem like the most cerebral player, but if he's going to frag like this, you don't need him to be. You can ride this horse all day long.
He can be an instrumental player. I mean, one of them that was also standing out was Fallen. It seems like perhaps he's coming back into his own. I mean, is there anything that we want to touch on before we start focusing on the next match that's coming up very soon? Is there anything we want to touch on regarding Furia? Apart from the B-side defense, was there anything else that stood out that they could adjust? Because this is still one of the top teams in the group.
Yeah, well, listen, I was listening to the comms, and obviously I do not understand Portuguese, so I could only get the rhythm, and I could only get like the hype or the pressure they had. And one thing that really stood up is that they always talk so fast. I am actually tired. I'm exhausted from listening to them. I feel like they never had a moment where they're just in control and they know everything's gonna happen. The rhythm is always super snappy. They give all the information so fast, and I'm thinking, how can you be lucid? How can you be, well thinking when this is happening so fast? But maybe that's just the way they play the game.
Seems like it, jacked up and ready to go. Well, they're not done yet, obviously, round robin group phase, so they'll have more chances at it. But that isn't our only match from North America tonight. We have 2 more that will be coming up, and our next one will be Gen.G versus Chaos. And well, Chaos, they always like to live up to their name. You never know what to expect with them. But Gen.G are the ones who have been really, turning things around, it looks like. And Thor, I want to start with you. What are you going to be looking out for here going into this match when it comes to Gen.G?
Well, that's it. The main focus of this game is Gen.G for me, because obviously Chaos, I mean, we've talked about it, the roster changes all the time. It's hard to even know as a result what maps they're really going to want to play. For Gen.G, my main questions are, who are the star players of this team? Because it's all well and good telling me, well, actually, we've got 3. Ooh, you know what, if Kusta does like he does at Flashpoint, we've got 4 players who can all frag out. It's like, yeah, but not at the same time, and there has to be a rhythm to the team. You have to have the players you can rely upon, who you can invest the resources in. So actually, people like Kusta, to be frank, they aren't that kind of a player. Like, I'm looking at someone like Som, this very young rifler who was the MVP at DreamHack Anaheim. I've actually found him kind of underwhelming, even during this period where Gen.G's been one of the better teams. Bentet is a very skilled player. I see flashes of the brilliant player I saw in Tai Lu, but the consistency hasn't really been there. I don't know if that's a communication issue, playing in a different style of team. And Automatic has revitalized his game recently, but he hasn't been that monster that he used to be in Cloud9 that made a lot of people feel like he was stuck in Elo hell. So I just want to see where it all settles out. Like, who is going to be the main person for Gen.G? Who can they build the team around? And then we can start to figure out who's surplus to requirements, who's going to be here in 6 months.
Well, one team that's looking to at least start strong here in the group and take them out at the knees is Chaos. And so, Maniac, I'll ask you, in terms of Chaos, who are you trying to keep an eye on right now going into this match? Because we're going to be getting into it pretty soon here. So, we have the map pick ban, but thoughts on Chaos?
Well, I think Duncan pointed out very rightfully that, Steel is not looking to be like the most creative, crazy, tactically execute-based team, in-game leader, but he wants to be efficient. He wants to have a few tricks that he can use here and there. And this is what I'm going to be looking at for this lineup for Chaos, right? I don't think they will have the craziest, most exotic moves we haven't seen before, but I'm hoping that Steel can actually figure out weaknesses in the defense and find this very easy, like one-trick attack to win some rounds. So that's going to be my focus for Chaos.
So now we get to go into it, the map pick ban, where this match is actually going to unfold. And, well, I'm actually going to hand it right over to you, gentlemen. Thorn, take us away.
Yeah, logically, if you think about Gen.G, they play Mirage a lot. They actually originally were going with Inferno as their main map pick. Now, they've looked up and down on both maps. That's just the nature of their form, unfortunately. So, we've already got a ban themselves of Inferno here, so they're trying to push it towards the deeper water. Chaos, with all the lineup changes, don't have the strongest map pool in the game. So, it looks like, we get Mirage, actually. I feel like if you're actually the Chaos guys, you're perfectly fine with that. Gen.G might like the map, but I'd rather play the POG map if I'm the one with the newer players and I want to play simple Counter-Strike like we were just talking about, Maniac.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when you end up with a veto where Gen.G has a choice between Dust 2 and Mirage, and you're Chaos, you've done a great job. The veto has gone your way. You've pushed out all of the super tactical maps where you definitely are not going to have that depth required, whereas Dust 2 and Mirage, they all play FPL. They all have the basics. They know how to play the ABCs of the map. So, good job if you're Chaos. You've opened up the possibilities. You've opened up a possible avenue to an upset.
This is everything going their way. We're not going to have that repeat of Astralis on train twice. No, not meant to be. Not going to happen this time. It's going to be the slug out match. It's going to be the beatdown. And I do believe we should be ready to hand it over to the commentators now and get things underway, because Launders and Scrawny are in it, and they are definitely doing a good job today. Had a great match to kick things off with Furia and MIBR, and I'd like to hand it to them now to get this match underway, because I really do want to see how this goes, but it's not yet. I'm jumping the gun. So we actually have a little bit more time. I thought we were pressed, but it looks like we have a little bit more time to discuss. Did we miss anything as far as Steel and Daps are concerned? These are the in-game leaders going head-to-head.
Yeah, well, if we want to synthesize these two, because you can see the numbers are very, very different. But again, their roles and what they bring first and foremost in the team, I think, is very different. You have on one hand Daps, who is creating a system, a full system with a new roster, trying to create the game and have that structural impact. Whereas Steel, he's being more the efficient kind of in-game leader. He's being the one, as Duncan was very rightfully pointing out, he's setting himself up for success, finding a few tricks here and there to win rounds. He's like the pragmatic kind of EIGL, whereas Daps is more the orchestra sort of EIGL. Then again, the numbers very much in Steel's favor.
And Ben Tet has been one of those guys who have been on the rise. It feels like we've been talking about him forever. He's been in this scene, and now he is here. Hansel Ferdinand going to work with Gen.G. Thorin, do you have any thoughts in particular about Ben Tet?
Yeah, Ben Tet is a player where the mechanical skill is just obvious. Like, when he's dialed in, it's going to be all straight headshots with the AK. A player who is definitely very glad we've seen the last of the Krieg for now. The problem is, the Tyloo team he played in, that particular era, was nothing approaching the European meta of Counter-Strike. Not even like the North American meta for that matter. So I feel as though where he has to level up his game is he has to learn how to play with these particular teammates. He has to learn how to play under a real in-game leader. Like, he was actually the in-game leader a lot of the time in Tyloo, and they played a very limited style because, quite frankly, they had language barriers even within that team. Like, he cannot speak Chinese as far as I know, so he was just having a call very simply. I think people were even translating live in the game. So this is a different world for Ben Tet to play in, and you're not just focusing on your crosshair here. So I think he's a player who I hope they stick with him in Gen.G, give him a good run of form, definitely let him get to some of the lands, because he could be a massive game changer for them. But for now, I think he's someone who's still kind of adapting despite so many years in the game, as we just pointed out.
And so on that note, a lot of adapting left to be done here by Gen.G. We've saw them in Flashpoint, didn't quite live up to expectation. And so this is an opportunity for them to have a turnaround here and to start getting those results on the board with these players. So I'm going to thank you guys for your analysis. I'm going to thank our sponsor, Betway, for providing the odds for this match. And we're going to be going to a quick break before we get into it. And so when we come back, we'll have Launders and Scrawny on the mic.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an intercafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Right, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right. See you, dude.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the North American Showdown, 8 teams are divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 3 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 4th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 3rd place from Group A will play against 2nd place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 semifinals. The winners of each semifinal will face the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Final. For the teams finishing 2nd in their gauntlet bracket, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
Plenty of teams fighting to get to that spot at the Blast Spring Finals, but of course this, only the second map of our North American Showdown, so still lots to prove. And I think lots to prove should be the title of this next matchup, because we have Gen.G versus Chaos. And I'm the only person who seems to have predicted the Chaos win, and I recognize that that's going to take an upset, because they have unknown entities in Leaf, the player who wasn't there last week for Chaos because he was supposed to have left for Valorant, and now he's back replacing Voltage, who unfortunately hasn't been performing lately. So I think that the pieces are there here, Launders. I think it's still going to take a real deep dig from Chaos. What do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, I like your point, and you know, the prediction's tough. I think it can be close, and the unknown quantity of Leaf brings things into question. I feel like the heat on Voltage came because specifically of their match versus Furia, where he was unable to kind of find op kills or find his place, and maybe in general they feel like Leaf can handle himself more in those spots. But we saw him play well and not, and I'm not sure that this is going to be a bad or good change necessarily for Chaos. They have a great squad regardless, because Gen.G, Zeppa, Vanity, Steel, all of these guys have done such smart and incredible plays on a mechanical level that you have no choice but to back them. They are so damn good right now, and we have been presently surprised by the lower end of the North American teams. Gen.G, Cloud9, Chaos, these are the teams now that are the focus of NA. EG and Liquid are trying to make up ground, and the Brazilian teams that play in NA are leading the pack. But these guys right here, these are the hopes of NA at the moment, and they have been impressing us for those who have been watching.
Well, they will take to the T side, Gen.G, Chaos on the defense. And we've got some elaborate little head boosts attempts here on the apartments. Let's just forget about whatever that was, because what's important is we've got Leaf and Steel just running straight in. And I mean running all the way in. Kusa just patiently sat back, Steel delivering himself on a silver platter, and Daps meanwhile has gotten that opening kill over towards the A site. So they're hitting Chaos on all fronts, and my god, they're hitting them hard. Daps looking for a third frag. He pieces it together versus Gen.G. That's the clean sweep in the pistol, and the 3-piece by Daps.
And we know that's the lay of the land for these pistol rounds. And we know also that Gen.G are an execute-focused team. They have a lot of good tempo changes, a lot of variety in their gameplay. But ultimately, I think the highest highs for them are when they pull off these very cool and usually fast executes that are multifaceted. And I think that's when they shine the most. We see that come into effect on that round. And we've put Chaos in a spot where they have to force. Now, they have Deagles to work with, some nades, and some armor, so there's still a threat, but Gen.G are spread out and holding down to make sure that no mid control can be taken back.
Yeah, and then they're just going to all in onto the A site, look to burst through any sort of defense, any kind of stack, and right now that stack's kind of held back over towards Connector. Very much hoping to encapsulate a player at the top of middle. Chaos could have taken like 3 or 4 peaks simultaneously, but with the walkout from Gen.G already being this far from ramp, you know it's going to be easy pickings once the fights unfold, assuming they can best the Deagles, of course. They've got the heavier hitting weaponry, but do they have the aim? Well, Som, he's got the head of Steel first, but Leaf does get the fadeaway Deagle frag, and then Zeppa's going to take the exact same spot. So the AK is now starting to shred these counter-terrorists. Even that CT flank from Vanity can't get into the mix fast enough. Sure, he takes one player with him, but he's dunked on by the grenade of Som. Gen.G converting after pistol. That's the 2-0 start.
4-up for Daps already. We know when he has his great maps and you see how smart he can be, and you mix that in with how mechanically gifted how mechanically gifted he is at his peak, that's when that's when the team truly flourishes. We saw him play on Vertigo in a map where it looked like they were down and out, but he was hitting shots, he was positioning himself properly to allow Gen.G to look like masterminds across all 5 players just by his actions alone. So we know the kind of incalculable impact Daps can have when he's playing well, and that's going to be another problem here for Chaos. Chaos's CT side is a little bit less interesting than their T side, but honestly, on Mirage, you gotta love what they do on T side. we'll get to talk about that a bit later. It's a lot involving this B apps control. But in general, the whole map, they're usually very smart, very pervasive, good in rotations, and it looks like they're about to catch an execute right here on this full save.
Yeah, they've called out this B site for the full stack. Automatic, gonna be first at bat 3, rapid frags. There's the 4th and 5th. So stack the bomb site all you want, Chaos. You guys just got ripped to shreds.
They had 3 players within 10 HP of dying, so overall I think the spots were smart. I think that this sky-high view tells the story perfectly. Here's the other great thing about Gen.G, is they are so well drilled and oiled when it comes to their timings and spacings on their executes, where it seems all the right choke points are pressed at the exact right moments. And these are, of course, spots where you can't exactly see how much space your teammates created while you're worried about your own choke point, but they seem to always be fine-tuned to the point that it looks like they're moving as a single unit. And I think you know, that's something that we'll try to highlight as we move into this half as well. Kusta up to 5 kills, an outstanding player. Honestly, these days it feels like Henny, he's come into his own, where he's not so much hot and cold, he's more consistent. I think it was pointed out that he stayed around a 1.0 rating for most of his career at this point, and he has probably, I'm going to say it, the most clutch potential on this team from what we've seen in recent times.
Right, recently I've got to be the most impressed with Kusta of all things. You know, when you look at Gen.G, it's like Som, the upcoming young star, Bentet, the international talent, Automatic, the major winner, or Daps, the IGL, and then Kusta. Kusta seems to have his name in the spotlights more than anybody else at the moment for this team. So let's see if he can do much from Palace. Gets his first kill, and Automatic's able to lend a helping hand there, clearing underneath the balcony. Vanity, yet again, coming in from CT spawn. But whoa, Gen.G, that's off of Catwalk that he's actually been able to stop the bomb plant. So now the round falls into a pace where Chaos could still manage this. It's a 2 versus 4, and they have done so much damage to what's left of Gen.G. But Daps, he could have their back, as he's already inside jungle. And if Gen.G doesn't clear this as he's coming out from connector, then all of a sudden Chaos could lose. But with 8 seconds left over, they have to make their play. And Daps, he's gonna clear that first one. Oh my god, down to the wire. We're talking 21 health combined for Gen.G, and yet they still find their 4th round.
Everybody and their grandmother knows that it's a nightmare to try to plant the bomb on the A side. But when you have this smoke down and the man advantage, you think, okay, it's not so bad being the bomb planter. Gen.G's like, hell no. I'm going to stop this bomb plant. I'm going to rip to shreds the other player that tries to put the bomb down. I'm going to kill the connector player who was meant to be a catch-all trap to defend against this push. And then I'm still going to lose. I don't know how it goes that way, but with no time left over, we have a spot played in CT spawn that wouldn't have been played if there was a bit more time, and everything just falls into place for Gen.G right at the end of it. But Chaos, they were in such a perfect position to straight up win. I mean, Daps even winning his duel, Mac 10 versus Mac 10 and Ripped versus 100 HP player and connector with an M4, and ends up winning that duel. Both things had to go perfectly, and yeah, just get your Powerball tickets bought, Gen.G, because you guys are got the luck of a lottery winner right now. It's a pistols for
Think
Chaos.
about it, man.
In response to this, yeah.
Go on. Pistols in response.
Betway odds.
Sorry, I baited you.
Wow.
I baited you right at the worst possible moment, Mohan. Please accept my apology, friend.
That's okay.
I was going to say 2 bullets. That's literally what makes the difference, because 1 shot to either of those 2 teams. 2 bullets could have made Chaos on the board early, but hold on. This one out of nowhere. Just Zeppa and Steel connecting the headshots off of the pistols. This is a chance. I mean, why not? In one of these upset rounds, try to slip one past Gen.G. They haven't looked invincible. Zeppa, he's going to swing out. Now Vanity off of jungle as well. Daps has to do it again. He is the reason that they cleared connector and won the last round. And this time, he doesn't have a teammate to work with. He doesn't have a teammate in sight. He is all on his own with 10 seconds yet again, and he gets blindsided. Big round from Zeppa, stepping it up, taking Palace, coming back with the Kalashnikov, and just clearing out these Ts.
The last thing I would have expected would be the redemption arc of that story, that tragic story on the last round, to be an eco one in the following. This is pretty nuts. They are comfortable holding down the A site from all of these recidivist positions, and it's leaving Gen.G scratching their heads. They're going to be buying up both teams, but Chaos have the benefit of doing it while saving in that last round. Bentet pushed out of position. Gen.G, don't know if he heard him fall into CPL. We'll drop a Molotov on the fallback and make sure there's no B push to couple with it. A bit of a reset, but this is an important piece of map control that Gen.G have gained. Bentet, he can add a lot to this round. The reason that CPL is so important, of course, is because you compromise window, you compromise jungle, and you compromise, of course, cat. All at once, even if you don't peek, as long as they know you're there.
Oh, damn, Steel. He hits 2 op shots, almost baited out by Som, who gave him notice with the shadow. Remember as well, Bentet, well, he's been able to creep into the window room, and Steel's screwed. But Leaf does lock down the ramp exit, and that's a big play to be making because all of a sudden you've got what's left of Gen.G split. And for those of you guys that don't know Chaos too intimately, well, Zeppa, he proved to us last week he is the real deal. He performs despite the opponent. Losses versus Furia, MIBR, they still had Zeppa finding frags. And the question is, can Leaf be that same thing? Even younger is he, 16 years of age, trying to lock down this bomb site. He serves as distraction as Gen.G comes in, and that's the retake for Chaos. That's 2 consecutive rounds, still at half the score of Gen.G, sure enough. But you know the nature of these. They have been down to the wire.
Of course, the towering problem for Gen.G in this matchup is just simply that Chaos have so much talent across the board. And it's not to say that Gen.G do not, but sometimes in these defaults, we're seeing these trades are being won, things are being watched, and it's all on an individual level. So on the CT side, there are no weak points for Chaos. This is how Steel builds the team, of course, and he himself is no slouch, scoring an ace last time they played on Mirage, I think, versus Team Liquid. He is also going to be a player to contribute in terms of kills no matter what. And yeah, that's just one of the problems that Gen.G will have to overcome in this series. Oh, a deep Molotov to try to split the offense. And it looks like a very worthwhile Molotov to throw. They do good damage. They kill players on both sides. They push them into the crossfire. It's another great hold from the CT side to look back on.
Oh, but Daps individually had a little bit of a chance there. Gen.G could have fallen to a single shot, but he gets caught by the market rotate as well. So Chaos coming over, minimizing losses, great utility damage before Gen.G got that rolling. So the eco, or rather, you know, the tidbit buy, negligible. Gen.G gonna go ahead and take a pause here. First one called on round 8.
I like what you said, though, about Zeppa, man. He's either from the future or from another planet. This guy comes through out of MDL, starts scoring 180R matches versus, I mean, this is like Cold-like, you know, how Cold comes to his first major and is like gets MVP at the major. Zeppa, obviously, some of these matches being online helps his storyline, but the fact that he comes out of MDL and then plays against top-tier NA teams and can still average 180R speaks volumes. I mean, it's just not every day that you see that happen. And yeah, he's been a shining light for Chaos and playing a very important position here over on the A site for Chaos as well. So Gen.G so far, it looks like the game plan's been pretty good. It's mostly been the fact that they're losing some of their individual fights in the default. How shaky will their aim be moving forward in this game?
Daps looks to fall back off of that one, not wanting to extend so much that they cut his fingers off. Steel, well, he's going to hold the apartments, welcomes Som to move forward, but this is one of those moments where patience will pay off for Gen.G if they just wait a moment. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a big tag on Som to fall back into the underpass. And Som legged. well, bodied through a wall, will decide to walk back towards mid. Him and his T's, his T troop, his T posse will look towards connector. They don't have a split lined up on any other part of the map. But the CTs, they're hugging the perimeters right now. They're allowing them in, holding passive. Kusta opening frag, Vanity back against the wall. Tough for him to try to frag from this spot. And Zeppa, he'll also deny a bomb plant.
And now Daps, well, Daps, he's cut off. He's actually being pinched by both Steel and the peek out from Gen.G. Gen.G, great patience there to just wait out for Steel to lend that helping hand. 20 seconds for Automatic to try to clamber into the clutch, but they're just going to dogpile the bomb. And at this point, Gen.G can't win the round. 10 seconds, Automatic, he's just trying to save this op, and he definitely doesn't want to die after time, so he gets the fadeaway versus Steel, and he dips. But you said it best, man. They came into that A site with very limited potential on the split, and that real deep commitment from Chaos underneath balcony. That's one of those plays that either comes up empty-handed, or you get Vanity bagging two, catching them by surprise, and kind of just disrupting them long enough for Zeppa to sneak into the equation.
Vanity absolutely did not have a good spot to defend against Connector. Anybody coming up the stairs can wallbang him. People who are peeking him will have a giant advantage. He has no place to fall back from, no cover in front of him whatsoever. His spot is good to defend against players jumping out of halls and coming up the A ramp, of which Gen.G did neither, and he still got two. He remained untradeable. So the heroic efforts once again on Chaos holds are the things that get them over the line. And it's crazy because, again, Gen.G's game plan looks solid, and we know that they aren't slouching in terms of talent as well.
It's one of the consistencies with Gen.G is the game plan. You know, you get to see their pieces normally side by side, maybe a little too uniform in that last round. Too bunched up, too grouped. But more than half of them already starting to head away from the B apartments. I guess I didn't like the amount of utility they saw being thrown at them. No CTs offering any sort of an opening either, but they have tons of grenades here for Gen.G to just go into the set piece. You know, you've got that classic 3-smoke execute. They could throw in the collection of flashbangs they've got going as well. And then we have to try and figure out what's the hold gonna look like. Well, you've got two players who will be smoked off over towards jungle. A lot of pressure actually falling onto Leaf. Now, he has the advantage over these pistoleros. Let's see if he can manage the pressure of the moment. Only one kill for him as Som slips down the ladder hole, and Zeppa, his magazine runs dry. It's a 2 versus 2, and they're picking up guns, but Gen.G could still have this one if he stops them both. They're on the default. He gets the bomb carrier. Oh, he peeks out, and he's trying to force the fight here. He wants Automatic, but Automatic just gonna crouch, just gonna slow this down because there's still 10 seconds, and he's gonna get his plant. Gen.G uses that bomb plant to rush him down. Just pistol rush for the win. Big clutch from Gen.G.
Hits the headshot through the box as well. It's a 2K hold, jumps up, denies the bomb plant, and yeah, a little bit of salt there. Gen.G decides to pepper it onto. He's got bow shakers out. He decides to pepper it onto Automatic. Very happy to be able to win that 1v2. I mean, the psychological game is obviously a big one. And you know what? It was Automatic. The only reason that they even had a chance in this round. That trade through the triple box to help Daps out into position to allow the bomb plants. And it was all for naught. Chaos, small lead, but a big mental victory by winning that. And it's a clutch, of course, to take him over the line. Gen.G have the money to buy. They are putting the pressure on up mid. Gen.G's looking for the spray down, and he gets one at the top of mid. But, excuse me, at the bottom of Cat, but it's Bentet from the top of mid to trade it back.
Really stuck to that one, really committed to the wild spray down. There's a world where the body's lined up for him and he comes away with the multi-kill, but instead it's just an easy trade. They see the tracers, they see half of him on the edge of the smoke there. So I would argue lucky for Gen.G that he has a teammate to come forward, plug that hole, and get the man advantage back. All while Chaos maintain tons of grenades. But Kusta, curiously enough, while his teammates go to mid to grab the bomb, has already gotten out onto Tetris. And this is one of those weird spots because he hasn't crossed over. There's still tons of potential for the defenders, but he's just waiting for somebody to stick their head out. Steel's able to lock down the connector first, then Kusta gets the duel he'd hoped for, has the sandwich man pinned in, so Kusta comes alive at the perfect moment, dealing with Leaf, killing out Steel, and then watching the catwalk to put down Vanity on top of it. Finishes with the headshot versus Zeppa. Kusta comes alive.
Kusta, you know he's got his spade out and his little Indiana Jones hat on, and he's ready to lurk into your sight and get 2 frags and win the round for you. We saw him do this on Dust 2. We know that he loves to work alone, and it's great that his aim meets him halfway because he's able to pull off clips like this, upgrading to the gun of his choice, turning it into 4 kills. This is what we were talking about with Kusta.
Space creation, man. 10 on 10 in that situation. I mean, you saw Leaf just walk out unsuspectingly, and then just moments earlier, well, Steel, his position was so compromised because he was relying on Leaf to give him that cover. So kind of like the 2 for 1. I feel like once Kusta got one of those 2 frags, I was convinced he was taking both.
I know exactly what you mean. Forcing the next player to try to aim up and hit that flick shot proved a bit too difficult. Chaos back on pistols just like that. Gen.G, I think they win a mental victory back off of that play. Pressure now towards the B site. We've seen this before. This time there's less T's pushed up to try to trade out. Chaos have had one go of this.
Oh, maybe feeling a little
okay,
too boxed
Bentet.
in. They decide to pull the trigger, and Bentet's gonna make mincemeat of the first 3 CTs. But remember, this is exactly what happened last time Chaos were on the complete and total vanilla pistols. Just the B stack that almost worked. I remember you noticed like 10 health remaining on 3 of Gen.G's players last time they walked into this booby trap. But it's Steel left alone, sniffed out by Daps, who makes a little bit more cash on the MAC-10. Gen.G leading by 1 round, the 6-5 scoreline. Their T-sides rolling hot, and the buyback from the defense now.
Couldn't tell if that was a selfie behind Som or his favorite anime, but yeah, he's definitely got the look, that's for sure. 5 to 6, and after that, you know, credit to Chaos for calling out the position of attack for Gen.G, but shout out to Gen.G for surviving another eco like that so cleanly. They rotate back from Gen.G around to the A site. There's 1 T here, 1 CT here. His name is Leaf. He's only 16 years old, but now he's got a teammate coming in behind him. It could be a formidable setup for the CTs, but sometimes these full-on A takes can be provably difficult to stop with the right flashes.
I hope that Leaf puts up more this time. He's got a better position than working from underneath the balcony. He swings out for just the first headshot. It's Som to crack it back. Not only clearing Leaf out of default, but more importantly, shutting down Gen.G before he had any say in the round. However, not done yet. Steel, somehow through that gap of a smoke, has been able to take it into the equal 3v3. Vanity sprinting in from CT as he does. Drops Som. Now Bentet completely pinned in, completely blind, and yet it still works. He goes one better.
Shut up.
He takes all 3.
Completely blind. On the first spray into CT spawn, his teammate has to tell him he's got the kill, and then he turns it into a multi-frag, and every single one of those kills to follow were just as important as the last. Split it between him and Som, and it's a literal 2v5. Fantastically done by the both of them. The hold is so strong, it's so steady, and it's put Chaos back on a save.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world where he's completely blind and easily dies to Vanity. I mean, who wouldn't expect that? And the moment that we have him out of the round, then we don't get this beauty of a 3-piece rolling forward. So that round really comes down to the wire, and it's, of course, the rifle round that Chaos were waiting for. They're back onto the pistols here in the 13th, and it's not going any better than it did the last 2 times. In fact, it's going far worse. Just minimal damage versus Daps. They haven't gotten any of the grenade usage barely out of Gen.G, and it's already Vanity left on half health. He's got the Zeus to his name, but they're going to circumvent him, head to the B bomb site, plant this, take 8. Gen.G really piecing together a T side now. And yes, it hinges on just a couple of instrumental moments, but nobody's going to remember that if they blow them out of the water once they switch to CT side.
Yeah, the farther away we get in history, the only score that's remembered is the final one at the top. And I think that's all to say that you're 100% correct about that. Results of the matches are more important than the quality of the rounds. We've seen teams that have broken apart because of close losses when you could be splitting hairs as to who actually played better in said matches. But they weren't willing to try again because the losses meant everything. And so all that's again to say, you know, when all is said and done, when this half is over, only thing that matters is who had the most rounds. Gen.G look to win another very clean eco. Vanity doesn't seem to have a threat in sight. No opposition to try to fight. USP will try as it might, but it's actually a Zeus to come up and attempt a very low percentage chance shot into CPL. It results in nothing. Gen.G clean round. They look like they're going to be able to pull out the 10-5 half at this point, but yeah, Chaos. They've still got fight. You know, the only thing that I wonder about with Chaos is when they have pulled off this extremely passive setup. I don't see that as consistent when Gen.G are going for mid control like they are. I'd love to you know, ask Steel what the resulting analysis is about that, because it feels like they give up that much map control. Gen.G are abusing it well. But here, of course, this is not one of those rounds. Steel has pushed up on Cat. They've got a player inside connector. They have one in the window, but it's actually the team to move out quickly towards B.
Yeah, Vanity, he's the one that stops that bomb itself. Gen.G's by his side now. I mean, good job on Steel for even getting 1 kill in that moment. He was being pinched when he finally pulled the trigger. Man advantage up for Chaos now. They're going to commit to the bomb plant. Molly forces the feet of Automatic back. He's lost half of his health to the flames. And Leaf's got his teammate slain. Automatic a little too tunnel vision. So big retake from Leaf, who has been near silent this map. A 6th round for Chaos coming in. Finally a gun round that goes their way. And with so many pieces that they'll be better off in the last round for it. 7-8 still a very real possibility.
We put an emphasis and a highlight on space creation, talking about this first kill. First of all, shout out to Leaf, you know. Razor sharp, Venusaur-like precision from Leaf. But Steel getting the first kill to deny that space creation when the flash was coming his way meant everything to Chaos. Even though he gets traded out, it's in fact the immediate trade out that allows Daps to get killed because he tries to jump on that moment, and he also stops the first player from wrapping back sight and really throwing a wrench into the works for Team Gen.G.
So far, the individuals have looked way more on point from Gen.G. I would argue that's one of the deciding factors in this matchup as well. Is like we've seen Chaos perform and punch upwards, but can they do that consistently? Well, so far not so much. Zeppa's in the negative numbers. Leaf's down there struggling. Hell, even Steel, who can sometimes be one of the most consistent for Chaos, is struggling with the KDR. But at the end of the day, the round count's still close. And as you said way long ago, it's the T side that's interesting from Chaos. So let's see if they can get that 7th one on the defense. It's a great trade from Zeppa here at the base of Connector in order for him to still fall back to the A site. Had they committed into this, they'd be dealing with 3 of the 4 Chaos players on site, but they stop Gen.G. They wait. They're going to throw Bentet into the connector. He's going to steal out Zeppa once this smoke fades. All the while, bomb goes B. They outplay the defense.
Hold on. Yeah, they're going to hear this, though. No, yeah, we've got Vanity who's going to hold strong. Leaf gets 2 kills. Oh, but Vanity ends up getting killed. There was a moment there. They didn't expect there to be a B player still, and things could have got hairy, but maybe they'll get Leafy. He's coming through, looking for a round win in the final round of the half. We'll at least see the action play out. Can Leaf do the impossible?
Oh, man. Whoa. He tried his damnedest, that's for sure. A headshot to close versus Automatic, but Daps claws it back. You can see that 5 rounds in a row from Chaos at one point, a 6th towards the end. Join us after the break to see who closes on Mirage.
be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, GetRight got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's GetRight? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Can you come back?
15.
I can't really do anything. I'm coming to
stairs
con.
or something.
Yeah.
Just in con on the left. The one CT.
Need to peek him together. Con dead.
Plant.
Plant.
Nice.
Whoa,
Nice.
nice.
Off spawn.
Holy. Nice.
You
Holy
peeking?
fuck. Good job.
Tom's energy in that one. I gotta say, props to Automatic. He's actually the player, while dead, who called out the left connector stick, and that's exactly where Gen.G was at.
Good catch.
Figuring them out, solving the problem, team-based communication here from Gen.G, and then obviously Som's signature scream. A great laugh on a great kid who had a great first half. I'm going to mention it. You know, we've been watching Som kind of underperform based on expectations, and not here on Mirage, not at all.
Talent is definitely thick across the board here for Gen.G. Into half 2, though. This is what I was most curious about. It's brought up and tried to draw this allusion to earlier, was just Chaos's T side and how interesting it is, how good it is, you know, first and foremost, not just gimmicky, but how they involve a lot of B apps control and how many risks they take on this side of the map. I would love to see if they're going to do that more in this half, or if they're straying away from that game plan, but certainly if they pick Mirage, they're going to incorporate some level of that. And for Gen.G, I'm sure they're aware of it, so we'll see what the responses are as well.
Well, we've got that smoke wall up and over the top of middle. Still opens a route towards jungle. I feel like there's maybe a little gap in it, but it's not going to favor them well. Kusta, he's going to peek into the 2 Ts coming in off the apartments. They're trying to split the B site, but everybody's falling. Last pistol, we had the complete and total shutdown. 5 survivors for Gen.G in round 1, and it's looking likely yet again. Kusta's just trying to push this one over the line, but Vanity 1v5, I mean, he is doomed. He is done for. They're going to throw a smoke in his face just to slow the inevitable. But this one's done and dusted. It's double digits for Gen.G. They get 10 first.
Kusta smartly just avoiding death. Great shoulder peeks there to bait the shot outs, deny any further pressure. An awesome pistol round overall. And if I'm not mistaken, they won the first. Is that, I think maybe you just said that and I forgot. But yeah, they won the first. So yeah, I mean that represents really well the lead in totality. This 4-round differential on top of all of the close rounds that went their way in the first half. Yeah, that pistol round made a world of difference, but it is to say that Chaos still had some substantially reasonably or good rounds that we can look back on and say that they did play well. Fast pressure again towards the B site.
Gen.G.
Trust no one, not even yourself.
Goes ahead. Blows himself into tomorrow. Now, Leaf is still in with the Tech 9. He's got himself a double kill and a third. Despite being blind, Leaf staying alive. But if he backs up, he's dead. Bentet's got him pinned in with the FAMAS. Kusta's already trying to challenge the window. Zeppa could actually win that fight, but he too falls. Leaf gonna need the ace, and he's shut down by Kusta's MP9. Rotate over from the A site is good enough, but damn, Leaf. We see you, brother. Cracking open this B site with absolute ease.
I feel like there's maybe some parallel here to Team Sprout. Like, I always felt like they needed to be able to evolve to something, because Sprout doesn't seem like the kind of org that could win a major, because their name, it feels like, inhibits their success. Gen.G, yeah, just defenestrating himself with that grenade. I guess all you could do is laugh about that one. Yeah, that's pretty rough. But yeah, Leaf, he makes waves, but he's got such a timid name, man. What is he when he turns 18? Does he become Branch, or do we get Tree at any point, or does he stay Leaf? And maybe that's how he stays under the radar. Stays Leaf. Yeah, Sapling. And then yeah, Oak one day, maybe.
Maybe. Just maybe. You know, don't write off Mother Nature, man. Leaf might not be an intimidating word, but the force behind it, my God.
Nothing hurts worse than a paper cut.
Yeah, the strength of Steel's dot crosshair is that he can take those types of incredibly small angles. And he was hoping to flex it into the B bomb site, but he's going to come up empty-handed for the time being. I like the Chaos. They're just holding back. You know, don't rush, because you're already running on limited chances. Your rifle rounds are few and far between. They felt that pain in the first half when they were relegated back to the pistols all too often.
Yeah, they would love to prey on some mistakes from Gen.G, but Gen.G are not giving them an inch, maybe smartly, and this is the proper response from Chaos to work on mid control, actually lurking for the B split. And the CTs, they're playing kind of passive here.
Yeah, Daps is just sitting on the boost. Leaf's going to get blindsided by that one on top of the bomb already being dropped. I mean, Chaos, they're going to move their players back through T-spawn and try to come through the apartments, but with Cap falling first, there is nowhere for them to go. Gen.G, the victim of poor timing as he jumps onto the box and dies. And Zeppa finds himself the last man alive. 8 seconds, so the clock's going to expire. This is going to be Gen.G doubling up the round count of Chaos and doing it convincingly. Again, it's the gun rounds that matter absolutely most, and this one falls so flat. Daps boosted in the bomb site, just chilling, waiting for them to walk into their deaths, and it looked way too easy for Gen.G.
Man, I mean, if Som dies in the B site, then sorry, I think Som was boosted. If whoever was Windows side dies first, then Som position, he might only get 1 kill, but he'd be hard pressed to find a second. I think I want to say I liked the approach from Chaos. They didn't give up a kill. They got the map control that was given to them. They used mid for the B split, which was clearly the weaker site. But the setup in the passive setup ended up making the most sense. Bentet looking for that eco spray down. Again, Automatic will try to provide a second line of cover. And Kusta 180 headshot onto Gen.G, and it looks like the bomb plant will be tough to find.
Yeah, Leaf, he's sitting on top of it, but I mean, he's just being bombarded right now. Frag grenade first, Molotov next, then the headshot connects, and Automatic's about to peek into this last pistol player. Vanity's been found out, so he only has forward to go, and that's not the direction that finds him success. Saw him with another headshot to close this. Gen.G 13-6, looking strong, looking good as they have been, but our eyes always fall on these sorts of rounds. The rifles up next. Kusta, look at this. Just flicks back around. Gen.G, I mean, has him dead to rights, but 7 health makes the difference. And it's nice to see Bentet excited, man. We had to watch this poor guy thrive in the Asian Counter-Strike scene and just play a step ahead. Now finally he's got teammates around him that can do some damage, it seems.
Yeah, no, it was always like a blink twice Bentet situation with him before Gen.G, and so it's nice to see, yeah, as you're saying, to see him just being loose and carefree. That's cool. Gen.G, they've only won the one kind of good rifle round in this half so far, so this is a really big chance for Chaos. Whoa, that's a huge pick onto Automatic. The Opera out of the round, front connector, but the instant trade back as CPL still held on to Kusta. Doing God's work. Now he in the window is in a precarious spot. They want to try to trade him out, but it looks like he's found cover. Sanctuary into the jungle of all places. Chaos tries to replace his position. Of course he finds another kill.
Vanity, he starts peeking out from the palace. And then Steel, all the while, he's gotten into the window, so he will be the solution to Kusta, but he misses his jump, Daps peeks, and Steel calls him out on the extension. So man advantage established by Chaos, but 45 seconds left over, and there's still the possibility of 1v1s to unfold here. Bentet has not been spotted. Despite Vanity's best efforts to hit him through the wall, that is an unconfirmed position, but that's a confirmed kill, and nearly a double-man spray down. Bentet's going to try to give chase to Zeppa. Zeppa just looking to dodge and duck out of here. Bentet knows he has to give chase as that bomb sprints to B.
This is very interesting. Like, psychologically, he might be able to hear footsteps. I don't know if he'll catch the window, and it looks like his footsteps masked that one, but now he's going to spot the bomb being planted. He knows the other guy was trying to hold for his position. One-on-one. Does he know the jump out? Now he knows the jump out's coming. Zeppa! Oh, of course he wins it, but Jesus, it felt like the information was there for Bentet.
100%, 100%. Bentet saw him on the back door, but the thing was that he had just seen Zeppa kind of tuck into the back of Market as Zeppa predicted the rotation from A. So when Bentet comes back around the arch side, he's still thinking he would be on the first column, not between the pillars on the bomb site itself. So Zeppa getting away with the clutch, shuts down Bentet, who has had a hell of a round attempt. Got to give him credit where it's due. Finding that timing, getting amidst the 2 remaining Ts, and shaking things up a bit. But Chaos are also shaking the tree down to its core as Gen.G have to invest everything they've got essentially to buy back here in the 21st round. This could be the hinge that opens it wide for Chaos. They're met by a Molotov down an underpass, but that's okay because they can thrive in these slower rounds, Mohan.
I think that's a perfect characterization, right? Because this comeback would be, you know, it'd be almost impossible without breaking open a few ecos, and Gen.G have had such a frictionless route to 13 rounds in the first place, so that would be the perfect response. Chaos, they've got to spend all their money here to go up against what's already a team favored off of that 1v1, and now with mid control, they're not in a bad spot, but there were some pretty miraculous frags to drag them back in, all because of Steel basically inside of the window. They can't rely on that again, and also the spray down through the smoke from Gen.G. These are not kind of sustainable kills. They're kills that you want, but you can't expect.
Kusta's trying to keep a bead on the window, but by breaking the vents, maybe that activates Leaf. It does. Leaf could find the timing. He gets Kusta turned. Automatic's going to be scoped in over towards the ramp. He is in such a awful position, and yet he's still standing here. He's got teammates causing a distraction, and Daps is about to come up from connector, so that's going to turn more heads, all while Automatic's still in this. Daps, he gets 2 amidst all the chaos, and Som drops the bomb. That's big. It's Leaf's chance to shut him down. 8 seconds. He's got to either commit or go for the fight, and he's fumbling between the 2 options. Now Som's going to just chase him down and easily closes 1v1.
Love that. Som going low,
jitters.
going slow. Yeah, he's not even thinking about taking the top stairs peek. Leaf half committing to it, but knowing he needed to get the bomb down. It was a great call out, and there's a chance there, and he's walking forward the full wide swing, but that could have come in, would have been a full commitment. But he decides not to go down that avenue, and it's a good play by Gen.G in Som. It's a great play by Automatic to stay alive in that spot to net another kill. And even though, you know, Leaf is the one who also brings them into it, is not enough to take him out. Kusta getting killed in the window is where you thought, huh, there maybe is a chance. There maybe is a chance. He was a key player in that previous round. But now the lead is 7 rounds for Gen.G, 2 to get to 16 and wrap this one up for good. And it's another complete and ugly force up here. Deagle on steal, 3 Galils once again. We saw how well Gen.G did versus a buy like this a few rounds ago.
Yeah, Gen.G just a step ahead tonight. There have been questions at times on the individual forms. You know, they haven't looked like all-stars at all times, but Kusta and Som, most notably, a deadly duo here this evening. And speak of the devil, Kusta back at bat. He's kind of hoping Steel moves forward here because Bentet's still very much pinned in underneath the palace, but Bentet gets spammed. Great call out by Gen.G on that position. It's the double man advantage off of the kind of labored by. As you said, the sorts of rounds that Gen.G have gotten through unscathed more often than not. And yet, this time, not the case. So, Chaos, they're going to take their 8th. They're going to build up a little bit of bank. They are working with the smallest margin of error, but they are not out of this one just yet.
No, yeah, they aren't. They definitely are here to fight, that's for sure. And I mean, you know, we always have the underdog story for Chaos. They play a lot of games where they're down in rounds. They're kind of comfortable with the idea of having to work extra and overtime to get there. And so you don't want to write them off by any means. Now for Daps, window smoke missed. He smells an opportunity at mid. He takes the peek. He ends up dying, and that's just too much map control for Chaos. You know, Kusta does well to get that first kill, but you can see there's 2 players trying to play with him in the CT spawn, waiting for the situation to come and attack. And Gen.G, of course, with a fantastic 2K to crack open the site. Bentet, he's like, this guy's gonna give up the spray at some point. He's not gonna spam 35 bullets into the under the balcony and kill me here. But man, was he mistaken.
Weakened Gen.G, the result of that last round. 2 pistols in play here in the 23rd. Bentet and Daps up close on this A-bomb site, and we've already got Kusta winning the duel towards mid. Look, he immediately starts to shuffle his feet over towards the A site, and that's all that's here for Chaos. They are all in on A. Kusta looking for the 3rd frag, but it's Som and Bentet to explode with the pistol, and the M4 seals it off. 15 rounds for Gen.G secured, and they did it with limited guns.
Why try to draw a storyline sometimes? That's how the cookie crumbles. Love how Kusta was fighting so hard with his Vomus for these 2 kills to take some pressure and alleviate the presence of Som, who's sitting there holding his angle, clutching his straws, just waiting to make sure that he can get 1 kill, doesn't want to overextend, and I think Kusta did a fantastic job to get the damage in that he did. Oh, fantastic kill for Mr. Damien here in the window to start things off. Revenge for that previous round, and is this where the House of Cards falls? Another full rifle round started to fall apart before the round even gets started.
Leaf's gonna have to move his feet as well. Molotov burns him away from the base of mid. Kusta's just on the other side, but I mean, man's playing with the swagger daggers, just hanging out, taking the peek, confirming what he knows. Chaos against the ropes, but Daps peeks into mid, and he's trying to call out this position, finds Leaf's head on a silver platter, and now All that matters is it's Gen.G and Vanity left 2v5. Gen.G's gonna find 1 kill, but at nearly all his health. The Opper now on his own in Vanity, as we've got Gen.G blown to pieces. 1v4 for Vanity, and he gets the first already.
I'm surprised and a little bit disappointed that we haven't seen, just for my personal benefit, that we haven't seen Chaos imploring some of their B tactics. And I was actually wondering if they were going to continue on with them, but it felt like something that was very constant throughout their T side. But it doesn't seem like that was the plan today.
Calls out the Opper's position here, but then he's tunnel visioned in, so Daps, the mastermind of Gen.G, goes ahead and pulls off the victory. Solid individual plays there from Som, from Kusta, from Daps even, yet again putting up numbers when he's not even supposed to, but a short-handed Chaos falls 16-8. I appreciate that Thorin didn't mock my prediction, so I'm excited to see what he has to make of this very one-sided game. Stick around, we'll take a break, and be back with the analysts.
They have completely bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky. They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
And internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think a standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
That smoke missed again.
That was John's.
Yeah,
no.
Okay.
I guess I just don't know how to throw at that one. I thought it was aim at that white spot.
No, you have to aim above it.
Yeah, that's what I did. Dude.
I've
was
been
so weird.
missing mine too, doing the lineup I've been doing my entire career. I don't know
Yeah,
What's
what
wrong
about
with it?
Do you
I
not
don't know
hold
what.
D and throw it like the regular normal?
No, you
switch? Like,
do.
it's
I don't know why
literally
it's missing.
it's
'cause mine's
everything you
missing too.
normally do, right? Like, I'm just terrible, I guess.
Nice round, John.
Sorry. Thank you.
So you get some reactions like that. I mean, lining up smokes. You know, you start missing smokes, you start missing frags, and you start losing games. It didn't go their way, Chaos. Gen.G were the ones who pulled ahead in this one and started off strong in the groups. And Thorin, I want to start with you. What stood out for you here in Gen.G's match? Because it looked like those guys showed up and they were hitting their shots.
I mean, as much as, listen, as we said in the map veto, this gave a chance. It opened the door that this crazy Chaos squad could maybe come and pull the upset, but there's a reason why this has been the go-to map for Gen.G, basically. Like, that T-side looked real slick. They didn't really need much more than a lot of the defaults. That all the aimers were in the server this time. Like I said, I want to see who the aimer... I'm still not actually sure who the best player in the team is. Probably Kusta by default at this point in time. Then you go on to the CT side. They looked absolutely great there. It was only some miracle rounds by the Chaos guys I thought even kept them alive in this game. I can't really complain about much if I'm Gen.G. I think it's exactly as you'd want. And again, if this guy's going to be the guy who puts big numbers on the board, especially that kind of ADR, and you're going to get fragging from Som and the others at this point in time, you're going to do very well in this tournament.
And here we get the look at Kusta go to work as well. I mean, this is it. The key thing to take away here is that it was decisive. You know, no lagging it out, double digits for Chaos, none of that business. Gen.G showed up, they got the job done. I mean, Maniac, what stood out for you here from Gen.G's performance? Because I don't know if there's a whole lot to cover on Chaos's side coming out of this match, apart from what we heard in the TeamSpeak there.
Yeah, I mean, the TeamSpeak does give us a pretty bad idea, but I'm not going to take too much from that, but just overall I agree with Duncan. I think that strategically they had enough. Individually they made the difference. Some of these rounds on the T side where it felt like Chaos had the right setup maybe, then suddenly they'd win a 2 versus 4. Kusta would just pick up an AK, make double kill, then get the AWP, have a second double kill. They won another 2v5, I think, with some that's the one I was talking about here is Kusta. Actually racking up 4 kills, 2 for the AKs, and switching up to the AWP, hitting shots left and right. That is actually the round that breaks the strike for Chaos, and then that's another one here. This time it's actually Som and Bentet combining together to bring the fire to the server. So they have this dangerous combination of, like, strategically they were on point obviously, and individually they could just win rounds on their own, and then you switch over to the CT side, and unfortunately we talked about how Chaos could probably just have tricks here and there and being efficient. That just wasn't the case.
It wasn't the case this time around, and I mean, I guess this bodes well going into tomorrow's match for Gen.G. They started strong, and now they're going up against Furia. You know, obviously we're going to be covering that a little bit tomorrow, but I mean, do we have any aspirations here? Do we have anything to watch for, Thorin? I mean, do you think that this is going to break Gen.G's way in this group?
I think it's certainly an interesting matchup. I mean, obviously Gen.G's had the successes against Furia previously in other online tournaments, so certainly they'll be liking this matchup to potentially win the group. But I will say you've got to respect Furia's firepower. Like, this is a game where it's not every time that Gen.G get all their fraggers on the server like this, whereas actually the Furia guys, you can pretty much rely upon that trio of Yuri, Serato, and Henny to put up big numbers. So I hope that's like a really great match in the same vein as the MIBR Fury game was.
Yeah, that it goes the distance and it gives us all the clutch factors. But now we're going to start actually moving into our next match here, the final match of the day, the final North American match. And it's between two key figures that we have an interview to lead us off. And it's going to be between Zeus and Imapet.
It's happy to hear that Peter's happy with the team. I think we're starting to learn ourselves how to work better. I think joining back up, my first priority was kind of reset everything. We were going through a similar thing in MIBR. It's really hard when you're having a rough period to keep the same principles and maintain the level of discipline so far up when all these things are going around you and when the world feels like it's crumbling around you. So I think first and foremost in this team, I just needed to reset the mentality, work ethics. We shifted around at some positions to play in the match, try to adapt, put people in more comfortable positions, maybe raise the overall team level of efficiency, right? Sometimes a player will be a little bit better in another area, even if it takes a little bit away from someone. But I think just that, and then I've been really trying to focus down on communications, just keeping the right mentality, and of course, just revamping our game, bringing a few things that we had seen through MIBR, through other teams playing meta, always trying to come up with more creative. And something that I really like in EG is the guys are really cool to kind of have their own little flair to things. So it's a lot more on me to create something with them, and I've been trying to get all of them as much involved as possible. So I think those are the main things I've been focusing on.
Now, last time we saw you guys go up against EG, it was that insane game where you both had one-sided affairs, then it went to the Nuke OT where you ended up losing, despite having a good streak against them. What do you think needs to happen today in a high-pressure best-of-1 in order to take the win?
I think we kind of lost that BO3 because of failing our post plans and also retakes on CD side, and we kind of talked about it. So I guess we haven't had that much time since that happened, but see how much we that.
So it sounds like for MIBR, it's about adjusting certain details here, post plans, etc. Zeus sounded like he had a whole lot on the table here to get focused on going into his new tenure as coach for his team. So let's start off with Maniac, and then we'll go into Thorn. What are we looking for in this match that's about to close the day here for us?
I just want to approach the coach angle for a second, because there's one dimension I'm considering, is that what kind of impact will these two coaches have on very short term? Because this is the situation we're in right now, right? They've just made these changes. I'm a pet for 100 Thieves, then you have Zeus for EG, obviously. And I do believe that at that game, Zeus will have the better end. Zeus will probably be more just today by his presence, by the ethics he brings in, the motivation he brings in, whereas I'm a pet probably will need a little bit more time to bring his philosophy, the details of the game, the thought process. We know he wants to play a fundamentally sound Counter-Strike, but that's going to take more time. It's a deeper type of change. So I do believe that Zeus might be the one with the most impact today, at least.
And Thorn, do you think that...
for me,
oh, go ahead, sorry.
It's all right. I think the big concern for me is the fact that, like, if you look at what they're dealing with, on the one hand, Zeus is dealing with them, I think, a much messier scenario, like a team that looks like it's on the brink of collapsing. But he's got the gravitas that someone like Amapet never had. This guy's a two-time world champion. Even with Team Liquid, he's already taken it in an NA squad to heights that no one had ever been to at that point in time. That'll buy you at least a few months of people listening to what you got to say and trying it. Amapet, his big problem has been, he might have the depth in his voice there, but he's never carried that gravitas that you want from a leader. So, yes, the 100 Thieves guys, a little bit more laid back. Maybe they're going to be quite receptive to what he wants. He's very different leader contrasted against Kassad in that sense, but I've yet to see like head coach material yet from MIBR. You can certainly get in the demos, but I think if you want to take 100 Thieves to a level they've never been at, you're going to have to be a really good leader.
And that's not exactly just going off of the analyst role, but now let's go ahead and actually start exactly getting into our pick ban and seeing which map this is actually going to wind up on, and if there's anyone in particular that's going to stand out for us here, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the maps that they had played in this very tight series. So we had Vertigo coming in, that was 100 Thieves pick. We had Overpass from EG and the Nuke as the decider. So Nuke is still in there. That could be a map where they end up both. I guess they would be kind of satisfied with that.
Especially because it was the choice of EG at the end there, so they actually choose to go into Nuke, which I think also tells you where EG is at as a team right now, because if EG really believed in the strength of their players, they're taking Dust 2 all day there. It's against a team that in theory you're much more skilled man for man at, but actually I think right now they have to rely on something like Nuke, go with some gimmicky setups and stuff. And the interesting detail for me is you saw on the lower third there, they showed that stat that said that EG had only won one of their last 4 series. It was actually the most recent one at the DreamHack tournament. Well, the bizarre thing about that, and this shows where EG as a team is at, is even when 100 Thieves was amazing, was like a number 5 team in the world, their kryptonite was Evil Geniuses. They could not buy a series against these guys. So the fact that that's completely turned on its head, I feel like it's more of an indictment of where EG is at than 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves hasn't been that great for a while now.
And this is the one that they went to overtime in, so very tight. And now, I guess this is where the interview with IOPET comes into play. It sets them up for success if they can make the adjustments to the post plans. Maniac, do you think that's going to be the key here going into this series?
I mean, absolutely. Post-plan, of course, and there's a name that we mentioned in the pre-show is the Cirque, right? AWP, Nuke. We know that's a challenging prospect. We said he's been a little bit missing. He was one of the key part of that lineup when they were performing. Well, Nuke, when you're having a downtime in terms of confidence, that is not a map that is going to allow you a lot of free peaks and freebies in terms of how you can be aggressive. So I'm going to keep my eye on Cirque, but I'm not exactly sure he will deliver as much as maybe his team would like.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys, for getting us ready for this match. It's now time to get into the action right after the break. So we'll be right back in a few moments, and Launders and Scrawny will be on the mic.
don't have any of the old NIP players. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts the other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaves, that's not bad, but pop towards the window. He's going to peek. He's going to find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Magus to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Zipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Zipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
One more North American match to take us over the line here. The first day of the Blast Spring Showdown, and it's 100 Thieves versus EG. It's going down on Nuke. Mohan, scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for this one?
11D100, bro. This is gonna be nuts. I can't believe it's happening again on Nuke. Last week it was at DreamHack. They had an inconsequential match that went to OT on this map for all of the dignity, for all of the pride, and it came down to the absolute wire. EG ended up winning the series despite 100 Thieves beating them the last 3 times they played at Blast Premier. EG were able to win then. Since then, it's been all 100 Thieves, and now we've got the coach swaps coming in. I mean, this is heated, and now there's actually something on the line. This is the perfect matchup and the perfect map to end the day.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. This one's going to be a complete and total barn burner. If it's anything like what we got the last time. 100 Thieves taking to the T side. They're going to be picking up a bunch of utility for this pistol. Evil Geniuses on the defense. Evil Geniuses in their new jerseys, by the way, kind of looking like Team Liquid. I'm just going to put that out there. Thought there would have been some roster swaps or something going on. But looking slick, boys. Let's see if the new look helps the performance. You know what they say, look good, feel good, be good, do good, all that jazz.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't say the first 2 without the last 2, that's for sure. They're indecipherable. Oh my gosh. Tarek, I feel like he's spotting them. The X-ray tells the story. He's going to get gushed. Head almost gets knocked off. He falls back. And yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you rush at this point, Tarek? I mean, he's got nowhere to go. He's dead. This is an open site now.
Yeah, he couldn't get away fast enough. The doors never even swung open. But Ethan tries to swing out from the vents, and now he's dead. Breeze able to connect a headshot of his own, but he's gushed to a single point of health. How in hell is he still alive? We're about to find out if he can do the unthinkable. He shouldn't, though. He absolutely shouldn't. No, sir. Just goes ahead and jumps out the window at the worst possible time. Gratisfaction peaks. There was a moment where we all wanted to believe, but it falls short. 100 Thieves take that T-side pistol.
I can't believe that he was able to refocus his aim after getting gushed. He has body armor, so he's not getting aim punched any other way. And then here, like, slowed down. It looks less ridiculous. At 1x speed, that's an absolutely absurd kill, but the time to kill on average for all of these frags that round was at an all-time low. I mean, these guys were hitting instant headshots the whole way through, starting off with Tarek, who was battered and bruised before he was able to shoot a bullet, falling back into the site, getting rushed down and dying. And from there, you think this is supposed to be around that 100 Thieves one, so maybe it's for the best that they did. EG buying up. All of the map control being denied here by 100 Thieves, holding for pushes. See if there's any flagrant pushes that EG want to make, but there aren't any. And from this perspective, 100 Thieves might now look to try to exploit a choke point, considering they've got the weapon advantage.
Smoke. No, excuse me. Flash. Gonna go into the corner here, past Liaz. Tarek gonna be relegated down the ramp, and he has to decide if he wants to try and get all the way back like last time, or maybe get one kill. But he comes up empty-handed as there's just sheer too many bodies running at him. Stanislaw also gonna get pressured here with just his pistol, but there is another player tucked close, Breeze, on that MP9, only able to get the one. There's a tag from the scout and a very quick flank coming in from Ethan, but he definitely made enough noise for Jacob to catch him here. The terrorists are trying to turn their heads back, but this has actually bought time for Ethan to now suspect that something's up. If he clears Jacob, oh, that could have been huge. Him and Cirque were ready to try and tango in this 2 versus 3, but instead, Cirque does the electric slide all the way back to the stairs, and he's kind to save that scout.
I feel like 100 Thieves have cranked the dial on the ferociousness to just the right amount, right? They know when to pause, they know when to attack, they are moving extremely quickly, especially with the way that they're breaking open the control window upon getting Tarek pushed down, pushing in through control to trade out frags. They are using the correct amount of intensity to be able to win these rounds and look super good so far. EG, of course, didn't have the advantage to win the round in this situation. So you want to be unsurprised that EG or 100 Thieves are able to pick it up, but at the same time, you hold your breath when there are armor buys on the board. And of course, comes down to this first interaction. Tough spot to be in for Tarek and everybody else getting mowed down with good trades. And I mean, we see that spacing. It's someone opening a control door and someone opening. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
Man down.
Okay. I'm good. Somebody, I had a handful of almonds and I got some almond flakes in my throat. Opening the control door and then someone on the other side of the control door. It's like the almond skin, like the brown part, like that part's like coated in the back of my throat.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable. Good spacing.
I feel it now. Yeah. Listen, buddy, you get yourself back at 100%. This round's not all too important. We're not going to need that big brain of yours to peel it away because I'm pretty sure it's going to be simple. It's going to be these pistols dying with very little impact. Look at Azure already starting to creep behind enemy lines. Looking to come in, skewer Tarek, flick down onto Ethan, maybe even wrap up with the 3K versus Breeze, or maybe start it in reverse. 1, 2, and no, not the third one. Tarek actually does drop one of the AKs, so some losses will be tallied up here versus the Thieves, but obviously they're still in full control of the situation, running down onto the B-bomb site, taking more damage, but Gratisfaction still stands. Stan still sits inside of the decon door, goes ahead and swings that. Again, tidbits of damage, but nothing too extreme. 0-3 for 100 Thieves. Gun round coming up next.
Nice job from Big Azure on the hunt to hunt down those frags. Opening up ramp this time from a different way. They've got a can opener on the ramp, but it goes to both sides of the can. You never know. Is it going to spin up or is it going to spin down? This time around, yeah, they pull off the full flank, and because it's the USBs, outside is obviously the weaker part of the map for EG. But now we've got the full gun, okay? It's a best of one, and so the pistols, there's a lot of emphasis on those, and they had a clean sweep since then. But if EG start this off right on the rifle round, things could change fast.
Ethan's able to get the one. Liaz comes out from Hut, trying to curb Cirque off of Heaven. Smokes are going to start fading soon, but Cirque, he gets bombarded out of his position, falling all the way down to the dirt. Gratisfaction plants that bomb on the front side of the site. And even with low HP now, EG, they have to contemplate whether they go for the retake or just call this off.
And look at the CT health bars. Looks like a Winamp equalizer right now with how low health and how different each player's health bars are. Azur going to get a Heaven kill once again. He's going to come in, wrap Liaz. They're all chiming in, and that's it. Ethan, man, I thought they weren't even going to go for it, considering the HP left over. I was calling that one a wrap, and 100 Thieves, they're gifted all of these frags. EG won't have another chance to come in with the rifle. They'll have to go back onto a pistol buy. And can I just say, as great as Breeze is on all maps on this team, in the history and the pantheon of great Counter-Strike players, when he plays the nuke A site, he plays in this same spot every single round, on the floor, on the outside of the bomb site, and I feel like the flashes are just designed to kill him in that position. He didn't have a chance to shoot.
Funny to think that Stanislaw is the one who said that Thieves always do the same thing. If that's the case for Breeze's positioning, we'll have to see if he keeps getting countered by the utility here. Just the pistols, so we'll wait for the full-fledged gun round so as to not serve it up as an anomaly. Stanislaw from behind the little blue box, 1 kill as he is steamrolled by Liaz. Liaz, who has been playing great as of late, touted by JKS as the next Australian to break into the HLTV top 20.
Wow.
Only time will tell about that, but that's high praise from the first Aussie to ever do it.
This is very careful from 100 Thieves, and JKS sitting in a spot that doesn't even exist, holding an angle that no one knows about to make sure that no one can cross his path. And it's going to be a game of patience. He'll decide to start to walk out. Breeze is not going to follow him just yet, waiting for the wrap back into upper. Breeze is obviously covering 2 options here. If they come through mini, he can go back inside. And so he doesn't want to overextend and ruin that possibility if it does come down to an upstairs execute. And it looks like it might. But it is going to be via Heaven. This will be more than a difficult round for EG to win, let alone get a few kills. But we'll see.
Coming back around towards Hell. Could climb up the ladder and maybe catch one, but CTs are just so completely countered at the moment. I mean, what is your option? Climb up the ladder to Heaven, climb up the ladder through Vent, run through the smoke? That's the choices that face EG in the moment. So obviously not in a very good spot to really do anything here in the 5th round. This is that 5-0 start for 100 Thieves. There's only 1 gun round in the mix of it all, of course, so it's just momentum from the pistol, but it's been pretty damn convincing from the get-go. So it's going to be tough. EG, they cannot let this T side run away. They can't let their CT side leak rounds this badly, or else they're going to have a hell of a job to do on the offense.
I'm seeing a pretty cool game plan so far by 100 Thieves. It looks like very clean right now. They're abusing ramp in a way that makes it tough for Tarek. EG are playing 1 ramp a lot. It's EG who are looking a lot of the same, and 100 Thieves who are doing it a lot more different now, and a lot more differently. Sorry, English and stuff. But yeah, but not really paying much attention to the threats outside, just focusing on their anti-ecos where they might lurk outside, but mainly towards ramp. And also trying to hit upstairs, but via Heaven, as opposed to Hut and Squeaky. It's much cleaner than a lot of brands of nuke that we've seen from other teams, like pressing out a Squeaky with the flashes and smokes, throwing bodies at the problem, waiting for spam damage. Here, 100 Thieves are trying to maintain as much health moving into the mid-round on the T side than a lot of other teams that we see play on nuke.
Yeah, agreed. Just trying to keep themselves as strong as possible, trying to stand tall, sit back, and calculate their engagements, not being caught by grenades in any way whatsoever. Being pretty meticulous, most notably at the moment, Gratisfaction. Checking all the corners he can. And And what's going on for this defense at the A site? Well, as said, Breeze, again, just floating around the silos. And then we have Ethan, a pretty consistent player on top of Hut as well. Just holding and waiting. But outdoors, 100 Thieves start to make a move.
Cirque passive inside of Secret. Could potentially activate when the time is appropriate. But this kernel defense from the CTs, I mean, it's not covering a lot of things. And Cirque is going to let him pass through. I mean, he knows that they're not going Secret so far, and he can stop them from falling back. But here, he's been pushed off his angle. He doesn't know now if they're going to commit downstairs. This could juggle the CT's rotations in a way. And I'm just really, I've got a bit of kind of favoritism towards the T's right now because they're getting information. But there's a kill.
Yeah, Stan picks one up. JKS, oh, damn, doesn't clear the closest of corners. Good job by Tarek to just tuck himself into it and wait. This is looking like EG break onto the board. There's 8 seconds left. Gratisfaction, he drops the bomb downwards, but there's nobody to actually plant it, and everything starts to crumble around 100 Thieves. Jacob, not wanting to lose his money, decides to just stave off inside of heaven. They bled it down to the wire, but, I mean, all the while, 100 Thieves are waiting for something to happen. Nothing moved forward for EG until Tarek got into lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like there was a lot of ways that 100 Thieves could have won that round. I didn't anticipate someone coming back to lobby after spending that much time outside of it. 100 Thieves had pushed it because they needed to get some kind of information. And CT teams we know have been pushing lobby more often than ever because they believe it's easier to push CT sometimes and defend against these upstairs rushes. But immediately, 100 Thieves turn up the tempo. JKS makes it down the vents. And this will make things a bit more complicated for the CTs trying to perform rotates. They'll hear the vent drop. Tarek will have to go back and collect some information. This makes Ramp a bit of a sore spot. And now eyes on JKS as we'll see him kind of direct his teammates as to what they can and can't do.
Can anybody deal with him? I don't think so. Tarek, he's just going to sit on that B-bomb site. So even with 100 Thieves moving everybody else down secret stairs, and not really keeping it a secret, rather just stampeding at this point. JKS, he's got his teammates coming to join him. Tarek on the receiving end of the door peek, but he times the door swing so well that he's able to pick up at least 1 kill here. Very much outnumbered in the face of adversity, yet still Tarek stands tall. 45 seconds, and 100 Thieves, they still have options. They could try to cheat this one back up to the A side if they don't feel comfortable with pushing in, and I wouldn't, because Cirque is posted with that op, hoping they walk inwards.
No smokes left to work with. Huge problem. Cirque will take advantage of that, exploit the fact that they can't smoke him out. This leaves open line of sight. They've also used their last remaining Molotov. Cirque, he should have free shots. Player crossing right underneath them. Bullets confusing his angles. And the T's will potentially get the bomb onto the site. I don't know.
Yeah, Azur, he's coming in big. Big trade frag, but he's got to go back and grab bomb. There's 7 seconds. Sure, they've got Cirque in an awful spot. He's feeling the pressure, and the bomb will be planted on just the other side, so JKS actually gets them into the post plant. But he backs up into Breeze. Now, Azur's going to get pinched upon. That's a bait if I've ever seen one, but now he has a chance to just fight back. Oh, and he taps into the head of Breeze. Unbelievable scenes. A 6 for 100 Thieves, and they had no business taking that one.
Azur's 11-4 right now. A lot of this because he's making smart positional moves on the eco rounds, wrapping, killing multiple pistoling players. Here we see that it's transferring over to the rifle rounds. I cannot believe that he won that. That was about to be an incredibly smart round and 1v1 played by Breeze. He first baits the shots out so that Cirque can take pole position in the moment and get the frag. Cirque ends up dying, and then Breeze baits him into peeking into a flashbang, and he still wins.
Just taps him. Doesn't even
and
have
the round,
to see
it's such a good round for EG up until that point too. You know, time's ticking down once again. It spells travesty
Agreed.
for 100 Thieves.
I mean, Tarek gets all that info confirmed and a kill with it. We had Cirque doing such a good job. I mean, they feared for their lives on the edges of the site. Liaz dunking on Breeze back behind the silos. Ethan, if you pop up, bud, JKS right there and ready, but it was on Ethan's terms, so he gets the best of the duel. Can't manage to keep Liaz in position, but Tarek lends a helping hand, and Jacob decides to dip down to the B bomb site. Trying to see if there's anybody here. Looks like one over from the ramp. Stanislaw tries to get into position. It's a bomb plant at the very least here. Jacob's gonna swing out. Cirque takes him down from the same spot that he laid down the law last round. That's a second for EG. They stop it in its tracks, and most importantly than anything else, they keep 4 players alive.
Yeah, it's at this point where you really kind of scratch your beard and think, like, what is holding back EG from actually having had more rounds already? I mean, certainly it's the streak, this crazy clutch we saw from Azur, but it feels like they're definitely very much in this half. And we're seeing a lot of similar duels that we've seen in previous matches on Nuke. You know, Tarek doing that door play on Control Room, he does that often. Ethan popping up to kill the squeaky guy. We've seen that exact same interaction from the same 2 players on this same map previously. And it feels like, and like Breeze playing on the site the exact same way.
Ooh, big one. Big double from Breeze, but Liaz puts an end to that with a double of his own. And then Gratisfaction finds himself onto the kill feed. Liaz, he's got a lot of things to watch, and he trade frags versus Tarek. The Molotov kept Stan from actually getting into the engagement at the same time. You'd have to think that they'd go shoulder to shoulder if they could have, but Stan is lost still with the element of surprise cut down by Liaz. 4 kills. 4 kills for Liaz alone in round 9.
Talk about Liaz. This guy has just come into his own fully as well. Another player, like I would say, like Husta and Kenny. Kusta and Henny, who in recent memory have gotten their form together, found consistency, found star player performances, have met their brains with their brawn in terms of fragging, and has been a shining light for 100 Thieves. Honestly, Liaz, you know, a player we've talked about for a long time, but he's finally becoming very consistent, and there he shows us in what fashion. That 4 frag in the rifle round with the entries upstairs through all of the craziness and chaos to get that round in. It's like EG, they look super good for a second. 100 Thieves immediately, they give them that hope, they steal it right back with just a straight up upstairs rush and put their economy on a knife's edge. They lose this round, it's back to eco territory.
Everything on the line here, and I feel like the glory of the player cameras for this event, right? Something we've been missing as of late is that how deflated do EG look after each of these rounds are being taken away from them. I've seen players all with their hands on their heads. The frustration for EG in some of these outcomes starting to mount, but JKS gets by. He slips through the vent and is already trying to pry open this B bomb site. Tarek's called into action on this AWP, but he's holding opposite. And Cirque, well, that's the double sniper setup here at B. Bomb thrown into the open. And with Azur revealing himself at the top of ramp, now those oppers actually have to come back and try to deal with him. This alleviates a little bit of the pressure on the B site, but he's actually managed to slip by, and Cirque just saw him. Cirque comes back, stops it. That would have been a huge opening perhaps, but now it's all starting to shut down around 100 Thieves. The snipers making the difference at this point. Gratisfaction trying to fire back off the AK. He would need the 1v4 clutch and the ace. That's a tall order, my friend. But he's got the time to work it.
Oh,
and a close other one on Cirque, but Cirque with the 3-piece.
Yeah, he's been good. Man, we take away the fast upstairs rush, and we take away EG dying in the early bits of the rounds, and then let's see what 100 Thieves' game plan is, because a lot of these rounds are running down the clock. They're coming close, but it doesn't seem like there's any specific directed plan as to how to get the bomb down, how many nades are left over when they get to certain spots. I'm seeing a lot of holes in the gameplay of 100 Thieves despite how well they're playing as well, and it seems like EG are starting to catch wind of that. And I think one of the biggest things that EG have still, or 100 Thieves still have going for them, is that for that upstairs rush, if they can pull that off again, that's a huge problem, because bingo, bango, bongo, we're at the end of the half, and it doesn't matter how much you learned. EG have 3 rounds, and we're already 10 rounds in. It's
a very scary stat to play versus the side of EG. Oh boy, Mohan. Tough rounds ahead, I think, but this is the one. This is the one that could equalize it. This is the one that could put an end to the pain train that has been rolling through the station for the last 10 rounds. Come on. Let's see what EG are made of. They've got the advantage. That's something that they've been fighting for control over, and now they finally have their hands on it. They see the bodies trying to move forward past the secret stairs. That's a good bit of damage off of the frag. Stan immediately jumping over towards the ramp. He's got a little sliver of cover to play off of. Smoke in front of him could enable the plant. It's been something that actually was a struggle for the T side. Planting this bomb on the B bomb site, even though they've had bodies down here, they're calling out Stan's position, trying to spam through the smoke, and he is still alive and able-bodied. He drops the bomb carrier, and it's a man advantage up for EG now. They're all coming in off of the ramp, all three, JKS and Liaz, two of the hardest hitters for 100 Thieves. Into the 2v2 clutch they go.
Yeah, good point. And Cirque, he's been great in these late round situations, being very aware, hitting shots with his op. There's another kill. He gets off of the information, and it looks like JKS saw the targets, couldn't make the selection in time. Ethan beats him by a bullet. 7-4, EG picked that up. 100 Thieves, they almost remedied their own issues of spending too much time by speeding it up to the nth degree, trying to get downstairs. But even in this spot, they didn't have things covered. There's no fast Molotovs, there's no smokes, there's not enough flashes to help them get across the site, and instead, things get spread too thin. The bomb planter dies with someone lurking within the site. There's a lot of stuff that goes uncovered. And another question as to how 100 Thieves even have such a big lead with these glaring issues.
Stan just dodging bullets inside of that smoke last round. And I mean, we saw him tag down to like half HP. They very much seemed to know he was there, but I don't think they expected him to just kind of creep around the smoke like that. Single deagle for Azert. P250 on Liaz. That's $1,000 in hardware and nothing else to talk about for 100 Thieves. Just the Glock. And the Glock's where? The Glock's outside of all places. So versus this long distance op of Cirque, never would the T side be favored. They're just trying to play it patient, hoping somebody slips, that somebody misses, and somebody lets them through. Cirque adds one to the kill feed. There's damage versus a couple of others. Almost finding the headshot there, but not quite connecting. Pistol players try to push, changing the tempo so quickly, but not catching EG by surprise. So a 5th round for the counter-terrorist side.
A bit of breathing room, a well-deserved eco round for EG to pull this back, I think, definitely. I feel like the scoreline's not telling the full story right now, and Cirque, it's great that he's the focal point. He has been great on Nuke, great recently, and definitely hitting a lot of very crucial op shots. So now as we round things out, round 13, it's a bit of a busted by the Galil. It kind of looks like the skeleton of an AK. I always feel like that is almost a poetic way to describe the lack of opulence on the T side, and it shows with both that and the utility that they're lacking. Tarek makes his presence known, but falls back off of this Cirque, opening up the round once again.
Yeah, here we go. Now EG starting to hit some shots all across the map. They're able to pick up these frags. 2 points of health is all that's left for JKS. And a 1 versus 4. He's met by the mollies. I mean, listen, man, you should just run into one. Get it over with. Sorry, Justin Savage, but I don't believe in this clutch. And that's a good thing for EG, because they've always, even from the start of this round, kind of pieced together the plays, right? There had to be a little bit of a variation to deal with that B site, but you saw how scared 100 Thieves were at time to really try to sink their teeth into it. I've been most convinced, actually, by the A hits more than anything. You know, they get down the secret stairs convincingly, but in terms of finding your feet on a bomb site, I'm way more in line with, say, Liaz's attempt that have come through the hut. But we'll see what else they've got in store for us. Round 13 goes the way of EG. They're within 1 of tying this up. Hell, they could even finish this CT side with the advantage.
I think they can smell it too, man. I really do. T timeout's called, and it feels like the calling is a bit cloudy. As crazy as it sounds, considering how well called the first few rounds are, it seems like suddenly things have changed quite a lot. So I'm curious to find out who will lead this half numerically, considering we'll have the kind of equalizing round here on the eco round. Hopefully EG picked that up and then we can go from there. But I expected before we played this match 100 Thieves to win it. At this point, I'm not so sure. Now, we'll see what their eco strategy is going to be. They've got a couple of nade sets on 2 players and a bunch of HEs to work with.
They've got the utility for an elaborate play. I hope they've got the strat coupled with it. What can we expect? Another 8-hit maybe? Deagle's outdoors. I mean, hell, if they took Glocks outside to try and rock Cirque's world, then maybe a Deagle shot could be well placed. But first, they're going to nade open the squeaky door, and the Deagle wallbang coupled with the nade. Oh, that is so slick. And suddenly it's a 5 versus 3. Think about all the gaps that EG have to try and fill. That wild spray down from the M4 is good for nothing more than 1. And Jacob and JKS have done it again with just the Deagles. They take that A site entirely. Unreal.
That was so cool. I love that. I mean, the wallbang spam with the perfectly placed with the... I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, it just making
I've never seen that.
the
Nope.
tactic and... Yeah, no, just so well done. You know, sometimes it happens incidentally. Sometimes you hope it happens, but there it seemed very deliberate. And I love that it actually resulted in literally 2 kills because of that spam. Deagle obviously very strong, high wall pen. That's a rough round for EG to lose. Great to see that eco strat out for 100 Thieves. And it is once again... Oh my god. That's a tragic death. That is so tough. That is so tough. I mean, as good as a player you are, you know, if you don't get the chance to shoot back, you're dead.
Let's go. Fucking go.
Let it out. Let it out, guys. Yell from the diaphragm. Don't even whisper. I don't care who's home.
I think that was JKS's face on a goat in the background. That's the only thing that would make sense. Style points for that one, buddy.
Ooh.
Let's see if Stanislaw can silence the fans here in the 15th round. He's actually already tucked underneath the silo, and because the first player goes by, you'd think he could come up with more than 1 kill, but Gratisfaction, fast reaction, and the 4v4 ensues.
Already kind of low on nades here are EG. Lots of Molotovs to contrast for 100 Thieves that are left over. JKS, he loves lurking the squeaky door. There's a swing. Cirque, ooh, has an opportunity for the duel.
Just got off the box in time. Good flashbang. I was thinking to myself, we'd seen Cirque posted on that position back red box, kind of waiting for Liaz to step back. And it didn't quite work because of the flash, but Cirque's still able to add 1 to the kill feed. He is at the man disadvantage. 100 Thieves 3v2. Dwindling utility for the remaining counter-terrorists. Ethan very quickly up the ramp. And JKS, well, that's going to be a trade frag. Cirque with the back turn gets it in. JKM versus the op. And he gets blasted into tomorrow. 8-7, the end at the first half. EG trailing by 1. Join us after the break, and we'll see who wins Nuke.
ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again.
This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame hunting him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple to dash. Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them. Oh no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14, now we do it!
Who's ready for vitality versus complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
One round makes the difference here on Nuke. 100 Thieves came into this map lightning quick. They made quick work of EG on the defense, but then there was the resurgence. So was it enough? They're going to go ahead and switch on over to the offense. They've got the double smoke, 3 flashbang play, and it seems like EG are going to sink their teeth into the A site to start this half. But they pause, they wait, they collect numbers, take one last breath before they're going to have to push into what could be a heavy stack. Liaz immediately at bat brings down 2. Even through the tip of the smoke, he grabs himself the headshot as Gratisfaction will do the same thing from the heavens and keep that man advantage. But Stan plants bomb on the front side of site, and now the CTs inch closer. JKS, well, he's trying to pry through the squeaky door. And Tarek wants to push him off of this, maybe because this now means 2v2, and it's planted over here for Mini. But Jacob coming wide as Gratisfaction tries to stick the bomb. He gets both, and that right there is 100 Thieves taking 9.
I don't know if Liaz has changed his sensitivity, but I want the new numbers. This guy, seriously, is so consistent right now versus any round, any gun, on the pistol rounds, most importantly, and that's what we see in this, bringing it from 8 to 9 as opposed to having it tie up, and could potentially alleviate some of the stresses of their CT side. But it's really on EG now to show us what they can do in this half. I can't for the life of me remember, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was 8-7 halves both ways in that match last week. The rematch here, it seems to have mirrored that. But this time I think it's the team in the slight lead to also win the pistol and put extra pressure now, monumental pressure, onto EG.
We are hanging out, just waiting for the action. Holding off as EG collect themselves, collect their thoughts, collect their guns, try to move this one a little bit closer outdoors. They smoke off the Mini. That's still an open outer yard. So the question is, how do they cross? If they choose to cross, they could just hug the walls, and they seem to have worked it out. Just anticipating the peaks from both of those CTs, taking the 5 versus 3. Azur was looking for some kind of an opening, but never had a chance to move in off this. My goodness,
with 50 seconds up.
He's holding them back. Yeah, go on.
Options. Yeah, they're so wide open. It's scary for Azur. He's gonna sit tight. Oh, look at Cirque. He sees maybe a defuse kit. That's all he needs to know. This is an easy route to upstairs now.
Yeah, they're just going to bombard forward at this point. If the CTs are anywhere, they're back here inside of the lobby. That M4 looking valuable on Liaz, but awesome round from Evil Geniuses. I mean, they had the minimal stuff to work with. We got that smoke to block off Mini, and then, I mean, to me, it just looks like they are holding for the peak. They get 2 peaks at the same time, win 2 separate duels, and from there, the round seems over.
We know how important it is in Counter-Strike to win your opening duel, especially on the T side. And that's why buys like this can be very legitimate and look unstoppable, because your entry fraggers, you put a lot of stock in them, and sometimes you would need a trade, but if it's an eco and your 2 entry fraggers get their frags, then suddenly it's a round that the CT should never win, despite the other guns on the team being still good. The man advantage reigns supreme, is king above anything else, and so EG kind of press that. They take a small risk with that outside push. They prey on the fact that there's no op on the board just yet, and they again win both their duels, and that's just how it goes sometimes. CTs will call a pause, I think, to talk about if it's maybe worth the risk to try to reinvest to fight back against this. There are already pretty good guns on the sides of EG, so I don't know if they're anticipating a lot of SMGs, but Azur's already spent most of his money, so I would assume they might try and go for this.
Seems like it. Let's see. Liaz in with another 1,400. Jacob adds $1.5 grand to the tally. Gratisfaction obviously thinking about the upcoming op perhaps, but even he buys down pretty low. $900 left over. That smoke he picked up after the P250. So it's really going to be on Liaz. But, I mean, listen, that's something that doesn't seem like a stretch of the imagination. Liaz has played great tonight.
Yeah, no, you make a very salient point. And EG, they've got the SMG, 1 SMG on Stanislaw. This might be a pain point for EG. We'll find out. But we saw how powerful just the 2 rifles were in the first place. It looks like outside presence initially here for EG. They're holding back on everything else. They want to see if 100 Thieves are maybe going to employ a ramp push or something of the sort. So they want to defend on lobby before they try anything else. And it looks like, yeah, JKS has his eyes set on this, but it's a clear handshake agreement here that it's scary for both sides.
Counter-terrorists seem a little more confident pushing into the lobby. That was a wallbang through the metal door, yeah?
Yeah. That was it, yeah, into the spawn. Oh, you're buying guns? Shot in the head.
Wall of smokes outside, going to be coupled with a little bit more peppering. And EG will provide the salt. Seems like they can't get over to the secret stairs, and Tarek's just going to have to tuck back behind Mini and wait.
Hey, listen, they're not getting much for how much they've given. They've given up lobby, they go back for it. They're taking a lot of damage. Oh, CZ spray goes a little bit wild, and yeah, turning to duck from that will not avoid the headshot through the floor into the head of Liaz, and now it's just 2 up. But look at the health bars, man. There were so many chances for the EG players to die.
Yeah, one of those rounds that in the end is going to fall flat. Tactical extraction of the M4A4. Little credit to JKS with that one. He's trying to cross in the open. Oh, they're about to peek, and he takes at least Stanislaw with him, and he's gone. Wonder if Jacob decides to activate here. I mean, he has little to lose, a rifle to gain. Nobody's dead near him, so he's going to have to labor his frag if he wants it. But then also think about the grenades that the terrorists would have to rebuy. So he's going to try. He heard the reload deep inside of the garage. Come on. Come on! Not even able to make it.
He saw him. He did.
It looked like that last T was just AFK. Didn't even move.
I know. He could have got up. Listen, we're all at home. Getting up to go get some water. Not an unexpected play when you think the round's over. That's pretty funny. Maybe he went to get a handful of almonds.
Our director,
great way to get quick protein.
Yeah, our director Martin told us that during the halftime of Furia versus MIBR, K Serrato got up, went over to the kitchen, and was microwaving something in the middle of the match. So I guess everybody's really making the most of being at home and trying to make the most of this round with such limited pistols. 100 Thieves are just trying to posture across the map, but with the speed and tenacity of Evil Geniuses just shredding down the vent, knowing that the lackluster nades weren't going to stop them, that nobody could just spam smoke other than JKS on the single M4. They found that opening, they took it by storm, they knew they had it before they even left spawn, and that means, right now, Evil Geniuses are going to take their lead.
Man, and we know EG's T side is very competent, and we have yet to see more holes in their game so far. I mean, it's really a tale of two pistols almost for 100 Thieves, and it might look more and more like that as we get into this half. That's kind of just my prediction, but we'll see if EG can continue on and put the pressure. You like how fast they were moving with this execute into getting the bomb down and really wasting no time. I think one of the least dignified ways to lose a round is for the clock to run out on the CT side when you have enough players to win, right? That just means that the decision-making wasn't fast enough, and we haven't seen that yet from EG, if that's going to be the case. Cirque at 20-9, looking pristine on the op. Thorin tweeted he's got to be looked at as one of the best nuke oppers in the game, even with considering the form, maybe especially considering the form. He has been fantastic and clearly looks to continue that into this half. However, he's bought the AK up, not the op this time around.
Speaking of ops, Gratisfaction picks one up, but remember, he bought that Smoke P250 a couple rounds ago. Smoke P250 being 600 bucks, he could have had armor this round had he bought nothing. Instead, he is completely glass cannon. No utility, no sidearm, nothing at all other than the big green gun. JKS trying to keep his head tucked, but the sheer presence of evil geniuses on the exit means that he has to fall back down into the B site, and they come stampeding downwards onto him. 2 quick kills, rapid evisceration of the defenders on that B bomb site. They fall, and evil genius is going to extend this lead. I mean, this looked just as fast as the last round, Launders, except they're playing against guns, for God's sake.
Man. They just jumped over the ramp, dropped down like it was Ocean's 11, rappelled off the ropes, kicked in the windows, killed everybody in the site. I mean, what more is there to say? That was just beautifully clean, and they called out every single position that 100 Thieves wanted to play. I thought with that first grenade that there was going to be more of a defense, but yeah, it calls into question their ability to come back into this when 100 Thieves can win quick rounds like that, pistols or not.
Hey, Gratisfaction. Adding at least 1 kill, some sort of a loss versus Evil Geniuses here in the 20th, but that is the 11th round on the board for EG. 3 survivors on the side of the Thieves. It's going to be an easy buyback. They can recuperate from their losses, but what they can't recuperate are these rounds. They're gone. Added to the tally. 2-point advantage for Evil Geniuses, and a T side that if anything is looking fast as all hell.
Absolutely. I mean, that initial entry could have gone both ways. It's not as if the crosshair placement was bad by JKS. It was just he wasn't the better player in that moment. You know, that initial shot from the T side was just too beautiful. So you run that back, you know, it could have been a different story. We'll see. Gratisfaction denied from the push. Clearly had the motivation to come into ramp, maybe push up to lobby. But it's not just because he can do it now that he may push. He has seen the Molotov, so that being called out will probably scare him a bit. And we don't know if he's going to continue forward. That clearly would be a good option to try, but we don't know if he's going to do it. Can we take another look at Gratisfaction to see if he has continued on? Yeah, he's made his way now. Made a lot of room here for 100 Thieves getting lobby control. This means versus the upstairs exec, if that comes, you know, EG are definitely not safe, and they expected that ramp wouldn't be pushed in this spot.
And seeing such little activity over towards lobby and just waiting like this to a silent T side, I mean, you have to have the idea that 100 Thieves are prepared for the B hit. Whether they commit to B is the next question. They are met by Molotovs, a little resistance being thrown up here for the Thieves before the gunshots get going. And Jacob's going to serve as a pretty crucial player as well. I mean, he's going to have to time either the secret stairs flank or also keep EG at bay. But they go ahead, commit their utility out from decontamination. Stan's gonna get peeked from the rafters, and it's a one and done by Azur. JKS does damage through the smoke, but the bomb still goes down. And Breeze, a confident peek through the smoke, cutting down the numbers. Cirque with a 2-piece, Breeze with a double. EG 12-9.
God damn, boys. That is wild. I feel so bad for Azur. Man, I felt like he was all over them, and almost stopped the bomb from going down. But man, we see the madness that ensued as soon as one kill went off. That is the pressure cooker that you want to put the CTs into. And I feel like the ferocity once again favors EG. I thought there was a couple things 100 Thieves did well there. The Molotovs came down the perfect moments. The rotations were just fine. They got some information in the early round. But yeah, EG, they look furious. They look furious. They look like they want to make this a 2-0 on Nuke and get revenge.
Whoa, Jacob. He got spotted. Yeah. With Breeze so intently watching this, and now the volley. See you later, shotgun. Mag 7 down for the count.
Sometimes you just don't want to believe it. Maybe they didn't see me. Yeah, we looked at each other, but maybe you didn't notice. But you're always wrong.
Now Breeze just continues to wait for another one, but that MP9, the only weapon picked up. Azer's getting closer, but JKS also going to walk forward here into the lying weight of Cirque. Liaz coming in with the Deagle, ready for another. How about the third? Are you kidding? It's down to the 1v1. Liaz from behind the vent pieces together 3 Deagle headshots. Now he's going to try to sprint down on Breeze, who has his gun up, and through the box he takes him. Revenge served cold.
Damn, bro. How are you going to take his life after he pulled that off? A round that we'll never talk about again, but one that was incredible for the attempt. Look at these shots from Liaz. Holy moly.
Like, he doesn't even register he got that kill. You see him peek out to shoot again because it was the bullet through the box that somehow hits the head. That's absurd. The third is absurd.
And bad goes to worse. Bad goes to worse. There's now still 9 rounds here for 100 Thieves.
Zoom on this.
EG.
Enhance.
Yeah. Oh, true. We should get a zooming on that. Man, and then of course,
sorry,
you know,
my mind's blown.
Breeze's
I'm at a loss for
1v1
words.
is even just as impressive with the one tap through the box. Of course, it's that clean as well.
The round that could have been. The momentum that could have shifted off of it as well. It's still the gun rounds up for 100 Thieves, but imagine if they had money behind it to ensure more gun rounds after this, because there is the possibility of a 14th to EG and lackluster bargain bin buys to follow suit from the defense. This has been a lopsided T-side. They won the pistol, making us think like, damn, Thieves gonna win both pistols. You can't come back from a BO1 if you lose both pistols. Well, EG are the evidence that you absolutely can. They have not lost a round since then, 6 in a row at the moment.
Kratz got incredibly impactful information outside, considering the smokes are down. He's taking the risk of coming up. He's holding this. He's holding onto this angle tight. Yeah, there's even that bit of information top of silo. Azer's going to help. Wow, gets the first 2 kills, and Kratz gets his frag as well. Surf, who's been phenomenal, ends up dying with 1 kill and leaving Stanislaw all alone the 1v3. It's a good upstairs hold. It comes off the back of Grat's information. I mean, there's been a couple of rounds here. Grat got the information on ramp to push in the lobby to help his upstairs guys feel more comfortable about holding that way and rotate down a bit more easily. Here, I mean, it doesn't look like it because we don't see anyone on the screen, but it takes a big risk by coming up secret, right? That's a spot that sometimes you see players will play extremely passive around the stairs corner, hold there, wait the whole round, and then meanwhile the T's are working on something completely different, and you're not having any impact via your communication. Tarek, I think he spotted one on the cross, but I didn't feel like he actually noticed. It's actually Grat up here once again, looking for the aggressive peek. That's Stanislaw out of the round. Take the round into your own hands. Yeah, Stanislaw looking like Droopy Dog back there.
Yeah, stared at Bill Key.
Oh! He was just trying to line up a smoke.
Yeah, but war waits for no man as he is met by the op. However, we do have Tarek downstairs. He's going to molly out the vents to make sure nobody can come clear him from behind. JKS has been compromised, spotted, and softened early. 9 HP is all he's got left over. Oh, and the molly's not going to actually land on him. Tarek does see him, but a second. Oh, too late! JKS coming in with 2 headshots, just a spin around, and able to push Cirque into the 1v4. We got that first one done. Oh, but somebody walks right through his smoke. He never expected that.
Oh my god, Tarek. He saw him, right? He completely saw him before he jumped. He just didn't notice. And then, oh man, and he thought the Molotov would have flushed him out of that spot, but he didn't think JKS was front box, and then he ends up dying too, because JKS has, of course, got a laser pointer at the end of his gun, and isn't going to miss if you give him an inch. Holy smokes.
We got a game on our hands.
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's brought about by that weird and awkward situation. Everybody's upside down. Was there an agreement to do this?
Because they're Australian.
From the ceiling? Yeah, oh true.
They're not
at
upside
the bottom
down.
of the world,
We
right?
are.
Objectively. I guess so. Yeah, maybe that's true. Wow, Zoom really does bring you into another dimension.
Things get weird on the internet, and I kind of like it. Full-fledged guns, both sides of the coin. Evil Geniuses still holding on to that 2-round lead, but JKS reminding them that, they are not through this one just yet. Smoke's going to be pluming outdoors, a complete and total wall, blocking off vision unless somebody has the gall to peek from heaven, but not yet. CTs hold strong.
Yeah, Gratisfaction, he's been doing a fantastic job of giving them information in these past couple of rounds. This time, he tries to play a new spot, but it does open up Secret a little bit. He wasn't spotted previously. Jacob's got the passive hold set up. This is a very standard position to be in as a CT. Oh man, you can't die there though. You want to try to fall back to Decon if possible. A fantastic entry frag from Tarek really opens things up.
JKS gonna find himself in that line of sight. So a 5 versus 3 now, not looking any better for the defense to actually make the retake happen. And you know once they get lobby control, knowing that the T spawn is an exit route, they are going to be gone. Evil Geniuses, a 14th, and it comes with very few losses. Just a little bit of HP shaved off too, that's it.
I don't care that Grat's not had a very good game. I think that his impact this game has been tremendous, especially in these last couple of rounds positionally. And here's where we can see, you can really feel the fact that he wasn't able to get some of that information and allow his team to come back into it. Overall, EG's T side looks terrifying, and it requires all of the information in the world to defend against because their entries are on point. Tarek gets both and wins the round here. They're so good at staying together. They're kind of doing a lot of what 100 Thieves did, but faster and stronger, and it feels like the only cure, the only antidote has been in Gratisfaction's knowledge and communication of their positions. But how much can he do, you know, at this point when he's already played outside a couple of ways aggressively? Is it his teammates that need to be pushing for information in different ways to help alleviate problems? And also, is EG going to continue to use outside and try to bully down lower? Will they change things up? Since they're in their lead, anything could happen.
Yeah, they've got that wiggle room. Their margin of error, forgivable. Big bolstered buyback up from the Thieves. Molly's gonna go past Jacob. Yeah, he can still hold his own. That's a great grenade thrown deep on ramp, softening up the majority of EG. Curious to see if it actually makes them call off the commitment, but there's the hit from Jacob, finding the timing versus Stan. JKS fully flashed. He's gonna fall back. He puts down the Molotov. Hell and Heaven could be compromised, though. Curious to see if EG go that way.
Yeah, 4v5, you know, they're probably thinking CTs are literally everywhere. There's no reason for them to rotate, but it is an exploitable weakness at the moment. Still 2 players sitting upstairs. JKS, man, does he have help? Okay, there he is, Azur.
Azur.
But are they walking out beside him? Yeah,
JKS,
wow,
so
that's
focused.
smart.
Yeah. Tunnel vision, still Azur able to cut off the tail end of this. There's nobody else actually back on ramp. Everybody from EG moving their feet forward. Breeze laying down the law. damaging Gratisfaction to 1/5 his OG HP. Ethan gonna finish off that frag, and this is gonna leave 100 Thieves entirely in on Decon. They throw that deep molly to burn anybody out of dark, but Tarek, he's ready to swoop down on them from above. They're going to use the smoke, the flash, trying to get past the utility. Tarek's fully blind, and Ethan gives the cover they need. EG secure 15, 4 map points.
100 Thieves felt safe because they had that as a rotation in the control room, but another beautiful response from EG, another great lower hit, and it's another round where I think JKS drops like 150 damage grenade on them and they still lose, like at the beginning of the round. Literally placed at the same position, has to fall back. He likes that spot, and that's fine, but like EG calling it out is also, you know, the smartest thing that you could possibly do, and if they're not being spotted, I mean, they have every reason in the world to want to try to contact out. They lost the opening kill. You know, they got to do something tricky.
Last time these teams matched up on Nuke, it took overtime to find a winner. Here in the opening group stage gauntlets, we do not have OTs, so they could split the points down the middle, but it's going to take 4 rounds in a row from the Thieves. EG content with just taking the time. I feel like if you invest the time now to not make mistakes, then you could have this game bagged and tagged. But outside, Cirque is hoping somebody walks over towards the mini. Jacob is tucked within it, and there's no reason for him to actually swing wide on this. He knows the door's been blown open. He knows that this is a possibility. Cirque, a constant threat on Nuke. 27 kills. I'm sure he wants that 30 bomb by the time this one's over.
Yeah. I mean, they need to drop a flash in Squeaky. You know, they can't, even if he stays there, they can't just like let him have this stuff for free. There's a couple of good kills. The threat ultimately gets dealt with in Stand and Claw. Azur, though, dead.
But an opening. Jacob, he's going to come back in for Mini. Good for 2 frags, and the third off of Liaz. So they get those opposing openings. An op shot and JKS towards ramp, and then what's left of EG tries to clamber into the A site, only to be met by Jacob. Finds timing on the door swing, and yes, another pause called.
You have to wonder, you know, EG are probably just thinking, okay, how do we get up downstairs but make it seem like we're not going downstairs? Because that's where they're winning almost every single one of their rounds. I mean, that's just got to be ultimately their goal, is to want to be able to get downstairs safely. We haven't seen a vent dive yet. I think that should be the first thing they consider. To test that out and see if they can at least get someone downstairs. Stan dying outside isn't very valuable when he could be the guy, you know, taking 40 damage but getting down vent very quickly. That's a potential option. Again, outside's being watched pretty well, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to win if they watch outside, especially versus something like a vent dive. JKS, he can continue to be tested on the ramp. On top of that, he's been pretty one-dimensional when it comes to his holds, falling back to that same angle. That's getting exploited. I think there's still a lot of options for EG to attack the same site in a different way.
Derek flash over the red box, a little bit of heated aggression outdoors. There's the attempt, there's the push, there's the burst, and it's shut back by Jacob. Tarek, he's looking to slip in through Mini. Oh man, he's found a little gap here. He saw the player behind Big Blue, pressured Gratisfaction off of the post, but Jacob turns attention at the perfect moment. Had Tarek gone unchecked for even a couple seconds more, then Gratisfaction's gonna get clotheslined, outdoor is compromised, and EG wouldn't be down in the double man disadvantage. But there is still the chance that Stan creeps and crawls out with Ethan and just cracks this bomb site open. Jacob trying to hold off Squeaky yet again, but he can only get that 1 extra kill. He has 3 in the round. He has done everything for 100 Thieves. They just need to lock down the A site, but Cirque and Ethan are doing their damnedest to claw this back. JKS now stuck to clutch.
Cirque, bro. He's just, the impact from Cirque this map, astronomical. Bomb can get planted. It's been all the right positions, trusting his teammates. Ethan emptying the mag to try to bait in a peek from Mini, as well as push someone back up on the back of the site, leaving JKS alone now to try to get revenge on the B site.
Neither of these players actually on the bomb site. JKS can just sprint. He can do anything he wants here. This space is his. It's the decontamination door that becomes the biggest problem. And I wonder to myself, is there a wall bang for this bomb? Because that op's inside a vent. JKS tucks. He's gonna tap it once. Ethan's about to swing it, and Ethan finishes things off. A headshot from Ethan, and an incredible 2 versus 5, I believe, coming out of the boys on EG. Cirque nearly so close to that 30 kill mark. An incredible game act that now EG on specifically 2-0 over the Thieves.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Woo!
Oh.
No.
Oh my god.
Dude, you guys are so good, dude. What the hell?
That's a little bit unfair.
Dude, JKS is so good, dude. So good.
100 Thieves piece has got cheats on it. Dude, the AWP on scope is actually so accurate. I should just not use scope ever. This is how simple it is. It's crazy.
Dude, JKS, dude.
What? What a shot. What? This is bullshit.
Yes.
No.
Love to see it.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god.
Second. 30 seconds, guys. I got it. Ah! I got it.
Seconds.
For a sec.
I need one more. I need one more. I need one more. Nah.
Hey, at least I didn't come last. This is fun.
And we're back from the break, and we're back from the final match of the day here at the Blast Premiere. And quite the match it was. EG even more decisive this time. They won in overtime last time on Nuke versus 100 Thieves. This time they get the job done in regulation. Clean, although the first half did look a little spicy. So let's just get right into the discussion because this is going to be our last match. We actually have a little bit of time. Thorin, what stood out for you in that first half, man? Because that looked really dicey there for a moment for EG.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing about this game is this is traditionally obviously a CT-sided map. There's no Krieg in the meta anymore. You'd imagine two teams that have had up and down form the last couple of months. This should be a battle of the CT halves, right? You should be getting 11 rounds, 12 rounds. Whoever gets more CT rounds, basically, that's the game locked up. But it was far from that. Both teams had a fantastic T-side. Like, if I'm 100 Thieves, I really feel like I let this game slip. First of all, the T-side, they were hitting so hard with Azza. Liaz was having a game I haven't seen him have in ages. Like, they really wasted that effort. Then they switch over. I still thought, actually, they had some decent adjustments in the early parts of the rounds. They were in a bunch of the swing rounds. But the EG guys, like, that was almost a flawless T-side. Cirque, it doesn't matter that his overall form hasn't been that good. On this map, he is money in the bank.
Maniac, would you agree with that assessment? I mean, Cirque really had that standout performance, and we did put a lot of emphasis on star power for EG going into the match.
Yeah, I think Cirque's impact was absolutely mind-blowing, honestly. The fact that he himself carried out the entire team in the first half, to me, he's the only reason that EG actually won that game. Because I agree with Duncan. When you switch over to the T side, that was almost flawless from EG. They had all the right tactics, they had all the right ideas. But the CT side, they were struggling. They were out of breath, they were out of solution, and Cirque, alone with his AWP, posted up so many rounds. So if you ever want to look up the definition of impact, well, this was Cirque in the first half.
It seemed like he also continued to have quite the performance in the second half, and here are his stats as well. Nearly drops the 30 bomb on this one. But a huge map for Cirque to keep Evil Geniuses in this, something for Zeus to build on perhaps as well. And I mean, now you can't really be feeling too good if you're I'm a pet. You know, this is if there's any team you want to beat right now, it's Evil Geniuses, and you've lost the past two, can't be feeling too good about it, right?
Yeah, it's got to be a little frustrating now. I was listening to both team speaks, and I can tell you things were rather healthy, right? No one had, like, you know, unhealthy grudges or anything. They were just mostly focusing on what was happening, trying to find solutions. I thought that Zeus's approach was really interesting. He was very active, very present, trying to helping out his teammates find solutions and keeping them on tracks. So I really liked what I heard from Zeus.
And Thorn, was there anybody in particular? I mean, in terms of this coach matchup, do you think it's as important as we're making it out to be, or is it more on the players right now?
I mean, the problem is it's hard to judge Ahmet Pet, who obviously lost the match in this regard, negatively as a coach. Like, the irony of this situation is the team he's actually playing against, his former team, is one of the ones that's going to be one of the worst to try and go in the demos for, because they're playing so much off individual skill. And in fact, even on CT side, they tend to play off a lot of gimmicky setups, weird off angles, just trying to get aggressive early. I don't really think they actually had a playbook that he could just take with him over to 100 Thieves and hand over. So I thought, all in all, 100 Thieves, like I said, I actually think beyond the performance of Cirque, I thought they were actually the better team over the entire game. I really feel as though this one slipped away from them. And like I said, they wasted a performance from Liaz you don't see very often. So Zeus did his job. He got his guys back in form. I haven't seen them for a while, but I don't really know that this is like I'd call this one a push.
Well, let's take a look at the predictions now that we've had the chance to get through the matches of the day. We're keeping tabs on them as well throughout. And yeah, just saying. Maniac, feels good.
You gotta be modest, right? And I think we gotta enjoy the moment while it lasts, because I know tomorrow's gonna be a different day. Tomorrow these numbers might be very, very different. So just quietly smile for now.
Smile and nod. All right, that is the thing. Be sure to stay tuned on the social media as well, because we posted the predictions there. You can also get in the fan cameras for all the matches that are going on. We saw how many fans showed up for MIBR Furia. You can tune in with your webcams. You'll be hosted on the stream, and it is sick as well. But I mean, there is still a schedule to look at tomorrow, because this is going to be pretty much every day going forward. I almost want to say throughout the whole month of June, but for this week, every day we got full CS. So is there any match in particular that stands out for you, Thor, right now? Like, looking at tomorrow, what we got going into it?
I think one that will probably be fun is Furia Gen.G. Like, for me, that is kind of like, if Furia can win that match, if they can keep performing the way they have, they're going to be the #1 team in the Americas, which is ridiculous to say. And admittedly, I don't think I would expect it to continue when we go offline again, but that's an accomplishment in its own right. Look at the region you're coming from. You weren't even supposed to be the best Brazilian team. Never mind that status. And then I think other than that, I'll maybe take Mad Lions Virtus Pro, because even though I'm not a big Virtus Pro fan, I think they're a bit of a whack team. That's a team that if you're Mad Lions, you cannot mess around with that squad at all. Like, if you aren't experienced playing Russians on the internet, and especially a team like that that's a lot of gimmicky players, that's one where you might think it's going to be smooth sailing, but that could absolutely be the banana peel.
Definitely one to be keeping an eye on. It's a long day. Maniac, you got any match in particular you're looking forward to tomorrow?
I think the Vitality NiP one, and not for Vitality, as people might think, but mostly because I want to see more of NIP. I'm not exactly sure how I should judge their performance versus Astralis. I'm keeping a little bit of a soul with it right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of NIP, because the first times have been great, so now they have to prove it on day 2.
Oh, there we go. Well, thank you guys for joining me on the desk today. It's been a joy, and we're going to have more of this, obviously, as I was saying earlier, every day this week. We're going to be going full out CS, EU, NA, all day and night, but it's time to go to sleep. So we'll see you all tomorrow with the continuation of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown.